Glad you're here. If you enjoy our content, make sure to subscribe and support us by donating. Now, let's dive into the story of I Have a Death-Seeking System right here on GMT Recap. The young man with a disheveled face, holding a cigarette in his mouth and exhaling smoke, silently thought to himself, there's really no way out. A surge of energy rose within him. He opened the warehouse to check, but it was completely empty. He muttered, this time, we're really screwed. All the supplies are gone. He looked down at the ground, where the bodies of his comrades were scattered, all of them dead. Moreover, this time, they had fallen into despair. Indeed, the difficulty of S level was truly terrifying. He flicked the ash from his cigarette upwards, but perhaps it was for the best. At that moment, he received a message from his teammate Wei Chen. When you hear this message, I'm probably no longer in this world. You once said you'd do something for me, so you have to promise me that you must survive. He looked at the zombies before him, their mouths open and growling ferociously, and turned off his phone. Wei Chen gave a slight smirk. Sorry, I guess I have to break my word. If we meet again in another world, you can punish me. He raised his sword and charged at the enemy. Is it finally over? This long game of despair. But compared to living in secrecy, dying actually feels more liberating. The chaotic battle continued until Wei Chen gradually lost consciousness. Prepared mentally for death, he suddenly experienced an extremely strange sensation. The system notification appeared. After testing the host's suicidal actions 100 times, the reincarnation system has been successfully activated. Host identity, Wei Chen. System rules: each time the host successfully performs a suicidal act, they will earn suicidal points. The host will have the chance to reincarnate. Each successful reincarnation will grant the host a generous reward. The host should keep risking their life to become stronger and reach the peak of their life. Wei Chen wondered, what is this? Didn't I die from exhaustion during the battle? He felt utterly confused, then exclaimed, what is this reincarnation system? What's going on? Could it be that I've read too many novels and now I'm having hallucinations? After thinking it over for a while, he still felt something was off. He should have died in the infinite game instead. Is this real or fake? The system reminded him, there is more content. Please decode it yourself. As the reincarnation system was activated for the first time, the host will be transported back in time. The transmission is starting. Wei Chen exclaimed, hey, wait a minute, I still haven't. But before he could say anything further, the space around him shifted, and Wei Chen's figure instantly vanished. In another space, a stream of light appeared, and Wei Chen, still in a state of shock, said, I still have so many questions, but the teleportation is complete. He suddenly realized he was in a classroom, and his earlier words had already reached the ears of others. Seeing everyone turn and look at him, Wei Chen sighed, no way, have I really been reincarnated? This is a university lecture hall. Professor Ouyang. She adjusted her glasses, turned her gaze toward Wei Chen, and asked, I wonder if student Wei Chen has any questions he would like to ask? He flashed a strange smile and thought to himself, wait a minute, does the reincarnation system only need one to risk their life to earn points? I don't know if it's true, but whatever, let's give it a try. Wei Chen stood up and boldly asked, I want to ask what size you wear. Upon hearing this, the professor went ballistic and yelled, you're unbelievable. Get out of here. Wei Chen was more than happy to oblige and obediently left the classroom. The system then announced, congratulations to the host for successfully risking their life. You have earned 10 life risk points. He grinned mischievously and muttered, the reincarnation system is real after all. Wei Chen looked at the phone screen. Today was April 13, 2020, which also meant that the event of the data collapse was about to happen. Wei Chen stood outside in the hallway, murmuring to himself, it's hard enough to be reborn, and they won't even give me time to breathe? At 12 p.m. on April 13, 2020, an accident struck Earth. Many people were suddenly sucked into a parallel space. Some disappeared, while those drawn into this space were forced to participate in a dangerous game. Through this game, they would win various weapons, valuable items, and even powers. Those who failed to pass the game might even disappear forever in the parallel space. Because the passage to the parallel space was endless and infinite, this accident was called the infinite decay. Wei Chen looked at his hand, silently telling himself, but if I have a chance to be reborn and have a system at my disposal, this time, I will definitely become stronger. I will absolutely protect my loved ones. The teacher, seeing him making a noise, directly threw a thick book at Wei Chen's head, shouting loudly, Wei Chen, what are you mumbling about? Don't you have any self-awareness? Wei Chen stood up, ran his fingers through his hair, and struck a cool, confident pose. He stepped closer, lifted the teacher's chin, and said, I'm still reflecting on it. There were so many opportunities before, but I didn't seize them. The teacher, flustered, asked, You want? Before she could finish her sentence, Wei Chen silenced her with a bold, loud kiss, CHT. After kissing her, he pushed her away and casually said, Thanks for the hospitality. The system notification appeared, Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed a death-defying action and earned 30 death-defying points. The teacher lay flat on the ground, angrily pointing her finger at Wei Chen and demanding, Do you even know what you just did? He turned and walked into the classroom, replying as he went, You're about to find out what I want to do. The game has just begun. Wei Chen approached a burly, blonde-haired boy and rubbed his chin, saying, Let me think. Who's the first one to mutate? I think it's you. The blonde guy, completely confused, snapped, What are you talking about? Do you want me to break your bones? Wei Chen noticed a small tattoo of a skull on his neck and realized, it's this. The mark of mutation. The blonde grabbed Wei Chen by the collar and shouted, Mutated? I don't see you waiting for him to make a move. Wei Chen punched the blonde hard, causing him to collapse onto the desk instantly. His classmates screamed in shock, He's killed him. There's so much blood, Wei Chen, are you crazy? The teacher quickly called the security, Hello, there's been an incident at University 20, can you send someone over right away? Wei Chen grabbed a piece of wood, thinking to himself, the decay has begun, some people will turn into zombies, and he needs to deal with them before they fully transform. Recalling the massacre earlier, he was determined not to let such a tragedy happen again. This must be stopped. His classmates began gossiping about Wei Chen's extreme actions. The girl in the purple dress asked, Why did he do that? The girl in the pink shirt covered her mouth and replied, I heard he went crazy because his girlfriend cheated on him. Hearing this, Wei Chen suddenly remembered, I almost forgot, it seems my girlfriend's been cheating on me. Wei Chen looked at a couple hugging in the classroom and asked, Lu Zhu, how does it feel hugging someone else's girlfriend? Lu Zhu tightened his grip on his girlfriend's wrist and answered, Xiao Huan is my girlfriend now, don't mess around. Wei Chen calmly explained, I wasn't talking about me, I meant the basketball club president, the student council president. The entire bar outside, Qin Huan, how many men do you have? You probably can't even count them yourself. Qin Huan, embarrassed, pointed her finger at him and shouted, Wei Chen, how dare you insult me? Wei Chen remained calm and asked, So, are you willing to let your boyfriend investigate your reservation records for this month? Lu Zhu jumped up, pushing her aside, and loudly asked, Is this true, Qin Huan? I want to investigate your reservation records. She exclaimed, No, you don't trust me like this? System notification, congratulations to the host for successfully risking their life and earning 40 points. Once 100 points are reached, a reward will be given. The host should continue to risk their life. Wei Chen realized that the more he risked, the more others would hate him, thus earning more points. Suddenly, Wei Chen's eyes lit up, and he found it. He rushed forward. Qin Huan thought he was attacking her and screamed, I slept with someone else, don't kill me. Lu Zhu turned pale with fear, What do you want to do? Wei Chen swung a wooden stick and, with all his strength, drove it straight into the girl wearing a purple dress sitting in the back row. The girl, still confused, could only say, I before falling silent. A skull-shaped badge appeared on her neck. Wei Chen calmly said, Sorry, if I don't kill you, others will suffer. He scanned the classroom one more time, then continued, I remember there are 3 people who are mutated, and 1 more person. Who exactly is it? At that moment, a girl with purple hair and long braids, dressed neatly, walked into the classroom. She asked, who called the police? What happened here? The teacher quickly explained, a student named Wei Chen suddenly went crazy, killed 2 students, and we need to stop him immediately. Wei Chen saw the person who had just arrived and exclaimed, Chen Xingshi. Officer Chen didn't say much. She immediately pointed her gun at his head and asked, who are you? How do you know my name? Wei Chen raised his hand and replied, that's right, you don't know me yet, but you're still alive, that's good. Seeing him approach, the girl shouted, I told you, don't come near me, or I will. A cold gunshot rang out. Chen Xingshi pulled the trigger, and a bullet lodged between Wei Chen's eyebrows, damn it. Chen Xingshi collapsed onto the floor, staring at Wei Chen's blank eyes. The girl panicked and cried out, I've killed him. She tried to calm herself, no, now's not the time to be afraid. If I hadn't acted, he might have harmed more people. As Wei Chen's body slowly disappeared, the classmates were horrified. Wei Chen had vanished. What was going on? Was I dreaming? But in the blink of an eye, Wei Chen's figure slowly reappeared, leaving everyone even more stunned. The system notification of successful reincarnation appeared. The first reincarnation reward, the host had obtained the combination fruit. Players who risk their lives, be sure to collect the fruit. Soon, the system's inventory notified the acquisition of a basic ring that could contain a lifeform up to 1 square meter. It also granted the Heavenly Desolate Earth Void Mentality Level A and 3 small fate pills of grade C. Wei Chen smiled, reincarnation is possible? And there are quite a few treasures, now I can rest easy. Chen Xingshi pointed the gun at him again, her voice filled with astonishment, what's going on? Why is this happening? Wei Chen grabbed her arm, which was holding the gun, lifting it up, and with his other hand, he tightly embraced the girl. Sensing that she was real, Chen Xingshi asked, didn't you die? Wei Chen teased, you're still as reckless as ever. But I like you like this. Chen Xingshi, blushing with embarrassment, shouted, what are you saying? Let me go, I'm a police officer. Suddenly, a voice came through the loudspeakers, hello everyone, I'm GZ. The corrupt data game that we've been waiting for is about to begin. If you enjoy death, corpses, severed limbs, and slaughter, then enjoy this game. A penguin wearing a hat appeared on the TV screen for the announcement. The first game will eliminate 70% of the participants. If you want to survive, then do your best. Everyone in the classroom was in shock. What is going on? Is the broadcast system broken? Chen Xingshi was also frozen. What's happening? Only Wei Chen understood what was about to happen. He gritted his teeth and muttered, it's finally starting. Just like the scene before, damn penguin. Down below, a classmate saw the girl in the yellow shirt holding her head and screaming, and immediately asked, are you okay? The girl in the yellow shirt, with a skull tattoo on her side, was rolling her eyes, her whole body twisting in agony. It was unbearable, she was in so much pain. Wei Chen realized the danger now. There was one left, stay away from her, she's about to mutate. A guy in a blue shirt stood in front of him, shouting, get the hell out of the way, she's my girlfriend. But as soon as he said that, the girl in yellow bit into his neck. The guy in blue froze, exclaiming, why? Wei Chen fired, the bullet piercing straight into her head, but despite being shot in the head, she didn't die. This wasn't a normal mutation. Wei Chen thought to himself, with his current strength, he couldn't handle this. He turned to the others and shouted, this isn't a dream, everyone. This is not an illusion. If you want to survive, get out of here quickly. He handed the gun to Chen Xingshi, warning, don't go dying so easily this time. She had just reached for the gun when Wei Chen seized her wrist, pulling her into his arms, then grabbed her buttocks with both hands, squeezing them tightly, and in a pleased voice, he exclaimed, as expected, still as soft as before. Chen Xingshi angrily shouted, what are you doing with your hands? What the hell are you doing? want a beating? Wei Chen ran off swiftly. He grabbed a book and threw it at the face of the mutated girl in the yellow outfit, taunting, "Hey, hey, the one who shot you is right here." He sat on the windowsill and waved his hand, "Come here." The mutated creature immediately charged toward Wei Chen. He chuckled. But as it lunged at him, Wei Chen sidestepped, shouting, "I dodge." The mutated creature lost its balance, flying straight out into the air and falling to the ground, dying immediately. The system notification appeared, "Enemy killed, earned 500 experience points." Wei Chen was greatly surprised. Such a large amount of experience points, this wasn't a normal mutated creature. Chen Xingshi observed Wei Chen's attitude, wondering why, despite the situation, he remained so calm. Suddenly, Wei Chen saw a dark shadow appear behind Chen Xingshi. "This is bad," he shouted, rushing forward to block it with a punch. The mutated creature let out a gru sound just before Wei Chen delivered a punch to its jaw, shouting, "What grew?" The blue-shirt figure collapsed onto the floor, and Wei Chen grabbed Chen Xingshi's hand, pulling her away. "Don't stand there anymore, follow me." As they ran out the door, they were met with an incredibly chaotic scene. Mutated creatures were attacking others. Screams of terror echoed all around. "AAA, someone help me." System announcement, side mission to survive for 72 hours, difficulty level D, reward, 2000 experience points, remaining time, 71 hours 23 minutes. Wei Chen shouted, "If you don't want to die, follow me." He pulled Chen Xingshi so hard that she let out a small cry. Teacher Ouyang she was exhausted, panting heavily. Lu Zhu and Qin Huan were also struggling. Chen Xingshi wondered to herself, how did something so unbelievable happen? Why did I unconsciously trust and follow him? The sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the hallway, when suddenly a scream came from behind. "Run quickly, the wall is about to collapse." Ouyang she turned around and saw a student trapped in the debris. The girl raised her hand and cried, "Ah, help me, someone save me." The teacher immediately turned back, grabbed the girl's limp, purple arm, and said, "Don't be afraid. I'll pull you out." Wei Chen reminded her, "There's no way to save her now." "Teacher, we need to go." He yelled at the group of students who had stopped to watch, "What are you looking at? Why aren't you running?" Ouyang she lowered her head, thinking to herself, "What is this joke?" She gathered all her strength and shouted, "I'm a teacher, how can I just stand by and not save my students?" As she spoke, she tried to pull the student out, but couldn't manage. The student screamed, "Ah!" Seeing the teacher's helplessness, Wei Chen bent down, grabbed the student's arm, and said, "I really have no choice with you. Come on, let's pull her out together." The student groaned, "Teacher, it hurts so much, help me." Ouyang she snapped herself back together, encouraging, "Hang in there, we'll get her out right now." The two of them struggled, and finally, the student's body was freed from the pile of debris, landing on top of the teacher with a thud. Ouyang she joyfully exclaimed, "Thank goodness, we saved her." But immediately, she noticed something strange. The lower half of the girl's body was severed. The teacher screamed, "Huh, what is this?" The student's eyes turned completely white, and she opened her mouth to bite into the teacher's chest. "This is it, we've been tricked by a zombie." Wei Chen grabbed the mutated creature by the head and slammed it hard. The teacher collapsed to the ground, unconscious, groaning in pain, "It hurts so much." Mission system notification, save the teacher, reward, 100 points for dying. Wei Chen silently thought to himself, there's still the system's mission to consider, and the teacher has already been bitten by a zombie. Trying to save her is definitely a suicide mission. No wonder the reward points are so high. Indeed, every success comes with a price to pay. Wei Chen reluctantly used both hands to support the teacher's chest, muttering, "Since I'm already looking for death, I might as well go all the way." He placed a life-restoring pill into her mouth. Small life-restoring pill, Class C, effective for treating certain illnesses and detoxifying. Wei Chen thought to himself, fortunately, the teacher's poisoning isn't too severe. So, first, he'll use the small life-restoring pill to slow the spread of the poison in her body, and then he'll definitely have to suck the venom out from the bite. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Teacher, this is an emergency, I'm sorry." Though he said that, his expression inexplicably took on a lecherous look, as if he were enjoying an easy bargain. Chen Xingshi, seeing this scene, immediately exclaimed, "What? What are you doing? How can you still think about that in this situation?" Wei Chen let out a low grunt and continued to suck out the poison. Indeed, the scene was a bit awkward, but what could he do? Chen Xingshi shouted, "You still have the nerve to act this way. Are you really doing such a vile thing?" Wei Chen spat a mouthful of blood onto the floor and snapped, "Don't think nonsense. I'm just helping the teacher suck the zombie venom out. Although it cannot be completely eliminated, at least it can buy us some time." With that, Wei Chen picked up the teacher. Chen Xingshi asked, "But doesn't that mean you will be infected as well?" Wei Chen replied, "No, the zombie virus is only transmitted through the mouth or open wounds. Even if it's swallowed, there won't be any issue, as long as there are no open wounds in the mouth." Chen Xingshi solemnly asked, "Who exactly are you? Why do you know so much about the transformation into a zombie?" Wei Chen smiled and said, "Wait for the right opportunity, and I will explain everything to you. For now, we need to find a safe place." Everyone rushed to the gymnasium for shelter. They pushed tables and chairs against the door to block it. Outside, the zombies were banging and crashing loudly. Wei Chen was not only keeping the teacher restrained to prevent her from turning and harming others, but he also spoke to the group, "You guys are lucky. If I hadn't killed those 2 zombies earlier, only about a third of you would have made it out." Teacher Ouyangxi, her body purple and swollen, sat moaning softly. At that moment, Lu Zhu looked at him with a suspicious expression. "How do you know so much? Also, why did zombies suddenly appear? And why are these floating words showing up in front of my eyes?" The others also questioned him. "That's right, what exactly is this dungeon quest? Why are there experience points? Are we playing a video game or something?" Xiao Peng spoke up to explain, "I know, I've read many kinds of novels, and as long as we defeat monsters and complete the quests, we can become powerful superheroes." Wei Chen laughed and replied, "Fatty, I advise you not to entertain such thoughts. The current situation might resemble some of the nonsense novels you read." A man in red shouted, "Damn it, why are you pretending? Who do you think you are?" Wei Chen calmly continued, "However, this is not a game. Your lives are one and only. Right now, you're just a bunch of insignificant weaklings, a group of chicks with no fighting power. You might as well try to survive by running away." System notification, "Congratulations, host, for successfully seeking death and earning 40 points for seeking death. Reaching 200 death-seeking points will grant a chance for reincarnation. Current score, 230 points." These words drove Lu Zhu mad. He shouted, "Anyway, I've been practicing boxing for years, and I'll show you who's the real chick." With that, he charged at Wei Chen and threw a punch directly at him. He gently grabbed his arm and slammed it down with a strong motion. Lu Zhu fell to the floor with a loud thud, coughing violently before going silent. Wei Chen cracked his knuckles and said, "All those flashy movements of yours only fool brainless girls." He thought to himself that his level of skill might be non-existent, but his instinct to fight was still intact. Xin Huan, witnessing the scene, felt a sense of frustration and thought, "That guy dares to say I'm brainless, but when did he get this strong? Back when we were dating, he was just a poor loser." Wei Chen picked up the teacher and instructed Officer Chen, "I need to go to the break room to help the teacher detoxify. Please stay outside and make sure no one disturbs us." Chen Xingshi quickly responded, "Got it." She was puzzled, wondering why she had unconsciously agreed to his request. Just then, Lu Zhu shouted at the officer, "There might be traces inside the break room. That guy definitely knows something. We want to go in too." Chen Xingshi aimed her gun at him, speaking coldly, "Sorry, I can't let you in. Although the situation is complicated, I choose to trust him." Ouyangxi's poison is starting to take effect, and she can't control herself anymore. She bit the rope tightly. Wei Chen sat on top of the teacher, undressing her while silently thinking, her sharp teeth haven't fully grown yet. There's still some time before she turns completely into a zombie. He held the receiver and said, in order to save her life, the teacher has no choice but to offend her. He took the heaven's deficiency, earth's scar scripture and prepared to cultivate, but at his current level, it would be ineffective. Every time a practitioner advanced to a new level, they could gain a new ability. The cultivation method couldn't be practiced if the practitioner suffered harm or injury, and would instead gain experience points. The heavier the damage, the higher the experience points. Self-harm or attacking friendly targets could not yield experience points. Wei Chen thought to himself, the heaven's deficiency, earth's scar scripture is a special mental method. Although its effect is very high, it cannot be used in the usual way. Simply put, it's a method for those who enjoy self-torture. Please, feel free to trample on me. With that, Wei Chen spread his arms, allowing Ouyangshi to vent her anger. The teacher raised her hand and grabbed his neck. A scream echoed in the room. Ah! The people outside were curious. Chen Xingshi furrowed his brow and pondered, what exactly is going on in there? Two figures pressed against each other, pain, 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 mixed with the system's notifications, heaven's deficiency, earth's scar scripture experience points increased. Heaven's deficiency, earth's scar scripture, experience points increased. Wei Chen gritted his teeth and endured, damn it, it's still increasing. If this goes on, I'll turn into a zombie. I don't want to casually waste the opportunity for reincarnation like this. The teacher bit down hard on his shoulder, her zombie-like ferocity bursting out intensely. Ouyangshi released him, and Wei Chen stared at her, realizing she had leveled up at last. System notification, heaven's deficiency, earth's scar scripture has successfully passed the first level. Reward, unscathed blood vessel, which detoxifies, enhances recovery, and grants immunity to most toxins. The fierce look on Ouyangshi's face vanished, leaving her exhausted, breathing heavily. Wei Chen thought to himself, as expected, when the teacher bit into his flesh, her body also gained some benefits from the unscathed blood vessel. He suddenly felt drained. I've overexerted myself, I need to rest for a bit, the teacher should be fine now. However, Ouyangshi suddenly removed her shirt, her tone turning seductive, not enough, I still want more, much more. Wei Chen sensed the danger looming and shouted, wait a minute, the teacher's right there, no way. The damn system finally notified him, side effects of the unscathed blood vessel, there may be some unpredictable consequences, please use with caution. Oh my god. Ouyangshi forcefully tugged at his belt. Wei Chen hesitated, you should have told me about this earlier. Before he could finish speaking, his pants had already been flung to a corner. The floor was covered with used tissues, and the system notification announced the mission completion, saved the teacher's life, reward, 100 points for death-seeking. On the floor, Ouyangshi was lying unconscious, looking like detoxing had drained all his energy. Wei Chen sat in a corner, crying uncontrollably, his voice trembling, my innocence. Hoo. Lu Zhu anxiously said, it's been over an hour now, the poison should be dealt with by now, right? Maybe there's a secret passage in the resting room, and Wei Chen has already run off on his own. Another person hinted, I suspect they've been up to something shady. There could be some kind of hidden support item in there. The person standing next to them agreed, exactly. Chen Xingshi, feeling anxious, thought to himself, what is that guy doing? I can barely hold things together out here anymore. Suddenly, Lu Zhu reached for a nearby metal rod, grabbed it, and said, everyone, let's rush in. I don't believe this policewoman would actually dare shoot us. At that moment, there was a loud thud outside the main door. Chen Xingshi exclaimed, what was that sound? Qin Huan recoiled, the zombies outside. Could it be that the door was collapsing? The gym teacher was holding a dumbbell in his hand, striking down with a loud crash. Introducing the PE teacher, a level D zombie infected with a vengeful zombie virus. The head teacher of the department constantly borrows class periods, and his hobbies include eating raw eggs and ogling female students in athletic shorts. The PE teacher shouted loudly, everyone, hurry up and start the lesson. Upon seeing Qin Huan and Chen Xingshi, he licked his lips and ogled the female students in their shorts. He then dashed straight toward the two girls. Chen Xingshi raised her gun and fired, but in an instant, it jammed. Panicked, she said, "Damn, I'm out of ammo." Wei Chen appeared out of nowhere, delivering a powerful kick straight to the PE teacher's head. The teacher was thrown into a corner of the wall with a loud crash. Before he could put on his jacket, Wei Chen smiled and said, "Sorry for making you wait so long." This act moved Chen Xingshi deeply, but suddenly she asked with a serious tone, "Wait a minute, what are those scratch marks on your back? What were you two doing in the break room?" Wei Chen waved his hand, explaining, "It's just a routine detox process. If you ever get bitten, I'll do the same for you." The system sent a notification, "Congratulations, host, for successfully seeking death, gaining 40 points for seeking death." Chen Xingshi frowned, saying, "I don't need that." At that moment, the zombies surged into the gym. Xiao Pang and the others screamed in panic, "Help! Is there anyone? Help!" Some people who couldn't run fast enough were bitten by them. Wei Chen grabbed the gun from Chen Xingshi, saying, "The situation is urgent, I need to borrow this for a moment." She reminded him, "Wait, that gun is out of ammo." Wei Chen reached into her chest and pulled out a magazine. Chen Xingshi trembled and said, "What are you doing?" He casually replied, "As expected, you still have the habit of keeping spare ammo here." The system notification sounded, "Congratulations to the host for successfully seeking death, achieving 50 points for seeking death." Chen Xingshi blushed in embarrassment, looking at him with a scrutinizing gaze. How could he know so much about her personal matters? The PE teacher sat up and ordered, "Quick, do 100 squats, up and down, up and down." Qin Huan couldn't escape in time and was caught by him. She screamed, "Ah, help!" The PE teacher ripped the sleeve of Qin Huan's shirt with one hand. She cried out in panic, "Lu Zhu, save me, save me." Lu Zhu rushed over quickly, "Sorry, sorry." At that moment, the PE teacher grabbed both of Qin Huan's breasts with his hands. The girl smelled delicious, and the teacher's long tongue flicked in disgust, making a hissing sound. Just then, someone rushed over to block in front of Qin Huan. She exclaimed, "Wei Chen, shove the gun into his mouth and shout, or do you want to try this instead?" Wei Chen pulled the trigger with a single shot, and the system notified him that he had earned 800 experience points, leveling up to level 2. He thought to himself, "Every time I level up, my physical strength is enhanced. It seems like the most important thing now is to find a way to level up." The system continued to notify, "Earn 300 experience points." Wei Chen was excited. "Experience points, here I come." With that, he charged toward the zombies chasing after him on the other side. One person, one gun, blasting the battlefield with an awesome appearance, firing bang bang bang, causing the system to notify non-stop, earned 400 experience points. Congratulations to the host for successfully seeking death, earning 50 points for seeking death. Looking at the zombie corpses at his feet, Wei Chen blew the muzzle of his gun and said, "Miss, time is over, my performance has ended." Qin Huan gritted his teeth. Though it was very cool, he still wanted to beat him. Xiao Peng exclaimed, "The handsome guy who's so annoying, I'm talking about him." Lu Shu felt like he had been struck by a thunderbolt out of the blue. Wei Chen saw something drop from the zombie's body. He thought, "Oh, what's this?" He stepped forward to pick up the book, wondering to himself, "A monster drops a skill book?" The system notified, "Headshot level D, functionality only for firearms." A headshot can inflict significant damage to the target, while shots to other parts of the body cause normal damage. Wei Chen silently thought, "It's a pity it doesn't suit me." He then placed it on Chen Xingshir's head and said, "This is for you." Officer Chen pressed the confirmation button, and it was ready to use. The girl was a bit surprised, let out a small sound of realization, and then hesitated while holding the book. Solution: What is this for? The system announced the side mission, "Save your classmates, rewards will be given after the dungeon ends." Each surviving classmate will earn 30 death-seeking points. Wei Chen scratched his head, thinking, looks like there's another troublesome mission. It was supposed to be just finding a few supportive items, but now I have to help these fools too. He turned to his classmates and said, now I'll go outside to find some food and drinks for everyone. You all need to make sure to block the door properly. There shouldn't be any more monsters nearby that could break the door down. Lu Zhu suddenly spoke up, Wei Chen asked, what? Do you have an issue? Lu Zhu quickly replied, No, I don't. I didn't realize that you were this capable, Wei. If I've offended you in the past, I hope you won't hold it against me. Hearing that, Wei Chen thought to himself, this guy knows which way the wind blows, looks like I can let him off the hook. He patted his shoulder and cheerfully said, we're all in a life and death situation now. We should be working together. Let's just forget any past grievances. The teacher is still recovering from her injury, everyone, please don't disturb her, and don't make any noise. I'm going to get some supplies, and I'll be back soon. Chen Xingshi raised her hand to stop him, saying, wait a moment, I want to go with you. I'm a police officer, here to protect the people. I won't let you walk into danger alone. The system announced, congratulations to the host for successfully seeking death, earning 40 points for seeking death. Suddenly, he remembered a time in the past when Chen Xingshi had also stopped him. She had said strongly, I want to go with you, don't think about leaving me behind. Wei Chen couldn't help but hug her and said, I say, police sister, you must like me by now, right? Chen Xingshi snapped, are you looking for death? Do you believe I won't shoot you with one shot? Wei Chen replied, if you're not afraid of the zombies coming, then shoot. The girl was speechless, you annoying guy. Lu Zhu turned to Xiao Huan and said, earlier, you were a little slow to react. You must be very scared right now, right? Come here, let me hug you. Xiao Huan slapped him hard across the face and said loudly, sorry, but I think we're done here. Outside the gym, the zombies continued to roar. Anyone they caught, they would rush in and tear apart. On the other side of the bench, they were swarming around someone sitting there, stabbing repeatedly, growling. Seeing this scene, Chen Xingshi tightly grasped Wei Chen's shirt and asked, what's wrong? Are you scared? Chen Xingshi stammered, don't you feel the least bit scared? The situation right now, to put it simply, is exactly like a horror movie. Wei Chen looked up at the sky, let out a faint smile, and replied, this is just the beginning of the nightmare. What's even scarier lies ahead. Suddenly, he grabbed Chen Xingshi's hand, kissed it, and said, however, this time, I will definitely protect you. Below the dining hall, many people had turned into zombies. One person, standing in line waiting for his turn, pointed at a tray and stammered, Take food. The woman scooped the food with a ladle, and the person in front of her suddenly winked flirtatiously. She immediately slapped him and gave him a tray of food filled only with vegetables. He cried and walked away. Chen Xingshi and Wei Chen crawled under the table. She whispered, slow down, don't get discovered. Wei Chen, seeing the girl's hips swaying in front of him, couldn't resist and reached out to touch them. System notification, congratulations to the host for successfully seeking death, earning 50 death-seeking points. Chen Xingshi was startled and shouted, what are you doing? The sound caught the attention of other zombies, but fortunately, they didn't look under the table. Wei Chen covered Chen Xingshi's mouth, nearly being killed by her. She, embarrassed, said, who told you to suddenly touch that place? Wei Chen argued, it seems you're still not quite good enough, I was just training your ability to adapt. Chen Xingshi didn't say much, directly pointing the barrel of the gun at Wei Chen's chin, saying, I think you resemble Pikachu's little brother, itching to do something, aren't you? Wei Chen immediately replied, I'm wrong. The two of them went to the supermarket together. It was empty inside, and it seemed there were no zombies here. Chen Xingshi asked, there's a supermarket here too? Wei Chen explained, this is a supermarket attached to the canteen. Once we get enough supplies, we'll leave this place immediately. Chen Xingshi found a cake and happily said, this cake looks really delicious. Wei Chen reminded her, don't take things that are hard to carry or don't last long. He took the cake and said, get more bottled water and biscuits. Chen Xingshi frowned, give it back to me. Wei Chen raised the cake high, tilting it left and right so she couldn't reach it. Chen Xingshi yelled, stop shaking it. Suddenly, the cake flew off the plate, landing on Chen Xingshi's chest, and she exclaimed, oh no, it's sticky and messy, it's so disgusting. She took off her outer jacket and wiped it down a bit, a small strawberry seed still stuck between her chest. Wei Chen reached over, plucking the seed with his fingers, and with a mischievous grin, he said, the little seed on your chest, I'm eating it now. Chen Xingshi snapped, don't eat it. She slapped Wei Chen's face repeatedly with sharp, stinging blows. Wei Chen, wincing in pain, thought to himself that he had forgotten this girl was such a greedy little pig. Normally it wasn't a big deal, but once there was something sweet to eat, she would forget everything else. Chen Xingshi grumbled while picking up a few things from the shelf, annoying, I'm so mad. Suddenly, a fragrance wafted through the air. The girl found it a little strange. What was that smell? At the end of the stall, there was a door, and the scent seemed to be coming from behind it. Chen Xingshi pushed open the door, cautiously peeking her head in to observe. Inside, there was a sink and a stove. She wondered, was the room behind the supermarket the canteen kitchen? Chen Xingshi stepped inside. From the pot, a delicious aroma was drifting. It seemed like the scent of meat, but she had never smelled anything like it before. She raised her hand to lift the lid, and Wei Chen saw her do it, shouting, don't open it. But it was too late. Chen Xingshi was horrified, her mouth stammering. This she felt her legs go weak, and she collapsed onto the floor with a thud. From the pot, a half-submerged, half-floating human corpse began to emerge. The side door swung open, and a chain was swung up with a loud rattle. The person who entered had the appearance of a seasoned Tuzai, holding a knife and a chain. He hesitated, speaking each word with difficulty, meat, human meat, fresh. This was a C-grade Tuzai from the dining hall. The Tuzai in the dining hall had been infected by the zombie virus, and slaughtering animals was no longer enough to satisfy his desires. His craving for human flesh had driven him to madness. As he swung the iron chain, Wei Chen shouted, be careful. He jumped in, pushing Chen Xingshi aside. As a result, his face landed against the girl's soft chest. Wei Chen scrambled to his feet, muttering, lucky there was a soft cushion, get up quickly. But then he felt something wrapping around his ankle. Looking down, he saw the chain and cried out, this is bad. The Tuzai yanked the chain and threw Wei Chen into the boiling pot with a thud. Wei Chen screamed, it's so hot, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. The Tuzai slammed the lid shut, pressing it down tightly, and then turned up the heat. He grinned savagely, it's cooked. Chen Xingshi was in tears, fearfully saying, how did this happen? Why did you have to die just to save me? Suddenly, a hand was placed on his shoulder. The system announced, 200 points deducted for seeking death. Successfully reincarnated, receiving the reincarnation reward, the master gained a special skill, Corpse Refinement Technique. Corpse Refinement Technique Level 1 allows one to control corpses or immortal beings through physical contact. The higher the skill level, the more beings can be controlled, and the shorter the duration of control. Wei Chen whispered, you're crying a bit too early. Chen Xingshi was surprised, you've reincarnated again? Wei Chen said, I'll explain later. I need to tame this guy first. You distract him for me. With that, he rushed toward Tuzai, closing in to attack. The system announced, using Corpse Refinement Technique, expected taming time, 30 seconds. If the user leaves the target's body during this period, the skill will lose effect. Chen Xingshi knelt on the floor, stuttering, how do I attract his attention? Tuzai's iron chain flew over Wei Chen's head. He said, just think of something random. Wei Chen moved behind Tuzai, using his hands to tightly lock his neck. You're definitely smart enough to come up with something. Tuzai shook violently, and Wei Chen let out a cry. He struggled to hold his head with both hands. An idea suddenly flashed in Chen Xingshi's mind. That's right, earlier, the brief introduction about the monster mentioned that he was interested in human flesh. She tugged at her bra strap, there was no other choice, she had to do this. She called out, "Here, fresh flesh." Tuzai abruptly stopped, then exclaimed, "Flesh, your flesh is fresh," and quickly stepped toward Chen Xingshi. Wei Chen grabbed Tuzai by the neck, trying to hold him back, shouting, "Don't come any closer." Just as Tuzai was about to reach Chen Xingshi, he froze in place. Wei Chen snapped his fingers at her head and said with a smile, "Am I impressive or what?" The girl was stunned. "You really have him under control?" Wei Chen replied, "Of course." System notification, taming successful, gained 1000 experience points, level 3 achieved. Wei Chen pointed at Tuzai and said, "Now, show your cute side to Officer Chen." Tuzai immediately grinned and bared his teeth, trying to look cute. Chen Xingshi shuddered, disgusted by the sight. Wei Chen crouched down, drawing something on the ground. Chen Xingshi suddenly asked, "What is all of this? Why can you come back to life? How can you control him?" Wei Chen turned around and said, "I can explain all of this to you." But as soon as he saw Chen Xingshi's bare chest, blood immediately rushed to his head, and his eyes seemed ready to pop out of their sockets. He quickly grabbed his shirt and handed it to her, covering his nose with one hand while saying, "But first, you should put on some clothes." Chen Xingshi, while putting on the shirt, shyly said, "I did this for you, not because I have any strange preferences." "Now, can you explain to me the secret behind your condition?" Wei Chen slowly responded, speaking simply, "We are both in a game right now, and I'm just quite lucky. I've played similar games before. As for being able to come back to life and control zombies, it's just a matter of triggering the game's conditions and winning a reward." Hearing him, Chen Xingshi exclaimed, clearly not understanding what he was talking about, "Forget it, the important thing right now is to get these supplies back immediately." Wei Chen came up with an idea, "There's no need to rush. We can take a cart." With that, he arranged the bags on the cart, tied a rope to Tuzai, and ordered him to pull the cart. Tuzai's strength was unquestionable, and with his enhanced zombie power, pulling the cart with both the supplies and the two of them was no problem. However, the car on the road hit a person and some belongings, causing Chen Xingshi to scream in fear. "This is too dangerous. Are you trying to die?" "You're right, I am trying to die. The system just announced, congratulations to the owner for successfully seeking death, and you've earned 50 death-seeking points." Wei Chen suddenly looked at her and laughed. If it wasn't for this, it would really be a waste of youth. Chen Xingshi was horrified. She shouted, "Where are your eyes looking?" Wei Chen excitedly replied, "Stop moving around, we're about to turn." The car left the building and sped off, whizzing and swerving. Soon, they arrived at their destination. Wei Chen grabbed the bag and looked at Tuzai, saying, "Thanks, if it weren't for you, we'd have wasted a lot of time at the beginning." Tuzai handed him a knife with both hands, mumbling a word. Wei Chen asked again, "Are you giving this knife to me?" Wei Chen took it, and the system announced, "Meat Cleaver, Class C, increases damage to flesh by 10%. This is a beloved meat cleaver, chops meat as easily as chopping mud." He said with gratitude, "Thank you, I'll make good use of this knife." Tuzai left, waving his beautiful hand, and loudly said, "Goodbye, remember to eat on time. Eat a lot of zombies, and go ahead and eat some people." Chen Xingshi grabbed Wei Chen by the collar, pulling him along as she said, "Do you feel nauseous? Hurry up." The two of them carried the pile of things they had just brought back inside. Wei Chen and Chen Xingshi distributed everything to the others. He instructed, "This food and drink should be enough for everyone to get by until the game is over. Take your share, and if anyone is dishonest, don't blame me for being rude." Wei Chen handed Lu Zhu a box of seafood noodles and asked, "Aren't you going to get a portion for Qin Huan?" Lu Zhu smiled awkwardly and replied, "I've broken up with her. It turns out, you two are the best match." Qin Huan sat in a corner, watching everyone eat. She muttered to herself, "I'd rather starve to death than shamelessly go to him for food." Wei Chen took a bottle of milk, placed it in front of her, and said, "This isn't the time to act all proud. The most important thing now is survival. Qin Huan, flustered, said, Wei Chen, I've done something unforgivable to you, don't you blame me? He shoved his hands into his pockets, calmly looking at her, and replied, I've let go. For me, there's someone more important now. As he spoke, he glanced at Chen Xingshi, who was standing by the door. Qin Huan, still cheerful, asked, Someone more important than Chen Xingshi? She called out, Where are you running off to, slacking off? Wei Chen scratched his head and chuckled, Ha, this is Officer Chen reporting, I just went to the restroom. Qin Huan looked at him with a mischievous gleam in her eyes. I don't believe it. You really managed to let go of everything? The system notification appeared, nighttime, remaining time 58:11. Everyone lay down to sleep on the floor. Chen Xingshi, half awake, slapped Wei Chen on the face, waking him up. Wei Chen yawned, then stood up and walked outside. As he was washing his hands, he suddenly noticed Qin Huan appearing behind him. She had somehow removed her clothes, now wearing a bikini and inviting him with a smile, Good evening. As Wei Chen spoke, she reached out to unbutton her shirt. He was a little surprised and said, Qin Huan, why are you here? Qin Huan took the initiative to approach him, running her hand along his face before asking, Wei Chen, am I beautiful? Wei Chen answered calmly, If you weren't beautiful, I wouldn't have gone through all the trouble of pursuing you back then. She began, Actually, I really like you. But before, you were too weak. I prefer a strong man. As she spoke, she wrapped her arms around his neck, pulling him down, and whispered into his ear, Like you are now. Wei Chen thought to himself, This woman realizes that the situation is dangerous now, which is why she wants to win my favor to protect herself. Since that's the case, I won't be polite anymore. Wei Chen grabbed her arm, pressed her against the wall, and used a rope to tie her hands to a water pipe. Qin Huan, more driven by impulse than reason, thought he was trying to do something unusual and said, This is the first time I've done this kind of thing, so you have to be gentle. Wei Chen took a roll of tape and said, I will be very gentle. He smiled as he taped her mouth shut, causing her to widen her eyes in shock and make a muffled sound, MMM? System notification, Congratulations to the host for successfully courting death, earning 30 points for courting death. Wei Chen dusted his hands off and said softly, You can stay here and play by yourself. If I wake up early tomorrow, I might let you go. If I happen to forget, then you can only pray for yourself. At that moment, Qin Huan realized it was too late, and she made a muffled sound, MMM? Wei Chen sat down, speaking with contempt, A beautiful female teacher and a lovely police officer, aren't they pretty? You really thought you were something special? System notification, Congratulations to the host for successfully courting death, earning 40 points for courting death. Suddenly, Qin Huan saw something outside the door and cried out, MMM? Wei Chen thought she was scared and asked, What's wrong? Are you scared being alone here? Don't worry, zombies can't get in here. To his surprise, a figure appeared from outside the door. With a swish, Teacher Ouyang she rushed forward and grabbed him. Wei Chen exclaimed, Oh damn it, open the door. He thought to himself, although the bloodline no Sam had stopped her from fully turning into a zombie, her mind had still been affected by the zombie virus. At this point, she was extremely strong, quickly pinning Wei Chen down to the floor. Suddenly, he remembered right, if he used his corpse refinement technique, he might be able to control her. But her strength was too overwhelming, he couldn't suppress her. Ouyang she opened her mouth and bit down on his shoulder. Wei Chen furrowed his brows, so, she was addicted to his blood. He could only lie still, letting her do whatever she wanted, hoping that he could successfully control her before all his blood was drained. After a short while, Wei Chen became pale and gaunt. He groaned, There's nothing left. The system notification sounded, Subjugation successful, gained 1200 experience points, leveled up to level 4. Congratulations, Master, for successfully seeking death and gaining 50 points for seeking death. The next day, more people infected with the zombie virus wandered by the door. Chen Xingshi stretched and yawned, exclaiming, I slept so comfortably. Wei Chen raised his hand and said, Good morning. Seeing his gaunt face, the girl was startled and exclaimed, You didn't turn into a zombie, did you? Wei Chen smiled, waved his hand, and said, Let teacher Lutnh smile a bit to recover. Saying that, he picked up a comb and brushed his messy hair. Chen Xingshi asked him, What exactly happened to your teacher? Wei Chen patted the teacher's head and replied, She's still quite aggressive. The system notification appeared, Yang, a level 5 half-zombie, skill, soul reaping claw, devouring. Wei Chen thought for a moment. He could only temporarily use the corpse refinement technique to control her. Her body, enhanced by zombification, had become stronger, making her a potentially important ally. Right, the teacher's clothes were all torn. He decided to use points to exchange for a set of equipment for her. He opened the system's inventory and selected a set of D-rank seductive attire, which increased agility by 5%. This type of battle outfit, made from special leather, was not only light but also aesthetically pleasing. It was something men shouldn't wear. The outfit was immediately equipped on Yang. Wei Chen felt that this was good enough, the attributes weren't bad. Then, suddenly, he spoke proudly, How's that? My taste in fashion is pretty great, right? Chen Xingshi looked at the outfit that almost exposed the teacher's chest and replied with a frown, Pervert. The teacher finished changing and immediately stepped out. The group of students stared in awe, mouths agape, exclaiming, Could it be, is this really teacher Yang? She looks so seductive in this outfit, is she really going all out like this? Wei Chen said, Although teacher Yang was infected by a deadly disease, thanks to my help, she's returned to normal, and her physical condition is even stronger now. He threw a stick towards the teacher, shouting, Hey, you, go bring that metal rod back here. She swiftly darted towards the rod, biting it with her mouth, and then returned to Wei Chen. He grumbled sulkily, I didn't tell you to just bite it and bring it back to me. The students were furious, shouting, My goddess, how could he train teacher Yang to be his pet dog? Wei Chen covered his face, I just told her to bring it back. Laughter could be heard from outside. Play was quite embarrassed. Goddess Qin Huan sat in a corner, looking frustrated. Wei Chen completely ignored her. Suddenly, the chubby Hai rushed in, shouting, This is bad, there are too many bodies outside the gym. Wei Chen immediately looked out the window, and sure enough, there were too many transformed people wandering around. Chen Xingshi, it seems like they have no intention of attacking the gym, but why do they keep focusing on the gate? He replied, Although these zombies have no awareness, their physical condition is probably being controlled by this performance. I'm afraid the gym isn't safe anymore. Wei Chen ran down and announced, I have some bad news. The zombies outside the door will likely launch an attack in a while. Lu Shu bowed slightly and said, You're so impressive, Wei. When the zombies break in, you must protect us. He replied frankly, That's impossible. One person can't possibly eliminate all those zombies. That's why I hope everyone will fight together. The classmates erupted in protest, What are you joking about? We didn't sign up to fight those zombies. Lu Shu agreed, Exactly, if we're not careful and get bitten, won't we be dead for sure? Wei Chen held up a red vial and said seriously, This is the suppressant I gave to the teacher who was infected. If you take it in time, you'll be fine. Moreover, I'll teach everyone some basic combat skills to fight off the lower-level zombies. You'll be fine. Chen Xingshi looked at the red vial and thought to himself, Isn't this Wei Chen's blood? No wonder his face looked so bad this morning. He said, Perhaps it won't be just a little blood loss. Wei Chen snorted, raised his middle finger, and provocatively asked, Do you guys even have any manliness at all? The system notification, Congratulations, you've successfully found your way to death, 70 points added to your score. Wei Chen continued his attack, If that's the case, I won't force you. If anyone stands up and says I'm not a man, then I won't have to go into battle anymore. The young men were slightly provoked right to their core, and quickly retorted, Don't go too far. Who are you calling not a man? Wei Chen went on, When danger comes, all you do is hide behind others, just like a pathetic dog. The chubby guy suddenly raised his hand and said, I agree to fight with you. I don't want to be looked down upon. Since we're going to die anyway, let's die honorably. His determination immediately influenced the others. A man in black said, even that damn fat guy Xiaoping wants to join. I don't want to be looked down on either, I agree. Another person chimed in, if even the fat guy is going to battle, then I'm going with him. I'm not afraid of fighting. The nearsighted young man also loudly declared, as the class president, I'll lead the charge. Suddenly, everyone became excited. I'm going too, I'm going. I want to become strong too. The fighting spirit surged. Chen Xingshi thought to himself, never expected that they would use the tactic of provoking to stimulate everyone's fighting spirit. Suddenly, an arm was raised, and Lu Zhu said, I'm not a man, I'm not a man, I'm not a man. Wei Chen couldn't be bothered to lecture him anymore. He patted his shoulder and said, it's okay, stay here, we'll protect you with the girls. With that, he straightened his collar and shouted loudly, the rest of you, follow me. There were 25 remaining. Wei Chen, holding a knife, asked loudly, have you all gotten your weapons? This type of cleaving knife with 5 E-grade integration points is extremely effective in causing damage. The E-grade cleaving knife with 5 integration points is relatively low quality and can only be used for 1 or 2 fights. The class leader looked at the knife with confusion and asked, why does every school's gym have such dangerous things? A young man examined the weapon carefully and said, these cleaving knives don't look that great. Wei Chen wanted to cry inside. He thought to himself, these were the cheapest things he could find in Shangchang. 200 of my integration points. He slung the saber over his shoulder and began the training. Our time is limited, so I'll teach you the most basic techniques. The first one is the Spirit Wind 13 Blades, with an energy requirement of 300 in rank D, rumored to have been created by Divine Blade Ningfeng. Although the technique is simple, there are profound aspects to it, and it holds immense power. Wei Chen demonstrated while explaining. This swordsmanship is called Ningfeng's 13 Blades. You only need to learn about 3 or 4 moves. That'll be enough to deal with the zombies. The guy in black eagerly tried to mimic the movements. Fortunately, I already have some foundation, so it's a bit easier for me. Nuke sat down on the ground, panting heavily. I'm so tired, let me rest for a moment. Wei Chen held his head, sighing. Looks like I overestimated things. Asking ordinary people who don't even bother to learn martial arts to practice fighting is definitely not as easy as I thought. Looking at his classmates awkwardly flailing their arms and legs like girls waving fans, he felt utterly disheartened. Suddenly, a hand patted him on the shoulder. Chen Xingshi said, hey, the sword techniques you're teaching them seem really powerful. Teach me as well. Wei Chen turned and asked, you're the only one of us with a gun. Why would you want to fight close to those zombies? Chen Xingshi sighed. There's no choice. I've run out of ammo, and even the box of bullets you took from me. Wei Chen grabbed the hem of his coat and said nonchalantly, tearing it open to reveal his pockets full of ammunition. Wei Chen grinned widely, I've prepared everything for you. Chen Xingshi, stunned, asked, where did you get the ammunition? Are you some kind of superhero? In his mind, Wei Chen calculated that 1 point of could be exchanged for a bullet, so with 500 rounds, she could use them however she wanted. He reassured her, you don't need to worry about that. You won't run out. As he spoke, Wei Chen slid a magazine into her chest. This action earned him a slap that struck his jaw with great force. Chen Xingshi shouted, where the hell did you just touch? Wei Chen endured the pain, hoping to score some points. As he turned around, the system immediately announced, congratulations to the host for successfully seeking death, plus 50. Chen Xingshi loaded the gun, her excitement evident as she said, since I have so much ammunition, I might as well practice my shooting skills. She aimed the gun, but Wei Chen, standing behind her, grabbed her hand to guide her. You're holding the gun wrong. If you hold it like that, you'll miss. You have to aim carefully at the target before shooting. While he was explaining, his eyes kept wandering to the cleavage of Chen Xingshir's chest. This perverted behavior didn't escape her notice. Chen Xingshir coldly said, "You're starting again, aren't you?" The cold-hearted girl landed a punch on his face. The system notification sounded, congratulating the host for successfully finding the path to death, awarding 60 points. Wei Chen cried out in pain, "I was wrong." The man in black saw this and shouted, "Didn't you say you were going to teach us? Why are you running off to flirt with people now?" Wei Chen suddenly remembered his main task and hurriedly ran towards them. "I'm here, young brother, I'll teach the next move now." Chen Xingshir was a bit confused. This man was really strange. There were 30 minutes left, and the number of zombies was increasing. Inside the gym, everyone was practicing hard, with the moves of sweeping the willow in the wind and breaking the waves becoming increasingly smooth. Wei Chen thought to himself that the training results weren't bad, it seemed they could fight now. The system notification sounded again, "The zombie army is about to arrive. Please make preparations." Wei Chen exclaimed, "Is it here already?" The door suddenly creaked and was blasted open with a terrifying crash. The furniture blocking the door was thrown aside, and the sound of growling echoed. The homeroom teacher, now zombified, led the zombie horde as they stormed in. He shouted, "Kill them all." The homeroom teacher, a Class C zombie, specializing in infecting others with the zombie virus, enjoyed trampling on the dignity of his students. He despised those who dared to resist him. The students felt their legs go weak. One of them cried out, "We're doomed, I can't believe he's the homeroom teacher." Another stammered, "Just seeing his face makes my legs go numb." Wei Chen looked at the situation and thought to himself, "This is bad, the homeroom teacher has always been strict, and the students have always feared him." He turned to the students and reassured them, "Don't be afraid, he's become a ghoul, just fight like usual." The student in the black clothes thought to himself, "This bastard who's always calling me a scoundrel, a piece of trash." He rushed forward with a blade in hand, shouting, "Die." Wei Chen reminded him, "Be careful." The homeroom teacher swung his hand and slapped the student. The student didn't have time to dodge and took the blow, crashing into the wall with a loud thud. The pain was excruciating. A cracking sound echoed, and the student thought to himself, "How is he this strong?" The homeroom teacher began to engage in a battle of wits. He kept cursing, "You are all trash, you are all useless, living just wastes space." He approached Xiaopeng to scold, "You annoying brat, you should sit in a pile of garbage." "Ha!" Then he pointed at the chest of the boy in the brown shirt, "Shizha, you useless piece of trash, you're just a drain on resources. Go leave the school already." The students under his control continued to hold their heads and cried out, "I'm trash, what's the point of living anymore? Someone like me, better off dead." The homeroom teacher shouted, "Trash, even death is a waste of space." At that moment, teacher Ouyang appeared. She rushed over to him and threw a powerful punch at him. The sound of crashing and cracking echoed as she gritted her teeth and said, "I won't allow you to speak like that about my students." Wei Chen exclaimed in shock, Have you regained your senses?" It was only then that Ouyang noticed her own outfit. "What is going on? Why am I dressed like this?" she shyly exclaimed and covered the exposed parts of her body. The homeroom teacher was truly furious after being punched. He twisted his neck with a crack, his voice filled with intense anger. "How dare you defy me, I'll kill you." Ouyang, frightened, cried out, "Please don't." At that moment, Wei Chen rushed forward, using a knife to stab into the teacher's arm to block the attack. He silently cursed, thinking, "How annoying, why did the vice director give me this level C enemy to deal with at the beginning? I can't handle this at all." Wei Chen shouted, "Your abilities have been enhanced, hurry up and join us in the fight." Ouyang trembled and said, "Fight? Fight? What do you mean? I don't understand anything you're saying." Wei Chen was stunned. Although she had regained consciousness, had she also lost her fighting instincts? Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, and the bullet pierced through the homeroom teacher's head. Chen Xingshir exclaimed, "Great, we hit him." Even though he was shot, the teacher didn't collapse. The homeroom teacher launched an attack on Ouyangshi, and Wei Chen immediately rushed in, pushing her aside. He thought to himself, this isn't good, the homeroom teacher's fighting power is too strong. We'll only have a chance to win if I force him into a semi-conscious state. Wei Chen looked directly into the teacher's eyes and said, Teacher, you. He suddenly shouted, You teacher, you're brainless, stupid. Ouyangshi yelled, What? The system notified, Congratulations to the host for successfully finding the path to death, increasing 60 experience points. Wei Chen's insults had successfully made the teacher angry. Her eyes turned bloodshot, her hands grasped his neck, and she growled, What? What did you say? Wei Chen thought to himself, her body is starting to transform into a corpse due to the mental stimulation. The system notified, Congratulations to the host for successfully finding the path to death, increasing 70 experience points. He continued to run his mouth. I said, You're already quite old, yet you still like wearing cartoon underwear. You're still single, and on Valentine's Day, you might be secretly sitting at home alone. Do you love your little darling? With enough insults pouring out, he just hoped the teacher's strength would explode through her fury. At this moment, the homeroom teacher had drawn the dagger from her arm, swiped it in one motion, and began her counterattack. Ouyangshi was locked in a struggle with Wei Chen when she suddenly saw him charge at her, his eyes blazing with killing intent. The teacher leapt up, delivering a powerful kick, shouting, I will kill you. Wei Chen raised his knife and said, That's right, teacher, that's exactly how you are, kill them all with us. Before he could finish his words, Ouyangshi turned toward him, aiming a strike at his lower body. Wei Chen quickly raised his hand to block the blow, frantically apologizing, I'm sorry for cutting into your wound. The system notification sounded, the host has successfully found a way to die, awarding 30 energy points. Wei Chen, holding the knife, shouted loudly, Let's kill the enemies first, and then you can deal with me. Chen Xingshi raised her gun, giving him a cold look. How dare he say such things to a woman? It was perfectly normal for her to be furious. What followed was a massacre between Wei Chen's and the teacher's factions. Ouyangshi became furious, turning dangerously lethal. Her claw-like attack unleashed, the sound of breaking bones crackling through the air. Wei Chen's 12 sabers of freezing wind was just as impressive, and after just 7 strikes, he had already wounded his opponent. He silently thought to himself that as long as he continued to cooperate with the teacher, defeating the homeroom teacher would probably be easier. Suddenly, the homeroom teacher gathered his forces again. It was then that Wei Chen spoke up. Damn it, I forgot this guy has a backup, but right now, the students on our side are still psychologically shaken and can't fight. Wei Chen shouted. You bastards were just scolded a little, but no one hears what I say. One person is slamming their head against the floor, humiliating themselves, thinking that someone as trashy as me would be better off dead. The person standing next to him also shouted. Then let's all die together. A crazy idea suddenly flashed through Wei Chen's mind. He muttered to himself. There's no other way, I guess I'll have to use this move to stimulate their fighting spirit. Wei Chen pulled out a pair of black panties with a waistband and bow, then loudly declared. I'll give Ouyangxi's panties to whoever kills the most enemies. The sickly students, upon hearing this, had their eyes light up like flashlights. Ouyangxi's panties? Doesn't that mean she's not wearing anything right now? The system congratulates the host for successfully finding the path to death, gaining 40 points of contribution. Wei Chen raised his pants and shouted, Go on, fight for the pants, fight for the teacher, let the morale rise, fight to the death, fresh blood is spilling everywhere. The students charged into the chaotic battle with the zombies. The boy in brown was particularly fierce, swinging his sword and cutting off the head of a leading zombie. Die! Xiao Peng also refused to back down, attacking while shouting, The pants are mine. Chen Xingshi exclaimed, Are all the boys in this class so lustful? Wei Chen cheered everyone on while saying, Chen Jingguang also gave his pants to everyone as a prize. Chen Xingshi screamed, Don't even dream about it. The system congratulates the host for successfully finding the path to death, gaining 40 points of contribution. After a round of shouting and clamor, Wei Chen raised his sword, his gaze turning cold again. Now I can fight with both hands free. On the other side, Yang she was giving the homeroom teacher a serious beating. The teacher took a hard kick from her, flying backward. Wei Chen observed for a while, then exclaimed, "Perfect opportunity." He swung. The system notification announced that 2,000 experience points had been gained. Level 6 achieved. Wei Chen leapt forward a few steps, exclaiming, "It's done." A loud boom echoed from behind him, and the figure of the homeroom teacher disintegrated into dust. Wei Chen slowly said, "It's over." A ring of green light appeared on his finger. Wei Chen let out a sigh of relief. He had finally killed the boss of this dungeon. The sword vanished in an instant. The system notification confirmed the completion of the 72-hour survival mission, granting 2,000 experience points as a reward. On the floor, zombie corpses were scattered everywhere. The remaining players were also leveled up to level 4. Chen Xingshi received a notification as well, "Level up." The player in brown exclaimed, "I feel like my strength has increased." Xiao Peng leveled up to level 3. He sighed with relief and said, "I almost died here." A penguin suddenly appeared, excitedly saying, "Congratulations, everyone! Compared to other dungeons, your survival rate is surprisingly high. But don't get too cocky, this is just the beginning of the game." The boy in the brown jacket, upon seeing the penguin, instantly flew into a rage. "Let's see if I don't roast you. You're just a stinky bird, yet you've caused us so much disaster." He threw a punch in attack, but surprisingly, it was only an illusion. He gasped in disbelief, "What?" The penguin calmly smiled and said, "I invite you all to use whatever means you can to please me, for I am a far superior existence to all of you. If you still wish to live, the next test will begin. Please, enjoy this period of safety. After all, I am not a demon." The boy in the brown jacket shouted, "Don't go. What happened to my sister? What's become of the outside world?" But in response, there was only the sound of a rustle. No one could stop the penguin. Wei Chen patted him and said, "Don't get worked up. Right now, confronting that guy is pointless." He turned around, grabbed Wei Chen by the neck, and shouted, "Why do you understand this game so well? What exactly do you know? What's your purpose?" The others standing nearby started discussing among themselves, "That's right, how does Wei Chen know so much? Could it be that he really has some kind of conspiracy?" Wei Chen let out a soft grunt and spoke slowly, "This world is full of things you can't understand, like this game, for example." The boy in brown stood dazed after hearing him. Seeing the vacant look in his eyes, Wei Chen's voice grew sharper, "And I've already been through situations like this. Without me, you would have become part of those zombies by now. Is this how you repay your savior?" The group of students lowered their heads upon hearing this. Indeed, they were too shallow, only seeing things from a one-sided perspective. The boy in brown clenched his fists and said, "I'm sorry, I was too emotional. It's just that I'm really worried about my sister." Wei Chen shrugged his shoulders nonchalantly and said, "I'm afraid your family and friends aren't as fortunate as you are right now. They've most likely already died, or become part of the Tang Corp's army." System notification: Congratulations to the host for successfully finding the path to death, earning 70 points for finding the path to death. Hearing this, the boy in purple couldn't hold back his frustration and shouted, "Who says things like that? That's too much." The boy in the blue shirt cried loudly, "Could it be that my relative really has met with an accident?" Wei Chen looked at them and reassured, "But right now, surviving is the most important thing. This game may be dangerous, but it also offers countless possibilities. As long as we survive, we can keep getting stronger. Who knows, we might even find a way to save others. That's right, if you all trust me, I'll do everything I can to help everyone survive." His serious demeanor moved Chen Xingshi. She thought to herself, "This guy, when he's serious, is actually pretty handsome." But her fleeting admiration didn't last for more than 3 seconds. Wei Chen clasped his hands together, and a wicked look appeared on his face as he shouted, Oh, right, one more thing. The student who kills the most zombies will definitely get the highest experience points. Hurry up and claim your reward, if you miss it, it'll be too late. As he spoke, he held up Yang-shi's underwear. The perverted boys all raised their hands in unison, saying, me, the scent of the master. Yang-shi, furious, narrowed her eyes. With one swift motion, she slammed Wei Chen to the ground and twisted the arm of this instigator. He screamed in pain, "Teacher, I was wrong. Please spare me." System announcement: congratulations to the host for successfully finding the path to death and earning 50 points for seeking death. Chen Xingshi helplessly held her face and exclaimed, "I take back what I just said, you're indeed still a fool, nothing more." The system displayed a notification, "Mission complete, this area has temporarily become a Class D safe zone." The school campus returned to normal. Wei Chen exclaimed, as expected, just like before, after completing the first mission, it turns into a safe zone. The system continued to notify, the highest level player in the safe zone will automatically be appointed as the area manager. Please propose a reasonable construction strategy. Chen Xingshi curiously asked, "What does safe zone mean? Aren't we safe now?" Suddenly, strange whizzing sounds filled the space, and devices on the ground emitted streams of unusual green light. Wei Chen explained, "Of course it's not like that. In the current world, most areas are in a dangerous state, only a few places become safe zones. Normally, dangerous creatures won't intrude into the safe zone, this gives players within the safe zone a breathing space." The green light streams quickly merged into a protective barrier. Zombies that touched the barrier would be shocked and burned, so they dared not approach. Fatty looked out the window and, seeing this, muttered to himself, "So, as long as we're in the school, we can live safely, right?" The class leader replied with concern, "I'm afraid it's not that simple. The resources in the school are limited, and once they run out, we'll be back to where we started. There's only one way left, and that's death." Wei Chen agreed, saying, "That's right. Not only that, but after a certain period of time, the boundary of the safe zone will disappear, allowing monsters to invade. If there's no way to resist successfully, the safe zone will be destroyed. The players inside the safe zone will lose their protection." However, he reassured everyone, "But don't worry, you have a handsome, intelligent, far-sighted manager like me here." As he spoke, he took out a small comb, combing his hair while speaking confidently, "I will definitely lead everyone in building a better safe zone, to protect everyone's safety." The students were extremely irritated by his actions. One person said, clearly frustrated, "He saved us, but I still really want to punch him." Another person chimed in, "This guy is at it again. I think moron is a more fitting name for him." System notification: congratulations, Master, for successfully finding the path to death, earning 10 points for finding death. Congratulations, Master, for successfully finding the path to death, earning 20 points for finding death. Chen Xingshi crossed her arms and said, "Although you are really stupid, given the current situation, I suppose I have no choice but to follow you." Wei Chen leaned closer, gently lifting her chin, staring at her before saying, "Very well, my first command is for you to come to my room tonight, so I can enjoy the pleasure of being an emperor." In his mind, the seductive image of Chen Xingshi appeared, and he couldn't help but smile. The girl's face darkened, but she only uttered one word heavily, "Fine." Chen Xingshi grabbed his neck and delivered a powerful blow, throwing him to the ground like a reed root. She growled, "Take your time to enjoy this." Wei Chen quickly cried out, "I was wrong." The system notification sounded, "Congratulations, Master, you have successfully found the path to death and earned 70 points for dying." A few days later, in the stillness of the night, the moon was high above. In a narrow hallway, a mother and her child were running for their lives. Behind them, the growls of zombies could be heard. The woman shouted, "Xiaoling, hurry up." The little girl, too tired to continue, responded, "Mom, Xiaoling can't run anymore." Behind them, a group of zombies was chasing them, and a dark figure sat on a wall, watching them. As they ran, the mother and daughter suddenly stopped, as before them stood a towering wall. The mother, heartbroken, cried out, "There's no way out." She tightly hugged her daughter, and when she saw the zombies charging at them, tears streamed down her face, filled with helplessness. She screamed, "Help!" Wei Chen suddenly appeared, holding a sword and striking straight into the head of a zombie. "No matter what difficulty you face, you should never be afraid," he said. Seeing someone coming, the zombies charged toward him. Wei Chen pulled out the sword, making a sharp sound, and confidently continued, "Smile and face it. The best way to eliminate fear is to face it head-on." He swung his sword straight at the zombie in front of him. Xiaoling and her mother stared at him in shock, still not over their fear. Wei Chen made a goofy face and tried to lighten the mood. "Come on, you can do it." Seeing his expression, Xiaoling suddenly pointed at him and said, "Isn't this guy a fool?" Her mother quickly covered her mouth, then hurriedly said, "Thank you for saving us." He replied, "It was nothing. This place is dangerous. I'll take you both to safety." Xiaoling looked at him skeptically. "Are you joking? Everywhere is crawling with monsters. Where could possibly be safe?" Wei Chen patted her head and said, "Don't worry, little sister. My place is spacious and comfortable." The girl bit his hand hard. "Don't touch me." He winced in pain, grabbed the back of her shirt, lifted her up, and shouted, "Are you a dog? Let go of me right now." System notification: Congratulations, host, for successfully seeking death. You have earned 40 death-seeking points. Her mother quickly picked up Xiaoling, embarrassed. "Sorry, Xiaoling, she's just scared." Xiaoling glared at Wei Chen with hostility. "It's not that, Mom. I just feel like this guy is really weird." Wei Chen froze and quickly shouted, "Who are you calling uncle? Do I look that old to you?" Xiaoling's mother asked again, "Is the place you're talking about really safe?" Wei Chen replied gently, "Why don't you follow me and see for yourself? Anyway, things can't get any worse than they are now." He quickly led Xiaoling and her mother to the safe zone. The tents had been set up carefully. He introduced, "This is the temporary safe zone that I, along with some classmates, helped set up. This place is currently safe from zombie attacks, and the supplies should be sufficient." When Chen Xingshi saw the girl, she asked, "You brought another lucky survivor here?" Wei Chen responded, introducing Xiaoling and her mother, "This is Officer Chen, in charge of security and defense for the safe zone." The woman was now more at ease. She smiled and introduced herself, "I'm Zhuang Xiaowan, and this is my daughter, Zhuang Ziling." Chen Xingshi happily said, "You two can stay here without worry. Although this guy may be a bit odd, he's very reliable." As she spoke, she nudged Wei Chen with her elbow, making a sound as it hit him. Frustrated, he pointed at himself and asked, "What's odd about me?" Wei Chen turned to Xiaoling and her mother, saying, "Come with me, I'll arrange a place for you to rest first." Zhuang Xiaowan walked into the empty tent. It was carefully set up with a place to sleep. She laid her daughter on the bed and covered her with a blanket. Ziling, exhausted from the entire day, quickly fell into a deep sleep. Zhuang Xiaowan pushed the tent flap aside with a rustling sound and stepped outside. She went to Wei Chen's room, and when he saw her, he said, "It must have been tough for everyone these past few days. Sister Zhuang Xiaowan, you should rest a bit as well." Zhuang Xiaowan lowered her head and said, "Thank you. If it weren't for your help, my child and I might have turned into those monsters by now." The thought of this made her feel a great sense of fear in her heart. Wei Chen scratched his head and said, "Actually, I have my own reasons. Although it's a bit embarrassing to say this, the place where we are staying is not free." Unexpectedly, these words led Zhuang Xiaowan to misunderstand him. She blushed and responded, I understand." The girl started to undress, tossing her clothes onto the floor. The sound of fabric swishing made Wei Chen jump in surprise. "Huh, what's going on here?" Xiaowan stood in front of him, shyly saying, "I won't stay for free. You can do whatever you want with me, but please don't harm my daughter." Wei Chen quickly waved his hands and exclaimed, "Sister Zhuang, you've misunderstood. What I meant is that to live in the safe zone, we have to do manual labor. I didn't mean anything else." Zhuang Xiaowan cupped her face and exclaimed, "I'm really so embarrassed." But a woman as old as me, you probably wouldn't be interested, right? Wei Chen, with a mouthful of words, responded, "No way, Sister Zhuang still looks youthful and beautiful, nothing like a woman who's already had children." He hurried to the door, opening it and instructing, "You two should rest and recover today." Zhuang Xiaowan took out a small mirror to check her face. Lying back on the sofa, she muttered to herself, "Could it be that I'm really not old yet? But his shy expression does remind me a bit of my late husband." I was speechless at this expression. She wasn't even bothered to put on clothes and was already checking her face in the mirror. Truly a case of obsession. As for Wei Chen, he wasn't much better, acting all crazy. After declining, he stepped out and stomped around regretfully. "Why did I refuse? A beautiful woman literally offered herself to me. Hoo-hoo, this is the type of guys who just love to talk with their lower halves." The next day, standing in front of an empty, deserted sports field, Wei Chen opened the system. The first guide allowed him to exchange 100 points for a basic bathhouse blueprint, then he confirmed the creation. Building the basic bathhouse requires 100 wood materials and 100 stone materials. "Do you want to proceed with construction?" The system confirmed, yes. Only a short while later, the basic bathhouse was completed. A small house appeared next to the large lake, quickly forming. The basic bathhouse notification system, effective for restoring a player's stamina, was available at a small level. Chen Xingshi looked at the lake, unable to believe her eyes. She exclaimed in astonishment, "How can a structure be built here without any foundation? This is so unscientific." Wei Chen replied, "This is a game world, anything can happen here, and besides, you women like things to be clean." He stared at her and then muttered, "Wasting important resources to build this place, shouldn't you at least thank me?" "Why not?" Chen Xingshi spoke firmly, "I think you have some other agenda. You weren't secretly peeking at us while we were bathing, were you?" Wei Chen casually responded, "I have no interest in your flat, pancake-like, withered figure." Chen Xingshi pointed a gun at his head and asked, "Who are you calling a flat pancake?" Wei Chen defended himself, "I meant that I'm okay with having a flat pancake for dinner tonight." The system displayed a notification, "Congratulations to the host for successfully seeking death, received 50 points for seeking death." Ziling looked at the lake, suddenly remembering and said, "I haven't had a bath in the past few days." Wei Chen rushed over to her, one hand resting on her shoulder, the other pointing to the lake, and cheerfully said, "No need to be polite, feel free to use it." Ziling screamed, "Don't touch me." He quickly raised both hands, and the fierce girl said, "Don't think I can't see through you. Don't even dream about having any perverted thoughts about my mother." Wei Chen naturally wanted to tease the girl. He put on a lecherous expression and said, "Ha, so you caught me, huh? It's true, not only am I interested in your mother, I won't spare you either. Sooner or later, both of you will end up as food on my plate. Ha ha." As he spoke, he licked his lips, looking like he wanted to land a few punches. The system notification sounded, "Congratulations, host, you have earned 50 death-seeking points." Ziling was horrified, her face about to burst into tears. She stammered, "Uncle, uncle, uncle." The girl rushed to tightly hug Zhuang Xiaowan, crying out, "Mom, let's leave quickly. That man really has bad intentions." Wei Chen scratched his head and said, "I was just teasing her a little, looks like I scared her." Zhuang Xiaowan gently patted her daughter's head to reassure her, "Uncle Wei was just joking, let's go, we'll take a bath together." Ziling continued to glare at Wei Chen with a fierce look. In the bathroom, the warm steam rose from the hot water, and the women all entered the tub to soak. Ouyangxi let out a contented sigh, so relaxing. Chen Xingshi, noticing her figure, said, "Ms. Ouyangxi, your body is quite impressive." The teacher's eyes suddenly lit up, saying, "Officer Chen, you're not bad yourself. Let me see how you've developed." Saying that, she hugged Chen Xingshi tightly, groping around, which made the girl scream, "Ouyangxi, stop it." Ziling and her mother sat on this side. The little girl, seeing the two women acting, gave them a subtle glance and muttered a faint "hm." Zhuang Xiaowan then said, "It's okay, Xiao Ling will definitely continue to develop." The little girl snapped, I don't care about that. The women didn't pay attention, but on the other side of the wall, there was a hole, and beyond that hole, the group of boys were staring with wide eyes. Each of them was eager, waiting for their turn to look over. But in the end, one of them said, all right, I'll go first. A punch landed squarely on his face, get lost, I clearly go first. The group jumped into a chaotic brawl, why? It's clearly my turn. How about we play rock paper scissors to decide? Wei Chen shouted, you guys dare to do something so disgusting? The group immediately stopped, realizing it was their idol. Wei Chen said sternly, I don't remember teaching you to behave like this. I'm going to cover up this hole. Never do this shameful thing again. The boys mumbled, we won't do it again. Please don't expose us. Saying that, they sheepishly walked away, okay, let's go. Sigh. Wei Chen covered his mouth, grinning, let me see. He said, then pressed his face against the hole, wide-eyed, looking through it. Suddenly, he saw Qin Xingshi standing in front of the hole and saying, dare to peek? You've got some nerve, take your punishment. She angrily poked her finger into the lecherous eye on the other side. Wei Chen felt a pain so intense it seemed to reach the heavens. He clutched his eye with both hands, shouting, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. I'm blind, I'm blind. The system notification rang out, congratulations, host, you've successfully attempted suicide and earned 60 death points. Standing under the rushing water, Wei Chen spoke as he showered. Chen Xingxi's strikes were still as heavy as ever. The water from his shower flowed quickly across the floor. He took the soap bar and rubbed it over his six-pack, muttering, what if I accidentally blind myself? Suddenly, the pink soap bar he was holding fell to the ground. He looked down at the floor, why did my soap turn white? At that moment, he noticed a group of male students standing there, staring at him intently. Wei Chen grunted and thought to himself, slippery soap, are you trying to tease me? The system notification chimed in again, congratulations, host, you've successfully attempted suicide and earned 70 death points. Wei Chen swung his hand and gave the peeping students a good beating, each one of them ending up with a swollen head, looking like little eggs. The system suddenly displayed a message, the infinite training circle is about to begin. All remaining players will be transported to a space to carry out a task. Completing the task will reward you with a tremendous prize. Failure to complete the task will result in death and permanent deletion of the player. Before anyone could process this, the teleportation system activated. Wei Chen rushed inside. Wait a minute, let me grab something from the shelf. At least let me put on some clothes. But before he could even touch his pants, his body was already being pulled away. Wei Chen, completely naked, was thrown into a forest. He screamed in fury, at least let me wear some pants. Give me at least 1 minute to prepare. Every time he spoke, the system responded the same way. He walked a few steps when suddenly blood started pouring from his nose. Mother and daughter Zhuang Xiaowan were also teleported while they were bathing, now huddled together on the ground. Seeing Wei Chen in his current state, with nothing on him but his body, his private parts exposed, Zhuang Xiaowan screamed, don't look at us. Ziling yelled, turn your head that way, you perverted bastard. Wei Chen quickly covered himself with both hands, immediately turning his face away and saying, wait, I'll get some clothes right away. He opened the system, hurriedly pressing the button to change. Success. 30 points deducted. Wei Chen sighed, thank goodness for the system, otherwise this would be a real headache. He changed into a sharp suit and suddenly thought of the others in the bathroom. He feared they weren't as fortunate, probably scrambling to find something to cover themselves. He then changed into 2 more sets of clothes and handed them to Ziling and her mother to put on. The little girl asked curiously, what exactly is going on? We were clearly in the bathroom with my mom, so why did we suddenly end up in this strange place? Wei Chen explained, as you both saw, this is the game rule. The system will move the lucky surviving players to a random space to complete tasks. As for the specific reason, even if you ask me, I don't know. Zhuang Xiaowan worriedly said, I'm just an ordinary person. How can I survive in this dangerous world? Wei Chen reassured them, don't worry, Zhuang. As long as you gain experience and skills, anyone can become strong. Plus, I will make sure to protect both of you. Zhuang Xiaowan was touched and said, thank you. But Ziling remained cautious and on guard. She shouted, Mom, don't let him trick you. Wei Chen was at a loss for words. It seemed the little girl had completely misunderstood him. Ziling stared at him, firmly convinced that he was the real villain. The three of them stood in the middle of the forest when suddenly, there was a noise from the other side, and something came rushing toward them at incredible speed. Wei Chen was startled and stepped aside to avoid the arrow, which lodged itself into the tree right behind him. Wei Chen shouted, Who's there? Come out here. Zhuang Xiaowan quickly said, Xiaoling, hide behind me. Suddenly, there was a whooshing sound from the treetops. A group of people leaped down from the trees, holding large ropes and weapons, seemingly a group of natives, their faces grotesque. One of them shouted, Hey, you guys follow me, or I'll kill you all. Wei Chen cracked his knuckles and coldly said, Just because you say we should follow you, does that mean we have to? Follow you, huh? The system displayed a message, Congratulations, host, for successfully seeking death. You have earned 40 points for seeking death. Wei Chen continued facing the group of natives. He stood in front, protecting Xiaowan and her daughter, and then threatened, You wild mountain villagers better not lay a finger on a single hair of them. Seeing him so brave, Xiaoling couldn't help but feel grateful. I didn't expect this man to be so reliable. The natives didn't pay much attention to such a scene. Together, they raised their bows and yelled, We don't need the man, kill him immediately. As the arrows were about to be released, Wei Chen shouted, Wait a minute. Then, he became much more cowardly. I just thought about it a bit more, and I think I'll follow you guys after all. Hearing him surrender, the two of them, mother and daughter Xiaowan, stared wide-eyed. Xiaoling became furious and snapped, Didn't you say you'd protect us? Wei Chen turned to her with a pitiful expression, saying, What else do you want me to do? Do you want to see me turned into a hedgehog by bullets? With that, he sneered, and then all three of them had their hands tightly bound. As they were tied, the natives yelled, Tie them up tight and take them back to the village. So, the three of them were tied in a row and dragged back to the village. As they walked, Xiaowan anxiously asked Wei Chen, are we in danger? Wei Chen turned around and replied, Don't worry, this game won't let the players keep walking toward certain death. As long as we find the right way, we can definitely pass this trial. Xiaoling, hearing this, scolded him, You're such a coward. Just by looking at them, it's clear these people aren't good. We're more likely to end up dead than safe. Wei Chen chuckled at her words, then leaned closer to Xiaoling, whispering in her ear, It would be better if you were a little more careful. Xiaoling froze, suddenly imagining herself as a delicious meal for those wild tribespeople. Despite her pale face from fear, Wei Chen continued teasing, Those wild folks have probably never seen a pretty girl like you. They might just take turns enjoying you. Xiaoling ran up, Really? Really? Then, she pouted and said, Mom, look at this person. Wei Chen cheerfully pretended to be innocent in front of Xiaowan, just scaring her. Xiaowan sighed in resignation, Please, don't tease her anymore. At that moment, a system notification appeared, Congratulations to the host for successfully seeking death and earning 50 points for seeking death. Eventually, they were led to a place called Worm God Village. The atmosphere here was rather gloomy, with makeshift huts erected all around. The leader of the group of natives had already arrived at the village chief's location. He placed his hand on his chest, lowered his head, and respectfully said, Report to the village chief, we have brought them. The village chief, wearing a goat mask and holding a staff, responded, Very, very good, go prepare, and immediately organized the ritual. After saying this, he grinned maliciously. Wei Chen, with a blank expression, asked him, Excuse me, village chief, may I ask why you brought us here? And what is this ritual? There was no answer. What had to come, came. The natives led them to a cave, where maggots were crawling around skulls. The village chief spoke up to explain, "This is Worm God Village, where we are protected by Lord Worm God for generations. Therefore, every year, we hold a ritual to offer a beautiful woman to Lord Worm God as a token of our gratitude." Xiaoling fell into the state of a self-proclaimed beauty, trembling in fear, unable to think of anything better. She stammered, "Are you planning to?" The village chief's face darkened as he gritted his teeth and said, "Where are they? Tie up the offerings and bring them next to the wormhole." The attendants immediately responded, "Understood, sir." Xiaoling turned pale with fear. She no longer trusted her own eyes and could only whisper, "I don't want to be a sacrificial offering, there's nothing that can save me now." She could only tightly shut her eyes and cry out loudly, "Mom." But her mother was also being restrained by the others at this moment. Xiaoling, scared, screamed, "What do you want to do?" Unable to hold herself back, she hurriedly ran to her mother's side. Unfortunately, she tripped over a rock and fell to the ground. Crying and pleading, Xiaoling asked, "Why does the sacrificial offering have to be my mom?" Wei Chen, still calm, explained, "Sister Zhuang is seductive and attractive, with a beautiful figure. If I were the worm god, I certainly wouldn't choose a flat pancake like you." Upon hearing this, Xiaoling became enraged and bit into Wei Chen's arm. Wei Chen, in pain, yelled out, "Let go, are you a dog or something?" Xiaoling, indignantly, retorted, "Who's a flat pancake, huh?" The system then displayed the message, "Congratulations, host, for successfully seeking death. You have earned 50 death-seeking points." Teasing to relieve the tension, but in reality, they still had to face the situation. The two brothers looked at each other, their faces falling. "What should we do now?" "We have to think of a way to save my mother." Wei Chen, equally helpless, replied, "Anyway, let's go there first and figure things out as we go." At this moment, Xiaowan had both her hands and feet bound behind her and was hung up as a living sacrifice. She shouted loudly, "What exactly do you want to do to me?" The village chief continued with the ritual. He raised both hands to the sky and called out, "Great Worm God, we will offer the sacrifice immediately, hoping you will continue to protect us." Wei Chen quickly tried to stop him, saying, "Wait a minute." Before he could say more, he was attacked by the guards. "Who's this kid? How dare he interrupt the ceremony? If the great worm god gets angry, can you handle the consequences?" Although Wei Chen was nervous, he still tried to distract the village chief while he chanted the incantation, using a living person as a sacrifice. "Isn't that a little too cruel?" The village chief immediately countered, "Becoming a sacrifice for the great worm god is an immense honor. What cruelty is there in that?" Wei Chen, now with the courage of a lion, gently raised his foot and asked, "An honor, huh?" Then he kicked the village chief down into the deep pit. "Well then, Mr. Village Chief, why don't you go and enjoy that honor first?" At that moment, the system displayed a message, "Congratulations to the host for successfully finding the path to death, receiving 50 death-seeking points." The green-faced guard screamed, "Him!" He kicked the village chief down into the pit. Then, the rest of them, fearing they would be implicated, quickly ran off. "Please, don't, Lord Worm God." After that, the system displayed a notification, "Congratulations, host, for successfully seeking death. You have earned 60 death-seeking points." At this moment, from the deep pit below, a bandaged arm suddenly emerged. Swish! Worm God had devoured the village chief. Wei Chen, standing above, smirked, "It seems Lord Worm God is quite pleased with this offering." Suddenly, a surviving attendant appeared from nowhere. He raised his bow and shouted, "You killed the village chief, I'm going to kill you." With that, he shot an arrow straight towards Wei Chen. Wei Chen, upon seeing this, merely smiled faintly, as if he was plotting something. As the arrow flew towards him, Wei Chen bent down, raising his hands, still bound, and the arrow swiftly cut through the rope. The system then displayed another notification, "Congratulations, host, for successfully seeking death. You have earned 40 death-seeking points." Successfully freeing Wei Chen. He looked at the rope falling from his hands, stood up, rubbed his sore wrists from being bound for so long, and then said with a smile, "Thanks for helping me untie these ropes. How about you all shoot at me as well?" The other guards, upon hearing this, were immediately terrified, stammering, "Untie. Untie the ropes. They're gone." Suddenly, Wei Chen's finger glowed with a green light, and a blade of green light appeared between his hands. At that moment, the remaining guards raised their bows towards him. The system then displayed a notification: "Congratulations, practitioner, for successfully seeking death, earning 50 death-seeking points." Xiao Ling, seeing this, anxiously shouted, "Be careful." Wei Chen suddenly unleashed a series of attacks that emitted green light, the 13 swords of the wind. The spring wind turns to rain, shattering the volley of arrows that were flying toward him, leaving the archers horrified and pale. Xiao Wan, who was suspended in mid-air, unfortunately got hit by one of the arrows, cutting the rope that held her. She fell into the deep pit and screamed, her eyes tightly shut, "Help!" Xiao Ling, seeing this, was also frightened and shouted. Wei Chen's mother immediately noticed the scream. He widened his eyes and looked toward her, but it was too late. Xiao Wan had already fallen into the worm god's pit. The bloodthirsty maggots immediately swarmed toward her. Xiao Ling, concerned for his mother, didn't think twice. He ran toward the deep pit and desperately jumped in. Wei Chen, caught off guard, reached out but couldn't stop him in time. "Damn it, this foolish girl." Xiao Ling tightly closed her eyes, enduring the moment. Suddenly, after a long while, she still did not feel herself falling. She opened her eyes, puzzled and curious, wondering, "Why haven't I fallen yet?" It turned out that Wei Chen had firmly grasped the back of her shirt, holding her in place. He was worried, sweating profusely, and scolded her, "You think you're acting in a xianxia drama or something? You can't just fall like that and die." Xiao Ling's eyes welled up with tears. "Why are you saving me? I can't just watch my mother die." Wei Chen then spoke in a teasing tone, gently trying to reassure Xiao Ling, "You think I want to save you? I didn't expect you to be so heavy despite looking so small and fragile." The system then displayed a message: "Congratulations, the contestant has successfully sought death and received 50 points for dying." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ling struggled even more. "How dare you? Who are you calling heavy?" Wei Chen was terrified and yelled, "Hey, hey, don't make a scene, or else." In the midst of Wei Chen's angry helplessness, the part of Xiao Ling's shirt that he had grabbed tore with a ripping sound, and the remaining piece of fabric was ripped from his hand. She fell into the deep pit, her scream echoing through the air. Wei Chen stumbled, trying to finish his sentence, "Or else your clothes will get torn." After falling into the worm god's pit, Xiao Ling, unconscious, struggled to wake up. Her head throbbed with pain. "Ugh, it hurts so much." The little girl panicked as she gradually started to make out her surroundings. Where exactly was this? Xiao Ling struggled to move her frail body and weakly stood up. She tried to call out, "Mom, where are you? Wei Chen, where are you?" Around her were countless skulls and human bones. Suddenly, a voice responded from behind Xiao Ling, "I'm here." Xiao Ling was overjoyed. "Wei Chen, is that you?" But to her surprise, she saw a figure that looked like Wei Chen, yet more like a ghost. The figure spoke, "You dragged me into this, and now I've died a miserable death because of you." Xiao Ling was so frightened her face turned ashen, and she nearly fainted. Wei Chen stepped closer to Xiao Ling, and his appearance was so terrifying that Xiao Ling felt her soul would leave her body. She stammered, I didn't mean to." With that, she tightly shut her eyes and pleaded, "Please forgive me." At that moment, Wei Chen suddenly raised 3 fingers and said, "If you call me good older brother Wei Chen 3 times, so I can die in peace, I'll forgive you." Clinging to the last straw of hope, Xiao Ling obediently complied. She repeated, good older brother, good older brother, good older brother Wei Chen." Upon hearing this, he gently patted Xiao Ling's head and softly said, "I heard you." Then, he removed the skull mask and spoke in a mocking tone, "Sounds so affectionate. Xiao Ling, my little sister?" Xiao Ling then realized that the little girl had turned pale, and he transformed into a beast, shouting loudly, You dare to deceive me? Furious, Xiaoling used his iron head skill and charged fiercely into Wei Chen's stomach, scolding him, "You're so annoying, this is really too much." Wei Chen, clutching his stomach in pain, said, "Isn't it because I was worried you were too tense, so I tried to lighten the mood a bit?" Xiaoling shook her head, acting more mature than her age, and said, "This isn't the time for jokes. Have you seen my mom?" Wei Chen shrugged and explained, "While you were unconscious for a while here, I searched around. I couldn't find any sign of Sister Zhuang." Upon hearing this, Xiaoling burst into tears. Could it be that mom was eaten by the worm god too? At this moment, Wei Chen recalled what happened earlier. He stood with his arms crossed and said, "I only found the village chief's body at the end of the cave. I didn't find your mother's body. I guess Sister Zhuang was taken by the worm god to be stored as food." As he spoke, the system also displayed a mission notification. The text on it read, "Main mission, eliminate the worm god. Mission reward, experience points. Submission, rescue Zhuang Xiaowan. Mission reward, mysterious item." After reading the mission board, Wei Chen became even more certain. The mission requires rescuing your mom, so my guess must be right. Wei Chen reassured Xiaoling, "At least your mother is safe for now." Xiaoling immediately urged, "So what are we waiting for? Let's go save my mother." But Wei Chen grabbed both of her hands, pulled her closer, and said, "This place is temporarily safe. Stay here for now, and I'll go rescue your mother." Xiaoling's eyes welled up with tears, touched by his words, "Thank you, I." Before she could finish, Wei Chen's face suddenly twisted into an incredibly perverse expression. He said, "Then I can be alone with Sister Zhuang." As soon as he said this, he imagined a romantic scene. At that moment, Wei Chen was grinning, imagining himself holding the beautiful Xiaowan, dressed in an elegant red gown, and joyfully saying, "Sister Zhuang, I'm here to rescue you." In his imagination, Xiaowan responded in kind, "Xiao Chen, how can I ever repay you?" Wei Chen, with his charming playboy smile, replied, "Well, we can give Xiaoling a little brother or sister." Xiaowan shyly stammered, "You're so annoying." Back to reality, about to get a beating, the system notification appeared, "Congratulations, host, you've successfully courted death, earning 80 points for courting death." At the same time, Xiaoling, her face dark with anger, her eyes glowing red, struck Wei Chen across the face with a sharp slap. "I knew you wouldn't just leave things alone." Wei Chen didn't want this matter to go too far. He returned to a serious expression and said, "This little girl, even if I take you along, you'll just end up being a hindrance." Xiaoling lowered her eyes and stared at her hands, then said sadly, "If only I were an adult, then I could go save my mother." Upon hearing this, Wei Chen immediately asked her intention, "If you really want to become an adult, I can help you with that." Xiaoling's face immediately showed a look of disgust. She guardedly covered herself with her hands and said, "What do you want to do to me?" Realizing the awkwardness of his words, Wei Chen broke into a sweat and quickly denied, "Not like that." He then introduced a red candy. "As long as you take this go-go growth pill, you can grow up quickly." The system also displayed a note. Go-go growth, 100 points, its effect allows the user to mature in an instant. Adults who take it will experience irregular menstruation. This made the system pop up a notification. "Congratulations to the host for successfully seeking death, you've earned 40 points for seeking death." After the introduction, Wei Chen handed the pill to Xiaoling. The little girl couldn't help but ask, "If I take this, I can become an adult?" Wei Chen added, "But I advise you to think carefully. If you miss your growth period and become a laundry scrubber, you'll regret it." At this moment, Xiaoling had made up her mind. Without any hesitation, she took the pill and swallowed it. Even Wei Chen was taken aback and blurted out, "Are you really going to drink it?" Suddenly, Xiaoling began to undergo a dramatic transformation. Her entire body inflated, with both her hips and chest growing larger. Wei Chen was stunned and even had a nosebleed. Before him stood a young girl with long hair and an incredibly beautiful face. Wei Chen shouted, "Wow, you've really grown." At that moment, Xiaoling's figure was fully developed, resembling a young woman. She herself couldn't believe her eyes. I really have become an adult. Seeing this, Wei Chen commented, as expected of go-go growth, it's not slow, nor does it overinflate, but can develop this quickly. As he spoke, he held up a packet of seeds labeled go-go growth and praised it. Then, he received a notification, congratulations, host, you've successfully sought death and earned 30 death-seeking points. Due to her body growing, her clothes from before were torn apart. Xiaoling quickly covered herself with her hands and warned Wei Chen, no, don't look. Although he covered his eyes with his hands, his eyes still sparkled, unable to look away from her figure. She kept denying it, saying, you're not looking, you're not looking. The system displayed a message, congratulations, you have successfully found death. You have received 40 points for finding death. Xiaoling immediately ran to a nearby rock to hide her body. She hid behind the rock and said to Wei Chen, aren't you able to create clothes? Please, give me an outfit. Wei Chen confidently raised his hand to the sky and said, if that's the case, let me make you a professional outfit. Xiaoling was curious and asked, what is a professional outfit? Wei Chen explained, once you wear the professional outfit for the designated profession, you'll be able to receive the skills of that profession, such as warrior, archer, or assassin. He continued, if you need help, just choose a profession. Xiaoling rubbed her chin in thought. After a moment, her eyes brightened. She eagerly asked, any profession would work? Wei Chen patiently replied, as long as it's a profession you want, anyone will do. At that moment, Xiaoling had an idea. She thought of a cute magical fox and hesitantly said, I want to become a magic girl. Wei Chen laughed, not quite understanding, and repeated Xiaoling's words, magic girl. After saying that, he chuckled to himself. Xiaoling glared at him and growled, did you just laugh? Do you dare laugh at me? Wei Chen was laughing so hard that tears were streaming down his face. He held his stomach, pointing at the little girl, and jokingly said, magic girl, could it be that you're a little girl? At that moment, the system displayed a message, congratulations, player, you have successfully found death, and earned 40 points for finding death. Xiaoling replied, but I am a little girl, what's wrong with liking a magic girl? Seeing Xiaoling struggling like a squirming octopus, Wei Chen finally decided to get serious. He opened the system panel, typed something into it, and muttered, magic girl, huh? No problem. He then exclaimed with joy, got it. The system panel now displayed countless attributes and a staff. Wei Chen took out the golden staff, symbolizing a missing page, with a green gem in the center. The staff emitted a mysterious light. Wei Chen explained, all you have to do is shout, transform capricious girl, and it will work. Before he could finish speaking, the staff suddenly flew up, shining with golden light, accompanied by the note, magic wand for the capricious witch, level 300. After equipping it, shouting transform capricious girl will allow you to transform into a capricious girl. Introduction, the capricious girl must be seen by a strong man. Surprisingly, the magical tree immediately emitted a beam of light that wrapped around Wei Chen. He wondered, what's going on here? Suddenly feeling a cool breeze against his skin, Wei Chen realized, so, just by chanting a spell, even a man can turn into a magic girl? Saying that, Wei Chen, in his bizarre pink dress, sent a heart gesture and laughed playfully, showing off to Xiaoling, doesn't it actually suit me pretty well? At this absurd sight, Xiaoling couldn't take it anymore and covered her eyes, screaming, AAA, my eyes AAA. The death-seeking points kept accumulating. Congratulations to the contestant for successfully seeking death and earning 70 death-seeking points. At this moment, Xiaoling, now thoroughly irritated by Wei Chen, frowned and ordered, her eyes burning with anger, give me the magic staff. Wei Chen, still shamelessly grinning, teased, bet you can't catch me. If you do, I'll give it to you. Before he could finish his sentence, the system appeared with another message, congratulations, the host has successfully sought death and earned 70 death-seeking points. Xiaoling coldly huffed, humph. One hand covering her body, she grabbed a rock with the other, wound up, and threw it with all her might. The rock flew and hit Wei Chen squarely on the head. He cried out in pain, ow. After retrieving the staff, Xiaoling immediately chanted the spell, transform, capricious girl. The spreading magic helped the girl transform. Wei Chen immediately woke up, shamelessly eager to see what Xiaoling would look like. I thought that when a magic girl transforms, time would temporarily stop, but I didn't expect the details to be so rich. After Xiaoling finished transforming, she wore a cute, form-fitting professional pink outfit. Just as she had hoped, Xiaoling couldn't help but compliment herself. It seems not bad at all. Wei Chen, however, didn't stop teasing others. He scratched his nose and said, "Isn't an 18-year-old magic girl a bit old?" Upon hearing this, Xiaoling immediately retorted, "But I'm only 6 years old." Suddenly, she asked him, "But I don't feel like I've received any magic at all, why is that?" Wei Chen explained, "Those things you need to discover yourself. Try saying some random spell, maybe it will work." Xiaoling agreed, thinking, that makes sense. She then picked up her staff and confidently shouted, "Invisibility." Upon hearing her incantation, Wei Chen's eyes widened in shock. Suddenly, he couldn't see her anymore. He frantically looked around. "Xiaoling, where did you go? Why can't I see you?" He couldn't believe his eyes when he saw no trace of her, so he started searching. Xiaoling wondered to herself, "Can he really not see me?" Wei Chen impatiently urged her, "All right, no more games, hurry up and materialize, we need to get moving." Unexpectedly, Xiaoling, too concerned about hygiene, took off her pants to go. She muttered, "I've been holding it for so long, finally, I can take this opportunity to relieve myself." Drip, drip, she took advantage of her invisibility to comfortably relieve herself. "This feels so good, so comfortable." While she was enjoying the comfort, suddenly Wei Chen sat down right in front of her. Xiaoling was startled and cried out, "Ugh!" Wei Chen's expression turned mischievous as he rested his chin on his hands and teased, "Xiaoling, isn't this something a girl shouldn't be doing?" Xiaoling was completely taken aback and screamed, "Ah!" She quickly stood up, pulled up her pants, adjusted herself, her face flushed as she stammered, You weren't supposed to be in this vulnerable position." A message notification appeared, "Congratulations to the host for successfully seeking death, receiving 70 points for seeking death." Xiaoling trembled as she hugged herself and asked, "Didn't you say you couldn't see me?" To dispel the awkward atmosphere, Wei Chen gently walked over, poked her cheek with his finger, and said, "I was just teasing you." He laughed, "I didn't expect you to be so easily deceived like this." Xiaoling NGHTH was in a panic, covering her burning face. "Now, no one will want to marry me anymore." Suddenly, hearing some noise, Wei Chen immediately told her to be quiet. "Shoo! There's a sound." Unexpectedly, a swarm of moss-colored bugs began to approach them, and they grew in number by the second. Xiaoling turned pale with fear. "Why are there so many bugs suddenly? It's so disgusting." Wei Chen calmly explained, "These are parasitic worms, they're very sensitive to the scent of prey's bodily fluids. As soon as they catch a whiff of it, they quickly gather and devour the prey." Seeing these creatures was terrifying, and Xiaoling began to cry. He continued, "This is all because someone acted so carelessly to ease their sorrow, which led to this huge mess." Xiaoling yelled out in frustration, "You can't blame me for this." Then she jumped up to hug Wei Chen, trembling with fear as she stuttered, "They're coming. They're coming." The system notification appeared again, "Congratulations, host, for successfully seeking death. You have received 30 death-seeking points." Xiaoling was deeply worried, "Am I really going to be eaten by those worms?" As she spoke, the girl imagined the scene of insects crawling on her body, eating her alive. Wei Chen suddenly took out a vial of medicine, along with a note, "Spring diuretic, grade D, effective in concentrating bodily fluids. After consumption, it quickly induces urination. Caution, only take 1 ml per dose, and please do not use in public places." At this moment, Wei Chen's face was tense. Holding the vial, he said, "Don't worry, I've found a solution. It's this." With that, Wei Chen took a gulp of the medicine. After drinking it, he threw the bottle on the ground, shattering it. He felt a surge of energy within him and wiped his mouth, saying, it's coming, I feel it." After speaking, he unbuckled his belt. Xiaoling, startled, covered her eyes. What are you doing taking off your pants? Unexpectedly, Wei Chen, who had no sense of shame, answered casually, of course, it's to seal, break the seal. In an instant, Wei Chen unleashed water and dragon bomb techniques from that particular area of his body, flowing out like a stream. The hot lights from his urination successfully attracted the swarm of insects, causing them to be enchanted and draw closer. At that moment, the system notification appeared, congratulations, the player has successfully sought death and received 100 death-seeking points. Looking at the swarm of insects moving toward the water he had created, Wei Chen sighed in relief and said, the insects are attracted to the fluid, they've all changed targets now. After speaking, Wei Chen collapsed unconscious. Xiao Ling immediately ran over, concerned, there's not a single drop left. Xiao Ling asked, are you okay? At this point, Wei Chen's face looked gaunt, like an elderly man, and he stammered in reply, Xiao Ling, I'm fine, this is just the heavenly crippled earthly deficiency sutra, experience points increase. Wei Chen tried to sit up and continued, it's just that my kidneys hurt a little. In the face of such a noble sacrifice, Wei Chen received a notification, congratulations, host, you've successfully sought death and earned 50 death-seeking points. Once Xiao Ling saw that he had recovered, she urged, while those worms are still stunned, we should quickly leave here. When the worms crawled into the water where Wei Chen had fallen, they were dragged into the mass and perished. Wei Chen suddenly received countless notifications, gaining 10 experience points, which kept increasing exponentially. Xiao Ling helped Wei Chen up, and he explained to her, it's fine, after drinking the spring diuretic, the urine will produce toxins, also known as poisonous urine. At this point, he looked quite pleased with himself. After the worms were dealt with, Xiao Ling spoke from behind him, although these water-hungry worms have been wiped out, how are we going to find my mother's location? Wei Chen, fiddling with a lighter in front, spoke grandly, this is where my props come in handy. He said, as long as we rely on the scent left by Sister Zhuang, we can find her. After saying that, he took out an item, on which appeared the text, Dog Nose Spray, Grade D, 50 points. After use, the sense of smell becomes highly sensitive for a certain period. Warning, if the spray scent is inhaled, death is certain. Xiao Ling, completely confused, questioned him, why do you have so many weird things on you? Are you Doraemon or something? Wei Chen, hearing this, adopted a mysterious expression and said, a man must have secrets to be attractive. Wei Chen then opened his palm, smiled at her, and said, stop talking, do you have anything from your mother on you? Let me smell it for a bit. Upon hearing him, Xiao Ling blushed slightly. She shyly looked at him and hesitated. There was actually something of her mother's. Xiao Ling bashfully covered her face and then took out a sock, slapping it against his stomach. She cleared her throat and said, take it. Wei Chen took the sock in his hand, and his face immediately lit up with excitement. He asked curiously, this? Wei Chen's face then changed again, and he teased Xiao Ling, you even carry around your mother's sock, aren't you a little perverted? The system then displayed a notification, congratulations, host, for successfully seeking death, receiving 50 death-seeking points. Hearing him, Xiao Ling immediately showed a look of disgust. She crossed her arms over her chest and said, I don't want to be called a pervert by someone like you. Remembering her childhood, Xiao Ling often used to be mischievous. She would secretly take one of her mother's socks and sit on the bed to play with it. However, Xiao Ling only gave a vague explanation to Wei Chen, saying that it was just a one-time thing, that she had picked it up by accident and didn't pay attention. Wei Chen handed Xiao Ling a piece of yellow metal, then picked up Xiao Wan's sock, and with a sly smile, said, all right, no matter what, let me take a sniff first. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ling could only shyly shut her eyes tightly. But at that moment, Wei Chen not only sniffed the sock but also put it on his head, and happily said loudly, not bad, this really is the scent of maturity from Sister Zhuang. The system then added a message, congratulations, host, you have successfully sought death, gaining 50 points for seeking death. Xiao Ling, standing behind, was so furious that her eyes turned red. Without holding back, she threw the golden piece directly at his head and shouted, don't put it on your head. Then, Xiao Ling called out, magic ball, and a blue orb appeared in her hand, emitting a green light. Xiao Ling looked at the screen that appeared and said, so it turns out there's a manual for this. Behind her, Wei Chen had gotten back up after being hit by Xiao Ling. The medicine began to take effect, and Wei Chen, with his sharp nose, suddenly caught a scent. He stepped forward and said to Xiao Ling, "Now, quickly study some useful spells, they might come in handy." Xiao Ling immediately replied, "But I'm really hungry right now, can you make some food appear?" Wei Chen stood up, shrugged, and reasoned, "I don't have any food here." If you want to survive in this game, survival skills are incredibly important. Xiao Ling suddenly noticed a multitude of red eyes behind Wei Chen, preparing to charge towards them. Xiao Ling was stunned, sweating as she pointed behind him and shouted, "What are those things?" As soon as she finished speaking, a swarm of bats rushed at them, their red eyes glowing with a sinister light. Wei Chen reacted swiftly, drawing a combat knife to fight them off, while reminding Xiao Ling, "Those are red-eyed bats, they must have been provoked by your light spell. Run, and let me handle them." Wei Chen moved like lightning, slicing through several bats with his blade. After holding them off for a while, Wei Chen began to feel exhausted. He exhaled deeply, silently thinking, "There are so many of these red-eyed bats, I definitely need to come up with another plan." Down below, Xiao Ling had also figured out some kind of spell and conjured a large fireball. She shouted loudly to Wei Chen, who was battling the bats, "Quick, duck down." Wei Chen's face was smeared with dirt as he turned around and smiled at Xiao Ling. The little girl continued to shout loudly, "Move aside." Magic fire. Boom. A loud explosion rang out with a terrifying force. The fireball shot out a fierce flame, and Wei Chen lowered his head to dodge. After Xiao Ling's recent strike, it seemed that a part of his hair had been burned off by the fire. Despite that, Wei Chen still wore a happy expression and said, "I almost forgot, these creatures are most afraid of fire." At that moment, the system also displayed a message, "Congratulations to the host for successfully seeking death. You have earned 50 death-seeking points." Xiao Ling let out a sigh of relief, and Wei Chen gave her a thumbs up, admiring her. "Xiao Ling, you're amazing. I should really look at you differently." Xiao Ling happily replied, "Thank you, you're too kind." However, Wei Chen had already had the entire back of his head scorched, and his appearance was both amusing and pitiful. Xiao Ling could only smile awkwardly. She thought to herself, "I still shouldn't tell him that I accidentally burned his hair earlier." At this point, Xiao Ling was so hungry that she could no longer distinguish what was edible. Looking at the burnt creatures in front of her, she wiped away her saliva and said, "Although the creatures are scary, after being burned, they don't seem to smell too bad. I wonder if they are edible." Wei Chen shivered when he heard Xiao Ling's words and immediately intervened, "Absolutely not. There are countless disease-causing bacteria on them. Only someone with a brain defect would even think about eating something like this." Hearing his stern tone, Xiao Ling softly replied, "Then what should we do? I used magic earlier, and now I feel even hungrier." Upon hearing that, Wei Chen stood up straight, ran his fingers through his hair, and put on an air of confidence, "Actually, I've already found food that's both safe and nutritious." Xiao Ling, now so hungry that she could barely stand, stammered, "Oh really?" Suddenly, Wei Chen picked up a plump green larva, preparing to put it in his mouth. He clicked his tongue and said, "This is it, crispy, chicken-flavored. Just remove the head and it's ready to eat." The system, too, seemed helpless, congratulating the host on successfully seeking death, earning 60 points for it. Xiao Ling saw Wei Chen roasting the larvae and immediately turned her face away, screaming in horror, "Zhuangzi Ling, even if I starve to death, I will never eat this disgusting thing." On the other hand, Wei Chen looked forward to tasting it, pulling one out and teasing her, "Well, then I'll just enjoy this delicacy by myself." Wei Chen's words also made Xiao Ling feel a bit unsettled, and she couldn't help but salivate. Although she was terrified of these insects, they suddenly seemed appetizing. The larvae were neatly arranged on a skewer, sparkling just as much as a grilled meat skewer. Xiao Ling's hunger grew stronger. Seeing her appetite, Wei Chen excitedly raised the skewer, flashing a bright smile, but not forgetting to tease her, "If you call me good big brother Wei Chen." Xiao Ling, still hungry, looked at him with longing. Wei Chen, with a mischievous grin, continued, "Then I'll share a little with you." Despite being put in the position of a hungry girl, Xiao Ling reluctantly shouted, Wei Chen, good big brother. She was so shy that her words came out stammering. Since Xiaoling had obeyed, Wei Chen didn't push further. He gently held the skewer out to her and said, "Good girl, try it." At this point, Xiaoling had lost all patience. As soon as she saw the skewer, she snatched it eagerly and bit into one of the larvae. Far beyond her expectations, she devoured it hungrily, her face showing pure satisfaction. "It's so delicious." "What is this?" Wei Chen explained, "These are larvae from the bone-piercing insects. The bone-piercing insects gather the blood and flesh of their prey to nourish their larvae, which is why they're so plump." After listening to him, Xiaoling immediately felt that something was wrong. She turned pale and said, "Wait a minute, if there are so many larvae here, doesn't that mean?" She hesitated, unable to finish her sentence, when suddenly a swarm of mother insects flew towards them. Seeing the insects in front of them, Wei Chen calmly said, "They seem really angry, don't they?" Seeing his carefree attitude, Xiaoling angrily shouted, "What's the point of saying that? We've already eaten all their larvae." Wei Chen stopped joking and immediately grabbed Xiaoling, pulling her as they ran swiftly. At the same time, he shouted, "Run fast! The shells of these insects are too tough, neither my weapon nor your magic fire can harm them." Xiaoling, frightened, responded, "Why didn't you tell me this earlier?" The number of insects kept growing, and they flew towards them in a frenzy, forcing the two of them to flee for their lives. Suddenly, Xiaoling tripped over a stone in the cave and cried out in fear, "We're done for." Seeing Xiaoling fall, Wei Chen turned pale with fear and looked back at the swarm of insects still coming toward them. Xiaoling, in pain from the fall, burst into tears but still shouted toward him, "You go. Don't worry about me. I must save my mother." Everyone thought that Wei Chen wouldn't abandon Xiaoling, but he ran ahead, leaving her behind with a parting remark, "Don't worry, I never planned to care about you anyway." The system immediately displayed a notification, "Congratulations, the host successfully saw death and received 70 death-seeking points." Watching the figure of him running away, Xiaoling felt both hurt and disappointed. "This is too much, even if I become a ghost, I will never forgive you." At that moment, a gigantic insect had approached Xiaoling. The girl widened her eyes in desperation and spoke her final farewell. "Mom, goodbye." Suddenly, the insect changed direction and flew away. Xiaoling narrowly escaped, letting out a scream, "Ah!" Wei Chen had now turned back around. He shouted loudly, "Insects, come look over here." Wei Chen appeared with pale yellowish skin, completely naked like a chrysalis, his muscles bulging with 8 abs. He looked toward the swarm of insects and shouted, look here, fresh flesh right here, don't pretend to be oblivious." The system displayed another notification, "Congratulations, the host successfully saw death and received 60 death-seeking points." His expression was still eager, confidently taunting the insects, "Come over and try it." The system added more points, "Congratulations, the host successfully saw death and received 60 death-seeking points." Xiaoling stared at him in a daze. What exactly did he want to do? Before Wei Chen's strong, solid body, the system explained, "Golden pesticide, 100-point effectiveness. This liquid is extremely effective at exterminating insects. When applied to a target, be careful not to use it like a lubricant." Wei Chen, although on the verge of falling asleep, still put on a satisfied expression, to have accumulated so many points. He looked at the swarm of insects and continued, "I might as well try dying once." The system announced, "Congratulations to the host for successfully seeking death, you have received 50 death-seeking points." As soon as he finished speaking, the swarm of insects rushed toward him, engulfing him as they tore him apart. Xiaoling, witnessing such a scene, screamed in fear, "Ah!" After attacking him, the insects suddenly died and fell one by one. Wei Chen was torn apart by the insects, leaving only his skeleton. His skull cracked with a sound, then detached from his body before he collapsed. Xiaoling, panic-stricken, quickly ran to Wei Chen's side. Tears streamed down her face as she saw his body no longer intact. She hugged his head, sobbing uncontrollably, "You sacrificed yourself to save me? I clearly treated you so badly, you fool." Suddenly, a notification from the system appeared. The resurrection system began, costing 300 death-seeking points. The host is being resurrected. Wei Chen's upper body was resurrected halfway, and he suddenly reappeared. He gently rubbed Xiaoling's head and said softly, "It's okay." Seeing her cry like that, Wei Chen felt both sorry for her and amused, wanting to tease her a little. "I don't mind if you treat me gently in the future." Seeing Wei Chen patting her head, Xiaoling hesitated as if she couldn't believe her eyes and asked, You're still not dead?" At that moment, the system also displayed a notification: "Congratulations to the host for successfully seeking death, receiving 30 points for seeking death." Wei Chen pointed to his face and said, "Good people don't live long, troublemakers never die, and someone like me isn't so easily eliminated." At this point, Xiaoling no longer paid attention to his words but only cared about the fact that he was still alive. She sobbed and rushed toward him. "I'm so glad." Xiaoling threw herself into Wei Chen's arms, overjoyed. Through her tears, she said, "You're not dead." "I'm so glad." Seeing her like this, Wei Chen decided to tease her a little more. "I know you're moved, but don't take advantage of the situation." At this point, Xiaoling couldn't hold back her curiosity about his death. She wiped away her tears and asked, "But why aren't you dead?" Wei Chen put on a proud expression, stroked his hair, and answered, "If a person seeks death, they'll die. But when I seek death, I don't. It's that simple." The more he talked, the more it hurt Xiaoling's brain. She couldn't help but wonder, "I don't understand what you're saying." Suddenly, Wei Chen seemed to realize something. He pointed outside and said, "Hey." Then he pointed to the sky and shouted loudly, "Stupid system, where's my reincarnation reward?" His voice was so loud that Xiaoling had to cover her ears with both hands. The system immediately displayed a notification: "Congratulations to the host for successfully seeking death, you have earned 50 points for seeking death. The system reward is being delivered, please accept it." At that moment, unaware of what he was about to face, Wei Chen, seeing the system notification, arrogantly exclaimed, "I really am the main character, even the system rewards me differently." Suddenly, a black sword with green inlays appeared and shot down from the sky at an incredibly fast speed toward Wei Chen. At this moment, his face turned pale. "Wait, this doesn't seem right." Before he could take any further precautions, there was a loud thud, and Wei Chen fell to the ground, shouting, "AAA." The sword had plunged straight into the ground, coincidentally right between his legs. Seeing it fall down right in front of him made him so frightened that he almost wet himself. Wei Chen held his crotch with one hand, and raised his middle finger with the other. His face darkened with irritation as he cursed, "Stupid system, wasn't I just mocking you a little? You're being way too cruel." The system ignored Wei Chen and continued displaying the summary of the sword: "Triple play level A introduction, it can absorb the spirit of the person it kills. Those slain by this blade will have no existence in the past, present, or future. When killing an enemy, there is a certain probability of absorbing their abilities." Holding the sword in his hand, Wei Chen seemed pleased. "Ha, not a bad reward, looks like this death was worth it." After saying that, he drew the sword. It made a clink sound, but before he could fully pull it out, a giant monster's claw suddenly pierced through the ceiling of the cave. Xiaoling immediately screamed, "Wei Chen, look out!" Suddenly, a massive grasshopper-like monster shot out, aiming to attack the two of them. Wei Chen looked on in confusion. "Seems like a minor boss." The system interface immediately displayed a note: "Assassin Fly King, level C. The king in the assassin fly family will initiate a deadly attack on all enemies that harm its hive. Beware of its sharp scythe-like claws." From above, the monsters swooped down towards the two of them. Wei Chen immediately volunteered to draw his sword, excitedly saying, "Let it taste my triple play blade." Suddenly feeling something off, Wei Chen let out a cry, "Ah!" His face turned pale. "Damn it, why can't I pull it out?" Xiaoling, thinking he was just joking as usual, angrily shouted, "Stop fooling around already." Wei Chen grimaced, putting all his strength into pulling the sword out, but it was impossible. At that moment, the system displayed another message: "Congratulations, host, for successfully seeking death. You have earned 70 points for seeking death. Xiaoling, terrified, tightly shut her eyes and hurriedly said, "Hurry up and pull it out, it's almost here." He drew his sword with great authority, and the monster had already flown toward him. Wei Chen stood in front of Xiaoling, protecting her. The little girl couldn't help but worry and said, "Be careful." Wei Chen, unafraid, confidently replied, "Watch me." Then, Wei Chen jumped onto one of the monster's wings. He took a stance like a grasshopper and shouted, "The crow is on the plane." After shouting, he jumped onto the back of the monster. Wei Chen held his sword and yelled loudly, "Die obediently, it's just a big worm." With that, Wei Chen plunged his sword directly into the monster. The impact of the sword affected the surroundings of the cave, causing the rocks in contact with the blow to crumble. Seeing that the monster still hadn't died after the attack, Wei Chen was not discouraged. Instead, he put on a delighted expression and said, "You're tough, but I'll play with you." At this point, the monster flapped its wings and flew off. Wei Chen remained standing on its back, and not only was he unafraid, but he also turned to Xiaoling and teased, "Xiaoling, want to join in? This is even more fun than the roller coaster." Seeing him so nonchalant, the little girl became even more anxious and shouted, "Quickly end this fight, don't go looking for death." On the contrary, Wei Chen spread his arms and enjoyed, "Don't worry, this bug is definitely going to die." The joy didn't last long before the monster flew straight towards him, causing him to slam his face into a sharp rock outcrop. At that moment, the system displayed a notification, "Congratulations, host, you have successfully found death, earning 70 points for finding death." Wei Chen, blood splattering from his face, cursed under his breath. Damn it, a small mistake and he lost right away. At that moment, the monster shifted its attention to him. As Wei Chen was falling, he stared at the creature, swinging his weapon with a look of helplessness, awaiting death. Wei Chen Hua screamed, "Damn it, there's no way to escape in midair." Suddenly, Xiaoling appeared below just in time. She aimed straight at the monster and shouted loudly, "Magic fire!" Xiaoling released a huge flame, successfully setting the monster on fire. The system then displayed another notification, "Congratulations, host, you have successfully found death, earning 40 points for finding death." Having saved his life, Xiaoling now looked dirty and covered in grime. She turned to him, her face full of worry, and asked, "Wei Chen, are you alright?" Wei Chen, after landing safely, immediately regained his enthusiasm. "You complimented Xiaoling, not bad. I'll reward you with candy next time." After saying this, Wei Chen took out another worm skewer, bit into a grub, and then, with a mocking tone, taunted the monster, "Ha, big worm, these must be your offspring, right?" He praised, "Not bad taste." Then he chewed contentedly. The monster, seeing this scene, growled, immediately raising its sharp pincers and charging straight at Wei Chen. Wei Chen quickly raised his sword to block its attack. The clash of the blow resulted in a loud bang. Wei Chen aimed his sword directly at the monster's neck. Due to the toughness of its body, the sword collided with a loud clink. However, at that moment, Wei Chen took the opportunity to pull out a dagger from behind. He carefully observed and then shouted, "Now's the time." With that, he thrust the dagger he'd just drawn directly toward the monster. Wei Chen's eyes burned with fury. He thought to himself, "Good thing I have this knife from my little butchie." As soon as the dagger landed a hit, Wei Chen was sent flying by the monster's strike. He used his sword to block the attack, the sound of the clash ringing out loudly. Suddenly, the monster, as fast as a red whirlwind, charged straight toward him. Wei Chen had barely seen anything before its claw impaled his shoulder. The system suddenly displayed a notification, the experience points for the heavenly crippled earthly deficient sutra had increased. Overcome by the pain, it was only then that Wei Chen fully realized what had happened. His eyes widened in confusion, but soon enough, he regained his composure. He grabbed one of its claws and sliced it cleanly in half with his sword. Wei Chen shouted again, "Now is the time." The monster repeatedly slashed at Wei Chen, but each attack was skillfully dodged by him. Wei Chen leapt high into the air, aiming directly for the monster's crown, and swung his sword down upon it. With a single clean strike from the top of its head, the monster was split in two. Wei Chen, thrilled, shouted triumphantly, split in half. The system displayed a notification, you have gained 3,000 experience points, level up to level 7. Suddenly, Wei Chen's sword absorbed countless sources of light, like steam from a sphere in the sky being sucked down, accompanied by a loud rumbling noise. Holding the sword in his hand, Wei Chen seemed to realize something, flying blade. The system displayed another message, soul absorption successful, achieving the flying blade ability at the third stage of the slash realm. Flying blade unleashes a cutting strike, enabling long-range attacks. The sword then slashed through the cave wall, and the impact of the strike echoed loudly, causing an explosion as a large chunk of rock was shattered. Seeing its destructive power, Wei Chen couldn't help but gasp in admiration. Truly worthy of being an A-level weapon, he never expected it to have such a savage capability. In just a short moment, it was already done. With that, Wei Chen sheathed his sword. However, at this moment, in stark contrast to Wei Chen's joy and excitement, Xiaoling was both worried and angry as she yelled, "Can't you stop doing such dangerous things? I honestly thought you were trying to get yourself killed." Wei Chen grinned widely, his face beaming with happiness. He didn't forget to say a few words of gratitude to flatter her, hoping to cool her temper. "Good thing you saved me earlier. Now, come here so Uncle Wei Chen can give you a hug." But he was covered in the fluid from the monster he had just fought, the hot, foul-smelling substance hissing and bubbling. At this moment, the system also displayed a notification, "Congratulations, host, on successfully seeking death. You have earned 70 death-seeking points." As expected, Xiaoling immediately showed a displeased expression. She disgustedly remarked, "What is that on you? It's making me sick. Go wash it off." Wei Chen, instead of being considerate, went even further. His clothes had been burned and singed by the creature's fluid. He said, "It's fine, this is just the fluid of the insect, it won't harm my body." Suddenly, Wei Chen stopped and hesitated for a moment before saying, "It's just that." At this point, he stood naked in front of Xiaoling, spreading his arms wide and grinning boldly. The system immediately displayed a message, "Congratulations, the host has successfully found death. Received 70 points for finding death." Xiaoling immediately raised her staff and swung it straight at his face without hesitation. Xiaoling shouted loudly, "Hurry up and put on some clothes, don't bring that childish toy back and forth in front of me." Wei Chen, terrified, responded, "I'll wear them, just don't bite me." At this moment, somewhere else, there was a rustling sound. The place was filled with silk cocoons, inside which a person was bound tightly by spider webs, and there were several larvae eggs nearby. Zhuang Xiaowan struggled to open her eyes after a long period of unconsciousness. Ugh! Seeing such a horrifying scene, she immediately panicked and exclaimed, "I'm not dead yet, where is this place?" Looking around, she saw countless corpses hanging, just like hers, but frighteningly, they were only skeletons now. Xiaowan fearfully stammered, "Is this the ovary of some kind of creature?" It was at this moment that Xiaowan finally understood her situation. In fear, she thought, "Could it be that I've been brought here to be food for these immature larvae?" Suddenly, Xiaowan was struck with terror, her face turned pale, and her eyes filled with extreme fear. She screamed out loud, "This is a." In front of her was a gigantic spider, its numerous savage eyes staring directly at her. At that moment, in the cave of the spider monsters, the egg slowly cracked open with a snapping sound. The baby spiders crawled out, scattering across the webs, making eerie, hissing sounds. The disgusting spiders slowly crawled onto Xiaowan's body. Xiaowan, her hands bound, could do nothing. She could only close her eyes in fear and scream, "No, don't come here." One by one, the spiders kept crawling up her body, ignoring her cries, "Help, help me." Suddenly, a voice called out to her rescue, "Hey, hey, using a beautiful girl like this as food?" Then the person threw a can of beer at the spider queen's head, making a loud thud. "That's a bit of a waste." At this moment, Wei Chen suddenly appeared. He rushed towards the spider queen, which stared at him in disbelief. Sword raised, he looked at Xiaowan and shouted to reassure her, "Sorry I'm a bit late. Sister Xiaowan, I'm here to save you now. The Spider Queen, enraged, hissed furiously. Seeing Wei Chen, Xiaowan could not stop crying, her voice full of joy and emotion as she called his name, Wei Chen. The spider immediately spat silk to attack Wei Chen, but with his agility, he swiftly dodged its strike. The Spider Queen, even angrier, continuously shot webs to attack him. Wei Chen's face was tense as he dodged, and the system notification appeared, "Congratulations, host, for successfully seeking death. You have earned 50 points for seeking death." At this moment, the queen spider spat silk onto the lower body of Wei Chen. He quickly dodged and, excited, raised his middle finger to taunt, "Which direction are you shooting from, you stinking brat?" He then jumped down, landing with a thud. Amidst the countless strands of silk shooting out, Wei Chen twisted and turned like a professional ballet dancer, effortlessly avoiding every attack from the spider demon, while also taunting them by shouting, "Missed." At that moment, the system displayed a message, "Congratulations to the host for successfully seeking death, you have earned 30 points for seeking death." Wei Chen continuously posed in front of the spider silk stage, constantly saying, "Missed. The more I provoke them, the more the system rewards me. Congratulations to the host for successfully seeking death, you have earned 30 points for seeking death." Wei Chen then switched to a pose resembling Michael Jackson, still taunting with "Missed." While dodging the spider's attacks, Wei Chen quickly rushed toward Xiaowan's position. Danger was imminent, and the system repeatedly chimed in with notifications, "Congratulations to the host for successfully seeking death, you have earned 30 points for seeking death." When the queen spider Kong finally managed to land an attack on Wei Chen, it growled angrily. Reaching Xiaowan's side, Wei Chen reassured her with a gentle voice, "Sister Xiaowan, I'm here to save you." Wei Chen looked every bit the hero saving a damsel in distress, and then he slowly drew the sword from his hand. Just at that moment, the giant spider crawled towards him at lightning speed, aiming to attack him from behind. Xiaowan, terrified, screamed a warning, "Wei Chen, be careful behind you." Hearing Xiaowan's concern, Wei Chen immediately turned his head. Suddenly, he reached out towards the monster and shouted a command, "Stop." The spider demon snarled, but it seemed to sense something was wrong. Suddenly, the spider's web turned back, wrapping tightly around its body, causing it to screech, crack. Wei Chen, with a disappointed expression, raised his hand and snapped his fingers, casually saying, "I told you not to shoot all at once, and now look, you're overdone, aren't you?" At that moment, the system also displayed a notification, "Congratulations to the host for successfully seeking death, you have earned 50 points for seeking death." After defeating the Spider Queen, Wei Chen wasted no time. He turned around and tried to untangle the web wrapped tightly around Xiaowan's hand. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get it off. Wei Chen, growing impatient, said, "Why can't I get this off?" With that, he drew his sword and, not forgetting to reassure Xiaowan, said, "Sister Xiaowan, hold on a little longer. Don't move." Wei Chen shouted the name of his skill, undressing blow. Then, he unleashed countless slashes that emitted green light. His slashes made a swish sound, successfully cutting through all the webs that had tightly bound Xiaowan. The baby spiders crawling on her body immediately fell down with a loud thud, following the broken strands of spider silk. After rescuing Xiaowan, Wei Chen didn't forget to strike a cool pose with his shining sword. He smiled confidently and said, "Sister Xiaowan, don't be afraid." I hadn't finished my sentence when Wei Chen's face turned red and he began nosebleeding. In front of Wei Chen was the sight of Xiaowan, completely naked. She quickly covered herself with both hands and awkwardly said, "Please, don't stare at me." The system immediately displayed a notification, "Congratulations to the host for successfully seeking death, receiving 80 points, Death Heart." While the two of them were busy feeling awkward and embarrassed, the spider monster was incredibly angry. Seizing the opportunity when Wei Chen let his guard down, it snapped off its spider silk fangs and snarled once again, flying back toward him to attack. Seeing the spider's body growing larger and larger, Wei Chen yelled, "It's over, it saw its offspring being killed, it's probably about to mutate." After saying that, he yelled loudly, signaling Xiaoling, "Xiaoling, hurry up and make your move." Xiaoling, who was ready from a distance, had countless fireballs appearing around her. Holding her magic staff, she sighed, "The casting time for this spell is too long." With that, Xiaoling shouted with great force, "Go!" Magic fire! Right after her shout, a series of large fireballs erupted from the floating orbs, flying toward the giant spider and exploding with a huge bang. The spider was burned by Xiaoling's magic, and Xiaoling stood proudly, watching. The flames grew larger with each passing moment, gradually spreading to the surrounding spider silk before eventually burning out. Just as everything seemed to be over, Xiaoling suddenly screamed, "Ah, this is bad." Wei Chen seemed to sense something was wrong and turned his gaze towards Xiaoling. At that moment, the gust of wind from the fireball she had created sucked her in. Xiaoling could only look towards Wei Chen and scream, "Wei Chen, save me!" Seeing Xiaoling in danger, Wei Chen didn't hesitate and grabbed the silk, leaping towards her to rescue her. He shouted, "Don't be afraid, I'll catch you." However, due to his overzealousness, Wei Chen flew past Xiaoling, missing her completely. A second later, Xiaoling fell and landed on Wei Chen, her legs pressing onto his face, almost suffocating him. Xiaoling looked at the person beneath her with a mixture of worry and embarrassment, stammering, "Wei Chen, are you okay?" At that moment, the system also displayed a notification. "Congratulations, host, you have successfully sought death. You have earned 60 points for seeking death." In the midst of Wei Chen's deep embarrassment, Xiaoling's mother suddenly appeared. Xiaowan hesitantly asked, "Are you Xiaoling?" Xiaoling, hearing her mother call her name, couldn't believe it. She was moved and said, "Mom, you still recognize me?" Xiaowan immediately stepped forward and embraced her little daughter, whom she thought she would never see again, choking up as she said, "Of course, you are my daughter." Moreover, before Xiaowan could finish her sentence, Wei Chen sat up, looking for a chance to steal the spotlight and jumped in, "I know because you have 3 moles on your chest." Upon hearing this, Xiaoling instinctively lifted her shirt to check. Sure enough, just as Wei Chen had said, there were indeed 3 moles on her chest. Wei Chen, with a smug grin, imagined himself as a great Dutch figure and spoke in a dramatic tone, "My English name is Li Yuan Hook. Your body holds no secrets from me now." Xiaoling, not bothering to pay attention to his words, turned back to the topic at hand. "But what should we do about that giant spider from earlier? It seems to have run away." Wei Chen raised an eyebrow upon hearing this and replied, "Don't worry." At that moment, Wei Chen's expression suddenly grew blank. He closed his eyes and said, "It's been drained of its vitality, so it can't move for now. As long as we..." Before he could finish, Wei Chen suddenly passed out into Xiaoling's arms, causing her to panic and shout, "Hey, what are you doing?" At that moment, a notification appeared from the system, "Congratulations, host, for successfully seeking death, earning 40 points for seeking death." Xiaowan looked at Wei Chen, who had fallen asleep from exhaustion, and gently said, "Xiaoling, it seems like he's already asleep." Hearing her mother, Xiaoling understood and helped Wei Chen lie down on her lap. She gently stroked his head and said, "Although he's always cheerful and laughing these days, he's been on the road without resting for a moment, so it's no wonder he's so tired that he fell asleep just like that." Xiaowan also walked over and rubbed his face. "I knew it, you two would definitely come back to save me. This man is truly reliable." Xiaoling pouted in displeasure and said, "Humph, he's not reliable at all. He always bullies me." Suddenly, Xiaowan stood up. But what her mother wanted to know was that she went behind Xiaoling and pinched her chest. "How come you're suddenly growing up so fast? As I thought, you're just like me." Xiaoling felt very embarrassed when her mother touched her unexpectedly. She quickly said, "Mom, stop touching me like that. It's really weird." At that moment, in the worm god's pit, someone was crawling up. The Spider Queen, who had revealed her true form earlier, now took the shape of a woman, but with the tail of a spider. She gritted her teeth in anger and said, "Damn humans, I will take my revenge." As she climbed out of the pit, the people of the tribe saw her and immediately screamed in surprise, "It's the worm god." Then they expressed their joy and shouted, "The worm god has manifested, the worm god has manifested." Suddenly, the queen spider plunged its 2 enormous pincers, piercing through their heads instantly. The 2 of them were drained of all their blood, leaving only skeletal remains. She clenched her fists in anger, her cold voice rang out, Once I've had my fill and fully recovered my strength, I'll go crush the damned human into 100 pieces. Back with Wei Chen, he dreamt that he was sinking into water, and suddenly the suffocating sensation around his neck surged up, causing his face to turn pale. Ugh, I can't breathe, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. In reality, Wei Chen's head was tightly pressed against Xiao Wan's chest, as she and her mother were both sleeping while holding him. At this moment, Wei Chen opened his eyes, and upon seeing the scene, he felt extremely embarrassed. He immediately sat up, causing Xiao Wan and her mother to wake up as well. The system at this point kept showing continuous notifications. Congratulations, host, you successfully sought death and earned 50 death-seeking points. Congratulations, host, you successfully sought death and earned 50 death-seeking points. Wei Chen now understood why he had been suffocating. He turned pale with fear and thought, I almost became a victim of suffocation from being crushed by a chest. Xiao Wan saw Wei Chen react so strongly that she broke into a sweat and stammered, sorry, my sleeping habits aren't very good. Xiao Ling, confused about what was happening, could only yawn repeatedly and say, haze. Wei Chen looked at both of them, then awkwardly scratched his head and said, I didn't expect to fall asleep. Anyway, let's just get out of here. Hearing this, Xiao Wan hesitated and said, but the hole is so high, how are we supposed to get out? Wei Chen took out something that resembled a stone egg and said, this is the reward I got after completing the mission to save you. Both Xiao Wan and Xiao Ling were surprised when they saw the object. Wei Chen, with a confident expression, said, as long as we use this, we can get out of here. Wei Chen raised the stone, and immediately a green light emanated from it. The system quickly announced, Hearthstone, Grade C. When used, it can transport the user to a nearby coordinate point. The effect is instantaneous. Cooldown time, 24 hours. At that moment, the green glow surrounding the stone expanded into a teleportation gate. Wei Chen said seriously, hold on to my shoulder, and we'll be able to get out. Xiao Wan and Xiao Ling obediently placed their hands on his shoulders. Wei Chen shouted and began to change their position. Then, a flash of light flickered and streaked, successfully teleporting the three of them, but it seemed they did not notice their clothes had been left behind. Above the deep pit, the teleportation gate appeared, sending the three of them to their destination. Wei Chen happily turned his head and said, change positions to. Before he could finish his sentence, he was struck speechless by the scene before him, nearly causing him to nosebleed. He stammered, completing the sentence, see come. Xiao Wan was still in a daze, asking, what's going on here? Xiao Ling hadn't noticed anything unusual yet. She ran her fingers through her hair and answered her mother, we're back at Worm God Village. But as soon as she finished speaking, both Xiao Wan and Xiao Ling seemed to sense something was off. The two of them hurriedly began putting their clothes back on. Xiao Ling muttered, the body of an adult really feels strange. Xiao Wan looked at the cute girl and couldn't help but exclaim, no wonder you're my daughter. Wei Chen scanned the surroundings and then said, strange, wasn't there supposed to be villagers guarding the area around the Worm God Cave? How come there's not a single person in sight? At this point, Xiao Wan and Xiao Ling suddenly turned pale. She pointed behind Wei Chen and said, everyone, look over there. Wei Chen turned around and followed the direction Xiao Wan was pointing. Huh? Suddenly, his face turned pale, and Wei Chen couldn't help but panic as he thought, that's the direction of Worm God Village. What's happening over there? Oh no, could it be? The Worm God Village had been reduced to ashes, with smoke constantly rising in the air. Beneath the ground, the bodies of the indigenous people lay scattered. As the three of them approached, the smoke grew thicker, forcing them to cover their noses with their hands. After the thick haze cleared, Wei Chen finally saw the scene in the village and was horrified, shouting, what on earth happened here? Xiao Ling felt strange and asked, why is everyone in the village dead? At this moment, Xiao Wan was so terrified that her face turned pale. Wei Chen walked over to a nearby dry corpse and lifted its arm to examine it. As he realized something gruesome, he immediately turned around and said, their blood and flesh have been completely drained. Suddenly, a gust of wind carried a beam of purple light, rushing straight toward them. The light headed straight for Wei Chen's chest. He immediately reacted, summoning his sword to block it. Wei Chen, in shock, shouted, "Who is it?" The beam of light was deflected upon colliding with Wei Chen's sword. He kept his guard up, watching as it flew off. At that moment, the Spider Queen appeared. She was holding a dry, blood-drained corpse in her arms. Without hesitation, she shoved the corpse aside and excitedly yelled, "I didn't expect you all to so willingly walk into your own doom." She then raised her hand to cover her mouth and laughed. "This works out better, I won't have to go looking for you." When Wei Chen saw the Spider Queen's form, he hesitated and asked, "You are?" He raised his sword, pointing it at her and said, "Who are you?" The Spider Queen immediately became enraged upon hearing this. She snarled and shouted, "Damn it, I am the master of the Worm God dungeon that you bastards destroyed, Spider Queen." The system immediately popped up, "Congratulations, host, for successfully seeking death. You have earned 60 points for seeking death." After hearing her introduction, Xiaoling was also stunned. "Impossible, wasn't I the one who burned you to death? How are you still in this form?" The Spider Queen leisurely licked the blood still lingering at the corner of her mouth and said, "My body mutated, that's why I became human-like." She then raised both arms to show off, saying, "And I also absorbed the flesh and blood of these fools. Now, I'm at least 10 times stronger than before." Wei Chen remained silent, not saying a word. Taking advantage of her distraction, he charged at her swiftly and swung his sword down. The Spider Queen's arm was severed, and she suddenly screamed, "You dare to sneak attack me?" The system popped up again, "Congratulations, host, for successfully seeking death. You have earned 60 points for seeking death." Wei Chen smirked, raising his sword and said, "This is not a sneak attack, it's just the villain dying from talking too much." Ha ha. The Spider Queen felt herself being provoked to the brink of madness. Immediately, she managed to dodge Wei Chen's attack. Wei Chen wasn't one to back down, though. He swiftly swung his sword again, cutting off a lock of her hair. He relentlessly launched one attack after another, forcing the Spider Queen to struggle to keep up with his rapid assault. However, she showed no sign of worry. Instead, she sneered and said, "Humph, how naive. The flesh and blood of these humans has granted me incredibly powerful regenerative abilities." As she spoke, she was already regrowing the arm Wei Chen had severed. With her spider legs, she rapidly charged towards him, adding, "No matter how many times you strike, you won't be able to do anything to me. For the death of my child and the destruction of my nest, I will definitely exact my revenge." With those words, she unleashed her technique, Spider Web. The Spider Queen placed her hands on the ground, and countless purple spider webs appeared beneath the earth, sharp and deadly, shooting up towards the sky and surrounding Wei Chen. Wei Chen quickly sensed that the situation was becoming dire and immediately shouted to Xiao Wan and Xiao Ling, "You two, get out of here, now." The spider webs grew thicker and denser by the second. Xiao Wan, seeing how critical the situation had become, immediately grabbed Xiao Ling and pulled her away as they fled. Suddenly, a deafening explosion rang out. Wei Chen had been completely trapped within the Spider Queen's formation. Xiao Ling, witnessing this, could only scream his name in terror, "Wei Chen." Inside the Spider Queen's formation, Wei Chen continued to fight fiercely against her. He silently thought to himself, "My strength has grown much stronger now." Angrily, Wei Chen advanced and shouted, "How many people's flesh and blood have you absorbed?" She raised both her hands, summoning a whirlwind. Around them, spider silk continued to shoot up from the ground. Her face darkened as she shouted, "Grass-eating cows, meat-eating humans, monsters eating human flesh, this is completely normal. Do you think I've never eaten a baozi?" Upon hearing the word baozi, Wei Chen suddenly froze. Images of beautiful women immediately appeared in his mind. His face turned shameless, and he hungrily said, "It depends on what kind of baozi you're talking about." As soon as Wei Chen finished speaking, the system immediately announced, "Congratulations, host. You've successfully sought death, earning 40 death-seeking points." The Spider Queen, hearing his words, became even more seductive and asked, "I wonder if you'd like to try my baozi?" Without hesitation, Wei Chen raised his middle finger and made a mocking face at her, saying, "Humph, I have no interest in the rotten milk of a monster like you." Immediately after, the system flashed a new message: "Congratulations, host. You successfully sought death, earning 60 death-seeking points." The Spider Queen screamed in fury, "Damn it!" She angrily charged towards Wei Chen, but no matter how many spider threads she shot out, Wei Chen skillfully dodged them. He even teased her, making sure his attacks missed. Wei Chen suddenly moved close to her and said, "You heal yourself 100 times, then I'll kill you 100 times." Wei Chen swung his sword, shouting loudly, "I'll dedicate an entire day to you." But before he could strike, the Spider Queen sneered and said, "Oh, really?" At that moment, a cloud of purple smoke surrounded Wei Chen. Wei Chen, unaware of what was happening, struggled to hold himself up, breathing heavily. It was strange, his whole body suddenly felt hot, and he was completely drained of energy. After saying that, Wei Chen could no longer hold on, dropping his sword and collapsing. The Spider Queen immediately raised her hand to the sky, laughing with self-satisfaction. "The reason I've trapped you in this spider web is because this place is filled with the heavily ladder bone-melting smoke that is emanating from my body." Wei Chen, lying on the ground in pain, heard her continue shouting. Even a supreme golden immortal would be helpless, unable to resist. "I can do whatever I want." A single spider thread appeared, wrapping around Wei Chen's hand, followed by more and more, binding his arms and legs tightly before lifting him up. Wei Chen, filled with fury, yelled, "Even if I have trespassed on your domain, you can kill me as you wish." The Spider Queen suppressed her wicked laughter and sneered, She walked up to Wei Chen and used her finger to lift his chin, then her face darkened. "The death of my child, of course, must be avenged." Wei Chen thought to himself, "Luckily, I've tried to die so many times before, I should have enough points to resurrect a few times." Suddenly, Wei Chen was attacked unexpectedly. He shut his eyes, bracing for death. But contrary to his expectations, the Spider Queen stabbed at him, causing his clothes to be immediately torn apart. Since his eyes were closed, he didn't notice anything strange. After a while, he began to feel something was off and opened his eyes. "Ha!" Wei Chen blushed and said, "Weren't you trying to kill me? What's the meaning of tearing my clothes?" The Spider Queen licked her finger and slowly said, "You killed all of my children." Then she crawled closer to Wei Chen and wrapped her arms around his neck. "Heavenly ladder bone melting smoke will keep your body in a state of constant excitement, so you could die in bliss. That's a kind of happiness, isn't it? Of course, I want you to return my children to me." Wei Chen quickly realized the meaning behind her words and screamed loudly, "You can kill me, but not humiliate me. Don't come any closer, please. AAA." His terrified scream echoed out, reaching beyond the room. Xiao Ling heard it and immediately wanted to turn back, but Xiao Wan stopped her. "We can't leave Wei Chen in there. We must rescue him from the silk ball quickly." Zhuang Xiaowan could only try to calm her down. "Don't panic." Xiao Ling anxiously replied, "But what should we do now?" Then, the girl suddenly had an idea. "That's right, spider webs must be afraid of fire." After saying that, Xiao Ling quickly performed her technique, creating countless small flames and shouting, "Magic fire." The flames then flew towards the spider's nest, exploding with loud bangs. After a while, the smoke and dust began to clear, but the spider nest remained completely intact. Xiao Ling was horrified upon seeing this. How can this be? It didn't have any effect at all. At this moment, Xiao Ling's face turned pale with worry. What should we do? Wei Chen is fighting alone right now, struggling so much, and we can't do anything. Xiao Wan stepped forward to comfort her. Don't worry, Wei Chen is so strong. Nothing will happen to him. Suddenly, from within the spider's web cocoon, indecent sounds could be heard. No, please. AAA, don't, have mercy, my queen. At that moment, the system also displayed a notification. Congratulations, host, you've successfully found death, earning 60 death points. Xiao Ling innocently asked, Mom, what was that sound? Xiao Wan awkwardly cleared her throat and said, Xiao Ling, there are some things that it's still too early for you to understand. Suddenly, the spider's silk ball crackled, splitting in two with a sharp sound. The Spider Queen appeared, her face filled with excitement as she cupped her face and said, "What a truly shocking battle." When Xiao Ling saw her, she hesitated and shouted, "What? What did you do to Wei Chen?" The Spider Queen pointed to Wei Chen's dried up body hanging from the spider's leg. "Are you talking about this one?" After saying that, she threw Wei Chen's body onto the ground, where it rolled toward the mother and daughter. "I've consumed him completely, there's nothing left but a dried up corpse." Xiao Wan and Xiao Ling were both horrified. Xiao Wan covered her mouth and said, "How could this happen?" Xiao Ling stretched out her hand and screamed, This is. Xiao Ling cradled Wei Chen's body and cried out in despair, "Brother Wei Chen, you." She looked at his shriveled arm, and suddenly, his body began to slowly fade away. Xiao Ling watched as Wei Chen vanished from her arms, unable to hold back her sobs. At this moment, the Spider Queen suddenly spoke up, "Don't worry." She placed her hand on her belly and said, "His life will continue through me." The Spider Queen raised her sharp finger and said, "As for the two of you, you'd better obediently become my food." The Spider Queen then continued to unleash slashing attacks with her spider silk. Seeing her move toward Xiao Ling, Xiao Wan immediately rushed forward, shouting loudly, "Xiao Ling!" She pushed Xiao Ling away, but immediately got caught by the spider web. The spider web wrapped around Xiao Wan, tightening with each passing moment. Seeing her mother being captured, Xiao Ling rushed forward and pleaded, "If you want to eat me instead, just let my mother go." The Spider Queen sneered upon hearing this, saying in a disdainful tone, "Such deep maternal love." She lifted Xiao Ling's chin and then said, "Don't worry, you'll be reunited in my belly." However, at that moment, the bones of Wei Chen suddenly made a strange noise. Then, they exploded and shot up into the air, leaving both Xiao Ling and the Spider Queen stunned. Suddenly, a blinding light, glowing in green, erupted, forcing both of them to cover their eyes. "What's happening? Who is that?" Through the green light, Wei Chen slowly stepped out, standing tall with an imposing posture. A system notification appeared, "Rebirth system activated, consuming 400 death-seeking points." While the host was being resurrected, Wei Chen suddenly yelled, his eyes crackling with blue sparks. The system continued to announce, "Rebirth reward received, indestructible Vajra pure yang body." Wei Chen extended both hands, forming a stream of golden energy, then clasped them together. Xiao Ling and the Spider Queen stared in disbelief. What is he doing?" Around Wei Chen, a radiance emanated, reminiscent of the Buddhas. The system also provided an additional note, "Indestructible Vajra pure yang body, grade B effectiveness." After use, it significantly enhances defensive capabilities and resistance to negative states, but it reduces attack power and agility. It introduces a fusion of the Golden Bell Shield, Iron Cloth Shirt, and hard-trained Supreme Martial Art. It is said that after extensive training, one can become impervious to blades and swords, absorbing yang energy into the abdomen. Wei Chen returned with a provocative demeanor, beckoning with his finger, "Hey, the sour milk of your opponent is right here, come on, let's fight again." The Spider Queen immediately lost her patience and angrily rushed towards him, "What are you pretending to be? Go to hell." But when she launched her attack, he easily dodged it. "Is this all you've got?" Then, he pointed at the Spider Queen's face, "Compared to how you tortured me earlier, you're still way too weak." The Spider Queen attacked again, "Then I'll do it again." Wei Chen seemed to have planned something. He let her spider threads wrap tightly around him. The Spider Queen grabbed the entangled threads and pulled Wei Chen along. Her face darkened as she said, "Making you happy, only to turn into trash." Wei Chen laughed and said, "Don't regret it." The Spider Queen raised her hand to the sky, and the spider threads immediately shot out, then formed a spider thread ball just like before. At this moment, Xiao Wan, feeling confused, asked, "Wei Chen has come back to life?" Xiao Ling replied, "Yes, it seems like something similar happened before." Inside the silk ball, voices continued to echo, making one think of dark thoughts. "It really feels like metal trying to liquefy and kill you. Being able to hold on for so long, it really is a bit stronger than before." Mother and daughter Xiao Wan could only stand there and wait. The two patiently waited for an hour, and suddenly, the silk ball shook violently, accompanied by a reversal of voices. How? How can this be? Impossible, spare me, don't come closer. Triple A. Xiao Ling and Xiao Wan outside could only sweat as they looked at the silk ball. Suddenly, the Spider Queen extended her arm and thrust it into the silk ball. She screamed, "I can't take it anymore." The Spider Queen, panicking, crawled out of the silk ball, stuttering incoherently, "I don't want this, I don't want this." Her face was pale and disheveled, losing control. Suddenly, Wei Chen grabbed one of her pincers. It wasn't over yet. She desperately tried to cling to the ground, but was pulled inside. At this moment, the Spider Queen could only reach out for help, her mouth screaming, "I don't want this." Triple A. Then, a beam of light shot straight down from the sky onto the silk ball. The light grew bigger and then exploded with a loud bang, shattering the spider web cocoon. After that, Wei Chen slowly stepped out, and beneath his feet lay the lifeless body of a shrunken spider. The familiar short hair gradually became visible as Wei Chen emerged with an imposing presence. "Huh, you're going to fight me?" Su Tian playing tough is just like a younger brother. At that moment, the system also displayed a notification: the dungeon mission has been completed, the player is about to be returned to the main world. Seeing that everything was settled, Xiao Ling happily approached and called out, "Mom." The spider silk that had been wrapped around Xiao Wan had now loosened and fallen off. Wei Chen walked over to the mother and child, and Xiao Wan, worried, asked, "Are you okay?" Xiao Ling also asked him, "Where's the spider?" Wei Chen calmly replied, "I'm fine, just a bit tired. I killed the spider already." Then, he pulled both mother and child into a tight embrace, and the three of them were reunited, smiling brightly. Wei Chen, his eyes squinting with a grin, said, "Now, let's get ready to go home." It seemed as though everything had ended, but the vicious spider suddenly crawled back to life. It shot out a tiny needle, which flew with incredible speed, striking the back of Zhuang Xiaowan's neck. However, everything happened so quickly that Xiao Wan was still confused, not understanding what was going on. The three of them gradually left, and Xiao Wan could only raise her hand to touch her neck before turning back to take a look. At this moment, in the stadium, everyone was also gradually returning. The system announcement rang out: "Congratulations to the players who survived the dungeon. Each player will receive 3,000 experience points. The next dungeon will start in 7 days, and after that, everyone will level up." Chen Xingshi looked around at the people and felt something was off. She voiced her confusion, "This is strange. Why did everyone return at the same time?" Wei Chen, standing nearby, shrugged and spoke up, "In the dungeon, no matter how long it feels, to the world of the host, it's just a blink of an eye. That's why we all came back at the same time." Suddenly, a player, astonished, shouted loudly, "Isn't that the pillars of the goddess and the lawless celestial maiden?" After saying this, he excitedly cupped his face and added, "The love of my life looks just like the original." Xiao Ling turned pale when she saw him pointing at her. "Huh?" A second later, everyone frantically rushed toward her. They whispered among themselves, "What a cute girl, a student from this school, right? She seems a bit familiar. She's a bit older than the magical girls, but her figure is amazing." Xiao Ling was terrified by the crowd of excited people, and she could only raise her hand to call for help, hiding behind her mother's back. Xiao Ling fearfully cried out, "Mom." Xiao Wan comforted her, saying, "Don't be afraid, everyone means no harm." At that moment, a hand suddenly patted Xiao Ling's head, and the explanation might be a bit complicated. Wei Chen cleared his throat and introduced her to everyone. "This girl is the daughter of Sister Zhuang, Zhuang Ziling." Everyone was stunned upon hearing this, and their excited expressions shifted to disappointment. "What? Is it that annoying girl? Wei Chen, you're a beast. Did you really do that to her? Is this cute girl legal or not?" Suddenly, a pair of hands appeared behind Xiao Ling, making her exclaim in surprise, "Ah!" From behind, Chen Xingshi reached out with both hands to touch Xiao Ling's chest, causing her to shout, "Sister Chen, stop messing around." Chen Xingshi, undeterred, remarked, "From the valley, it's turned into mountains now. Did she drink go-go growth? Wei Chen then raised his hand dramatically and said with a grin, to celebrate that we all survived, I'll donate some blood this time. Countless crates of beer appeared, and he swung his arm enthusiastically, saying, tonight, let's party together. At this moment, in the gym, the sound of glasses clinking rang out. Chen Xingshi and Wei Chen were playing a dice-guessing game. As he was about to lift the cup, Chen Xingshi spoke up, saying, I guess 6 sixes. Wei Chen responded, I'll go with you, 6 sixes. But when the cup was opened, there were only 5 sixes. Chen Xingshi happily looked at him and said, I have 5 sixes, I don't believe you don't have any 6s. Wei Chen then opened his stack of dice, neatly arranged in a professional pile, with a single one on top. He excitedly shouted, didn't expect this, right? Look at my tower, you've lost. At this moment, the system displayed a message, congratulations, host, you have successfully sought death and earned 50 seeking death points. Chen Xingshi angrily shouted, this is completely against the rules. Wei Chen laughed and defended himself, there's no rule saying we can't play like this. Isn't it time for Sister Chen to pay her debt and accept her punishment? Hearing this, Chen Xingshi reluctantly pulled up her shirt and hesitated, saying, Who said I wouldn't pay my debt? She then lay down on the floor, hurry up, hurry up. Wei Chen took a brush and gently drew on her stomach. The sensation made her flinch and exclaim, it's so ticklish. But Wei Chen replied, stop moving around, or I won't draw it well. After finishing the drawing, he smirked and said, as expected of me, a perfect masterpiece. Chen Xingshi, upon seeing the drawing on her stomach, couldn't help but blush and immediately exclaimed, damn it, how dare you draw such embarrassing things on my body. The system's voice echoed again, announcing, congratulations, host, you have successfully found the path to death, earning 50 points for seeking death. At the same time, Xiaoling was drinking enthusiastically. After finishing her glass, the girl sighed with delight, this iced milk is the best. The boys nearby, upon seeing Xiaoling, couldn't help but drool. So cute, should we go talk to her? But isn't she a little girl? Hearing them, Ouyangshi immediately became angry and shouted, you lot, don't even think about touching someone else's daughter. The boys, reprimanded, bent down in unison and apologized, sorry, miss, we were wrong. Xiaowan, seeing this, felt grateful and walked over to Ouyangshi with a bottle of liquor, thanking her for taking care of Xiaoling. Ouyangshi, would you like to have a drink with me? Ouyangshi turned around and confessed, Sister Zhuang, I don't know much about drinking. However, Zhuang Xiaowan didn't let her off the hook. She stepped forward, lifted the teacher's chin, and said casually, don't worry, Sister Zhuang will teach you. Ouyangshi, with sparkling eyes, replied, yes, I'll be happy to. Time quickly passed, and 3 hours later, Wei Chen helped the barely conscious Chen Xingshi into the room. Though she was in this state, she continued to shout, I can still drink, I can still drink. Wei Chen, while supporting her, couldn't help but curse, drink to your head. 1 bottle of beer and you're already drunk. Chen Xingshi quickly leaned back onto the bed, her mind not fully clear, letting out a soft whimper, huh. Lying on the bed in a seductive posture, Chen Xingshi still stammered in denial, I'm not even drunk. Seeing this, Wei Chen made a face as if he were salivating. He pulled out his phone and said, I need to take a picture of how you look right now, so you can see how messy you are tomorrow. At that moment, a notification appeared on the system, congratulations to the host for successfully courting death. You have earned 60 accumulation points. Suddenly, Chen Xingshi grabbed his arm that was holding the phone. Wei Chen was startled, huh? Out of nowhere, he was forcefully pulled down, and at that moment, Chen Xingshi took the dominant position, pushing him onto the bed. Her eyes were shining brightly as she asked him, do you want to play the game of supervising the prisoner? After saying that, Chen Xingshi leaned down to unbuckle his belt. Faced with her actions, Wei Chen could only submit. He looked away, trying to act manly, saying, how could I take advantage of a girl who's drunk? That would be too beastly. At this point, Wei Chen suddenly sprang up, tensing his body so hard that his shirt tore apart, and he yelled, but if I refuse, I'd be even less than a beast. The next moment, Wei Chen was bound by a pair of iron cuffs that tightly shackled his hands. He was confused, not understanding what was happening. "Hey, what's going on?" At that moment, Chen Xingshi appeared with a sinister expression, holding a whip and shouting loudly, "Take my whip!" She then struck down, causing Wei Chen to scream in agony. The system continuously displayed notifications: heavenly crippled earthly deficient sutra, experience points increased. The next day, everyone gathered in one place, yawning and stretching. "Yawn, why are we gathering so early in the morning? My head hurts, what are they going to make us do now?" Wei Chen stood in front of them, loudly announcing, "Gather up, stop sleeping." Suddenly, they pointed at his face and burst into laughter. "Ha, what's with your face? Brother Chen, it looks like last night's battle was pretty intense." Wei Chen's face was covered in whip marks, and he cleared his throat. Stop joking. The next dungeon will begin soon. During this time, everyone must leave the safe zone and undergo real combat training." Standing beside him, Chen Xingshi asked, "What exactly did you all do last night?" Chen Xingshi covered her face and stammered, Don't ask me, I don't know anything." The two girls nearby, after hearing Wei Chen, couldn't help but ask each other with confusion, "If we leave the safe zone, wouldn't it be very dangerous? Do we, as girls, have to go too?" Upon hearing this, Wei Chen replied seriously, "The enemies won't go easy on you just because you're girls. If you can't even handle the zombies outside, then I'm afraid you won't make it through the next dungeon." At this moment, outside, countless grotesque zombies were growling and pacing around the door. Wei Chen turned back to the main issue and ordered everyone, "Now, let's prepare to bring the necessary supplies." The four of them, each in their own group, began their training. Xiaowan felt that she wasn't capable, so she approached Wei Chen and whispered to him, "Wei Chen, fighting isn't really my strong suit. If I keep going like this, might I cause trouble for everyone?" Upon hearing this, Wei Chen not only didn't scold her, but also gently reassured her, "Usually, dungeons are completed in teams. Apart from the combat members, the support members are also very important. I've already prepared suitable gear for you, Zhuang." Xiaowan felt deeply grateful upon hearing this. Wei Chen continued, "Don't be so distant. Your daughter helped a lot during the last dungeon. Please accept this gift." After Xiaowan received the professional outfit, countless excited gazes were directed at her, all staring intently. They praised her endlessly. "Wow, this is so seductive, a mother looks stunning like this, Wei Chen really knows what's going on." At this moment, Xiaowan was wearing a very alluring nurse's uniform. She hesitated and said, "I just feel like something's off." The system also displayed a note, "Sea-level nurse outfit, effective." After wearing it, one can grasp knowledge of therapeutic techniques, rejuvenation methods, pharmacology basics, respiration, and various auxiliary skills. Wei Chen, meanwhile, was lost in his improper thoughts. He imagined the girls around him in various seductive outfits. At this rate, he could collect a whole range of themes: female police officers, nurses, magical girls, everything could be gathered. However, contrary to his imagination, the girls in real life were aggressively attacking him. "You're imagining all these random things, aren't you? Naughty student, twisted thoughts." At that moment, the system displayed a notification, "Congratulations, host, for successfully finding your way to death, receiving 70 accumulated death-seeking points." Meanwhile, outside the safe zone, where zombies were roaming, bang! A sniper shot hit the head of a zombie. Chen Xingshi hugged the rifle, happily reporting, "Target hit." Her system immediately displayed a notification, 100 experience points gained. Suddenly, behind her, another zombie appeared out of nowhere, leaving Chen Xingshi no time to react. She turned around, frightened, and said, "This is bad." Several zombies surrounded Chen Xingshi. Their grotesque hands gripped hers, tearing at her clothes. Guyong suddenly appeared just in time. She used her sharp claw-like weapon to stab through the zombie's throat. By this time, Xiaowan had also arrived. Taking on her role as a nurse, she placed her hand on Chen Xingshi's chest and said, "Hold on a moment, let me treat your injury." Chen Xingshi felt comforted and gently replied, okay. Behind the camera, Wei Chen observed the teamwork of these girls and praised, although they are still a bit inexperienced, their coordination isn't bad. Even without me there, they would have been able to face the danger on their own. Suddenly, he noticed something. Wait! Wei Chen grabbed a pair of binoculars to take a closer look. In his sight was a horrifying creature crawling towards them. Its eyes glowed, staring eerily at the binoculars. Wei Chen screamed in panic, "Elite monster!" A system panel appeared with a level D description, introducing, due to refusing to stay within the safe zone and insisting on going outside, it has been transformed into a zombie. Its characteristics include exceptional speed in all aspects. At this moment, Chen Xingshi and Ouyang Shi arrived, causing the elite monster to detect the two of them. Chen Xingshi said to Wei Chen, "You go ahead." She drew her gun, aimed at the monster's eyes, then fired a shot and shouted, "At this distance, it's definitely a hit." The bullet sped toward the monster at high speed, but it quickly twisted its neck to dodge. Chen Xingshi thought, "What? It can dodge my bullet like this?" Suddenly, Ouyang Shi appeared from somewhere and kicked the zombie away. She shouted, "Get lost!" The zombie was kicked so hard that it crashed straight into the wall with a loud bang. Chen Xingshi couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of Ouyang Shi, "She's getting more skilled at turning into a zombie." From a distance, Xiaowan's voice called out, "I feel so safe." The teacher, recognized by everyone, scratched her head and laughed. "To be honest, if I could, I actually wouldn't want to turn into a half-zombie." Suddenly, amidst the thick smoke, a figure appeared. The monster, with an incredibly long neck, crawled out of the smoke and stared at them. Xiaowan widened her eyes in fear and exclaimed, "What is that?" Chen Xingshi and the teacher were both stunned and yelled, "It's over, Xiaowan." Out of nowhere, a green sword sliced through the monster's head. Wei Chen's sword pierced through the zombie's head, splitting it in half before the shocked Zhuang Xiaowan. After Wei Chen swung his sword and hit the target perfectly, he immediately charged forward, landing behind Zhuang Xiaowan and once again became the hero who saved the damsel in distress. Wei Chen extended his hand and asked Zhuang Xiaowan, "Are you all right, Xiaowan?" Xiaowan also reached out and grabbed his hand. She hesitated, saying, "No, I'm fine." Chen Xingshi, seeing that Xiaowan had been rescued, let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Wei Chen had appeared just in time, or things would have gotten complicated. It was then that Wei Chen turned to Chen Xingshi and scolded her, "During battle, protecting teammates who are weaker is also very important. Xiaowan is a support, how could you not protect her properly?" After saying that, he tapped her forehead. Chen Xingshi yelped in pain, "Ouch." Hearing this, Xiaowan shyly said, "So, am I really a support?" "But I haven't." Before she could finish her sentence, Wei Chen waved his hand and explained, "The meaning of support is that you're a helper. Xiaowan, your main ability is healing, so you're a support." Chen Xingshi, still in pain, gently moved her hair aside to check her forehead, where there was a clear imprint with the words "not up to standard" written on it. She helplessly said, "We didn't do it on purpose." She then looked in a mirror and tried to wipe the mark away, muttering, "How strange, why can't I get rid of the mark you left?" Wei Chen heard it and excitedly took out several other seals, then loudly said, "The seal I left on you is not just one." At this moment, Chen Xingshi realized that there was also a mark on her thigh with some characters. The system notification appeared, "Congratulations, the owner has successfully found the path to death, earning 50 death-seeking points." On her thigh was a complete character, and Chen Xingshi quietly muttered, "When did you?" Wei Chen took a weapon shaped like a claw, and the system displayed the description, "Flaming claws, level D effectiveness, has a certain probability of inflicting fire damage when attacking." He said, "Elite monster drops equipment, Ouyang Shi, you can share it with her." Ouyang Shi put the flaming claws on her hands, a weapon that suited her very well. Contrary to her naturally assassin-like appearance, she sadly said, "Two families, I feel like I'm drifting further and further away from the path of a people's teacher." Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out, "It seems like you all got some good equipment." Wei Chen immediately turned his attention to the source of the voice. It was a group of antagonists dressed in flashy clothes, smugly saying, "But good stuff like this, giving it to you bunch of newbies is just a waste." Wei Chen, seeing them, thought to himself, "These guys still leave an impression on me." They're members of the Doomsday Heroes, a group that once wreaked havoc under the guise of good people. When Chen Xingshi saw them, she couldn't hide her anger and shouted, "Who are you? Why should we hand over the hard-earned loot to you?" Upon hearing the question of who they were, they proudly introduced themselves, "We are members of the Safe Zone, the Doomsday Heroes. You can tell the meaning from the name. We are the guiding light that helps you escape the apocalypse, the ones who saved you. Of course, you must support us unconditionally." Wei Chen, upon hearing this, gave them a contemptuous look and said, "What? Doomsday Heroes? More like brain-dead apocalyptic fools. The moment you open your mouths, you demand things. Do you think we're just going to give you food?" The girl in the tiger outfit stepped forward and angrily retorted, "I was planning to spare your life, but since you don't know when to back off, don't blame us when we take action." At that moment, the system suddenly displayed an announcement, interrupting their exchange, "The next dungeon is about to begin. Participants will be divided into 2 small teams of 4. Eliminate all members of the opposing team to win. The dungeon area will have a radius of 5 km from the current position of the participants, and leaving the dungeon area will result in instant death. All participants will be randomly assigned to coordinates within the dungeon area." The girl in the tiger outfit then confidently raised her middle finger and said, "Looks like it's unavoidable to kill you now." Behind her, a man wearing a blindfold also smirked triumphantly, adding, "Strike fast, win fast." Xiaowan noticed a change in her body and immediately questioned, "Wait, could it be that the vice captain is about to start?" Wei Chen gazed into the distance, resting his sword on his shoulder before casually replying, "It seems like it's time to assess the results of the training." At that moment, the system displayed the setting of a library. Zhuang Xiaowan anxiously said, "This looks like a library. Could it be that I'm the only one brought here?" Suddenly, the blindfolded man appeared behind her. As soon as he saw her, he confidently remarked, "Looks like I've been assigned a very weak opponent." With that, he placed one of his pincers against Zhuang Xiaowan's neck. He pressed his body close to hers and mocked, It's been a while since I've encountered such a sweet, easy prey." Elsewhere, teacher Ouyang she looked across and asked, "Is your opponent?" "Me?" The girl dressed in cold tiger attire coldly responded, "Humph, my opponent is a woman?" The 2 of them were matched against each other, and the location was now atop a building. The impatient girl, with her face fully transformed into a tiger, immediately attacked. She yelled, "I thought I'd be fighting a man with a knife. Seems like I'll just crush you into pieces first." The tiger girl lunged forward, aiming directly at Ouyang-shi's face. However, the teacher was no slouch either. She extended her hand to block the attack and excitedly shouted, "Turns out you have some skill after all. Well, that's good, it'll save me from getting too picky." Around them, the impact of the blow caused the ground to erupt with bursts of golden light. The golden flashes exploded, and the 2 girls fought fiercely. After a while, Ouyang-shi managed to catch the tiger girl's hand. "Cold-hearted teacher, you'll regret becoming my enemy." At that moment, a strange gust of wind from an unknown source began lifting Chen Xingshi off the ground. Panicking in midair, she screamed, "Why am I flying up into the sky?" Suddenly, she crashed down hard onto the ground. Chen Xingshi opened her eyes in confusion, wondering why she felt no pain. It turned out she had landed on something soft, which cushioned her fall. The cushion under her groaned and shouted, "You don't feel any pain, but I'm in agony." Only then did Chen Xingshi notice what was beneath her. Her face turned red as she quickly turned her head and asked, "Why are you under me?" Wei Chen, lying on the ground, replied, "Who knows? When I got here earlier, you fell right on top of me. If it weren't for my persistence, I might have already been crushed to death." Saying that, he pretended to be dead and in a weak voice added, "By the way, you should lose some weight." The system immediately displayed a notification, "Congratulations, the host successfully sought death and earned 50 points for seeking death." Chen Xingshi, her face filled with anger, angrily bent Wei Chen's body and retorted, "My weight is perfectly normal, you know?" In the midst of their playful banter, the blonde girl suddenly spoke up, "You two seem to get along well, huh?" Noticing someone else, Chen Xingshi finally sat up straight. She shyly responded, "What are you joking about? There's no way I'd fall for this idiot." The beautiful blonde girl smiled, "Is that so?" Wei Chen, who had been standing beside Chen Xingshi, had now completely disappeared. He moved closer to the blonde girl, stylishly stroking his hair, and said, "Of course, compared to that manly type, I prefer feminine girls like you." The system once again displayed a notification, "Congratulations, the host successfully saw death and earned 50 points for seeking death." Chen Xingshi clenched her fist and ran towards him, scolding, "Idiot, you should pick your moment when flirting." The person in question, Wei Chen, was actually not careless. He silently drew his sword. Chen Xingshi shouted, "Our enemy!" At that moment, Wei Chen also swung his sword in a surprise attack. However, before he could strike, he was suddenly halted in front of the blonde girl. Noticing something, Wei Chen turned pale, unable to say a word, his body frozen in place. At this moment, Chen Xingshi still thought that he was like this because he was infatuated with the woman, so she raised her gun and said, "If you can't make a move, then let me take care of her." Wei Chen didn't know how to explain. All he could do was shout, "Wait, don't shoot yet." Chen Xingshi was truly angry. She kept blaming Wei Chen, "Not only did you not kill her, but now you're even protecting her." Wei Chen turned pale and said, "Don't blame me, I can't control my body anymore." At this point, the blonde woman approached, touching Wei Chen's head and neck. She cheerfully explained, "In the last instance, I received the power of enchanting eyes. As long as a man looks directly into my eyes, I can control him." After saying that, she pointed directly at Chen Xingshi, who was still in shock, and ordered Wei Chen, "Go, servant, go cut off this girl's head for me." Wei Chen immediately obeyed without hesitation, raising his sword and advancing towards Chen Xingshi. Chen Xingshi turned pale with fear, her face turning green with anger, and said, "Wei Chen, you can't be serious, can you?" But Wei Chen still couldn't control his body and swung his sword toward her. He could only shout, "Run quickly, I can't control myself anymore." Chen Xingshi panicked and ran, screaming, "Help!" Unfortunately, she tripped over a stone. Her face drained of color as she resigned herself to fate. In the corner, a loud explosion rang out, accompanied by blinding golden light. Wei Chen raised his sword again, preparing to strike. Chen Xingshi fell to the ground, turning her face in fear and calling his name, "Wei Chen." Just as he was about to swing his sword down, Wei Chen's other hand grabbed the arm holding the sword. He struggled, trying to stop himself from carrying out the action, looking helpless. The blonde woman continued to use her control technique on him. She repeatedly ordered, "That's right, cut down." Her face twisted with malice as she said, "What I enjoy the most is seeing the expressions of those who kill their own teammates with their own hands." Chen Xingshi had been waiting with her eyes shut, but when she didn't feel the attack coming, she cautiously opened her eyes to look. At that moment, Wei Chen, standing before her, was desperately trying to stop his body from disobeying him, causing the sword to stab into his own stomach. The system notification then appeared, "Congratulations, host, you have successfully sought death, earning 60 points for seeking death." Chen Xingshi's eyes were brimming with tears, and in fear, she covered her mouth and called out, "Wei Chen." Wei Chen, though injured, spoke firmly, "Shui Tong, you really underestimate my strength and willpower." Chen Xingshi immediately sprang up and rushed to support Wei Chen. She anxiously asked, "Are you okay?" Shui Tong, with confidence, pointed to her own eyes and raised her voice, "As long as our eyes meet again, I can control you once more. You can only hold on for a little while longer. Now, strangle her for me." In this world, no one could be as reckless as Wei Chen. Without fear, he swiftly interrupted her attack and forcefully said, "If you've used your eyes to control me, then I will." Shui Tong was caught off guard by his response. She froze in shock, wait a minute, don't tell me you're about to." Without hesitation, Wei Chen used his 2 fingers to poke through his own eyes, shouting decisively, "I don't need my eyes anymore, you wicked woman." In the face of his desperate act, the system added points. Congratulations, host, for successfully seeking death. You have earned 80 death-seeking points. Wei Chen took out his pitiful eyes, now held firmly in his hand. Shui Tong, at this moment, was even more frustrated. She immediately resorted to another tactic. You bunch of disgusting men, all you have to do is obediently submit to the control of my beauty. My eye compulsion will never fail. At this point, Wei Chen had become blind. He groped forward and said, "It's useless. Now that I've lost my sight, I won't be affected by your ability anymore." "That's your weakness." Feeling moved, yet suddenly cold, Chen Xingshi interjected, cutting him off. You've just gone in the wrong direction." Wei Chen responded, "What can I do? I can't see anything right now, can I?" Then Wei Chen swung his sword in rapid succession. Seeing the situation might be turned around, Shui Tong decided to flee. Before she left, she didn't forget to say, "Why are there such cruel people like you? It seems I'll have to retreat for now." Hearing her words, Wei Chen pinpointed her location. "Your voice has given away your position." He then used his special move, Raging Blades, followed by an ultimate smash. She kept chopping through her body, and all she could do was scream. Shui Tong fell to the ground, leaving her final words behind, never expecting to die at the hands of a man. At that moment, Wei Chen finally paid attention to himself. He rubbed his eyes and said, "I never expected gouging my eyes out would hurt this much." Chen Xingshi felt deeply sorry for him. She gently questioned him, was it worth losing both eyes for something like this? In response to Chen Xingshi's concern, Wei Chen pitifully said, "As long as you're safe, what is the loss of one pair of eyes?" Chen Xingshi was completely filled with sympathy for him at that moment. She gently embraced him and comforted him, "Don't worry, I'll take care of you properly from now on." Wei Chen kindly lifted his face and said, "You don't need to take care of me for life. After the mission ends, as long as I'm not dead, a player's body will be restored to its best condition." Chen Xingshi then realized that Wei Chen wasn't throwing his life away for her to the point of becoming permanently blind. Perhaps he had already made some calculations, which was why he dared to act in such a way. Chen Xingshi, now angry, pushed Wei Chen away. Wei Chen, still reaching out, said with an insidious tone, "Let me feel the warmth of this world for just a bit more." Chen Xingshi restrained herself from hitting the injured person and responded, "Give me back all the feelings you owe me." Suddenly, a golden bullet shot out of nowhere, striking Wei Chen in the head and causing him to fall. Chen Xingshi panicked and shouted his name, "Wei Chen." At that moment, high above, the sniper with one eye covered was feeling quite smug. "Humph." He stepped away from the scope and looked at the target who had been hit. The system displayed a note about his bullet, sea-level tracking bullet, capable of firing a bullet with tracking functionality. The farther the target, the more time it takes to prepare. The sniper with the eye patch raised his gun again, aiming for the next shot. He muttered to himself, "At this distance, it only takes about 30 seconds to prepare for a tracking bullet before I can take that woman's life." At this moment, Chen Xingshi was still worried about Wei Chen. Wei Chen was slowly fading from her arms. Chen Xingshi, with tears streaming down her face, cried his name again, "Wei Chen." Suddenly, she felt this scene seemed somewhat familiar. Wait a minute, this scene. I feel like I've experienced it before. Chen Xingshi then suddenly became aware of her fighting instincts. She quickly devised a plan to escape first. According to the trajectory of the bullet that hit Wei Chen, this place must be. While Chen Xingshi was fleeing, the blindfolded man who had been aiming all this time also found his opportunity. He fired a shot and smiled, saying, "It's time to harvest." Chen Xingshi quickly found a place to hide. She thought it was a safe spot, but behind her, the tracking bullet was flying erratically. The situation was extremely dangerous. Chen Xingshi thought she had escaped and breathed a sigh of relief. But things couldn't get worse. The bullet had tracked her down, flying straight toward her. In disbelief, she screamed, "What?" Just as the bullet was about to reach her, a claw suddenly appeared from somewhere. The bullet collided with the claw and exploded with a loud bang. At that moment, Wei Chen was revived. Holding a claw in one hand, he arrived just in time to save Chen Xingshi. The system displayed a message, "Rebirth system activated, consuming 500 death-seeking points. The host has been resurrected." The blindfolded person saw Wei Chen's resurrection and couldn't understand it. He thought, how is this possible? That man was clearly killed by me. Chen Xingshi, upon seeing Wei Chen revive, happily said, "Wei Chen, you're alive again?" Wei Chen quickly turned to look at her, then grabbed her arm and said, "Stop wasting time with words. This is not the time for joy. We are in the open, the enemy is in the shadows, and one wrong move could cost us our lives." After speaking, he immediately pulled Chen Xingshi along. As she looked around, Chen Xingshi couldn't help but wonder why the two gunshots had come from different directions. Could it be that there wasn't just one sniper? Wei Chen, being more experienced, had already figured something out and expressed his thoughts. Perhaps the enemy has the ability to control the trajectory of their bullets, allowing them to hide in ambush like this. Chen Xingshi then realized and nervously said, "If that's the case, then as long as the enemy doesn't reveal themselves, we'll always be in a passive position?" Wei Chen, still as confident as ever, replied in his usual calm manner, his strength lying in his ability to remain unafraid in the face of danger. He replied to her, "It's fine, as long as you let your guard down, even the most cautious turtle will stick its head out for us, ha." The two of them were talking while running, their butts swaying. The sniper, still blindfolded, observed them fleeing but maintained his confident demeanor. "Yeah, go ahead and run. The system's designated map range is already within my line of fire. Even if the heavens are on your side, you won't escape." Suddenly, through the scope, he saw them stop in front of something. "Huh? Why aren't you running anymore? Can't run, huh?" He suddenly realized something felt off, and his hands trembled as he zoomed in the scope. "Wait, how dare a tanker truck stop in such a dangerous spot? You guys are really idiots." Chen Xingshi and Wei Chen were still standing there, pondering. He wondered if the sniper would fall for it. Little did the blindfolded man know, underestimating the enemy was the real foolishness. He started the countdown and squeezed the trigger. 3, 2. It was at this moment that Wei Chen spoke up, admitting that he had made a bet. As the countdown hit 1, the blindfolded man pulled the trigger, and the guided bullet was fired once again. It zoomed toward the tanker truck at the speed of light, crashing directly into it and causing a thick plume of black smoke to rise. As for Ouyang, the cycle of reincarnation between the two of them has not yet ended. At this moment, Ouyang was at a disadvantage. The tiger-like girl growled and shouted, "It seems like you're ready to embrace death." Ouyang had transformed into her alternate form, becoming fiercer with her eyes glowing brightly. The tiger girl had also completely turned into a fierce tiger. She struck, but Ouyang quickly leapt aside to dodge the blow. "That's fast," she remarked. Wei Chen emerged from the cloud of black smoke, and the system notification appeared. Heavenly crippled earthly deficient sutra, experience points increased. He was severely injured, having lost one of his arms. Within the smoke, Chen Xingshi saw Wei Chen wounded and anxiously said, "Your arm." Wei Chen gazed into the distance and replied, "It's fine, once the mission is over, it'll heal. What's more important now is that we're in the dark, while the enemy is in the light." Chen Xingshi was choking from the black smoke, coughing weakly, cough, cough. "So what? Right now, we can't see what's happening outside." Wei Chen cheerfully raised 2 fingers, "No need to worry, give me your gun." Wei Chen conjured an item and continued, "Lie down on the ground, raise your buttocks." Chen Xingshi was immediately teased by him until she became furious. She rushed over, grabbed his collar, and shouted, "Are you still going to joke around like this?" Wei Chen, choking from her grip on his collar, clarified, "I'm not joking. If you want to defeat the enemy, just follow my instructions." Reluctantly, Chen Xingshi decided to trust him. She replied, "All right." She then lay down on the ground and arched her back as he had told her. Embarrassed, she asked, Is this how it's supposed to be?" At that moment, a system notification appeared. "Congratulations, host, you have successfully sought death and earned 50 death-seeking points." Wei Chen aimed his rifle at her backside, positioning it perfectly to fire. He praised her, not bad. Keep that position. I'm about to fire. Chen Xingshi, upon hearing this, finally understood. She looked up at him, stammering, fire, fire? On Xiao Wan's side, she had also been injured. In pain, she squeezed her eyes shut and cried out, "AAA." Through the thick smoke, the green-faced man appeared. He licked his claws and then raised his voice, asking, "Do you want to be cut vertically or horizontally?" At this moment, Wei Chen used his special skill called Hawk Eyes, Grade D. The effect was the legendary assassin's skill. Once activated, it could broaden the field of vision and sensory perception for a short time, also providing the ability to see through walls. However, using it for too long would result in strain. Wei Chen used Hawk Eyes to look through the scope, and suddenly, he saw something. Wei Chen shouted, "I see it." On the other side of the thick smoke, a large black figure appeared. Wei Chen immediately adjusted his aim. Chen Xingshi, struggling beneath him, cursed, "Damn it, you're using me as a gun rest." Wei Chen retorted sharply, "Don't move. There's no other choice, I can't hold the gun with just one hand." At this moment, Wei Chen managed to aim the gun perfectly at the blindfolded man's head. The blindfolded man, seeing that they were still alive despite the smoke, suddenly said, "What? How is this possible? You didn't die in the explosion?" Wei Chen, seeing him, didn't forget to taunt, "Don't blink. This might be the most beautiful thing you'll ever see before you die." At this point, the blindfolded man suddenly saw something and his nose started to bleed. It turned out to be Chen Xingshir's backside. Wei Chen finished his sentence, "It's also the last beautiful thing." The intense scene unfolded right in front of them, with Chen Xingshi sticking her butt up as a gun rest for Wei Chen to aim. This position exposed her sensitive areas. The blindfolded man was stunned. He thought his intense focus on the delicious view in front of him had made him overlook the bullet speeding toward his face. By the time he realized it, it was too late. Although he was shot in the head and blood was oozing out, he still tried to speak, "Color, purple." His last words were truly worthy of an extra candy, "I prefer the color white now." He faded away into the space. Wei Chen lowered the gun to the ground and responded to him, "The white is in the washing machine now, you can rest in peace with that purple illusion." Meanwhile, Chen Xingshi was so angry that her face turned red as she kneeled on the ground, staring at him. The system notification appeared, "Congratulations, host, for successfully seeking death. You have received 60 points for seeking death." Chen Xingshi felt insulted, immediately snatching the gun and pointing it at Wei Chen's face, shouting loudly, "Purple illusion? My underwear got seen." Wei Chen, however, found the situation normal and not a big deal, replying, "It's just underwear, and why do you care about the dead?" Seeing Wei Chen's indifferent and unconcerned expression only further infuriated Chen Xingshi, and she shouted in anger, "I'm going to purge you." At that moment, Ouyang was struggling to fight with the woman with a tiger face. She kicked straight toward Ouyang's face and said, "Fortunately, you managed to block it with your hand in time, but the kick was so strong that you didn't scream out loud, AAA." The force from that kick was so powerful that it sent Ouyang flying, crashing into the wall and creating a massive explosion. But this little incident didn't allow her to meet her ancestors. Ouyang only had a few scratches. She appeared from the smoke, still looking cool, and commented on her opponent, "That's some serious power." Seeing that Ouyang was unharmed, the girl from the tiger tribe spoke with a disdainful tone while transforming, "Looks like this is all you're capable of. A quick win then." Her face transformed into that of a real tiger, looking fierce, and her legs grew sharp claws. In that moment, she completely changed, turning into an actual tiger, growling menacingly. Then, she unleashed the tear-roaring skill. The roar was so powerful that Ouyang felt completely drained, weakly resisting. She thought that she would need to increase her zombie transformation level if she was to stand a chance against her. The roar tore through Ouyang's delicate outfit, exposing her full, firm chest. Ouyang was trying to think of a way to defeat her, but how can I trigger my fury? Then, she had an idea, something that makes me angry. The image of Wei Chen forcibly kissing Ouyang flashed in her mind, and then she thought again, something that makes me angry. Another scene appeared, with Wei Chen mocking Ouyang loudly, "Hey, are you spending Valentine's Day all alone?" Thinking about all those things was enough to ignite the fury within Ouyang, and she thought, alright then. The tiger girl, noticing Ouyang fall into a moment of silence, felt curious and transformed into a large, inquisitive cat without realizing it. "Why are you closing your eyes, meow?" Then, she quickly reverted to her previous state and shouted threateningly, "Looks like you're ready to accept death." At this moment, Ouyang was radiating an immense power. She opened her eyes wide and glared at the tiger girl, her sharp fangs and veins appearing, creating a terrifying aura. The tiger girl lunged towards Ouyang, but she easily dodged. It caught the girl by surprise, so fast. The tiger girl tried to strike with her claws, but Ouyang gently evaded again. The tiger girl was utterly bewildered. "Why have you suddenly become so fast?" Ouyang's gaze flashed with a fiery red light. She used her fiery iron claws, preparing to strike at the tiger girl. The girl, seeing this, was terrified and thought, "I can't catch up to her. It's over, I can't defend in time." In less than 90 seconds, Ouyang charged forward and landed a thunderous punch on the tiger girl, accompanied by a blaze of fire. The girl writhed in the flames, screaming in agony, "It's burning, it's too hot." Ouyang coldly watched her, standing with pride behind her achievements. Just then, Wei Chen also approached, delivering a line that sounded full of literary flair, "A bit of a coward. What the ancients said is really true." Then Wei Chen started to ramble on, but it would indeed be a pity if that fur were scorched. Chen Xingshi, standing beside him, pointed at Ouyang and said, "It seems like something is off with Miss Ouyang." Ouyang gritted her teeth when she thought of how Wei Chen had once mocked her, "Big chest, no brain, big chest, no brain." She kept repeating his name. Wei Chen, and the system's notification still popped up, "Congratulations, host, for successfully seeking death, and earning 60 points for seeking death." Then Ouyang exploded in rage, shouting, "I'm going to kill you." Wei Chen was scared out of his wits, panicking as he fled, desperately trying to justify himself. "What did I do, miss?" Elsewhere, Zhuang Xiaowan was nervously hiding behind a bookshelf, gasping for breath, huff, huff, huff. Suddenly, something whizzed past her, cutting through the most sensitive part of her body, causing Xiaowan to scream in pain. "AAA." In the mist, a figure appeared, a man with purple hair, a cunning look on his face, licking his own arm. Then he gleefully asked, "Do you want to be cut vertically or horizontally?" The horned monster, displaying a shameless face, said, "I really am an idiot. Vertical or horizontal? Who cares? A single cut will do, won't it?" After speaking, he immediately swung his mantis-like arm towards Zhuang Xiaowan. But at that moment, Xiaowan seemed to emanate a terrifying dark energy. Then, she opened her eyes, glaring at him and said, "Don't even dream about it." With that, she shot out spider silk from her hand, which stuck firmly to his arm. Using all her strength, she yanked his arm with such force that the horned freak was taken aback. He stood dazed, confused, and nervously said, "That's spider silk." At that moment, a spider-shaped mark suddenly appeared on Zhuang Xiaowan's forehead, and she said, "So you're just a mantis." Then, Xiaowan took a leap and threw the man far away, creating a massive explosion. It seemed like Zhuang Xiaowan's body had been possessed by someone. After taking over her body, the man said, "Well then, I might as well use you to see if this girl's body is any good." After the throw, it seemed that he was unaffected. On the contrary, he grew more enraged and shouted, "This fake woman, even gods and ghosts fear her, but I will definitely tear her apart and turn her into paste." Xiaowan replied provocatively, "Seems like you still don't know who the hunter is and who the prey is, do you?" With that, she shot out even more spider silk, wrapping it tightly around his arm. Zhuang Xiaowan used the spider web technique, and his entire body was entangled in the silk, leaving him unable to react in time. Next, his entire body was covered by spider webs and constricted so tightly that it felt as though his bones were about to shatter. His face contorted in agony. Then, Xiaowan's fake form sprouted 8 spider legs from her back, her expression turning malicious as she looked at the other person and said, "I really enjoy hunting prey with vitality. because they are always so fresh and delicious. One of her enormous legs slammed down onto the unmoving body of the horned monstrosity, and she shouted, "You too!" The pain spread throughout his body, causing him to scream in misery, "Ah!" Next, Shawan grabbed his head firmly and leaned in close, her face showing a look of disgust as she said, "Indeed, after tasting the flavor of men, all the prey becomes bland and tasteless." Suddenly, her hand pulled away from his head in a strange motion, catching even Shawan's fake self by surprise. Her expression turned anxious, as she internally cursed, "Damn it, this woman's spirit has started to resist." Then, Shawan's fake form held her face in thought, realizing that in order to fully control this body, she would need more time. Shawan's fake self still held onto a deep obsession, a significant grudge. "Wei Chen, just wait, that day will come." At that moment, Wei Chen, standing nearby, suddenly had the feeling that someone was talking about him, causing him to sneeze involuntarily. Chen Xingshi, who was beside him, asked with concern, "Are you okay? I didn't expect you could catch a cold even in the game world." Wei Chen rubbed his nose and replied, "I'm fine, it's just strange." Yangshi, standing behind, also spoke up, reminding them of the main issue. "The most important thing right now is to quickly find Sister Zhuang." The system suddenly appeared and issued a notification, "Congratulations to the players' team for winning. After exiting the instance, players will return to the base and receive their rewards. The countdown begins now." Seeing the notification, Yangshi still felt doubtful and asked, "Has the game ended?" Wei Chen's body also began to fade, but he still carried an unease. "But we still haven't found Sister Zhuang. She doesn't have the fighting ability, she can't possibly defeat the enemy." In the end, the three of them were brought back to the safety zone, and another notification appeared: "Successfully exited the instance. The winners receive 5,000 experience points." However, they returned to a somewhat awkward situation. Both Yangshi and Chen Xingshi were sitting on top of Wei Chen, causing him so much pain that he felt he could literally die right there. Wei Chen was overjoyed to see that his amputated arm had returned to its original intact shape. "Great, my arm has healed." He then kissed his arm repeatedly, speaking with affection, "Without you, the long nights, I wouldn't know what to do." Suddenly, his newly restored arm reached out and pinched, squeezed the two lumps in front of Chen Xingshi, and with delight, he said, "It feels just right again. It's like I just got a new arm." This made her feel uncomfortable, and she looked down. This perverted action irritated Chen Xingshi. She punched Wei Chen hard, causing his face to contort, and shouted, "Don't use my body to test out your arm." Despite being hit, he stubbornly retorted, "Just testing a little, it's not like I lost any flesh." Suddenly, Wei Chen noticed Zhuang Xiaowan in the distance and said, "Oh, Sister Zhuang, are you alright? Glad to see you're okay." Chen Xingshi also saw Xiaowan and curiously asked, "But how did you defeat your opponent?" Even Zhuang Xiaowan herself was left puzzled, replying, I don't know. I was being chased by a man earlier, but after regaining my composure, I found myself back here." Wei Chen then offered a theory: "Maybe the time ran out, or the number of opponents who died surpassed half, so the system judged us as the winners, right?" Suddenly, Zhuang Ziling ran over, crying and shouting loudly, "Mom!" Then, the little girl ran over and hugged Zhuang Xiaowan tightly. She gently stroked her head and comforted her. "What's wrong, Xiaoling? Have you been hurt?" Zhuang Ziling, tears streaming down her face, tearfully told her heartbreaking story. "I'm fine, but there was a sister. She was killed." Wei Chen was stunned upon hearing this, exclaiming, "What? Someone was killed?" At the cemetery built in the safe zone, Wei Chen's group stood before a newly erected tombstone. She was kneeling in front of the grave, holding a bouquet of white flowers, crying in sorrow. As they listened to the young man behind them read the statistics, according to the report, in the previous game, a total of 13 students died while fighting, including Zhang Song, Tang Xian, and Din Qi. The others stood by, gazing up at the name engraved on the tombstone, the Tomb of Legends. They were all enveloped in mourning, crying in grief. After a moment, Wei Chen slammed his hand and loudly spoke to encourage everyone. "Everyone probably understands that this isn't just some game, one wrong move and you could die. If you hadn't gone through training on the death list, maybe there would be even more names added. One of their classmates, whose friend had just died, darkened with anger and shouted, "Damn it, the murderer who killed my friends. I will definitely find them and take revenge." Wei Chen, one hand looking at his palm as if he could see in it the way this world operates, said, "Killing the opponent is merely a way of ensuring one's own survival. Those of us still alive also have blood on our hands. To the families and friends of those we have killed, are we not villains? The sorrowful moments end here, and those who continue to mourn the lost ones, they are only wasting time that could be spent strengthening themselves." He looked up at the sky, glaring fiercely, reminding everyone, try not to become someone others will mourn. Suddenly, from a distance, a person approached, gently placing a wildflower on the grave, caressing the tombstone, and whispered, "Dian Qi, I hope you can rest in peace." Wei Chen looked at her, slightly surprised, not expecting her to come here to mourn the deceased. Qin Huan, in anger, turned sharply and shouted, "Do you think I'm just a cold-blooded, heartless person who only abandons one side for another?" Wei Chen raised an eyebrow, Zhuemo squinted his eyes, and sincerely replied, "Not just that, but you also have a big chest, no brains, a cruel heart, and a promiscuous, lewd nature. Always eyeing the mountain across from you while ignoring the one you're on." Each word from men hit her like a stone crashing onto her head. The system's notification sounded, "Congratulations to the host for successfully seeking death. You have earned 50 points for seeking death." Qin Huan gritted her teeth, pointing at Wei Chen, and shouted angrily, "I'm not that terrible. You're going too far." Men, unfazed by the scolding, calmly walked over, grabbed her wrist, and said, "But a wicked woman like you might actually survive longer in this game. I think it's best if I give this to you." He placed a strange eye into Qin Huan's hand. Confused, she looked at the object, and he grinned maliciously as he answered, "It's a trophy from when I defeated an enemy in the game." In a corner where no one could see, the ghost of Shuitong screamed, "Hey, that's mine." Qin Huan read the information about it, Enchanting Eyes, level 6. The effect after use grants the user the skill Enchanting Eyes. It can control men through eye contact. The higher the user's charm value, the greater the success rate and effectiveness. Warning, after use, men can also control straight men, so be cautious when using it. Qin Huan, puzzled, asked, "Why are you giving me this?" Wei Chen smiled brightly and responded sensibly, "Because you're really good at seducing men." Is this what they mean by every profession having its own area of expertise? It means that every field has its own specialization, and that thing you have is far inferior to you. Seeing Wei Chen's lewd grin, Qin Huan's hands trembled with anger, but he couldn't do anything. This guy was indifferent to him. Qin Huan focused his gaze inward, smiled, and said, "In that case, I won't be polite anymore." Immediately comprehending the Enchanting Eye skill, Qin Huan activated it on Wei Chen, causing him to panic. "What? How did you?" In just a few seconds, Wei Chen's eyes became vacant. He stood still, lost in a daze, staring at him. She guessed, "Is it successful?" At this moment, Wei Chen looked at Qin Huan with bloodshot eyes and said, "Please give me your orders, master." She gleefully nudged him, delighted that it worked. She walked over to Wei Chen, lifted her foot, and pointed at it, saying, "I command you to lick my toes, even the spaces between them, and clean them thoroughly." Like a puppet, he nodded without thinking and replied, "As you command." Wei Chen raised her hand, grabbed his ankle, and then yanked it hard, causing Qin Huan to fall backward. "Ouch!" he asked, "Are you done playing around?" She lay on the grass, her legs held up by him in the air, panicked and confused. Why doesn't Enchanting Eyes work on you?" Wei Chen pointed to his level, smiling as he explained, "I forgot to tell you, the success rate of this skill decreases when used on someone whose level is higher than yours." Qin Huan looked at the number 11 above his head, then at the number 9 above hers, and snapped, "Why didn't you mention this earlier?" Wei Chen dropped his hand, then walked back to the others, waving goodbye to her as he went, "Go lick your own toes." "Bye-bye." Qin Huan sprang up, shouting, "Go to hell, you bastard." System notification, "Congratulations, host, for successfully seeking death. You have earned 60 death-seeking points. The event will run until a week from now, with this instance titled Darkness Before Dawn. The population of the instance is 4 people. The main task is to complete the mission entrusted by the Dawn organization. Outside the instance stood a woman with a strong and charismatic presence, speaking up. It seems you are the squad carrying out the special operation this time. I am the leader of the Dawn organization and also the head of this mission. Please, everyone, briefly introduce yourselves. Hearing her speak, a muscular man introduced himself. I am Andilai, nickname Mao Xiong, and my specialty is enhanced fire liquor. After drinking this potent liquor, I can temporarily increase my strength. The higher the alcohol content, the greater the enhancement. If a fight breaks out, leave it to me. Next, a malnourished young man scratched his head and stammered, Luluba, I have the ability to modify machinery. I can use a certain source of materials to build machines, but I don't have any combat skills. The third person was Chen Xingshi. She raised her rifle and cheerfully introduced herself, Chen Xingshi, a sniper. My specialty is fighting at medium and long distances. The last person, also the biggest boss of all, was holding a bowl, eating and talking. I am Wei Chen, and my specialty is seeking death. Chen Xingshi's eyes reddened. You dare to get angry? Why are you always so sluggish and slow? No matter who scolded him, Wei Chen pretended not to hear, leisurely eating and singing. Be thankful every morning for giving me a new day to love. System notification, congratulations, the Seeking Death quest has been completed, receiving 40 points for seeking death. He took the milk bottle out of nowhere, and as he opened the lid, Chen Xingshi complained, You're so hasty. Be careful, your period might get irregular. She puffed out her cheeks, rolled her eyes, and even stood her hair on end, replying, Mine is very regular. Then, Wei Chen happily drank from the bottle. Suddenly, a hand pulled at his shoulder and yelled, This guy, get serious for me. Mercenary. She was the leader of Dawn, furiously shaking him. Wei Chen said, This operation of yours concerns the future of all humanity. Making Wei Chen dizzy, nauseous, and on the verge of vomiting, he mumbled, pft. He sprayed the milk straight onto her face. She blushed, staring at the milk splattered across her chest, stammering, You dare spray on me? Wei Chen helplessly wiped his mouth and replied, I can't be blamed for this. You shook me so hard my brain almost popped out. If I hadn't sprayed, it would have been weird. The leader of Dawn wiped the milk off her clothes and said, It seems like a scruffy guy like you definitely can't join us. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around to see Wei Chen transformed into a handsome guy, his hair gelled, clothes neat, arms crossed, raising an eyebrow as he asked, Commander, what are you talking about? Suddenly distracted by Wei Chen's new appearance, she cleared her throat and changed the subject, saying, If you guys are ready, then let's start discussing the mission. She continued, Right now, we are on the outskirts of Manhwa City. Due to the spread of the virus 10 throughout the city, it has turned into a dead city, with zombies everywhere. Your mission is to go to the laboratory in the city center and find an immune body named Ryder. Her DNA is crucial in eradicating the virus. After hearing the leader's plan, Lu Ba hung his head, already feeling disheartened, and spoke up, Trying to save one person in a city full of zombies sounds a bit difficult. The leader folded her arms and continued, We've considered that point. You don't need to bring Ryder out of the city, just take her blood back here. Of course, if you manage to bring the immune body back, we will offer an even larger reward. Now, do you have any questions? Wei Chen immediately raised his hand and said loudly, I have a question. She replied, Go ahead. He grinned mischievously, starting to activate his flirting skills. As an apology, if I complete this mission, would it be possible to invite the officer for a glass of milk? Upon hearing this, she couldn't help but blush, shyly smacking him and looking away, mumbling, But it's not that it's impossible. Chen Xingshi suddenly jumped up from behind, placing the barrel of his gun against his face, and with an industrial laugh said, Sorry, officer, that's just the way this guy is. We can start the mission anytime. Wei Chen pouted and sulked, Don't provoke me like that. I just wanted to lighten the atmosphere a bit. The system notification sounded, Congratulations, host, for successfully seeking death. You have earned 50 points for seeking death. Dawn's leader looked up at the overcast sky and shouted loudly, then let the official operation begin. This operation is named Brilliant Plan. They were picked up by a helicopter. After arriving, Wei Chen, before leaving, managed to wave goodbye to the captain. The captain waved back, smiling kindly, and said, "I heard the virus in the nose is only airborne. I'm not sure if that's true or not, but I hope they get lucky." He then turned to chat with his teammates but was startled by the sight of blood pouring from the nose and mouth of one of the others, nearly petrified with fear. AAA. Wei Chen, standing on the street, surveyed the surroundings and said, "It seems like this place is no different from our home world. I wonder if the zombies here are tougher than the ones back there." And Delai chimed in my hometown, fighting zombies has become the hottest sport right now, huh? As he spoke, he immediately grabbed a nearby zombie and demonstrated for them, snapping its limbs while cursing, "Damn mutt." Lu Ba watched in fear and asked, "What are you doing?" "Those zombies." He continued, "Clearly, it's terrifying, isn't it?" At that moment, another zombie extended its claws and bared its fangs, charging forward. Lu Ba quickly ducked behind Wei Chen, shouting, "It's a zombie. We need to run." "Just a few zombies, no need to run," and Delai said casually as he cracked his knuckles. He then turned to Wei Chen and asked, "Brother, are you afraid of zombies?" Wei Chen drew his sword and replied, "I'm not afraid. A proper person wouldn't fear zombies." Poor Lu Ba screamed, "Don't leave me behind." Wei Chen swiftly made a move, slashing his sword and cutting a zombie clean in half. And Delai, on the other side, had already dealt with the last zombie, delivering a knee strike, all taken care of, excellent. Lu Ba hid behind them, sweating profusely, thinking to himself, these two are even scarier than zombies. Chen Xingshi, who had been hiding in a corner, watched them intently, sighing, "They are really impressive, they don't even need my protection." Meanwhile, Wei Chen turned to Delai and complimented him, and Delai, "Your wrestling technique is really cool." And Delai laughed and responded, "Young brother Wei, your knife skills aren't bad either, it's almost like you're receiving signals from the universe." Without any coordination, the two perfectly clasped each other's hands. And Delai invited, "Want to sharpen your skills further?" Although Wei Chen really wanted to, it was not the right time, so he decided to reschedule. Their minds were in sync, but now they had to complete the mission first. They would pick another day. Chen Xingshi saw them still so calm in this situation and got frustrated. She rushed over, shouted, and hit the heads of the two who were leaning on each other, yelling, "You two, stop being crazy." 2. The passionate kiss made both of them retreat to opposite corners, throwing up uncontrollably. Chen Xingshi continued to urge, "Ahem, shouldn't we quickly proceed to the next step of the plan?" The system notification, "Congratulations to the host for successfully seeking death, earning 50 points for seeking death." And Delai wiped his mouth and continued, "Logically, we should go to the laboratory, but we have no idea how to get there." Wei Chen seized the opportunity to yawn. Sigh, moments like this call for the Wei family's ancestral method of finding the way. Chen Xingshi understood his intentions right away, shot him a glance, and said, "Don't try to take advantage of the situation." Suddenly, Wei Chen sat down and took off Xingshi's shoes. She was startled, worried he would cause trouble, and reminded him, "What are you doing? There are people over there." Contrary to her expectations, Wei Chen took the shoelaces and spun them 49 times, then shouted, "Hey, I'm throwing it." He then tossed the shoe in an uncertain direction, pointed in that direction, and confidently declared, "Well, the shoe points that way. Let's just go that way." The system jumped up, "Congratulations, the host has successfully found death. You have received 50 points for finding death." And Delai's eyes sparkled with admiration as he looked at Wei Chen and said, "I know this is the mysterious power from the east, right?" Lu Ba, who was beside them, quickly clarified for his homeland, "Our east doesn't have that kind of power." Chen Xingshi got angry, kicked Wei Chen on the temple, and scolded, "What kind of family heirloom method is that? Isn't it just throwing shoes?" Wei Chen said, "I was just joking." Lu Ba hesitated for a moment before speaking up, "Well, if you can give me enough data, I could build a GPS device." Wei Chen quickly surveyed the area around them and replied, "There's a large shopping center over there, maybe you can find the materials you need, and we can also gather some supplies while we're at it." Lu Ba looked in the direction Wei Chen pointed, worried, and said, "But it seems there are things over there that look a lot like zombies. Going there to gather supplies might be a bit dangerous." Wei Chen glanced over at Chen Xingshi and assigned the task, "Xingshi, you stay here to protect him. And Delai and I will go in to get some supplies." Upon hearing this, and Delai smiled triumphantly and, with a tone of expectation, said, "I wonder if they have free vodka in there?" Lu Ba, though timid, couldn't help but feel a bit of pride and resistance upon hearing that a girl was assigned to protect him. What? Why is a girl staying behind to protect me? Xingshi heard him mumbling and coldly glanced over, calling out, "For-eyed freak." Lu Ba, upon hearing her, turned around to see what was going on, only to be met with the muzzle of Chen Xingshi's gun pointed straight at him. Lu Ba jolted in panic. "AAA, what do you want to do?" Xingshi squinted, decisively firing towards him. The bullet grazed his cheek, sending Lu Ba into a state of shock. After a few seconds, once his soul had returned to his body, he realized that Xingshi had just shot a zombie that was behind him. Terrified, his stomach churned violently. Clutching his mouth, he gagged, while Xingshi darkened her expression and raised the still smoking gun, asking, "Did you just say I was weak?" Lu Ba could only shake his head. "No, no." At this moment, in the shopping mall, a zombie was excitedly flipping through a sizzling fashion magazine when suddenly, a knife came out of nowhere, piercing through his temple and creating an exit hole for the air. Wei Chen pulled the knife back, casually snatching the magazine as well. He looked at it with a serious, almost lecturing expression. "Even if you're a zombie, students shouldn't be reading things like this. I'm confiscating this on behalf of your homeroom teacher." While Wei Chen was pocketing the magazine, and Delai also grabbed a few bottles of alcohol. "This place sure isn't short on liquor, young brother Wei Chen. Do you need me to grab a few bottles for you? Do you prefer vodka or whiskey?" Wei Chen pulled out his refusal list and answered, "I'm fine with Coca-Cola." "Why does that guy need so many different things?" Looking through the items on the list, he started rummaging through the shelves. "Lubricant should be here. With so many brands, which one should I buy?" Focused on searching, Wei Chen didn't notice stepping on the toy chicken. The sound attracted a large group of nearby zombies. His eyes widened, and he cursed, "Damn it, how did this toy chicken end up here? Now the zombies are attracted to it?" And Delai walked over, calmly patted his shoulder, and reassured him, "Don't worry, young brother Wei Chen, leave it to me." Then he drank 2 bottles of top-tier fermented barley in one go. After a few seconds, the bottles were empty, and they smashed on the floor with a loud crash. Fierce sun empowerment activated. And Delai used his skill, and Wei Chen, who was organizing the bottles rolling around nearby, looked at him skeptically. "Can you still fight like this, after drinking so much?" he said. "Is everything all right?" Suddenly realizing the danger, Wei Chen shouted loudly, "Be careful!" On this side, from the far end of the shelf, 3 zombies suddenly rushed at Delai. With a dismissive sneer, he easily dodged their dark claws as if it were nothing, laughing triumphantly. He grabbed the zombie's twig-like wrist and effortlessly slammed it to the ground, saying, "Wonderful." Wei Chen carefully observed every move of Delai, silently evaluating, although it seems like there's no particular rule to follow. From a certain perspective, it can be seen that if his sword technique were combined with my footwork, it would be unstoppable. Suddenly, the system popped up and said, "The host has realized the issue. Would the host like to exchange 500 points for a new martial arts skill? Yes or no?" Wei Chen blinked in surprise. "Is there such a thing? I'll take it." The system announced, "The Way of the 8 Drunken Immortals, Level B, is now available. A drunken mind, yet clarity remains. Stumbling steps, but a steady heart. The technique is vague, and actions are unpredictable. A total of 8 different powers will significantly increase when intoxicated." As soon as the new skill was received, a test subject rushed forward to try it out. Wei Chen stared at the approaching zombie and immediately summoned his sword. With a swift motion, he pierced the zombie's body. This move was called raising cold eyes to the boundless sky. And Delay over here was holding the necks of 2 zombies, and he had to give a thumbs up. Not bad with the swordsmanship, excellent. He was half conscious, murmuring, "ZZZ." Then he suddenly collapsed, falling into a deep sleep without anyone noticing. Wei Chen, furious, shouted, "Wait, don't drink and then just fall asleep." And Delay mumbled in his sleep, "After finishing this cup, there are 3 more to go." Wei Chen quickly reached over, gently stroking his cheek a few times, urging him to wake up. Slap, wake up, come on. The evening came quickly, and outside, Xingshi sat gloomily by the campfire, mumbling, "Damn it. Why are they taking so long? I'm starving to death." Suddenly, Lu Ba, who was beside him, cheered with joy and shouted, "They're back." Wei Chen, slowly trudging back, was carrying the large and Delay on his back, his hands loaded with 4 bags of tea, gritting his teeth as he said, someone save me." After handing the bags to Lu Ba, he collapsed onto the ground, exhausted, asking, "These supplies should be enough, right?" Lu Ba looked at the items in the bags, his eyes shining like headlights on a car, and replied, enough, give me some time, I can definitely make something useful out of this." Wei Chen, in a weakened hoarse voice, said, "There's no need to rush. Everything around us has been taken care of by us, it's completely safe. Why don't you eat something first, then we can do it later?" After hearing him, Xingshi, exactly 1 minute and 30 seconds later, had already set up the hot pot. She eagerly kept asking, "Hot pot, hot pot?" He looked at her and teasingly said, "Look at you, someone's saliva is about to drip everywhere. Cheers, cheers." A while later, the whole group sat around the hot pot, cracking open beers. Lu Ba, completely drunk, was lying flat on the ground, lazily cracking open another beer. "Drink more, drink more." Wei Chen laughed joyfully, "Look at Lu Ba, just had 1 can and he's already drunk, so inexperienced." Xingshi was drinking beer like water, joining Lu Ba in his drunkenness, truly lacking in restraint. She tossed the can aside and turned to Wei Chen, asking, "From what you just said, you must be really impressive, right?" He confidently pointed at himself and declared, "Ridiculous, of course I'm impressive, didn't you know? I have something really good, do you want to see it?" Chen Xingshi asked curiously, "Do you have a new weapon?" Suddenly being pulled away, she asked again, "Wait, don't you want to?" Wei Chen cryptically responded, "Come here and see for yourself. It's very impressive, the fall is right here." He said, "Let's get started, I can't wait any longer, I really want to show you." It seemed like she had thought of something beyond the limit, and Xingshi shyly avoided looking directly at Wei Chen, stammering, "Here?" He wrapped his arm around her shoulder and answered firmly, "Yes." Xingshi bashfully pointed at the tent and continued, "At least we should go inside the tent." Wei Chen replied, "The tent is too cramped, I can't do it in there." Her face turned red as she fidgeted with her hands and said, "We haven't known each other for long, I think it would be better if we waited until we get closer before doing something like this." Wei Chen raised an eyebrow and sneered, then summoned his weapon, responding, "What are you talking about? I brought you here to show you my new skill." Chen Xingshi felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over her, embarrassed to the point of losing her composure. "So it's about showing your skill?" She angrily drew her gun, watching as Wei Chen wielded his sword chaotically like Sun Wukong in front of her. He said, "That's right, I want to try out the swordsmanship I've just mastered and see if I can cut through a flying bullet. Could you use the gun for me?" Before she could even respond, she turned to find the barrel of Xingshi's gun pointed directly at his own throat. The woman grimaced and said, "All right, let's see if you can dodge bullets." Wei Chen stretched out his arm challengingly, "Come on, show me what you've got." At that moment, Chen Xingshi, no longer holding back, grabbed her rifle, loaded it, and asked, "Are you ready?" With that, she unloaded a barrage of bullets into Wei Chen without mercy. He immediately dashed away, tears welling up as he complained, "Where the hell did you dig that thing up from?" Xingshi shouted angrily, "Don't run." Congratulations to the host for successfully seeking death, earning 60 points for seeking death. Time has passed to the next day. And Delay stepped out of the tent, sighing, "That was a good sleep." Wei Chen spotted him and waved, greeting, "Good morning." Upon seeing Wei Chen's haggard and exhausted appearance, and Delai asked, "Young brother Wei, why do you look so tired? Did you overexert yourself last night?" Wei Chen immediately pointed at the perpetrator and said, accused, "Don't bring it up again. I was shot terribly by her last night." Hearing this, Chen Xingshi mischievously stuck out her tongue. And Delai, finding this situation a bit confusing, thought for a moment and then said, "Shouldn't you be the one doing the shooting? The relationship between you two is truly strange." Wei Chen reminded Delai, "Do you understand where you're going wrong?" At that moment, Lu Ba, who had been quiet in his tent, suddenly rushed out and shouted, "My guide robot is finished." The robot in Lu Ba's hands opened its eyes. Wei Chen, standing beside him, whistled and curiously observed. The robot's appearance looked rather shabby. Where did he get the idea to create something like this? Lu Ba proudly introduced it, "If your mind is dark, everything you see will seem dark. This is just a very ordinary guide robot. I decided to name it Just Go." In contrast to him, Xingshi walked over, happily taking the robot, and complimented, "It doesn't look shabby at all. It's actually kind of cute, don't you think?" Suddenly, Lu Ba panicked and said loudly, "Wait, this robot can't go near girls." Xingshi, puzzled, asked, "Why?" At that moment, the robot in her hands activated its flashlight, lowered its head to scan her area, and said, starting to find the way. After speaking, it plunged straight into her chest. Chen Xingshi, not reacting in time, was caught off guard by this, and the next second, she felt a tickling sensation in her chest. Angrily, she pulled it out and shouted, "What the heck do you think you're doing? Die for me!" She ruthlessly snapped it in half. This action wasn't intentional, but it inadvertently caused the three men to quickly cover their privates. Seeing them act strangely, she asked, "What's wrong with you three?" And Delai had goosebumps, responding, "Nothing, just suddenly felt a little uncomfortable." After seeing the robot's eyes bulging, Xingshi threw it to the ground. Thud. Wei Chen picked his nose, evaluating, although this robot's functions aren't problematic, it's pretty vile. Looks like its owner might be some dark-minded guy too. Lu Ba angrily retorted, "I'm not vile." Then he commanded the robot, "Just go, let them see your power." Xingshi and Wei Chen were both full of doubt. She asked, "Can that thing really lead the way?" He chimed in, "It doesn't seem trustworthy at all, does it?" Only Delai had a sparkling look of admiration. The power of science is truly magnificent. Just Go gathered speed and then spun wildly, pointing straight in one direction, "Go this way." Seeing this all too familiar scene, Xingshi and Wei Chen burst into tears of laughter. She angrily yelled at Lu Ba, "Isn't this just like throwing a shoe to find the way, like last time?" Lu Ba covered his ears and hurriedly explained, "Let me explain. I installed a magnetic field sensor system in the robot's head, which can determine the direction accurately." Wei Chen scoffed with disdain, "You've put so much effort into this, and all you managed to create is a magnet that likes to mimic others?" Xingshi approached him, muttering, "Is this robot really trustworthy?" Wei Chen responded quietly, "Normally, systems wouldn't cooperate with teammates whose overall strength differs too much. If its combat ability is too weak, then it's likely to excel in another area." Lu Ba, infuriated to the point of near explosion, repeatedly defended his invention, "Even though I lack combat strength, trust my robot. It'll definitely guide us to the right place." In the end, they chose to trust and follow it. 2 hours later, they arrived. Xingshi looked around and questioned, "Is this really the place your robot pointed to? Why is it a made CAF?" The robot, now on the ground, suddenly darted towards the female servant statue at the CAF entrance, announcing its destination. Then it smiled, squinted its eyes, and rubbed its head against the statue's bust. Suddenly, a hand grabbed its head from behind. Xingshi twisted it, squeezing water out of it. She growled, "What's the point of keeping this lecherous robot? Just destroy it already." Lu Ba, horrified, quickly intervened, "Let go of my Just Go." Wei Chen had always remained silent, observing. Suddenly, he pointed and spoke up, wait a minute, look over there, isn't that the laboratory? And it's right next to the maid CAF. How did it get stuck to the poster? Quick, get it off, we're leaving soon. Luba struggled to pull the J-shaped object off the poster. Thud. As he yanked it out, he fell flat on the ground. Oh my god, the sound you made attracted a cat-eared zombie's attention. A maid-styled schoolgirl, followed not by one, but two maid zombies, chased after Luba, who was running for his life, crying out loudly, "Maid zombies!" Slap. Wei Chen, who was ahead, blocked his way, saying, "What are you panicking for? There are plenty of zombies around here. If we fight here, we'll attract a whole horde. Let's get to the laboratory quickly." Xingshi and Delai both agreed with him, yeah. With mutual understanding, Xingshi and Wei Chen simultaneously charged straight for the laboratory door. When they arrived, they found it locked. Wei Chen angrily knocked on the door. "Damn it, open the door." But the door was tougher than he had expected. After just one punch, Wei Chen's hand swelled up like a rice dumpling, but he wouldn't back down. Gritting his teeth, he continued pounding the door. "If you're so capable, open the damn door yourself." Luba spoke up, "Stop typing, this building has an automated defense system. If we want to enter from the outside, we need to use the terminal to activate the door opening program." Chen Xingshi, listening to him but not understanding anything, impatiently said, "At this point, could you please speak in a way that makes sense?" Luba pushed up his glasses, stepped forward, and quickly typed on the keyboard, "I should be able to open this program. Please give me some time." At that moment, a group of zombies from the maid CAF earlier had caught up. They were shouting, "Master, would you like something to eat?" A D-class female zombie introduced herself as a maid zombie, possessing the heart of a maid with a desire to serve her master, having distorted their souls. Chen Xingshi drew his gun and said, "Leave it to us. On this side, and Delai has already opened the wine. Although I don't hit girls, zombies who are maids probably don't count as girls, right?" From behind, Wei Chen immediately stepped in front of them, blocking their way. "We can't fight. If we attract more zombies, we won't be able to handle it." Xingshi lowered his gun, curious, "So what should we do?" He activated the system and replied, "I've come up with a way to make the maid zombie submit without having to fight. Just leave it to me." Suddenly, Xingshi looked at him, feeling a bit shy. Here is Delai, so cool." In the blink of an eye, Wei Chen had changed into a white vest and a pair of powerful glasses, but the handsome guy said he was done changing. He turned to face the group of zombies and shouted loudly, "My dear little servants, come quickly and serve your master." The zombies rushed madly into his arms. "Let me serve you, my lord." Master Wei Chen was trapped in the midst of the crowd, struggling to shout, "Wait, don't rush, everyone gets a turn." The system notification sounded, "Congratulations, host, you have successfully sought death and earned 50 points. Master, please enjoy my trembling egg rice. Also, there's my specially made body rejuvenating coffee, make sure you drink it all." Looking at the trembling plate of food and the cup of drink that looked like fermented water in front of him, Wei Chen quickly covered his mouth to suppress his urge. Just when he wasn't paying attention, a pair of enormous, grayish breasts clamped down on his head. Wei Chen mumbled, "If I don't eat it, these female zombie servants will go crazy. If I don't go to hell, who will?" Making up his mind, Wei Chen took a spoonful of the trembling rice and put it into his mouth. As soon as his tongue touched the spoon, he jolted, his skin crawled, and he let out a loud gagging noise. The system notification sounded, "Congratulations, host, you have successfully sought death and earned 50 points. Although he wasn't eating, just by looking at Wei Chen's face, Xingshi had to cover his mouth. "It's depressing, so nauseating." And Delai admired him greatly. "Now, this is a real man." Xingshi approached Lu Ba and asked, "Still not done? If you can't open the door soon, Wei Chen might end up dying from poisoning." Lu Ba, fully focused, sweat soaking his shirt, replied, "I've started downloading the decryption program." As soon as he finished speaking, the words "open the door" appeared on the small screen. The iron door automatically opened. "The laboratory door is open," Lu Ba announced loudly to the other three. Meanwhile, Wei Chen, already foaming at the mouth, lay on the ground in shock. This is worse than the ingredients old Chen made. A zombie seized the opportunity and leaned over, pressing its lips against Wei Chen's face. "Master, let me give you a kiss full of love." Then it opened its mouth wide, transforming from a foul-smelling maw into the gaping mouth of a monster, filled with tiny sharp teeth. Wei Chen flinched and cursed, "Damn it." In the nick of time, a streak of light flashed across his vision, and a bullet shot straight into the monster's mouth, causing it to immediately start to fade. Currently, the zombie-made swarms surrounding Wei Chen had already revealed their monstrous heads. Xingshi, holding a gun, stood behind them and mockingly said, "Sorry, but I hope you're enjoying the service from these maids." Wei Chen struggled to sit up, pitifully replying, "If you hadn't come, I'd probably have been eaten alive by these maids." The monstrous zombies all turned to look at Xingshi, shouting, "Ugly woman, killing the master is our job." He summoned his sword, assessing the service. "Not bad, you're doing a decent job. I'll give you a 5-star rating. Now, down you go, and take it to hell." With a firm grip on the sword hilt, he swung it powerfully, slicing through a few of the Grugru zombies, just as expected. The noise from the battle quickly attracted more of them. Wei Chen thought to himself, as expected, the zombies are drawn to the noise. While frowning and trying to think of a way to deal with the situation, and Delai and Luba stood at the door, waving and shouting loudly, "Hurry up, the door will only stay open for 30 seconds. Immediately changing plans, Wei Chen grabbed the hand of the person next to him and said, "No time left, let's go." He pulled the person along and ran a few steps before muttering strangely, "Why does it feel so weird on my hand?" Turning his head back, what caught his eyes was the monster's mouth, as vast as the universe's abyss, speaking to him, "Master, take me with you." Wei Chen jolted, shouting, "Who are you?" The system announcement, "Congratulations, host, for successfully seeking death. You have earned 60 points for seeking death." Chen Xingshi, from another corner, witnessed everything, furious. "What a waste. I came to save you, and you dared to mistake a zombie for me? I should kill you." She raised her gun, the murderous aura around her spreading so intensely that even the zombies were scared, huddling together, avoiding the deadly strike as if it were routine. Wei Chen dodged her fatal bullets, saying, "Why do I feel like you're even more dangerous than the zombies? Stop right there." Chen Xingshi leaped forward, chasing after him. With formidable grace, she leaped, delivering a precise kick straight to Wei Chen's head. He slammed face first into the ground. Ouch. System announcement, "Congratulations, host, for successfully seeking death. You have earned 50 points for seeking death." Just at that moment, the kick sent both of them crashing into the laboratory. Boom! The door slammed shut after 30 seconds, trapping the zombies outside. Wei Chen, in a pitiful state, his face as green as a banana leaf, clung to his little brother who had just slammed into the door, that hurt so much. Luba, shivering in discomfort, hurriedly held his little brother tightly, certain that it was excruciating. And Delai's eyes sparkled with curious excitement. Is this the legendary prostate restraint? Chen Xingshi crossed his arms, turned his face away, and snorted, "You damned fool." Wei Chen activated the system, changed into normal combat gear, and explained, "The situation is urgent, I didn't do it on purpose. Let's just carry out the mission, go find the target." Ignoring the incident, he led the group, shouting loudly, as they moved deeper into the more abandoned area. Luba observed and reminded, "This laboratory is empty, but the defense mechanisms are still active. It's better to be cautious, don't trigger the traps." Wei Chen confidently responded, "Don't worry, I'm careful. Just follow my lead." The moment he was sure, the next second Wei Chen stepped on a trap mechanism. He quickly jumped back, retracting Fletch with a bit too much haste. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully seeking death. You have earned 60 points for seeking death. The sound of machinery echoed in the corridor, as the system detected an intruder and immediately began executing the purge order. The purge command was issued immediately, and the sound came from a red LED light on the ceiling. A robot equipped with a flamethrower appeared in front of Wei Chen's group. Purge, purge. Boom! It revealed itself on both sides, and the firecrackers continuously shot toward them. Wei Chen led the charge, reacting instantly, drawing his sword and charging forward. Swish crack! He easily sliced through one of its guns. Swish! And Delai also moved up, dodging the attack, shouting loudly, "Kill!" before jumping up and landing a punch to the side of the robot's head. Direct combat, this is more my style. Ha, Xingshi, protect Lu Ba, we'll take care of things here. She responded irritably, hey, stop treating me like the nanny every time. Bing Bing. Xingshi fired with one hand at the approaching robot, while pushing Lu Ba aside with the other. Four Eyes, go stand over there. Unlike before, Lu Ba responded resolutely this time, don't underestimate me. I've added combat functionality to Just Go. Get ready. Just Go, shock mode. I'll show you all something new. The power of science. Lu Ba shouted loudly. Just Go, in his hand extended longer and longer, piercing through the button of the attacking robot in front of him. Proudly praising himself, he said, using high-intensity shock waves will directly attack its internal electrical systems. As expected of a genius. Beside Xingshi and Wei Chen, who were both witnessing his moves, they simultaneously curled their lips in disdain. He said, although it's impressive, it's really perverted. She added, I'm not perverted enough, that's why I can't play with him. Lu Ba, enraged, yelled, his neck veins bulging, I'm not perverted. Wei Chen stopped teasing him. He shook his body in midair, then slashed down with a sword, cutting the last robot in half. With the final strike, Chen Xingshi wiped his sweat, exhaled, and said, it's all over. And Didlai leaned on his hip, somewhat bored, and said, robots aren't interesting at all. I still prefer the feeling of hitting an opponent's nose with my own hands. Lu Ba kept swaying, his power drained, even his own energy was out. Wei Chen glanced over and cautiously asked, are you sure it's just out of power? Xingshi, who had been exploring, finally found a strange metal door. It seemed like this fan-shaped door required a scan to access. Lu Ba stroked his chin and shared his plan, right, let's check the control receivers of these robots. Maybe we can find something. Hearing this, Wei Chen immediately lent a hand. He carefully examined the scattered robots. If there was a control receiver, it might be here. As he was about to touch them, Lu Ba rushed forward to stop him. Wait, you can't touch them directly. If not. Ha! But he wasn't late, it was just the right timing. As Wei Chen's hand touched the robot component, a strong electric shock immediately surged from his hand throughout their bodies. Lu Ba quickly said, you got shocked. Ugh. Wei Chen replied in a low voice. Gao, why didn't you say anything earlier? After getting a shock that made his hair stand on end, he had learned from experience and said, put on rubber gloves, move in slowly, and search carefully. After a while of fumbling around, Wei Chen happily shouted, got it, take the plate and insert it into the hole on the door. The machinery made a sound, 413, test successful, path opened, please proceed quickly. The group entered one by one, with Wei Chen leading the way. He looked around in confusion. It was strange, why was there nothing in this room? With such a sparse design, there had to be something hidden. Xingshi commented, apart from the four walls and a control machine, there's nothing here. Wei Chen puffed out his chest proudly and continued, if you're as cautious as I am, there's no way you'll fall into a trap. Xingshi smirked, you're so cool, but your hair's still standing up from the shock. And you have the nerve to say that. Wei Chen pulled out two combs, one for himself and one for Lu Ba, and cleared his throat, awkwardly saying, ahem, that was just an accident earlier. He ordered, just go to the control station over there. You're small, you can easily trigger the trap. Just go, hearing him say that it's small, angrily retorted, I'm not small. Lu Ba gently patted its smooth head, saying, all right, you're not small, not small. Go on. Just go, the robot, immediately took the order and charged forward. The building system immediately sounded an alarm, checking for intruders. It activated the defensive annihilation mode. Wei Chen frowned and scoffed, still has the laser beams, nothing new. On the other hand, Xingshi was anxious and worried, what do we do? It looks very dangerous. Lu Ba, confident with his nose pointed high, boasted, don't worry, JG has an evasion system inside, it can dodge those beams, it's no problem at all. The words got stuck in his throat as he witnessed Just Go's head fall off, components scattering, it short-circuited, spoke a few words, and then everything shut down completely. Lu Ba was heartbroken, crying bitterly, and screamed loudly, calling for Z. Over here, Xingshi looked confused at Wei Chen and C, then firmly asked the little one, what happened to you two? The two of them continued, with a certain kind of sorrow. A few minutes later, Wei Chen spoke seriously, now is not the time to joke, the laser beams are increasing, and I'm afraid we won't be able to hold out much longer. After speaking, he sidestepped, carefully moving forward. Xingshi was very confident in him and said to the other two, don't worry, Wei Chen may seem unreliable, but actually. Suddenly, Lu Ba, trembling, pointed at him, stammering, head. Xingshi looked at him in confusion, lost his head. She opened her mouth in shock, then saw Wei Chen standing there, his body intact, but his head was gone. Lu Ba, in fear, rushed to Ndalai and hugged him tightly, shouting, he's been sacrificed. Xingshi quickly ran to him, did he lose his brain? Wei Chen, she lifted his body and scolded, can you stop showing off already? Suddenly, his head popped back up, causing Xingshi to jump in surprise. Wei Chen turned around and smiled casually, don't be so tense, it's just a joke. Xingshi, once again pulling out her familiar rifle, said in a stern voice, Wei Chen, there's a time and place for jokes. If you want to know, let me lead you a little further. Wei Chen had already mastered the art of dodging bullets, skillfully weaving in and out to avoid them like a professional. Congratulations, Master, you've successfully found death, earning 70 points for finding death. After a while, feeling exhausted, he let out a scream, heroine, spare me. And Delai suddenly shouted, Wei Chen, watch out behind you, move. Can't control myself. Wei Chen turned to see what was happening. Behind him was a mass of intricate rays of light. Wei Chen's vision blurred, and he thought, where can I hide now? Feeling there was no escape, he pressed his palms together and angrily cursed, you dare to dance a dagger in front of an expert? The great might heavenly dragon lord in earth Tathagata Buddha grant you, like the Buddha, the power to break the chant. Wei Chen's body was enhanced, becoming incredibly strong. He unleashed his indestructible pure yang form and directly used his flesh to face the rays of light. The other two men in the group couldn't help but admire. Lu Ba raised his glasses and exclaimed, so strong. And Delai couldn't hide his admiration, praising, now that's a real man. Seeing him getting closer to his task, both cheered him on, go for it. Wei Chen is almost there, he's going to make it. The system announced, congratulations, Master, you have successfully found death, earning 60 points for finding death. Tensing up since earlier, only when he reached the control panel did he dare to complain about the pain, although I could block the laser beam, it hurts too much, hoo. The machine was smart, seemingly understanding that attacking him was ineffective, so it shifted its focus toward Xingshi's group. Unable to hold back, she swore, damn it, the laser beam's attack range is heading straight for us. Lu Ba dodged while urging, Wei Chen, hurry up and use the control device to deactivate the hidden laser beam. Wei Chen froze, glancing down at his hand on the control panel, then looked at Lu Ba in a panic. He said, oh, I can't actually control this device. Upon hearing that, Lu Ba was so furious he almost exploded. Chen Xingshi tried to throw a few more laser beams, continuing to push him, Wei Chen, hurry up and use your invincible death-seeking mind to figure something out. Wei Chen summoned his sword and, taking a chance, muttered to himself, this is the only way. Slash. He swung the sword across the control panel in front of him, and the system notification appeared, congratulations, Master, you have successfully sought death, earning 70 death-seeking points. Just do it your way. Fearful that it wasn't enough, he swung his sword once more. Slash. The control panel screen was sliced off. The laser beam, just as it touched Xingshir's hair, vanished. She sighed in relief. Wei Chen shouted, "Dissolution of the indestructible pure yang body." Then he turned back to look at Xingshir, smiling arrogantly, as expected. At this moment, Wei Chen's mischievous smile successfully summoned the demon within Xingshir. She growled in a low voice, "That kind of relationship." The system notification rang out, "Congratulations, Master has successfully found death. Achieved 40 points for finding death." She was stunned and slapped him across the face. "Ugh!" Wei Chen screamed, "Your Lu Hai has been completely destroyed." Wei Chen gently removed her hand, saying, "In the end, which is more important, your life or Lu Hai?" Whoosh! The control panel on this side was still short-circuiting. Sparks flew from the other side, and Wei Chen sighed, "I just saved your life, and you should be thanking me first." Reluctantly, Xingshir replied, "Thank you." Wei Chen continued, "Lu Hai will grow even bigger." He patted her head. "If you want, we can change your hairstyle too." Hearing this, Xingshir fell into thought, changing my hairstyle isn't impossible. She shyly decided, "Well then, after the mission is done, let's go get our hair done together." Xingshir was left speechless when a streak of blood appeared on her face, her pupils contracted as she witnessed Wei Chen's arm falling to the ground. A loud thud echoed through the air, panic setting in. Xingshir fired at the control panel of the control machine, and only then did the heavy round iron door begin to budge, opening swiftly. Her eyes were filled with horror as she stared at the bloodied shoulder of Wei Chen, stammering as she reached out for his hand. Wei Chen lowered his head, trembling as he touched his shoulder, screaming, his hand reaching out to Wang Qilu. Xingshir turned around sharply, glancing at him, and said, "Stop screaming, it's not the first time you've had a broken limb." Wei Chen sobbed pitifully. But what were they going to do for the next battle? They would have to wait until the instance was over before he could recover. Lu Ba, seeing the urgent situation, lifted his shirt, revealing a pile of spare parts. He said, I anticipated this situation, so earlier, I collected some parts that fell from Wei Ping's robot. Give me a moment, and I'll have it ready in no time." Swish, swish, he worked tirelessly, welding metal, measuring and calculating, meticulously crafting something. Xingshir and Wei Chen immediately became suspicious. She asked him, "What on earth is he doing now?" He asked her, could he be creating some strange robot again? Less than 15 minutes later, he raised a metallic arm proudly, showing it off with a flourish. "This is a special robot arm, and I've decided to name it A-Man's best assistant." Wei Chen couldn't hold back, "Seriously, can't you come up with a more normal name?" Lu Ba ignored him, walking over to attach the metal arm to Wei Chen's shoulder, and reminded him, "Next, we need to integrate it into your nervous system. It's going to hurt a lot, so you have to bear with it." Wei Chen replied, "It's fine, I have some anesthetic on hand." He then gestured to Xingshir, "Lao Chen, come over here for a moment." She walked over, bewildered, "Why are you calling me? I don't have any anesthetic." He didn't respond, but aggressively pulled her into a passionate kiss. MMM. Lu Ba, who was standing behind him, raised his hand but had to turn his face away. "Why does your anesthetic taste so much like love?" Crack. Finally, it was over. He pressed firmly, causing Wei Chen pain. He tried to wrap his small tongue around Xingshir's to forget the pain. MMM. Wei Chen finally relented and let go of her. Their lips parted, leaving a silver thread clinging to the tip of his tongue for several centimeters. Xingshir's face flushed, and she gazed deeply into Wei Chen's eyes. She said, "You dare to treat a girl's kiss like anesthesia? You really are too much." Wei Chen gave a helpless smile, apologizing, "Because it really hurt, only you can help me bear that pain." Xingshir, still addicted, pretended to remind him, "I'm not blaming you, if it really hurts, I'll let you be reckless just this once." Seizing the rare opportunity, Wei Chen surged forward, planting a fiery kiss and saying, "Sister Chen, you're the best in the world." Xingshir raised her hands, cupping her overflowing chest, shyly saying, "Just this once, no, there won't be another time." He immediately let out a vile laugh, resting his face on the pair of plump, ripe grapefruits, grinning with satisfaction. But suddenly, a mechanical voice broke through, shattering his blissful moment. The defense system has been breached, the laboratory will self-destruct in 10 minutes. Please evacuate immediately. Please evacuate immediately. The other two were extremely irritated. Luba gripped the wrench tightly, saying, "If I had known earlier, I would have set up the self-destruct mode in the robot's arm." And Delay, standing next to him, scowled, grinding his teeth. Why does this feel so uncomfortable? At this point, Xing Shi and Wei Chen became more serious. She asked, "What's going on? Why is there a self-destruct system?" Luba pointed toward the door that was slowly closing, panicking. "There's no time to disable the self-destruct now, we need to find the target immediately and get out of here." Without hesitation, he and the other three charged forward, running at full speed. Then, Wei Chen pointed to a small door and speculated that the target was likely inside that room. With a creak, he braced himself and forcefully pried open the tightly shut doors. They were startled as soon as they looked inside the room, dumbfounded. What kind of joke is this? It looks like there's a bit too much of it. The whole room was filled with large test tubes containing entire human bodies. And Delay looked at the number of test tubes, unsure of which one to take. There are this many. Could it be that all of them are immune bodies? Luba quickly recalled and responded, "That's right, Yelena said that the writer target is the only immune body." Wei Chen activated the system and said, "That's correct. There's only one writer, the others are all test subjects injected with the zombie virus." Damn it, these people dare to use living humans for experiments. Suddenly, a cracking sound echoed throughout the room, crack. All the test tubes shattered, crash. The blackened corpses tumbled onto the floor. And Delay asked, "Young brother Wei, what should we do now?" Wei Chen replied, "What else can we do?" He looked at the corpses that were turning into zombies, growling, and charging toward them, shouting, "Find each one of them." Wei Chen leapt into the air, sword in hand, ready to strike downward. He shouted loudly, "With so many people infected, how are we supposed to find the target?" He angrily shouted, "Damn it!" Along with that, a powerful slash struck the group in front of him. Suddenly, a tall building above them caught fire, with smoke and flames spreading out. Wei Chen noticed this, glanced up, and said with a worried expression, "Has it started exploding already?" Over here, Luba and Mao Xiong were still fighting. Luba, trying to maintain his balance, continued fighting while speaking, "There's not much time left. If we don't leave soon, we'll all be buried here." Wei Chen, holding his sword in one hand, shouted back, "You guys go ahead. I'll stay behind and find the target." After that action, the system immediately notified him, "Congratulations, host, on successfully committing a suicidal act. You have earned 50 suicidal points." With a serious look, he said, "Visually pleasing, start." A red ring appeared around his right eye. Looking at the zombies crawling on the floor with hungry faces, Wei Chen said, "The hearts of the zombies will soon rot. As long as I use my ability to see through, I can find a target with a normal heart." While observing, a woman's breast appeared, and through her clothing, even her underwear was visible. Wei Chen's face suddenly turned red. Wait, why does she have strawberry-patterned underwear? Then, blood spurted from his nose, and his eyes could not help but widen in lust. The girl immediately became embarrassed and covered her chest with her hands, raising her voice, "How did you manage to see that?" Wei Chen quickly regained his composure and said, "Sorry, I haven't adjusted the transparency level yet." He then adjusted the red circle over his eye. After the adjustment, he could now see the color of the heart on the left side of the zombie's chest. This is better now. All we need to do is find an experimental item with a normal beating heart. A moment later, he exclaimed, "Found it." With his other hand, he slashed at the shadow blocking his path. Against the corner of the wall, there was a person with a glowing red heart, and it seemed like this was the person Wei Chen had been searching for. The girl was an NPC, sitting with her legs pulled up, her face filled with fear. In the next moment, she appeared to be trying to move somewhere else, her pink hair tilting as she attempted to stand. Suddenly, a large zombie lunged at her, its mouth wide open, filled with sharp teeth, blocking her way. The pink-haired girl immediately turned pale, her pupils wide with hopelessness, as if in an instant, the zombie could take her life. In the life-and-death situation, Wei Chen shouted loudly toward her, "Flying blade!" The pink-haired girl squinted her eyes to the right, her face a mixture of surprise and worry. From the direction of her gaze, only a sword imbued with power from Wei Chen's command was rushing toward her. In an instant, the zombie was struck down, lying motionless on the ground. With the danger neutralized, Wei Chen quickly approached the NPC. The pink-haired girl shut her eyes tightly, fear evident on her face. Wei Chen called out, "Hey, kid, are you okay?" He extended his hand, still equipped with his technology, intending to take the NPC's hand. The pink-haired girl slowly opened one eye and cautiously spoke. Wei Chen, with his handsome face, interrupted, saying, "I'm here to pick you up." Immediately, a glowing aura surrounded him after his impressive reply. Wright extended his hand, but suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted from behind. Lu Ba quickly ran, but not before turning around and shouting, "Wei Chen!" On this side, the rocks from the explosion had collapsed completely. Wei Chen thought to himself, "Damn, our escape route's blocked." He cradled Wright's head with one arm and said, "What should we do now?" She trembled and gasped, "Fire, I'm scared." From afar, Lu Ba yelled, "Wei Chen! I've installed a hook on your arm." Wei Chen glanced down at his arm, unable to contain his surprise. "I didn't know it had such a powerful function. Why didn't you tell me earlier?" He raised his arm high, "Let's go, my love." But the function did not appear immediately, and Wei Chen immediately frowned. "What is this?" From the arm, a few sounds emerged, sisterly. "What should I do if I am unexpectedly pregnant?" The two families are going to Grand Iron Kunsi Hospital to see the doctor today, for surgery, and then go to work tomorrow. After the sound was heard, the arm automatically shot upwards. Lu Ba said, "This is a special broadcasting system I installed." Wei Chen shouted back, "Why install something that's useless?" Then he said to Wright, "If you're scared, just close your eyes." She looked at him and replied, "Okay." At this point, the arm had extended to a certain height and was ready to latch onto the rock face. In the next moment, it stopped, each finger gripping a firm point. Below, Wei Chen was being pulled up, tightly holding Wright with his hand. As Wei Chen was dragged up, his face filled with excitement, and he yelled loudly, "Hey!" Wright was equally startled upon hearing it. The two had reached the top, and Wei Chen retracted his arm, safe landing. The moment Wei Chen picked Wright up, the explosion below also erupted, followed by the entire building from the highest to the lowest floors exploding simultaneously, with flames rising fiercely. Wei Chen, witnessing this, couldn't hide his astonishment and said, "If we had been even a few seconds later, we probably would have turned to ashes." Beside him, Xingshi shouted loudly, "I say, how much longer are you planning to hold onto her?" He smiled faintly and looked down at Wright. "She's nothing like you, really too light. It made me forget that I'm holding someone else in my arms." At the same time, the system announced, "Congratulations to the host for successfully completing a life-risking task and earning 40 life-risking points." Hearing something displeasing, Lin Thu countered, "So you're saying I'm heavy?" Wei Chen, upon hearing these words, immediately froze. He quickly tried to explain, "Don't misinterpret what I said." Wei Chen gently placed her down, one hand resting on her head, his face turned outward, and in a serious tone, he said, "Next, as long as we hand this girl over to that man, the mission will be complete." From behind Wright, Lu Ba suddenly spoke up, "Wait, I have an opinion. Are you sure that carrying this burden will allow us to leave this city safely?" Wright was surprised, his eyes wide with shock. He then used his hand to summon a weapon. According to what Yi Luna said. Wright slightly leaned over, only to see Lu Ba, with his weapon, charging forward. His voice continued, "We can still do it, as long as we take a blood sample from the target." Just as Lu Ba was about to strike Wright, Wei Chen stepped in to block his attack. He grabbed Lu Ba with one hand, calling out his name loudly, "Lu Ba." Wei Chen's eyes widened, even filled with astonishment as he said, "Are you really planning to?" Lu Ba still held the knife in his hand, unwilling to abandon his intentions. If we carry another burden, it's far more dangerous than carrying a bag of blood. Lu Ba continued, removing his glasses and speaking further. The challenges ahead are getting tougher, we can't bring her along. Wei Chen furrowed his brow. Are you really going to leave this girl here to wait for death? Xingshi, who was behind them, added, besides, bringing her back could earn us a much bigger reward. Lu Ba brushed his hair out of his face, revealing a handsome look. He said, Wei Chen, you need to see things clearly. She's just an NPC, a bunch of data with no life. Are you really going to endanger the whole team just because of some misplaced sympathy? Right stood still, and Wei Chen thought to himself, Lu Ba is right. Right isn't a real person, just a character created by the dungeon. Then suddenly, the NPC turned towards him. Right's tears were about to spill, her mouth still pleading, Right? I want to live. Wei Chen brushed a few strands of her hair, smiling lightly. It's true, you're clearly just an NPC. He then tightly grasped Right's hand and said, I've made up my mind, I have to bring her along. I'll take full responsibility for protecting her. At the same time, the system announced, Congratulations, host. Your reckless decision has earned you 100 reckless points. Lu Ba now took out a syringe and said, Of course, just to be sure, let's take a blood sample first, in case anything unexpected happens. After taking the sample, Wei Chen held up the blood bag. This way, you should be able to agree, right? Lu Ba took the bag of blood, adjusted his glasses, and said, Am I coming off as cold-hearted to you all by saying this? Wei Chen lowered his head and replied, No, your decision is not wrong. In this situation, bringing along someone without any combat ability would indeed be too dangerous. This time, it's my fault for being too reckless. Mao Xiong also came up and patted Lu Ba on the shoulder. Alright, now that we've got the blood sample, all we need to do is reach the extraction point, right? It's nothing major. Suddenly, a pile of dirt, the cause of which was unknown, collapsed near where they were standing. Wei Chen immediately frowned. What's going on here? Xingshi also turned to look, making a guess. Could it be an earthquake? From the debris, a blackened hand emerged, carrying a strange, eerie energy. Finally, its body emerged as well. It possessed a terrifyingly grotesque shape. This creature was a B-level combination flesh-eater. Its zombie symbiosis had been formed unintentionally and would continuously absorb other zombies to enhance its own strength, making it extremely dangerous. Lu Ba immediately panicked. How is that possible? The explosion just now destroyed all those zombies. Upon hearing this, Wei Chen seriously explained, there might be some special traits within the bodies of those experimental subjects. The explosion likely triggered their fusion, and now we are no match for them. We need to leave here immediately. The zombie raised its arm high, as if about to strike the person in front. At that critical moment, Wei Chen ran swiftly, hugging Xingshi tightly to shield her. It's dangerous. Following that, the zombie's attack struck the empty air. Wei Chen heard Xingshi let out a sound, ugh. A moment later, her eyes widened in realization, it's bad. Xingshi collapsed to the ground and shouted, the ground has split apart. The cracks beneath our feet are widening, making it impossible for us to stand firm. The zombie emerged from within the earth, its chains whipping the nearby wall. People began scattering in all directions. As Lu Ba was running, a portion of the wall above his head suddenly cracked. Then, it fell down, causing him to stumble and shout, AAA. Mao Xiong, from a distance, saw this and noticed the giant zombie wasn't stopping, it was getting ready to attack with a ferocious stance. Mao Xiong silently ran over, preparing to help. He grabbed Lu Ba under the armpits with both hands and lifted him up, shouting loudly, that monster is coming over here. Lu Ba, still terrified, pleaded, help me. Suddenly, a stone was thrown and hit the back of the giant zombie's head. It turned around with fierce eyes and an angry expression, trying to figure out who had attacked it. Wei Chen, knowing that the monster had bitten the bait, held the girl by the shoulders with both hands and said with a smile, Buddy, there are more beautiful women here. Xingshi furrowed his brows and shot a glance, do you think this thing would be interested in beautiful women? At the same time, the system notified, congratulations, host, on successfully taking a death-defying risk. You have earned 50 death-defying points. The monster, as Wei Chen said, seemed to show some interest. Xingshi glared at it and shouted, "Why are you blushing?" Meanwhile, Wei Chen had lifted the girl onto his back, which surprised her a little. As he ran, he shouted to his teammates, "We'll lure it away first, then look for an opportunity to regroup." Xingshi was also following closely behind. Mao Xiong heard it, glanced in that direction, and shouted, "Where are we meeting?" The monster was still trailing behind Wei Chen, but he calmly replied to Mao Xiong, "Do you see the tallest Ferris wheel over there?" The Ferris wheel loomed in the distance, and Wei Chen continued, "We'll meet there." Scene change. It was now evening, and darkness had enveloped the area. This was the amusement park at night. Amid the dim atmosphere, a voice rang out, "The Milky Way in the sky is green." He wore a pair of sharp red shoes, each step cutting through the gathering crows. Only then did his face reveal a look not unlike that of a clown from a movie. He muttered to himself, "There is only one white boat." At some point, a massive dark shadow of the monster appeared behind the clown. Yet, he continued speaking, unaware, "On the boat, there is an osmanthus tree." The clown suddenly looked up, his face paling as he saw the enormous mouth waiting for him. As expected, in the blink of an eye, the monster snapped up the clown's head. Afterward, a clown's face appeared on the large zombie's body, making it even more grotesque. In a hidden corner of the park, Wei Chen's group had been watching the whole scene. He said to Xingshi, "This guy never stops devouring his own kind with his poem technique." Looking at the retreating shadow of the monster, Wei Chen continued, "The more it eats, the stronger it gets. If this keeps going, it might even level up to an A rank." Xingshi lowered her eyes, her voice filled with sorrow, "Doesn't that mean we're definitely doomed?" He patted her head in comfort, "Don't worry, we don't have to provoke that monster. We just need to leave here as quickly as possible." She turned to look at Wright, who was sitting in a corner, hugging his knees, and said, "Even if we don't need to worry about that giant monster, we still have to figure out a way to help this girl break free from the encirclement of so many zombies." Outside, there were still many zombies roaming around, and continuing like this would no longer be an option for Xingshi. On the side, Wright was still sitting, his head bowed, crying, saying, "It's all my fault for getting you involved." Seeing his expression, Xingshi immediately smiled awkwardly and explained, "I didn't mean it like that. We just need to think of a way, we can definitely make it." Wei Chen also moved over and patted Wright's head, saying, "That's right. As long as I'm here, we'll definitely figure out a way to get through this." He then raised his hand to his chin and began analyzing. "The darkness is slowly taking over, and the vision of those zombies is weakening." Wei Chen observed the zombie outside and then commented, "But their hearing and sense of smell are becoming stronger." Wright opened his eyes wide and exclaimed in amazement, "That's terrifying." But at that very moment, a zombie suddenly lunged at her from behind. Wright turned around, her pupils dilated, a mix of fear and surprise in her eyes. In that moment, all she could see was the horrifying figure of a zombie. She weakly cried out, "Help!" At the moment of the ambush, Xingshi drew his gun, aimed it at the zombie's face, and fired a shot. "Be careful." The zombie took a fatal blow, its mouth open as it fell backward. Xingshi immediately realized the mistake. "Damn it, the gunshot!" From a distance, other zombies began flocking toward the sound. Wei Chen watched them approach and thought, the gunshot must have attracted them. He picked up a short knife and said, "Looks like we'll have to use that method." Wei Chen grabbed the head of an advancing zombie with one hand while holding the knife with the other. He said, "The next smell might be a bit more intense." The knife sliced through the zombie's body, releasing a foul, slimy substance. Wei Chen yelled, "That's enough, both of you. The slime is splattering all over." Wright screamed, "It's so disgusting." Xingshi looked down at his body, unable to bear it, and complained, "It's sticky and wet, this feels awful." Then, the three of them used the zombie's slime on their bodies, mimicking the odd movements they had seen before to trick the surrounding zombies. At that moment, the system announced, "Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the life-threatening action, earning 60 life-threatening points." Each of them wrapped some of the zombies' intestines around themselves as they walked through the park. Xingshi turned back and asked, "Are you sure this method we learned from American movies is really okay?" Wei Chen immediately responded, "Don't worry, I would never deceive you." She glanced down at the NPC and said, "Right, don't be so tense. Just try to act like a zombie." Right also lifted his eyes and began acting, "Dad, Dad, Dad." But his performance was so poor that Xingshi immediately said, "Sorry, sister, I shouldn't have forced you." She then glanced at the zombie beside her, a little wary, and said, "Why do I feel like this guy keeps staring at me?" Every time she noticed him looking down at her body, Xingshi immediately hugged her chest and shouted, "What?" She suddenly panicked and said, "What should I do now? There's no zombie blood on my chest. It seems like I've been spotted." Wei Chen, still cheerful, was applying slime to his face and said, "It's fine, I already anticipated this kind of situation." He then moved closer to Xingshi, and she slowly said, "You." In the next moment, Wei Chen placed his face on Xingshi's chest and said, "I'm burying myself in." She widened her eyes in surprise, but before she could react, he continued, "I'm snuggling in." At this point, Xingshi had a grim expression and clenched her fists. Once he finished, Wei Chen looked up, but there was still a trace of lust lingering on him, and the system chimed, "Congratulations, host, you have successfully completed a life-threatening act and earned 40 life-threatening points." Wei Chen was still lost in a dreamy daze, buried in the chest of Xingshi. He smiled and thought drowsily, "This feeling is beyond ordinary, it's something indescribable." After this moment, seeing that the zombie no longer had any doubts, Wei Chen spoke up, "Look, now it can't smell you anymore. You should thank me." Once the zombie left, Xingshi immediately punched him in the stomach, "Can't you just use your hands?" As the zombie moved away a bit, a red streak cut through the air, severing its head from its neck. The mastermind behind this was none other than the massive creature that ate its own kind. It had an odd form, like something radiating immense power, heading straight for Wei Chen's group. That evening in the entertainment district, Wei Chen and Chen Xingshi were happily taking down a few low-level zombies when suddenly, a gigantic, bizarre zombie appeared. The two of them hesitated at the sight. Sister Chen tightly gripped her gun and anxiously asked Wei Chen, "What should we do now?" Wei Chen could no longer stay calm and replied, "If we run directly, it'll draw its attention." Seeing the creature getting closer, Chen Xingshi became even more panicked. What should we do?" As MN turned his head, he saw another zombie slowly approaching. He instantly had an idea. When the zombie charged at him, he easily dodged it and said, "The secret, swap." But then he grabbed the zombie's head with his hand, pulled it toward him, and aimed it at the massive mouth full of sharp fangs of the monster behind him. Chen Xingshi was a bit stunned. Is that really okay?" Wei Chen quickly replied, "Who cares? Life or death doesn't matter. Besides, isn't this zombie already dead? Just make sure that bastard gets a full meal." With that, he threw the poor zombie directly into the monster's mouth and added, "For now, we'll be safe." Sister Chen quickly followed suit, grabbing a zombie and tossing it to the monster, saying, "Hurry up and eat this." Right, standing nearby, unexpectedly bumped into a large, towering figure. The girl innocently said, Sorry." When the figure turned around, she realized it was another zombie. Before she could even let out a scream, the zombie grabbed her and was about to devour her. Wei Chen saw the girl in danger and rushed to the rescue. "Watch me." The zombie, noticing the attack, turned around to counter, but its speed was too slow, and it was kicked hard by him, landing headfirst into the ground. After solving the problem, he hurriedly ran over to check, "Are you okay?" "I lost 2 strands of hair," he said with a pained expression. The girl comforted him, "It's okay." Just then, the giant zombie suddenly roared. Wei Chen angrily shouted, "The stinking thing won't give up. Don't be afraid of getting your stomach crushed." As soon as he finished speaking, the monster immediately closed its mouth, preparing to use its tentacles to catch more prey to consume. Chen Xingshi anxiously said, "We're doomed, there are no more zombies for it to eat." Wei Chen quickly reassured everyone, "Don't worry, the opportunity has arrived." Wright curiously asked, What opportunity?" He didn't answer her, but immediately walked toward the monster, saying, "Rotten zombie, have you ever eaten this? Have you ever tasted decay?" After speaking, he somehow pulled out a bottle of medicine and sprayed it under his armpit. Once he finished, he rushed straight into the zombie's mouth. The system announced, "Congratulations, host successfully sought death and earned 50 points for seeking death." Sister Chen and Wright were horrified and screamed, "Wei Chen, Chen." Just as he was a few centimeters away from the zombie's mouth, he said, "Now's the time." With that, he took out another bottle of medicine and poured it straight into the monster's mouth. The vomiting medicine is highly effective. A level C, 100-point effectiveness. You will feel the effect immediately after taking one pill. The more you drink, the more you vomit. It detoxifies the liver and removes toxins. It's an absolute must-have for clearing out the system. The system briefly introduces the bottle of medicine. This is when Wei Chen empties the entire bottle, "Eat this, and then throw it all up for me." In just a few seconds, the medicine took effect. The zombie immediately gagged, then started vomiting violently, knocking even an adult like Wei Chen aside. Seeing this scene, Chen Xingshi couldn't help but express his disgust. "Really, really disgusting." Wright also couldn't help but grimace. Before he could feel any sense of satisfaction, a grotesque hand reached out and grabbed Wei Chen's ankle. Wei Chen immediately lifted his head from the disgusting pile of the zombie's vomit, reminding everyone, "Run fast, normal weapons won't be able to cause it any damage. We can only temporarily stop it this way. Once it gets used to vomiting, it'll be too late." Chen Xingshi immediately responded, "Even if you didn't say anything, we were planning to run anyway." The system then announced, "Congratulations, host, for successfully seeking death. You have received 50 points for seeking death." Seeing everyone getting on the vehicle without waiting for him, Wei Chen reminded them, "Wait, I haven't gotten on the vehicle yet." Chen Xingshi, upon hearing him, became furious, shouting, "Don't come over here, it's disgusting." Meanwhile, Lu Ban and Delai were struggling to deal with the zombies that clung to them like leeches. And Delai fiercely punched one after another, killing them as he went, "Die, you." While fighting the zombies, he spoke to Lu Ba, "Is there anyone else?" Lu Ba wasn't falling behind either. He wielded a metal rod, killing every zombie that approached him. "We need to leave here quickly. More zombies will be coming soon." Hearing this, and Delai responded immediately, "What? No matter how many come, I'll take care of them all." While eliminating zombies, Mao Xiong didn't forget to gulp down a few drinks. Just as he was drinking happily, Lu Ba suddenly grabbed his hand. He anxiously said, "Wait, and Delai, your hand." Mao Xiong, confused, quickly asked, "What's wrong with my hand?" Lu Ba immediately replied, "It looks like you've been bitten." Mao Xiong remained extremely calm and responded, "Probably got bitten during the fight earlier." Damn it. Continuing with the earlier scenario, after discovering that Delai had been bitten by a zombie, it didn't take long for the zombie's venom to take effect. Soon after, Delai began showing signs of mutation. His arm trembled, veins bulging, and his eyes lost their focus, turning bloodshot. "It's hard. So uncomfortable," he muttered. Lu Ba, worried, rushed over and asked, "Are you okay? You must have been careless in the fight and got hit." Damn it. Mao Xiong, fearing he would harm Lu Ba, pulled his arm back sharply, shouting out a warning, "Don't come near me. I might be turning into a zombie soon." He struggled to maintain the last bit of clarity he had left and reached for his gun, handing it to Lu Ba. "Use this gun." With that, he pressed the weapon into his hands and continued, "End it for me." Seeing Lu Ba hesitate, Mao Xiong urgently shouted, "Hurry up. Even if I have to die, I want to die with some semblance of clarity." With no other choice, Lu Ba reluctantly aimed the gun at him, unable to speak for a moment. Then, gathering his resolve, Lu Ba finally said, "I'm firing." The scene shifted to 3 months earlier. The sky was overcast, with no sunlight breaking through. A torrential rain poured down relentlessly. The weak cry of a man echoed through the space, "Help! Help me!" One of Lu Ba's legs was trapped under the rubble, and he couldn't pull it out. At that very moment, a man suddenly appeared in front of Lu Ba and called out, "Lu Ba, if you see someone coming, immediately call for help." However, the man didn't seem to care at all. Instead, he arrogantly mocked Lu Ba, "A useless piece of trash like you wouldn't be of any use even if I did save you." Saying this, the man suddenly grinned slyly, "But on the other hand, I could show some kindness and offer you an escape." After speaking, he gestured to one of his henchmen standing nearby. The man obediently handed him a gun. As soon as he took the gun, he aimed it at Lu Ba's head and maliciously said, "No need to thank me." Seeing this, Lu Ba was terrified, panicked, and begged for his life, desperately hoping for a chance to survive. "No, please, don't." However, the man showed no mercy and immediately fired the gun. The bullet grazed Lu Ba's cheek before striking the ground. Yet, the bullet's trajectory was just inches away from hitting his stomach. Lu Ba was so scared that he nearly lost his wits. Seeing his terrified expression, the man burst into excited laughter. "Huh, look at how scared you are." Then, he fell silent, flashing a wicked smile as he continued, "The next shot will be real." He fired the gun, but the weapon remained still, offering no response. He was puzzled, looked at his gun and muttered, "Huh." Realizing the gun had run out of bullets, he immediately turned to leave, leaving Lu Ba lying there alone. "Useless fool, just wait for death." Before leaving, the man sighed in regret, "Tch, that was the last bullet. Looks like you'll just have to wait to die here. Let's go." One of his subordinates, still somewhat human, turned back to glance at Lu Ba, but did nothing and simply followed the man. As soon as they left, the deep, emotionless voice of the zombie echoed, "I'm so hungry." Lu Ba turned his head to look at the zombie. Not far away, the zombie, now only a torso, was slowly crawling closer to him. "I'm so hungry." Faced with this situation, Lu Ba couldn't help but feel crushed, desperately muttering to himself, "Am I really going to die here?" But in the next moment, he regained his composure and firmly said, "No, I won't die here." He drew a dagger and gripped it tightly, determined not to become a useless fool. As he spoke, he was determined to raise the knife, decisively plunging it down to kill the zombie. Back in the present, Lu Ba ultimately decided not to shoot in Delai but instead took out a vial of blood and injected it into him. And Delai curiously asked, "You? What is this?" Lu Ba immediately responded, "This is Right's blood. It might be able to eliminate the zombie toxin." Mao Xiong, hearing this, was a bit hesitant and nervously asked, "But isn't this our trump card? What if young brother Wei can't protect it well, and then our mission fails?" Lu Ba expressed his thoughts clearly. "The system won't cooperate with teammates who are much weaker than themselves, so Wei Chen's strength is reliable." He paused for a moment before continuing, "I truly don't want to end up like those people, the scum who don't save others even when they see them dying." He gave a helpless smile and continued, "Besides, sometimes trusting others a little might bring about a miracle." Mao Xiong, hearing this, was completely confused, wondering to himself, who are these people? What miracle? Is this some Eastern rhetorical art trying to sound mysterious? Lu Ba gently adjusted his glasses and softly reminded in Delai, "Don't underestimate those who only know about science and technology." The scene shifts to the amusement park, the children's play area. After a refreshing shower, Wei Chen contentedly said, "Finally, I'm clean." Chen Xingshi, standing nearby, threw something at the quail and angrily scolded, "Put on your clothes properly and come out." Caught off guard by the sudden attack, he had no time to react and could only stand there crying out, "It hurts." The system then displayed a message, "Congratulations, Master, you have successfully found your way to death and earned 60 points for seeking death." Seeing that he obediently put on proper clothes, Sister Chen still couldn't stop grumbling, "Honestly, why did you have to come to a children's playground to take a shower?" Wei Chen replied, "This is the only place nearby with clean water." At this point, he pouted and added, "You can't expect me to walk around covered in puke, can you?" After talking for a moment, he suddenly realized that Right was nowhere to be seen and anxiously looked around. Wait, where did Right go? Sister Chen quickly responded, fortunately, I told her to go play by herself over there, otherwise she would have definitely seen something unsanitary. She immediately pointed in Right's direction. Wei Chen, worried, hurriedly looked in the direction she indicated, and suddenly exclaimed, Right, you. Following the previous scenario, Wei Chen and Chen Xingshi looked towards Right, and saw the little girl holding a notebook with a cover showing a family of 3 father, mother, and daughter. The innocent little girl pointed to the father in the photo and called out, Dad. She then pointed to the mother in the photo and continued, Mom. Upon witnessing this, Wei Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion, his heart aching with sympathy. Poor child, he muttered. He quickly walked over to her, gently ruffling her hair and asking kindly, What's wrong? Has Right remembered her parents? The little girl stammered in response, Right doesn't remember. Chen Xingshi also felt a deep sorrow for the child's tragic fate and circumstances. Sigh, it's heartbreaking. She's so young, yet she's already been through something so terrible. The little girl looked up at the two of them and then directly wrapped her arm around Wei Chen's, calling out, Dad. She then turned to Chen Xingshi, putting her arm around her as well and calling out, Mom. The little girl was joyfully content with her new little family of 3. Seeing this, Wei Chen couldn't help but smile, offering her a comforting word, Don't worry, I'll protect you like a father. Chen Xingshi was also touched by Right's innocence, but suddenly she reacted strongly, pulling away from Right's embrace, stammering, wait a minute. If you're the dad, then I'm the mom. She tried to point out the problem to Wei Chen, but feeling frustrated, she continued to tease Chen Xingshi, It's okay, if you don't want to be a mother, you can always be a daughter, and daddy will protect you well. The system immediately popped up a notification, Congratulations to the host for successfully finding a way to die and earning 50 death-seeking points. Chen Xingshi was furious. She wanted to scold him but didn't know how to express her anger. This guy. She could only stomp on his foot painfully as a gentle reminder, Stop flirting with me. Wei Chen, in pain, hopped around holding his foot, constantly whining, Ouch, ouch. Chen Xingshi suddenly turned to talk seriously. She looked at Wei Chen with some concern and asked, But, is it really okay to hand Right over to the Dawn organization? At the mention of his name, Right curiously let out a soft sound. Wei Chen quickly regained his serious work demeanor. If they want to use Right's immune capabilities to research a vaccine, they will definitely ensure his safety. Don't worry. After reassuring Xingshi, he urged everyone, We've finished showering, let's get moving. There's not much time left. While Wei Chen was talking, the soft, muffled cry of a child suddenly reached their ears, Hobu. Chen Xingshi heard it and immediately reminded, It sounds like a child crying. The further they moved forward, the louder the cry became, Hobu. She saw a child sitting and crying nearby and, without thinking, quickly approached to ask, Little girl, you. Before she could finish her sentence, Wei Chen shouted loudly to interrupt, Wait, don't go over there. It was too late, Chen Xingshi had already touched the child's shoulder. The child immediately turned around, revealing the terrifying appearance of a zombie. Stunned, she froze, only managing to say, What? Before she could react, the child zombie grabbed her arm and bit down hard. Chen Xingshi quickly regained her composure and shot the zombie in the head. After dealing with it, she finally had time to worry about her own bite wound. Oh no, I've been bitten. Fear quickly spread across her face as she muttered repeatedly, I'm going to turn into a zombie. Wei Chen rushed over to calm her down, saying steadily, It's okay, there has to be a way. Before long, the zombie venom began to spread. She lowered her head slightly and murmured, Humph. She quickly sank her teeth into Wei Chen's shoulder. Wei Chen was taken aback by her sudden action of biting into his shoulder. Right, witnessing this from the side, lost his composure and stammered, Blood, bite. Wei Chen remained calm, holding her tightly so she could drink his blood. It's fine, with your bloodline, you won't be infected. As long as you drink my blood, Sister Chen will definitely recover normally. The system notification sounded, Congratulations to the master for successfully finding the path to death, earning 80 points for seeking death. So, he let her continue drinking his blood. However, time passed, and after a long while, there was still no change. Wei Chen felt as if she had drained all the blood from his body, yet it had no effect. He couldn't help but wonder, Sister Chen has already received the divine power, right? You're not done yet? I'm running out of blood. At that moment, Chen Xingshi didn't respond to his words. Instead, she struggled, attempting to attack him again. Realizing the situation was turning against him, he cried out, "This is bad." Then he quickly restrained her and thought, could it be that my bloodline has no effect on this kind of poison? While he was still racking his brain to find a solution, Wright directly took a knife and made a cut on her own arm, hinting, "Use my blood to save her." Afterward, the little girl brought her injured arm to Xingshi's mouth and gently said to her, "Mom, open your mouth and drink it all. Not a single drop should fall outside." After drinking Wright's blood, it didn't take long before Chen Xingshi gradually regained her human consciousness, and her face slowly returned to normal. However, once she had regained her senses, she didn't remember anything about what had just happened. She rubbed her head in confusion and asked, "What exactly happened just now?" Wei Chen quickly answered, even teasing her, "If it weren't for Wright's blood, you would have turned into a violent female zombie by now." Chen Xingshi hurriedly went over to bandage the little girl's wound and asked again, "Wright, did you save me?" The little girl cheerfully answered her question, "It's what I should do." Chen Xingshi was so moved that she almost burst into tears and quickly expressed her thanks, "Thank you." Then, she hugged the little girl tightly again and firmly said, "I will definitely protect you, I promise." She hugged the girl, but inadvertently pressed Wright's face against her chest, causing her to suffocate. The only thing she could weakly say was, I can't breathe." Wei Chen unexpectedly lifted Wright up while saying, "She's still just a child." Saying that, he immediately picked the girl up with one arm and, in a heroic manner, continued, "If anything happens, leave it to me." Seeing the host heading toward certain death like that, the system quickly carried out its task and urgently announced, "Congratulations to the host for successfully finding the path to death, receiving 50 points for seeking death." The little girl didn't understand the deeper meaning of Wei Chen's words. She innocently pointed at Chen Xingshi's chest and naively asked, "Will Wright get that too?" Wei Chen immediately responded, "Eat more rice in the future, just get some nutrition and you will definitely have it too." While he was happily chatting with Wright, the team's communicator suddenly vibrated, catching his attention. Wei Chen quickly answered the call. As soon as the connection was made, Yi Lena's voice came through, "Have you found the target?" Wei Chen hurriedly replied, "Of course we have. We're heading toward the escape route now." Upon receiving the correct answer, Yi Lena immediately continued, "Very well, I have bad news and good news. Which one would you like to hear first?" Wei Chen answered without hesitation, "The bad news." Yi Lena, while looking at the situation of the rescue plane that had crashed on the computer screen, reported to him, "The bad news is that the plane responsible for picking everyone up had an accident due to an infectious virus." As for the good news, she confidently and arrogantly took out her sunglasses and put them on before continuing, "I will personally go to pick everyone up. Don't feel too honored." After saying that, she quickly climbed onto the rescue plane and prepared to fly off to pick everyone up. Turning towards Wei Chen and the others, at that moment, Ho was using binoculars to observe the groups of zombies slowly advancing towards them. Chen Xingshi was the first to speak up, "What should we do now? If we try to get through now, it won't be ideal." Wei Chen quickly reassured her, "It's fine, I've figured out a way. We can ride the roller coaster at the amusement park and zip through these zombies, then head straight to the location of the Ferris wheel." Time was limited, so they quickly followed his plan. After obediently climbing onto the roller coaster and settling into their seats, they had just realized the problem. Chen Xingshi asked Wei Chen how to solve this issue, but didn't the amusement park stop operating? "How are you going to start this roller coaster?" Not wanting to disappoint anyone, he comforted her, "Don't worry. The main control room is secure and has backup power, I'll go there to start it." With that, he quickly turned around and ran towards the control room of the amusement park. Chen Xingshi, feeling anxious for him, called out after him to remind him, "Be careful. Wei Chen turned his head back, smiling, and responded to her, okay. Once he had disappeared from view, Wright could no longer hold back her worry and hesitantly asked Chen Xingshi, is it dangerous? Do you think Wei Chen can do it? Chen Xingshi, trusting Wei Chen completely, immediately reassured the girl, don't worry, it will be fine. Cut to Wei Chen, who had reached the control room door. Seeing it locked, he kicked the door open and rushed inside. The control room was full of computers and high-tech equipment that Wei Chen wasn't very familiar with. He helplessly muttered to himself, why are there so many buttons? Which one starts the roller coaster? Without wasting much time, Wei Chen quickly figured out a way to solve his problem. He simply decided to try everything. Oh well, I'll just press them all. His fingers danced across the keys on the control room's keyboard, Joe. With each button he pressed, the various amusement park rides came to life. The carousel spun, followed by the lights on the giant Ferris wheel lighting up. Chen Xingshi, seeing the magnificent Ferris wheel in front of him, couldn't help but stare in awe. This is. Wright, standing next to him, also looked at the scene and couldn't help but praise, wow, it's beautiful. Soon enough, the roller coaster was up and running. It began to move slowly. The nearby zombies, attracted by the sound of the roller coaster, quickly gathered and headed toward the source. Chen Xingshi and Wright were still enjoying the ride, unaware of the approaching danger. Xingshi excitedly told Wright, the roller coaster's running, Wei Chen did it. Wei Chen, on the other side, was quite pleased with his clever plan. After pressing a few more buttons, he thought, surely, the roller coaster is running now, right? He was so excited that in a moment of carelessness, he forgot to pay attention to his surroundings and accidentally stepped back, triggering the alarm bell. Wei Chen immediately turned pale and stammered, I think this is an alarm bell. The system quickly popped up to praise his death-seeking action. Congratulations to the host for successfully seeking death and earning 80 death-seeking points. Meanwhile, the roller coaster had already started to pick up speed, but Wei Chen was still nowhere to be seen. Chen Xingshi anxiously scanned the area, looking for any sign of him. What on earth is that guy doing? Just at that moment, Wei Chen suddenly appeared not far away, trying to reach them at his fastest pace. As he ran, he called out, wait, I haven't gotten on the ride yet. Behind him, a few zombies were chasing him. Wei Chen turned around, not sparing any words to curse them. What urgent blood do I have to give? Why are you chasing me? Seeing a nearby motorcycle, Wei Chen had an idea, got it. He quickly jumped onto the bike, started the engine, and prepared to speed off to escape from the zombies. He didn't forget to boast, I'll show you guys just how fast the losing hand can be. Smoke my fumes. He yelled, while steering the wheel to take off. With great enthusiasm, he shouted loudly, charge ahead, the sound speed vanguard. However, the car didn't rush forward, instead, it bounced back and forth like a spring. It turned out the car he was driving was a children's toy, the kind that played the children's song kids love to sing, Dad's dad is grandpa, Mom's dad is grandma. Mom! The system had to appear and do its task, announcing, congratulations, Master, you have successfully found the road to death, earning 60 death-seeking points. Wei Chen helplessly curled his lips, not knowing what more to say, too angry to think clearly. He didn't rush to get up but sat there, tapping the toy car. The system announced again, congratulations, Master, you have successfully found the road to death, earning 60 death-seeking points. Chen Xingshi saw this scene and couldn't help but scold him, what the hell are you doing with a kid's toy? Don't all children love roller coasters? Hurry up, you idiot. Did you forget you still have your claw? Wright also anxiously urged him, get on. Reminded by Chen Xingshi, he suddenly recalled and shouted, right, almost forgot. I still have that handyman's tool. He quickly controlled the robotic arm, shooting the robot's hand into the air to find a point of support, pulling himself out of that spot and climbing onto the roller coaster. Let's go, my love. The zombies behind had already caught up and immediately rushed to attack Wei Chen. He quickly retaliated with punches, disgustedly saying, I don't like men, thanks. Over here, the robotic hand was quickly approaching the roller coaster train. Chen Xingshi hurriedly reached out to grab the robotic hand, almost got it. Just as she was about to grab it, the hand suddenly made a mechanical sound, target locked. Sister Chen froze, watching as the hand locked onto her chest. She barely had time to say oh before the hand directly grabbed her chest. Chen Xingshi, sensitive to the situation, let out a soft moan, ah. The system quickly picked up the situation and promptly announced, "Congratulations, the owner has successfully found the way to die, earning 50 death-seeking points." Without thinking, Chen Xingshi immediately shoved the robotic hand off her chest, awkwardly questioning Wei Chen, "Where exactly did your hand grab?" Wei Chen quickly explained, trying to clear his name, "The things Lu Ba makes are all so vile, I couldn't help it." Chen Xingshi continued, "Never mind that, the robot's arm was knocked off by me. What should we do now?" While speaking, she looked around for another way and then saw the robot's arm just as it caught the car behind. Phew. Thankfully, it caught the car behind. Hearing this, Wei Chen, who was nearby, quickly took action. "Got it, let's fly." He controlled the arm to retract the rope and lift their body off the ground, escaping from the bloodthirsty zombies below. Soon, he was standing on the rail of the roller coaster, excitedly saying, "Landed safely. Prepare to retract the robot arm." However, no matter how he tried, he couldn't retract it. He then shouted to Chen Xingshi, "Ah, damn, Sister Chen, one of your palm techniques caused the propeller to malfunction, I can't retract it." Chen Xingshi replied, "Serves you right, my chest hurts so much, you better reflect on yourself." Right, who was standing next to them, immediately turned to comfort her, "The pain's gone now, it's all good, all good." Chen Xingshi gratefully smiled and teased the girl, "Is the pain really gone?" At this very moment, Wei Chen's anxious scream rang out, pulling everyone's attention back to the present situation. "It's over, are we about to start speeding up?" But soon enough, he figured out a way to resolve it. "It's fine, just watch my diamond indestructible pure yang body." A huge surge of power emanated from him, causing his clothes and shoes to disintegrate into pieces under the force. The system notification sounded, "Congratulations, Master, you've successfully found the path to death and received 80 death-seeking points." Wei Chen cheered in excitement and charged forward. Before long, the roller coaster reached its destination and gradually came to a stop. Once it had completely stopped, it issued a notification to the passengers, "The roller coaster has arrived at the forest station. Please exit the vehicle and pay attention to your safety." Chen Xingshi anxiously called out, "Wei Chen." She hurriedly turned her head to check on him, "Are you okay, brother?" Wright also looked over. Seeing Wei Chen's condition, she said, "It looks like his legs are in pain." At this moment, Wei Chen's legs were emitting thick smoke, and his steps were unsteady. He gritted his teeth and said, "How could it be fine?" Wei Chen quickly walked over, looking pitiful. "If it weren't for your diamond indestructible pure yang body, my legs would have been rubbed raw by friction and probably crippled by now." Chen Xingshi didn't care and coldly replied, "It's fine, our team has someone who builds robots. Just ask him to make you 2 more legs." At that moment, Lu Ba's voice suddenly came through, "Who lost their legs?" Wei Chen sighed, "Speaking of him, and here he is." Not far away, Lu Ba was supporting Mao Xiong, walking toward them. He teasingly said, "Lost your legs? Let me make you a 3rd pair of manly legs." He didn't forget to compliment everyone, as expected, "You guys didn't disappoint me." Wei Chen happily responded, "You all worked hard." After some more pleasantries and compliments, they joyfully hugged each other. Wei Chen excitedly spoke first, "I thought you two were definitely dead." Lu Ba felt speechless at Wei Chen's way of speaking. "Can't you say something nice for once?" Mao Xiong chuckled at the banter between the two, "Haha. But yeah, we really almost died." Lu Ba glanced at Wright while continuing Mao Xiong's words, "Thankfully, both of you have protected the mission target well, or else we would have definitely been dead." Wright felt a chill as Lu Ba's sharp gaze locked onto him. The girl recognized him and, with a flash of fear, thought to herself, "Oh, that's the person who once pointed a knife at me." Terrified by his intimidating presence, the girl's legs turned to jelly. She immediately ran towards Wei Chen and Chen Xingshi for protection, trembling as she called out, "Dad, Mom." Seeing her run over, the two instinctively extended their hands to catch her. At a loss for words, they could only helplessly smile and follow her lead. Luba couldn't help but sneer at the scene, coldly questioning the two. What exactly is this strange family game you're playing? Wei Chen responded, when I have the time, I'll explain later. Right now, we can't waste any more time. As he was speaking, the communication device suddenly cut in. He quickly pulled it out and, as soon as he connected, Yi Lena's voice came through immediately. The helicopter has arrived at the rescue site. Please acknowledge the message. Soon after, the rescue helicopter appeared in the distance. Yi Lena, inside the helicopter, issued orders over the communication device. The helicopter cannot land, it will cause loud interference, which is extremely dangerous. She said, everyone, get on the Ferris wheel and climb up using the ropes when you reach the highest point. After receiving the order, they quickly acted. Wei Chen hurriedly urged everyone, hurry up, everyone, victory is just within reach. Suddenly, Wei Chen's expression changed, and he couldn't help but curse, damn it. It turned out that behind Mao Xiong, a group of zombies was relentlessly chasing them. Mao Xiong was running with all his might toward the Ferris wheel. As he ran, he shouted, are these zombies on sale or what? There are way too many of them. Just as Mao Xiong jumped in, a zombie also caught up. Luckily, Wei Chen was quick on his feet and kicked it, sending it falling down below. However, there were too many zombies, and for every one that fell, another took its place. They kept coming, and some even managed to cling to the Ferris wheel. Everyone realized that the situation was far from good. We're done for. There are too many zombies, and the Ferris wheel can't move. Wei Chen anxiously looked down to assess the situation, thinking, if this keeps going, we'll all die here. Very quickly, he came up with a solution to this problem. Wei Chen suddenly turned back, extending his hand toward Mao Xiong and demanded, Mao Xiong, give me your liquor. Luba, hand over the fuel and rubber for your robot construction. Mao Xiong was confused by Wei Chen's intentions and angrily questioned him, at a time like this, you're still in the mood to drink? Luba vaguely guessed what Wei Chen was planning next, the liquor, the fuel. Wait, are you planning to? Wei Chen had no hesitation in revealing his plan, that's right, I'm inviting them to drink a few bottles. With that, he tore a piece of fabric from his pants, combined it with the liquor, fuel, and rubber, and added a spark. He had just made a Molotov cocktail. Then, he decisively threw the makeshift bomb at the group of zombies below and continued, Molotov cocktail. He then excitedly cheered, cheers. Watching the zombies writhe in pain and agony in the flames, the massive fire surrounded them all, ensuring that none could escape. The zombies clinging to the Ferris wheel bar could no longer hold on and were forced to let go, meeting their doom. Wei Chen threw bottle after bottle of liquor, and once they were all gone, he shamelessly demanded more from Mao Xiong, hurry up. Bring me a few more bottles. Mao Xiong, regretting the loss of his liquor, firmly refused to give any more to Wei Chen. With tears in his eyes, he weakly pleaded, please, don't throw any more. Leave a few bottles for me. Right at this moment, a huge zombie arm suddenly emerged from the pile of charred zombie corpses. The combination flesh-eater that Wei Chen and the others had encountered earlier suddenly appeared. It showed no fear of the fierce fire in front of it and directly headed towards the Ferris wheel, gripping the bar with its hand, intending to climb up and attack Wei Chen and the others. Wei Chen was taken aback when he saw it appear here. No, I can't believe it's the combination flesh-eater. How did this thing get here? It slowly climbed up, the distance between them gradually closing. Mao Xiong and Lu Ba were somewhat hesitant and fearful, but still bravely stood their ground, preparing to fight to the end. Right, scared, immediately embraced Chen Xingshi, are you afraid? Seeing this, she quickly reassured the girl, don't be afraid, nothing will happen. Just as everyone was still worried, unsure how to deal with the zombie, Wei Chen suddenly poured a bottle of liquor over himself and spoke up, leave this to me. Chen Xingshi was so moved she couldn't speak, Wei Chen. Wei Chen resolutely said, I told you, I will protect everyone. With that, he decisively let himself fall down below. As soon as Wei Chen dropped down, the system announced, congratulations, player has successfully found a way to die, receiving 100 death-seeking points. Meanwhile, Wei Chen was still falling downwards and then directly dropped into the wide-open mouth of the zombie, which was eagerly waiting for food. The people on the Ferris wheel, witnessing the entire scene, couldn't help but scream in terror, "Aaaah." On the other hand, after falling straight into the zombie's mouth, Wei Chen remained remarkably calm, using his robotic arm to light a fire for illumination, and even casually muttered, "It's really dark in here. Look at all these human body parts scattered around in the zombie's stomach." Wei Chen then continued evaluating, how much has it eaten? Isn't it afraid of getting bloated? Suddenly, he broke into a mischievous grin, and anyone who saw it would know that the zombie was in trouble. Sure enough, as predicted, Wei Chen came up with an idea that wasn't very kind towards the zombie. "I wonder what would happen if I set a fire in this stomach?" Without hesitation, he immediately set himself on fire to light the way, exclaiming excitedly, "Fire in the hole." The system quickly carried out its task of notification. "Congratulations, Master, you've successfully found the path to death, earning 80 death-seeking points." In just a moment, the flames in the stomach spread to the entire body. The combination flesh-eater was engulfed by the fierce fire, burning away bit by bit. And then, very soon after, the zombie exploded, and everything turned to dust. The system notification popped up, "Combination flesh-eater destroyed, 5,000 experience points gained, level increased to 15. The earth-shattering explosion, along with the dust and smoke, completely obscured the view of those on the Ferris wheel. Wei Chen's robotic hand was shot to this place by the shockwave from the blast. Seeing this, Wright immediately changed his expression, stammering, "Wei. Daddy." The little girl trembled, reaching out to grab the robotic hand, crying loudly. Chen Xingshi quickly approached to comfort the girl. "It's okay, it's just that he died again." Ma Xiong, unable to contain his emotions, hugged Lu Ba tightly, crying uncontrollably, "Young brother Wei is dead, why are you so calm about it?" Lu Ba was held so tightly that he couldn't breathe, and hurriedly reminded him, "I'm about to suffocate here." Once Ma Xiong let go, Lu Ba turned to Chen Xingshi and asked, "Then why did you say again?" Chen Xingshi answered mysteriously, "Everyone will know soon." Just then, a sudden shockwave hit, causing everyone to lose their balance and fall to the Ferris wheel floor. The wheel shook violently, making everyone worry, "The Ferris wheel is going to collapse." From the pile of ashes, a human arm slowly rose. The mechanical notification sound from the system echoed, "Rebirth system activated, 600 death-seeking points consumed, host revived. System notification, received new energy, strength of Sailor Popeye." Wei Chen rose from the ashes, quickly using his newfound power to hold up the Ferris wheel and protect everyone. A brief explanation: strength of Sailor Popeye is effective, enhancing the user's strength for a short period of time. After the effect ends, the user will fall into a state of weakness. Min kept encouraging himself, "Come on." Lu Ba, seeing that Wei Chen was unharmed, couldn't help but ask, "Wei Chen, is he not dead?" Mao Xiong also chimed in, and he even managed to hold up the Ferris wheel. Such monstrous strength, even I can't compare. Returning to Wei Chen, after managing to steady the Ferris wheel, he finally felt at ease and thought, "Finally, I got it under control." Just as he regained his composure, he immediately noticed a group of zombies charging toward him. "I almost forgot about these pesky creatures." Wei Chen decisively broke off an unimportant support beam from the Ferris wheel, lifted it, and used it to sweep through the zombies, sweeping through the heavenly army. He proudly dealt with one zombie after another, so this is what unrivaled awakening feels like. Just as he was celebrating his success, the robotic hand shot out and quickly wrapped around him, pulling him up into the air. Wei Chen's face turned pale with fear. This time, he knew he was in trouble. Mao Xiong shouted loudly, "It's a trap!" Chen Xingshi immediately ordered, "Why aren't you heading back already? There's no time left." As soon as she finished speaking, Mao Xiong forcefully pulled him up. Wei Chen spun around dizzily and helplessly said, "Can't you guys pull me up slowly?" He was quickly dragged up the Ferris wheel and, due to inertia, slammed his face into Chen Xingshi's chest. She immediately got angry and yelled at him, "Get up already." Wei Chen responded, "I'm too weak right now, I don't have any strength left." Yi Le Na hurriedly reminded everyone, the hidden danger has been eliminated. Quickly get on the helicopter. Once everyone was safely aboard the rescue helicopter, Yelena said, I hope all this effort to rescue everyone was worth it, and that we have obtained the blood sample. Luba quickly responded, although we've already used the blood sample. Wei Chen continued for him, but we've gotten something even rarer than the blood sample, the immune body. Upon hearing the good news from Wei Chen and the others, Yelena felt an immense sense of joy. That's great. If we have the immune body, the Dawn organization can speed up the process of saving this world. Just as Yelena finished speaking, Wei Chen immediately interrupted, by the way, I have a question for you. What will you guys do next? She knew exactly what Wei Chen was worried about, so she merely glanced at him quietly before quickly reassuring him, don't worry, the little girl is the last hope of this world, and the Dawn organization will definitely protect her well. Soon after, everyone arrived at the Dawn organization's facility. Each person was assigned a separate room. At that moment, Wright was crying loudly while hugging Wei Chen, Ho-hoo. Wei Chen could only let her hug him like that, not knowing what to do. Even Chen Xingshi, who was sitting nearby, didn't know how to comfort her. Just then, a few people in yellow protective suits suddenly opened the door and walked in, saying, We're here to take the immune body. This is the girl, right? Yelena, who was following behind, immediately answered, Yes, the immune body is extremely rare, you must ensure that nothing goes wrong. The man responded, You're aware, then, that the higher-ups highly value this immune body. One of the two men in yellow protective suits stepped forward and pulled right away, urgently urging, Let's go, don't keep the higher-ups waiting. When Wright was unexpectedly pulled away, she reacted violently, Let go. The little girl, frightened, hurriedly cried out to Wei Chen and Chen Xingshi, Mom and Dad, I don't want to go. Chen Xingshi was anxious and didn't want those men to take Wright. She panicked and ran, shouting, Wright. Wei Chen immediately grabbed her arm to stop her from doing something reckless. Seeing this, Chen Xingshi became upset and questioned him, Are you really going to stand by and watch Wright be taken away like that? Her eyes welled up with tears as she tried to persuade him, but it was all in vain. Wei Chen turned his face away, coldly saying, This is part of the mission. Please be assured, the Dawn organization will take good care of the girl, won't they? It seemed like he was talking to Chen Xingshi, but in reality, he was speaking to Yelena. There was a brief moment of silence before she responded, The mission was completed perfectly. You all can rest here for a while, eat something, or repair your equipment. Wei Chen entrusted Wright to her, so promise me, take good care of her. Not far away, Wright, who was being dragged away by the man, suddenly fought back, kicking him in the groin with all her strength. The noise from over here caught Yelena's attention as she glanced over, continuing her conversation with Min. I guarantee the girl will be fine. The man couldn't help but let out a sharp cry of pain, ouch. After breaking free from his control, Wright hurriedly ran towards Wei Chen, pleading pitifully, Please don't abandon Wright. Wei Chen couldn't bear to look at Wright's face. He could only lower his head and softly say, I'm sorry. At that moment, Wright understood and stopped resisting, obediently following the organization's arrangements. However, the little girl's expression was still one of shock and disbelief as she kept looking towards Wei Chen and Chen Xingshi. Just then, the system suddenly popped up with a notification, Congratulations, player, for completing the mission and receiving the dungeon rewards. Additionally, you must participate in the dungeon 6 hours later. Then, it continued distributing rewards to each player. Luba was the first to receive the skill to craft armor. Holding a special tool, he joyfully said, Oh, now I can craft even better equipment. Next was Mao Xiong, who received the skill for the lethal earth breath. Excited, he immediately used the skill and exhaled a lethal breath of earth. With this, our party will have a new feature. At that exact moment, Wei Chen's phone suddenly rang. He quickly answered, and Luba's cheerful and delighted voice immediately came through. We finally completed the mission. Want to go out for a drink to celebrate? But the atmosphere behind them was also frighteningly quiet. The other two people kept their heads down, not saying a word, remaining silent from beginning to end. Seeing this, Luba suggested to Mao Xiong, we shouldn't disturb them now. You go drink by yourself, and I'll go study my new skills. Mao Xiong could only agree, all right. Wei Chen unexpectedly patted Chen Xingshi on the shoulder and called out to her, "Hey, Chen, it's a bit stifling here. How about we go for a walk outside?" Chen Xingshi immediately refused, "Sorry, I'm in a really bad mood right now. Can I just have some time alone?" Wei Chen continued, "I know you're upset right now, but in this game, every character has their own fate." Chen Xingshi pondered, "Fate?" The system notification sounded, "You have received the skill dual wielding." She silently made a resolution in her heart, "This time, I won't believe in fate's twists." At this moment, Wei Chen was secretly lurking, observing something, his mind filled with doubt. What exactly does that statement mean? The scene shifts again to a dark, gloomy room. At the moment, Wright is tightly strapped to the iron bed inside the room. Suddenly, a cold male voice is heard from outside, "This is the immune body. The department has already carried out detoxification treatment." A bodyguard in a suit opens the door and orders the two men behind him, "Go in." Everyone has been waiting for the main course for a long time. The two men quickly follow their superior's command, "Yes." They enter and begin their tasks. Just as the door was about to close, Wei Chen rushes over, carefully inspecting the door, silently wondering, what is going on here? Aren't they supposed to use Wright's immune energy to research the vaccine? Why did they bring the girl here? Thinking more about it yields no answers, so he decides to simply open the door and see what they're doing inside. As Wei Chen speaks while opening the door, "Let me see what you guys are doing." He suddenly stops mid-sentence, surprised, saying, "What is this?" When the door opens, inside is a lavish banquet hall, filled with numerous bodyguards and influential people. System notification, "Congratulations, host, you have successfully found the path to death and earned 50 points for finding death." A bodyguard quickly approached, aiming a gun at Wei Chen's head to restrain him, and asked, "Who are you?" Several other bodyguards nearby also quickly moved in, aiming their guns to control him. Wei Chen, sensing the situation, raised his hands and remained still. Yi Lina was utterly surprised to see him here and exclaimed in astonishment, "Why are you here? This is not a place you should be." A man who appeared to be refined and elegant suddenly stepped forward to block her. "Yi Lina, don't be so rude. Who is this gentleman?" Yi Lina quickly answered respectfully, "Report, he is a member of the small team in charge of the immune body rescue operation this time, named Wei Chen." Upon hearing her words, the man looked at Wei Chen with a thoughtful gaze. Wei Chen, puzzled, silently wondered, "Why is he looking at me like that?" The man suddenly moved closer to him, putting on a friendly air, and patted Wei Chen's shoulder, saying, "You are the big hero of our organization. Since you're already here, why don't you have a glass of God-blessed wine first, then we'll talk." He couldn't understand what God-blessed wine in his mouth meant, so he asked back, "What is this God-blessed wine?" The man answered cheerfully, "Just like its name, it's a gift from the gods to us." Saying this, he immediately snapped his fingers to signal his subordinates. They quickly pulled aside the red curtain that was covering the container not far away, revealing a large tank inside. It was Wright, unconscious, her body pierced by the spout of the tank. They had actually used Wright as an ingredient to soak their God-blessed wine. Wei Chen couldn't hold back and wanted to rush forward to rescue the girl, but was stopped by several soldiers. He angrily shouted, "Wright, why is she being kept in there?" The man immediately replied, "As you can see, the blood flowing through her veins is the most precious immunity serum. We cannot afford to waste even a drop." As soon as he finished speaking, the spout in the tank began to draw her blood. The girl struggled in pain, trying to break free but helpless. The man slowly opened the spout, and her fresh blood flowed into his wine glass. He continued, "There were other immune bodies like hers before, but they've all been disposed of. Still, this glass has the sweetest taste." Having said that, he lifted the glass to his nose, sniffing it repeatedly with a rather perverted look on his face. Then he continued, "The people standing here are all talents, the most elite scientists, financiers, and politicians of this country. This immune body will dedicate the rest of its life to preserving our lives. Although you are just an ordinary person, someone as magnanimous as me has decided to reward you with this extremely valuable gift. Wei Chen immediately declined him, no need. Not only that, he also punched several bodyguards until their eyes were filled with stars, solving the problem. After the bodyguards were dealt with, it was the old man's turn. Seeing Wei Chen reach out to grab him, he became frightened. What? What do you want to do? Wei Chen decisively grabbed his head and slammed it hard into the ground. The system quickly notified, "Congratulations, host, you have successfully sought death and earned 100 death points." With each powerful punch Wei Chen landed, the man screamed in agony, "Aya!" Wei Chen angrily shouted, "I'll give you 20. The man remained stubborn and shouted back at Wei Chen, You dare to insult a commoner like this?" The system continued to notify, "Congratulations, host, you have successfully sought death and earned 50 death points." Without hesitation, Wei Chen placed his foot on the man's face, speaking coldly, "Sorry, I'm just a commoner. Your party can continue, but..." Suddenly, he summoned his sword. "I will take her with me." As soon as he finished speaking, he sliced through the container. Right inside immediately fell, powerless, and was caught by Wei Chen with precision. The weak girl called out a few times. "Dad, Dad." Wei Chen held her tightly in his arms, apologetically saying, "I'm sorry, I was late. Now, we're going home." Seeing this, Yelena quickly spoke to stop him. "Wei Chen, don't cause trouble. You can't take the immune system body with you." Wei Chen's face darkened, holding right even more protectively. Ignoring her words, he boldly declared, "Today, I'm taking her with me. Let's see who dares to stop me." Yelena coldly responded, "Wei Chen, even though I don't hate you, if the situation were different." She paused for a moment, then loudly commanded her subordinates, "Attack all at once, but make sure not to harm the immune system body." Her subordinates responded in unison, "Understood." At this critical moment, Chen Xingshi suddenly broke through the skylight above, jumping down. Just in time, she landed directly on one of the bodyguards who was about to attack Wei Chen in right. With ease, she subdued the bodyguards beneath her feet and quickly knocked them out. It would be easy to take down those guys with just one bullet. Right, excited to see her, shouted, "Mom, Mom." Wei Chen was equally delighted. "Ms. Chen, how did you know we were here?" She replied, "How could I leave right behind?" "Sorry, Yelena, but we're not the type to quietly accept our fate." A prominent figure at the banquet quickly ordered his bodyguards, "Quick, kill these two thugs. They must have the virus on them, filthy. Kill them." The bodyguards immediately followed his command, rushing to attack Chen Xingshi. She wasn't scared or panicked, merely standing there calmly. As soon as one of the bodyguards was close enough, she swiftly spun around and kicked him in the stomach, coldly saying, "Not a chance, die." As she spoke, she shot down one bodyguard after another. Seeing Chen Xingshi's incredible abilities, Wei Chen couldn't believe his eyes, thinking to himself, when did she become this strong? While he was still in shock, a group of bodyguards armed with handguns had surrounded them. They aimed their guns at him and ordered, "Release the immune subject." At that moment, Wei Chen snapped back to reality, thinking to himself, "This is bad, protecting right might be a bit more complicated than I thought." While Wei Chen was struggling to figure out how to resolve the situation, Mao Xiong suddenly appeared, bringing hope to Wei Chen. "Really, such good wine and you don't even offer it to us. You rich folks really know how to be stingy," he said. Mao Xiong paused for a moment, took a big gulp of wine, and then continued with a look of disdain, "Damn, how audacious." Not giving the others a chance to wait long, Mao Xiong immediately used his new skill, Liquor Blow. He unexpectedly spat fire at the group of bodyguards who were about to attack Wei Chen. The bodyguards screamed in pain, "What kind of fire is this? Why can't we put it out? It's too hot, too hot." Not far from there, a person suddenly appeared, silently controlling a bullet that flew towards the bodyguards. As soon as the bullet approached two of them, it exploded. The blast immediately sent the two flying. At that moment, the person slowly revealed himself. He was wearing a full-body blue combat armor. The legs had rocket engines, and the intricate details formed an incredibly complex combat suit. Lu Ba was the one wearing this armor. He maneuvered the suit to break through the skylight and slowly descended. At the banquet, Mao Xiong immediately complained when he saw him, "You're late." Lu Ba then explained, "There's nothing I can do, making this combat armor took quite a bit of my time." Wei Chen unexpectedly asked them, "And Dalai Lu Ba, how did you all manage to get to Tanghan Water?" Mao Xiong immediately answered, "I was just upset that they didn't invite me for a drink." Lu Ba continued, "On the other hand, the mission is completed, which means the testing of the armor's features is also finished." Upon hearing this, Wei Chen responded right away, "No choice, if that's the case, let's just have a fight." The system notification sounded, "Congratulations to the Central Cities team for seeking death, achieving 150 points for seeking death." The group of Wei Chen immediately teamed up to deal with the enemies. Chen Xingshi shot down 2 guards, and Mao Xiong and Lu Ba weren't far behind, taking down several more. Wei Chen also quickly joined in, using his sword to kill a few more people. The weak, cowardly big shots in the banquet hall who witnessed this scene were terrified and hurried to flee to save their lives. "They've killed someone, we should run." Chen Xingshi looked on and commented, "What a useless bunch." Seeing that everything was settled, Wei Chen said, "Let's go." Yelena suddenly spoke up, stopping them, "Wait a moment." She held the gun pointed at everyone, angrily questioning, "Is it worth it to destroy the future of this world for the sake of one girl?" Wei Chen retorted in fury, "Is it worth it to torture a girl to save the world, or is it better to let it be destroyed?" A man dressed in black struck the iron bars of the cell door with a heavy club, shouting, "Number 413, come out here." Moments later, a doctor holding a surgical scalpel spoke, "You experimental subjects." The man, his limbs tightly bound, lay on the operating table, fearfully crying out, "MMM?" The doctor immediately darkened his face and said, "You don't deserve anesthesia." Hi, the scene shifted to another space, where a gun was dropped and fell freely to the ground. Yelena buried her face in her hands, sobbing uncontrollably, "In the end, I'm just an accomplice. You all, go, quickly." Wei Chen calmly replied, "Life doesn't distinguish right from wrong, just do as you wish and live well." She was stunned and said, "Do as I wish? Live on? Even if the world is destroyed, it's fine?" Wei Chen, hearing this, sneered coldly, "Destroy the world." The two, and Dalai and Lu Ba, beamed and said, "What does that have to do with us?" At the Dawn organization's base, a guard shouted, "They're here, stop them." Meanwhile, Wei Chen and Chen Xingshi were hiding behind the wall, observing them. Lu Ba's side hurriedly reported, "The energy of the exoskeleton seems to be running low." And Dalai, holding 2 bottles of wine, also spoke up, "My energy is running low too." Hearing this, he anxiously said, "This is bad, the enemy numbers are increasing by the minute." A masked man spotted Wei Chen's team and loudly shouted, "Prepare to attack." Another one, surprised, asked, "Sir, are we really going to attack? They still have immunity?" He furrowed his brow and replied, "These kids are extremely dangerous, we need to eliminate them quickly." After the command to not let them live, they immediately launched an attack. The cannons fired shells towards Wei Chen's team. In this critical moment, he gathered all his strength into his arm, shouting loudly, "Strength of Sailor Popeye." Wei Chen struggled to lift a gigantic rock, so exhausted he could barely speak. Finally, I managed to lift it." "Block them for me." That rock served as a shield for Wei Chen's entire team. His face was filled with determination. After a while, seeing that they still kept firing, Wei Chen became worried. If this continued, they wouldn't be able to hold out much longer. Right at that moment, a bullet flew past his arm. Yelena shouted, "Don't just stand there." Both Wei Chen and Chen Xingshi were surprised by her sudden appearance. As Yelena lowered the rope ladder, she yelled, "Hurry up, come up here, I'll take you guys." Wei Chen, overjoyed, said, "Yelena, it seems like she's finally figured things out." Chen Xingshi added, "We've been saved, let's go." At that moment, the system's voice rang out with an announcement, congratulations to the host for successfully seeking death, earning 80 death-seeking points. And Delai tightly embraced Right and ran toward the helicopter. Wei Chen, holding a large stone, said, "Let's go, I'm here." Chen Xingshi quickly responded, "How can we leave you here alone? I'm staying too." He replied firmly, "Don't worry, have you forgotten? I'm immortal, just take good care of Right." She reluctantly agreed, "All right." The captain, stunned, said, "Damn it, Yelena betrayed us again. Use the anti-aircraft rocket to destroy that helicopter for me." One soldier replied, locking on. With that, a rocket shot towards the helicopter at the speed of light. Yelena, terrified, thought, "We're doomed." Contrary to her panic, Wei Chen calmly gathered his strength. He leapt high into the air, using his body to block the rocket diamond indestructible pure young body. Wei Chen frowned and said, "I'll take the hit." The system also rang out with a notification, "Congratulations, host, for successfully seeking death, earning 120 points for seeking death." As the rocket made direct contact with his body, a huge explosion erupted, and Wei Chen's body fell to the ground due to inertia. And Delai, watching this scene, said in confusion, "He blocked the rocket with his chest." Lu Ba, bewildered, added, "Even in movies, they wouldn't dare to act like this." The soldiers, seeing Wei Chen fall, joyfully exclaimed, "He fell." Lu Ba, terrified, his face drained of color, said, "He's turned into a charred corpse." And Delai, enraged, hissed through clenched teeth, "This time, he's definitely dead, right? Those damn bastards, damn it." Chen Xingshi, however, calmly said, "You two don't need to mourn so dramatically." And Delai immediately changed his attitude, sadly saying, "How can you be so heartless? Your man is dead, and not a single tear falls from you?" Upon hearing this, Chen Xingshi lost her temper and shouted, Who said he was my man?" Looking at herself in the mirror, she softly reassured, "Don't worry, that guy definitely won't die." At the same time, Wei Chen and Rocket fell to the ground, creating a thick cloud of smoke. The chief officer turned to speak, "A grasshopper kicking a cart doesn't know its own strength. Get ready, we absolutely cannot let these traitors escape." His subordinates noticed something unusual and pointed ahead, saying, "That corpse looks a bit odd." Along with the system's announcement, Rebirth System activated, consuming 700 death-seeking points. The host is being resurrected. A black figure slowly stood up. Wei Chen emerged from the smoke created by the explosion, his clothes torn into pieces. His subordinates were bothered by the light radiating from him. They exclaimed, "What is this? It's too bright." Another one replied, "Can a one shoot a bullet? Please, just one." The system continued its announcements, Rebirth reward received. Diamond Indestructible Pure Yang Body upgraded to Diamond Immovable Wisdom King Body. Diamond Immovable Wisdom King Body Level B+ activated. Diamond Indestructible Pure Yang Body Level 2 can transform the user's anger into power. Introducing Diamond Fury, the Bodhisattva follows, known as the Buddha. Who would dare to offend the avid and think they can escape? Wei Chen's muscular body gradually emerged, to the point where the soldier from earlier was startled and frightened, unable to believe that a grenade couldn't kill him. "Monster!" he exclaimed, tears welling up in his eyes, and immediately turned to run. Several other soldiers, also terrified, fled in panic. "God, a deity has descended to destroy us. Holy shit!" The captain froze in place, stunned, then shouted, "Come back, all of you." He slapped the shoulder of a nearby soldier, who was trembling in fear, and spoke, "What are you all afraid of? Even if he really is a god, our ammunition can still blow him to pieces." After this bold statement, the captain's expression turned grim. His voice became somewhat hesitant as he pointed towards Wei Chen and stammered, You. Not wanting to lose the dignity of a commanding officer, he gathered all his confidence, grabbed his submachine gun, and shouted, "Stop with the godlike antics, you're not scaring me." Wei Chen remained unafraid, his arms seeming to multiply, swiftly catching the bullets. The captain, stunned, asked, "Is this a joke? What is this?" At this point, Wei Chen's hands were full of bullets, and he had 3 bullets clenched between his teeth. He frowned as he looked at the captain, spitting out the bullets from his mouth, and said, "If I get angry, the consequences will be very serious." Finishing his words, he slammed his shiny head straight into the head of the chief officer. The man's face turned pale, and he staggered, falling down. Ah! A soldier nearby was startled and shouted loudly, "The chief's head has been smashed by his head." Wei Chen darkened his face and said, "Are you looking for death?" He pointed at his subordinates, furrowing his brows and shouting, "Is there anyone else?" The tallest soldier among them spoke up, "No matter if you're a god or a demon, let me show you how I'll subdue you with the Gatling gun." He coldly raised a divine cannon and fired continuously at the great officer, saying coldly, "Die." Wei Chen changed tactics, quickly rushing toward him. The large soldier in front of him was stunned. "You." Wei Chen struck a mighty punch right to his face. The soldier was sent flying several meters away. Without hesitation, Wei Chen grabbed the gun and growled, "I am the Buddha Gatling." Wei Chen unleashed a barrage of gunfire at his subordinates, a rain of bullets. The spent shells fell endlessly to the ground. Looking at their corpses, he coldly muttered, "Die, all of you." Wei Chen's face darkened as he looked at them, the sound of the helicopter blades pulling him back to reality. He silently grabbed the rope, and by the time he climbed into the helicopter, Wei Chen's face remained emotionless. Perhaps he was grieving for his own hair. Chen Xingshi's face turned as red as a tomato as she pointed at Wei Chen and shouted loudly, "Wei Chen." He spoke in a tone filled with sorrow, "It's over, it's really over." She hurriedly stepped forward to comfort him, "Wei Chen, it's okay, it's really okay now." Wei Chen grimaced and replied, "No, I'm really done for." Chen Xingshi quickly shook him, anxiously asking repeatedly, "What do you mean it's over? Didn't everyone come out safe and sound? Are you seriously hurt?" Wei Chen, in pain, slumped and said, "It's worse than being seriously injured. Do you know? My once glorious, handsome hair is all gone." The system notification sounded, "Congratulations, host, for successfully seeking death. You have earned 50 death-seeking points." Chen Xingshi, upon hearing the response, froze for 2 seconds, while Wei Chen, still panicking, hugged his head and spun around. "I don't want to go bald, I don't want to get stronger, oh my god, give me my hair back." Chen Xingshi, as she loaded her gun, said, "Didn't you say that after you reincarnate, your body would be fully restored?" She coldly aimed the gun at Wei Chen and continued, "Or would you like me to help you?" He awkwardly scratched his head and replied, "Suddenly, I feel like being bald could be quite handsome too, and besides, it's so much cooler." Lu Ba sat beside him and asked curiously, "You turned into ashes and still didn't die? What exactly is your body made of?" And Delai seemed more practical. He directly reached out to touch Wei Chen. "Let me feel it." Lu Ba, too, was curious and reached out to touch his arm. Wei Chen startled and shouted, "You two can't just touch me like that." A moment later, Wright ran over, calling out loudly, "Dad." She ran up to him and hugged him tightly, whispering, "I'm sorry, I won't ever let you get hurt again." Chen Xingshi, standing nearby, sighed in frustration and said, "Wei Chen, but we're about to leave this dungeon, and Wright can't come with us." Hearing this, Wei Chen confidently replied, "This is the mission reward I received for completing this dungeon. The certification agreeing to recruit." At that moment, the system's voice rang out, "Certification agreeing to recruit. Rank B, effective for taking an NPC from the dungeon to the main world." Wei Chen knelt down in front of Wright and asked, "Wright, will you come with us?" The girl happily responded, "Wright agrees." With that, his expression turned serious. "I'm truly sorry, Yi Lana. Even though Wright is the last hope to save this world, I still want to take her with us. Please forgive my selfishness." Yi Lana was piloting the helicopter, remaining silent and not responding. After a while, the helicopter landed, and Yi Lana walked over to Wei Chen, saying, "Take it away." Immediately after her words, a system notification appeared, "Dungeon mission completed, the player is about to be sent back to the main world." She lit a cigarette and said, "You're right. This world's issues aren't the responsibility of just one or two people." Taking a drag, she continued, What this world lacks is not a vaccine, but hope. Hearing this, Wei Chen smiled and shook her hand, bidding her farewell. I believe you can do it. Take care until we meet again. He waved with a smile, saying, goodbye. The figures of the 5 people slowly faded away. Yi Lena responded casually, goodbye. Suddenly, she noticed a lipstick mark on her chest. Looking up, she saw Wei Chen's face, his hand giving a thumbs up. The taste is quite good, thanks for the hospitality. Furious, she pulled the pin from a grenade. You bastard, you're definitely not a good person. With those words, she threw it straight at Wei Chen. Damn it, if you have the guts, don't run. The notification continued. Congratulations to the host for successfully seeking death, earning 60 points for seeking death. At the school stadium, Zhuang Ziling was helping Xiaowan walk. Be careful, Mom. She replied, The next moment, a blinding light flashed, causing everyone to squint. What's that, so blinding? Zhuang Ziling had to squint and exclaimed, it's so bright. The light came from Wei Chen. Watching him walk with such arrogance, his back illuminated by the halo of a main character, everyone couldn't help but exclaim, wow, how much wattage is that? One person commented, are you going to play the monk in the Double City dungeon now? Another followed up, it's so bright, I'm almost blinded. Suddenly, a few classmates came over, patting his head and sighing, it feels really nice to touch. Another classmate burst into laughter, should we start calling you Abbot Wei from now on? Wei Chen, irritated, muttered, damn it, why is it that the dungeon's over and my hair still hasn't grown back? At that moment, a penguin that looked like a wealthy man appeared, making strange sounds, huh? Looking at Wei Chen's group, it spoke, if you've made it through these trials, then perhaps those who are still standing aren't just a bunch of rookies. A voice full of frustration rang out, damn bird. The penguin didn't care and announced, next, prepare to start the new game rules. Wei Chen, furious, raised his finger in a friendly manner and shouted, it's you again, you damn bird. What are you trying to do this time? The system continued with a cheerful tone, congratulations, host, for successfully seeking death. You've earned 40 death-seeking points. It immediately jumped up to retort, I am a penguin, got it? Not a big-headed bird. Moreover, the reason I'm here this time is to bring you all some good news. One eager student asked, does this mean we've passed the checkpoint? Can we go back to the old world? It gave a mechanical smile and replied, of course. But in the next moment, its expression changed, but don't expect something that good. To lighten the mood, it cheerfully announced, however, I will temporarily stop forcing everyone to teleport into the instance missions, giving you all a chance to rest. Not only that, I have set up several central cities around the world. In these central cities, no hostile creatures will appear, and players can interact with friends, form teams, trade, and accept missions to act on. Have fun, everyone. With those words, it gradually disappeared into thin air, leaving many people bewildered. Chen Xingshi skeptically asked, Central Cities, sounds like an online game. Wei Chen explained, it's not just similar, it's actually a real online game. He continued in a serious tone, it's just that after death, you can't resurrect. She puzzledly asked, can't resurrect? But I clearly saw you come back to life really quickly. Wei Chen rubbed his bald head and replied, my situation is a bit special. Suddenly, Wright rushed over to call her parents. The little girl pointed ahead and asked, where is this place? He gently answered, this is a school. A few boys nearby rushed over, shocked, you two really are a couple, and now you even have a daughter. Oh Yangshi, holding a whip, gritted her teeth and angrily asked, when did this secret child come into being? Chen Xingshi's face turned crimson, and he flustered, trying to explain, it's not what you all think. Wei Chen interjected, anyway, let me explain everything first. Both of them told the whole story. After hearing the explanation, everyone sighed in disappointment and said, so that's how it is? Another person responded, what a letdown. Vlang Ziling stepped forward and patted Wright's head, so, you've been through a lot, huh? But if you say it like that, you might actually be older than me. Wright focused on her chest and asked, older than you? Then the little girl looked at herself, a bit upset, and said, "Right isn't as big as you." Zhuang Ziling, with an awkward expression, looked at her. What Wei Chen meant was, "Don't worry, just make sure to eat and sleep well, and you'll grow up one day." Right cheerfully replied, "Okay." Chen Xingshi, helpless, rubbed his forehead. "When you talk about growing up, I'm afraid what you mean isn't the same thing." Zhuang Ziling then suddenly realized, her face turning redder than a tomato, and asked, "Could it be that they weren't talking about age after all?" Suddenly, Wei Chen interrupted, saying, "I was so busy I almost forgot. I need to get a new outfit for my adorable daughter." With that, he snapped his fingers. Right was instantly dressed in a cute yellow dress. Wei Chen confidently asked, "So, Right, do you like it?" The little girl smiled brightly and replied, "Yes, I like it." As soon as the boys saw her, they immediately rushed over to compliment her. "Little lowly, father-in-law, she's so cute." Wei Chen's face turned livid, and he blocked the boys, shouting, "Get away, stay away from my beloved daughter." At the school gate, a voice rang out, "The nearest central cities are about 10 km away." Chen Xingshi made a guess. Could this central city be a trap set by that penguin? Wei Chen replied seriously, "Though that bird is quite annoying, it does follow the game rules, and this central city is indeed as described." He thought to himself, "Before I reincarnated in the game, central cities had appeared. But they appeared much later than they are now. Could this be the butterfly effect?" A butterfly in the Amazon rainforest basin, South America, flapped its wings a few times by chance, creating a violent tornado in the wilderness. Since I have reincarnated, has the world changed from before? That's why the central cities appeared earlier than expected. Chen Xingshi patted his shoulder and said, "If the central cities really exist, then we can go explore the situation. Who knows, we might even find the weariness of friends and family." He quickly proposed, "I have an idea. I wonder if anyone would be willing to go with me." Many of my classmates volunteered to accompany me. Yangshi also spoke up, "The current location of the central cities is where I lived before. If possible, let me go with you." Chen Xingshi eagerly said, "I also want to go see." Right, standing beside them, his eyes brightened and said, "Yes, it seems like it's going to be very lively." Upon hearing this, Wei Chen replied seriously, "We're not going to wait for a crowd. It wouldn't be convenient to act. Also, after I leave the safe zone, someone needs to be responsible for guarding this place. If we're planning to go out for fun, it's best to choose a means of transportation." A few of the male classmates, confused, asked, "What's Wei Chen doing? Why does he talk to himself so often?" Someone else responded, "Anyway, his nerves are always unpredictable." Looking at a blue motorcycle, Wei Chen loudly declared, "I've decided to choose you." Then a note appeared, 300 points, Type C recommendation, women have their toys, motorcycles are men's toys. Ride it, and you'll be the most handsome guy in the mountains tonight. The guy in the green shirt, his eyes bright with admiration, said, "So handsome, let me try it out for a bit." The blonde classmate asked curiously, "Where did you get it from?" Then he looked at the bike with longing. "Is it a reward for a mission?" Wei Chen waved his hand and said, "Go, go, go, stay away from my bike." He turned to Yangshi and winked, saying, "A motorcycle is like my wife, I can't lend it to anyone." "Teacher, are you ready to get on?" The guys from earlier immediately got angry and shouted, "What's with the attitude? So cocky, I hope you get hit by a car on your way out." The system notification also sounded, "Congratulations to the host for successfully seeking death, receiving 50 points for seeking death." Seeing Yangshi getting ready to get on the bike, he said, "Teacher, hold on tight to my waist." As soon as she sat on the seat, Wei Chen immediately cautioned, "If you don't hold on tight, you might fall off." She blushed at his good looks and stammered, But, could you slow down a little?" Yangshi sat close to Wei Chen, her chest lightly pressing against his back. He spoke up, "If you're scared, just hold on tighter." A moment later, he burst into laughter. This is probably the reason why men love riding motorcycles. The system chimed in, "Congratulations, host, you've successfully sought death and earned 50 death-seeking points." Yangshi, sitting behind, blushed deeper than a tomato. Really, how shameless. Wei Chen sped down the road, when suddenly, a man jumped in front of his bike. He furrowed his brows and yelled, "Are you trying to throw your life away?" His face darkened as he looked at the man and said, "You're lucky, I'm an experienced rider, otherwise you'd have been knocked out of the way by now." The man quickly dropped to his knees, pleading desperately, "My daughter was recently kidnapped by some robbers." While crying and holding his face, he continued, "I see you're quite skilled, please, I beg you, help me save my daughter." Oh Yangshi moved closer to help him up and said, "Wei Chen, he looks so pitiful, let's help him." Wei Chen, uninterested, replied, "Teacher, we're not a charity organization. With how the world is now, do you think we can really save her?" The man clung to her legs and begged, "My poor daughter, she's so beautiful and has a perfect figure. If she falls into the hands of those robbers, they'll surely humiliate her to death." Hearing that the girl was beautiful and hot, Wei Chen smirked. She had a stunning appearance and a perfect figure. He immediately switched his expression, his voice turned serious, and after thinking carefully, he said, "To see someone in danger and not save them would truly go against my sense of righteousness. Therefore, I have decided to help you save the person." The man, as if grasping a lifeline, immediately said, "Benefactor, I will take you to the bandits' hideout." System notification, congratulations, the host has successfully chosen to seek death, receiving 60 death-seeking points. Oh Yang, she saw the malicious expression on his face and sneered, "Is that your sense of righteousness? You clearly desire the person's body." Wei Chen quickly beat around the bush, stammering, "Ridiculous, ridiculous, am I that kind of vile person?" At some abandoned workshop. The man, looking cautious, raised his hand and pointed ahead, saying, "They're in large numbers. This is the back door, I'll lead you in." Wei Chen, with sharp insight, noticed something unusual. "Hey, it seems like you know the situation here very well." The man, as if caught off guard, stammered, yes, because I used to work here, so I'm familiar with the layout." Standing in front of a door, he said, "It's right here." Wei Chen did not hesitate to kick the door open. Looking into the room, he frowned and said, "Teacher, it's too dark in here. Hold my hand tightly so we don't get separated." Since he didn't turn back, his hand accidentally brushed against her chest. Realizing the awkward situation, Oh Yang-shi's face darkened. "Ugh." The system's voice continued, "Congratulations to the host for successfully seeking death, you have received 60 points for seeking death." Wei Chen quickly turned around and found an excuse to explain, "It's too dark, I couldn't see clearly." Oh Yang-shi, enraged, physically struck Wei Chen, saying that his explanation was nothing but a flimsy excuse. And a flimsy excuse was actually the truth. Go to hell, pervert. Suddenly, a huge light was turned on. Wei Chen, puzzled, asked, "What is this?" In front of him stood a group of vicious thugs, and the leader arrogantly said, "Heh, the prey today isn't bad." Oh Yang-shi turned around and asked, "What the hell is going on?" Wei Chen seemed to have realized something, and replied, "Isn't it obvious?" He looked at the blond man grinning maliciously while holding his face and said, "It's these people who lured me in here, they're all accomplices." The group on the other side smirked in satisfaction, there's nothing you can do now. It's just that my acting is so good. It's perfectly normal for you to be deceived." Wei Chen scratched his ear nonchalantly and said, no way, you don't think you're actually good at acting, do you?" He placed his hands on his hips and lifted his chin high. "Seriously, I'm so bored I don't even want to say anything, you get it?" The blonde-haired guy was furious. You dare mock my acting?" The system then displayed a message, "Congratulations, host, you've successfully found death, achieving 50 points for finding death." Oh Yang-shi, with a serious expression, asked, "You knew it was an act from the start, so why are you still here?" Wei Chen cheerfully raised his index finger. "If finding death is this good, how could I miss out on such an opportunity for some fun?" Suddenly, a thug interrupted him, "This girl's pretty, let's keep her for a few days, and deal with the guy right now." Wei Chen, no longer joking, furrowed his brows and curiously asked, "Didn't the system already open the central cities for security? Why are you guys still here, acting as bandits in such a dangerous place?" As soon as he finished speaking, the thugs tore their clothes off. they transformed into half-human, half-zombie monsters. One of them grinned widely and laughed, because we're no longer human. Their eyes were bloodshot, with a terrifying gleam in them. Half-human, half-zombie monsters, we can't get into the central cities. Oh Yang was stunned upon seeing this. This is. Wei Chen clicked his tongue. Well, so that's how it is. Oh Yang was still in shock, her hand over her mouth. How is that possible? A zombie and a human at the same time? Upon hearing this, Wei Chen turned to look at her. Wasn't she also half-human, half-zombie? He double-checked the information. So, those poor people who were tricked here before. You killed them, didn't you? The others pointed behind them. Aren't they right there? If you're not afraid, go ask them yourself. Oh Yang she slowly approached the room next door. Her face had turned pale. At that moment, she turned to Wei Chen and shouted, "Teacher!" He quickly rushed over, using his left hand to cover her eyes. Don't look at the scene inside, it's too terrifying. The body parts were suspended in mid-air, and a thug taunted, "Soon, you'll be just like them." He pointed at the chest that was half chopped on the table and laughed loudly, "You'll become a part of us." Ha ha. No sooner had he finished speaking, they charged forward, excitedly shouting, "I'm so hungry, I'm going to eat your brain." One of them slashed at Wei Chen with his sharp claws. Wei Chen easily dodged to the right, then quickly retaliated, grabbing the attacker's arm. "How about you?" Wei Chen slammed him down onto the ground. "Eat shit." Oh Yang she suddenly shouted loudly, "Wei Chen, be careful." Taking advantage of Wei Chen's moment of inattention, another zombie, wielding a hammer, stood behind him. The zombie grinned widely and confidently said, "Let me show you the power of a zombie." With that, he struck down with the hammer, shouting, "Heavy strike." Wei Chen remained calm, clasping his hands together, diamond indestructible pure yang body. Wei Chen's head hardened, completely withstanding the blow. The system notified, "Congratulations, Master, you have successfully found the path to death, earning 60 death-seeking points." The hammer shattered into pieces. The zombie, caught off guard, stammered, "Why is it so tough?" Wait a minute, what level are you?" He widened his eyes and saw that Wei Chen was level 22, while he himself was only level 13. The zombie cried out, "How is your level so high?" Wei Chen summoned his soul-summoning sword. "Didn't your mother teach you anything?" He charged forward while shouting, "Don't exceed your level." With a swift slash, the zombie's head was severed from its body. The others screamed in fear, "Level 22, isn't that the highest level?" The boss is dead, just with one strike. On the side of Ouyang, a man sneaked up with a knife and threatened her, "Don't do anything rash, or we'll kill this girl." Wei Chen quickly intervened, Hey, don't get too worked up. The zombie over there has the knife right against Ouyang's throat. Whether I get agitated or not depends on how you act." Wei Chen hesitated and added, "My words aren't for you." At this moment, Ouyang had already changed. Her eyes were bloodshot, and a dangerous golden gleam flickered in them. Wei Chen, feeling helpless, said, "Forget it, it's too late now." Seeing Ouyang turn around and shout at him, the zombie man panicked and yelled, "Damn it!" He screamed in pain, "Eh!" Without hesitation, Ouyang slashed through the flesh of his neck, and the man immediately bled out, dying. The others saw her hand appear with sharp knives, and when they were hit, they screamed in fear, "This woman is also a half-zombie." With one move, she killed 2 leaders. The excitement in their faces from earlier had disappeared. They scattered and fled in all directions. She was the real monster. By now, Ouyang had lost all sense of herself, cutting off the heads of anyone she encountered. Wei Chen, sitting back and enjoying the show, remarked, "A demon, you only have yourself to blame for messing with someone you shouldn't have." He said to the place where Ouyang was, "Teacher, it's all yours from here." The shouting echoed throughout the building, "No, don't come here, monster, my leg, my leg." The blonde-haired man, having tricked them, saw that things were going badly and quickly thought of a way to escape. While they hadn't noticed him yet, he needed to slip away as fast as possible. The system of Ouyang notified, received 3,400 experience points, leveled up to level 20. As the blonde-haired man was sneaking away, he was suddenly stopped by a sword. Wei Chen asked, "Hey, didn't you call us here to help save people?" Wei Chen's face was stern. "Looking at your arm, it seems you've hurt quite a few people." The man trembled and couldn't say a word. He immediately knelt and begged for mercy. "It was all those zombie sellers who forced me to do it." He bent down low. "They said if I didn't listen, they would eat me." Wei Chen pretended to be moved with compassion. "If that's the case, I'll spare your life." The man immediately looked up. "Really?" That was all Wei Chen was waiting for, and he swiftly beheaded him with his sword. Fake. Everything here was done. He slung the sword over his back and called out, "All right, let's go, teacher." She still seemed dazed, shouting loudly, "Kill!" Wei Chen, bored, responded, "Huh?" She rushed toward him, and he quickly fled. "It's over, teacher, the zombification has worsened again." She swiftly caught Wei Chen, grinning maliciously as she pinned him to the ground. Wei Chen, his face pressed against the ground, struggled to speak. "Only using my own untainted blood, I fear it won't be enough to suppress him. He's too strong. I pushed you away, but if blood won't work, we'll have to use blood essence." Suddenly, he pulled out a tiny Wei Chen. "Summon Mini Wei Chen." Mini Wei Chen immediately took his cue, raising his hand to his forehead and striking a salute. "Master, I am always ready for your command." She snatched him from Wei Chen's hands. Mini Wei Chen screamed in pain. "It hurts so much, it feels like I'm going to break." Wei Chen tried to comfort him. "Hang in there, Mini Wei Chen, the pain will pass in a moment." She immediately lay down, sticking out her tongue like a puppy and licking around Mini Wei Chen's body. Wei Chen anxiously said, "If you keep licking like that, Mini Wei Chen won't be able to take it." He climbed onto Shi, pinning her down and holding his chest with one hand to resist. "Hang in there, Mini Wei Chen. Now's not the time to give up." Mini Wei Chen had been drenched by Shi. He had a nosebleed and was struggling to call out, "Master, Mini Wei Chen is ready." "Sorry, I can't provide a translation for this. Let me know if you'd like assistance with something else." She shyly glanced at Wei Chen, who had been hit with a spot on remark. She immediately turned her face away and said, "I didn't enjoy it." Suddenly, a voice came from outside. "The bandits inside, you're surrounded." Wei Chen, curious, turned around and asked, "Who's that?" A man spun his axe and shouted, "Them." A man in a black tank top behind him rushed forward and added, "Clear out the zombies here." The two were a bit surprised to see the door wide open. "Huh? Why is the door open?" As they stepped inside, they saw that the zombies had already died. The white-haired man was stunned, dropping his cigarette. "They're all dead." Inside, She was scolding her student, slapping Wei Chen's face a few times. "How dare you take advantage of me? Go die." The two young men still didn't understand what was going on. "What's happening here?" The white-haired man quickly raised his axe. "Who are you guys?" Wei Chen and Shi awkwardly explained. "Put down the axe, we're good people, don't get tense, we're just players too." Wei Chen scratched his head. "Sorry for making everyone come all this way, but we've already taken care of all the zombies here." The man in the tank top seemed furious, frowning and shouting, "Damn it, our big boss came all the way from the city lord's place, and you guys beat us to it?" The white-haired man saw him about to charge forward and immediately raised his hand to stop him. "Shirku, don't get agitated." He seemed to be someone who understood the situation, calmly saying, "It's normal for some people to arrive before others. Besides, these two have defeated many zombies, so their strength is probably not weak." Wei Chen raised his hand in a thumbs-up gesture, praising him. "This guy really is smart and understands things." He placed his hand on the white-haired man's shoulder. "Wei Chen, I really like men like me." He happily put his arm around the white-haired man's shoulder, with a big heart. The white-haired man, standing next to them, darkened his face, feeling the weight of the word man pressing down on his head as he heard Wei Chen's words. Wei Chen, curious, asked, "By the way, did you all come from the city, Lord?" "By the way, we were about to head there too." The others were slightly startled. Did he just say those two words? That's it, he just hit the boss's taboo. Hold back your grief. The white-haired man grabbed Wei Chen's hand. Did you just say man? Wei Chen blinked in confusion and then immediately received a painful punch. Look properly, I'm a girl. Wei Chen lay there on the ground in pain, and the system notified, congratulations to the host for seeking death. Successful, you have earned 70 points for seeking death. He didn't believe it, pointing at her and shouting, where do I look like a girl? Didn't I call you brother Feng? A man raised the axe and handed it back to the white-haired one, explaining, on Feng is just a respectful way of addressing the boss. She's Chang Feng, the president of the Walker Hunters Guild. Wei Chen, curious, asked, why is your guild called the Walker Hunters Guild? The others quickly answered, all the members of our guild have lost family or friends to zombies. Chang Feng added, that's why we founded a guild dedicated to hunting and killing zombies. Wei Chen stroked his chin and thought, before my reincarnation, I always worked alone. Should I form a guild this time? Chang Feng immediately recruited, you two can kill so many zombies. Your strength must be impressive. Join our Walker Hunters Guild. Wei Chen calmly asked, what benefits does your guild offer? Is food and accommodation included? Are there no salaries or bonuses? Is there overtime? Do we get 2 overseas trips a year? The system announced, congratulations to the host for successfully seeking death. You have earned 50 death-seeking points. Chang Feng angrily bent the axe's handle, I'm recruiting members, not inviting wealthy patrons. Wei Chen, still acting aloof, replied, the most important thing is that the name of your guild sounds ridiculous. It doesn't fit my cold and aloof personality. The system continued, congratulations to the host for successfully seeking death. You have earned 50 death-seeking points. Chang Feng could no longer hold back. Furious, she charged forward, damn it, how dare you say the name I worked so hard to come up with is stupid. Someone stop her. She threatened angrily, do you want me to kill you? The bald man, helpless, intervened, calm down, Feng. Chang Feng cleared her throat and slowly regained her composure. Fine, if you don't want to join, I won't force you. But anyone who plays and kills zombies is a friend of our guild. You two want to head to the city lord's place, right? Do you want to ride in our vehicles? Oh, Yangshi, excited, thought about the expensive cars. You guys have cars? The man with green hair immediately answered, of course, we can't go out on missions without transportation. Shirko waved his hand, our vehicles are parked right outside. Oh, Yangshi went out and saw 4 tricycles lined up in a row. She felt disappointed. Is this the convoy you're talking about? Chang Feng drove a green pickup truck, sticking her head out as she replied, it's just a pickup truck and some tricycles. Don't underestimate the tricycles, they're much faster than your legs. Wei Chen smirked, flipping his middle finger. Who says we're using our legs? After saying that, he picked up Ouyang Shi and placed her on his motorcycle. This is what a real man should ride. The system announced, congratulations, the player has successfully sought death and earned 60 points for seeking death. Ouyang Shi was frustrated, the sentence didn't seem quite right. Her face struggled to endure under Wei Chen's imposing attitude, charge ahead. Wei Chen pulled his arm back and flicked his wrist, saying, we'll go ahead. The dust clouded the air, causing Chang Feng to cough incessantly, cough 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 cough. She angrily argued with him, damn it, look at me chasing after that arrogant bastard. The next morning, in the city of Agate, Ouyang Shi curiously asked, is this the central city? There are so many players here. Wei Chen enthusiastically replied, that's right, these central cities will be the gathering place for players. It's incredibly lively around here, with people competing to do business. A bald man shouted loudly, chest armor made of bronze, excellent quality, one male version, first come, first served. Another man, holding a gun, wasn't any less impressive, iron barrel rifle, easy to assemble, selling for only 10 crystals. Ouyang Shi, hearing this, asked in confusion, crystals? What's that? Wei Chen raised a yellow stone and explained, these are crystals, they only drop when you defeat monsters. He snapped his fingers and tossed a crystal towards Ouyang Shi, they can be used to increase the player's power. Money from the old world has no value anymore, and what replaces it are these crystals. Oh Yangshi quickly reached out to catch it. This little stone, what can it buy? Wei Chen shook his finger and replied, don't underestimate it. In this world, it can buy anything you want. As soon as he finished speaking, several girls approached and called out, hey, big brother, come play with us. It only costs 20 crystals for one round. If you want a twin, we can offer a 20% discount. Wei Chen was immediately captivated by the girls, even to the point of being willing to pay for the fun. Oh Yangshi, furious, felt a fire ignite within her. She pinched Wei Chen's ear and dragged him away, saying, as a teacher, I absolutely won't allow this to happen. System notification, congratulations to the host for successfully taking a risk, earning 60 risk points. Wei Chen cried out in pain, I was just joking. Ladies, let's schedule another time. Oh Yangshi's face darkened, and she crossed her arms. Can't you be serious for once? What should we do now? Wei Chen rubbed his ear and smiled, we've come all this way, so why don't we take a stroll around first? He walked into a nearby shop, picked up a grenade, and asked, Boss, how much is this grenade? The shopkeeper held up 5 fingers. At least 3 or 5 crystals. Without saying anything else, Wei Chen immediately bought it, dropping the crystals from his hand. I'll take it. He looked at the grenade and thought, this freeze grenade used to cost at least 40 crystals back when I hadn't been reincarnated. I never expected it to be so cheap in the hands of these amateurs. He went on to check out other items. Central cities had only recently opened, and news among players was still very limited. Perhaps he could buy some toys at a low price after all. Oh Yangshi curiously asked, even so, you probably don't have much money to buy these things, right? Wei Chen confidently replied, although I don't have much money, I have something in my possession that can fetch a large amount. Oh Yangshi was surprised, what is it? He casually touched her shoulder, her body, to be specific. Oh Yangshi was taken aback. What? She quickly covered herself with her hands. No way. Even for money, I can't do something like selling my body. A moment later, Wei Chen hung up a red banner and said, anyone passing by, don't miss out. Arm wrestling competition, 10 crystals per round. He then used a megaphone to amplify his voice, for just 10 crystals, you can arm wrestle with this beautiful lady. If you win, you get double the amount. The people around him curiously glanced over, whispering among themselves. It's just a quest. Could this be some new scam? How much strength could a girl like this have? She'll probably lose everything. Oh Yangshi asked suspiciously, is this really how you speak? Wei Chen replied, it's just a mission. Then he comforted her, of course, try to bear with it a little. A freckled boy sat down and pointed at Oh Yangshi, anyway, no one will be suspicious of such a beautiful woman. He dropped a few crystals down and smugly said, I'm telling you, you're not tricking people, are you? This is clearly just handing out money for free. Wei Chen calmly responded, I'm not deceiving anyone, as long as you win this bet with the beauty, you can take these 10 crystals. The boy seemed very confident, just so you know, all my gear is for strength enhancement. The two shook hands, and Wei Chen called out, ready. He flicked his hand down, start. In less than a second, Oh Yangshi gently swiped the boy's arm away. The crowd stood in stunned silence, lost, in an instant. Oh Yangshi tossed her coin purse up, then said, is there anyone else who wants to try? Afterward, the market area became much livelier and noisier, my arm is broken. Salo and Jean, go beat her. She's not a woman, she's a third gender. The blonde boy grabbed his right hand, which was trembling uncontrollably, it hurt so much, my arm's broken. Another person came to try his luck, but his robotic arm broke off, crying out, I spent so much money to buy this robotic arm. Wei Chen, holding a pile of crystals in his hands, said, hey, using a robotic arm is against the rules. An hour later, looking at the pile of crystals stacked like a mountain, Wei Chen cheered with excitement, a bumper harvest, a bumper harvest. Ha ha. He turned to Yang. Today, you're the big hero. These crystals, we'll split them 50-50. Yang replied indifferently, you keep them, I don't have anything I need money for. Suddenly, a hand was raised from behind. Wait, I want to try too. A muscular man stepped forward, but I want to bet 500 crystals. Upon hearing this, everyone started discussing excitedly. 500 crystals, that's no small amount. The man then revealed his face, and someone recognized him and shouted, wait, that person seems to be Tong Mu from the Light of the End of the World Guild. I heard he's a high-level player. Wei Chen felt like he had stumbled upon a gold mine. Of course, he could bet 500 crystals, but not only that. He confidently raised his index finger. If I lose, I'll pay you 1,000 crystals. Tong Mu calmly said, wait a minute, I don't want to bully women, I want to. He pointed at Wei Chen and loudly declared, compete with me. Wei Chen smiled and replied, competing with me, I'm afraid that might not be the best idea. Tong Mu stepped forward and taunted, what's wrong? Are you afraid? He crossed his arms and added, you're the type of coward who hides behind women waiting for someone to support you. Wei Chen extended his right hand. What I mean is that if I strike, he smirked, I might just break your arm. System notification, congratulations to the host for successfully seeking death, you have received 80 points for seeking death. She nervously reminded him, you must be careful. Wei Chen smiled confidently, I'll be careful. She waved his hand dismissively, what I mean is, you should be careful not to hurt him too much. After all, we're still in the central cities. Wei Chen stammered, well, so what? The two of them sat down in their respective spots, getting into position. The referee's voice rang out, and the competition officially began, with a bet of 500 crystals. Tong Mu arrogantly declared, I figured it out for a long time. Those women must have mastered some power-enhancing skills to be this strong. He gripped Wei Chen's hand tightly, veins bulging. Tong Mu's rank was 17, and his muscles were more prominent, but I'm known as the man with the steel arm of Tong Mu. He smirked arrogantly, let's start with the arm muscle enhancement skill. Wei Chen's system notified, congratulations, host, for successfully seeking death and earning 60 points for seeking death. Wei Chen, not to be outdone, responded, is this the arm you've trained over 40 years of being single? Tong Mu, provoked, grew angry, no way, I'm only 26 this year, damn it, I'm going to break your arm. Wei Chen grinned excitedly, alright, experience has been gained, increasing experience for the heavenly crippled earthly deficient sutra. Wei Chen was nearly pushed down onto the table by Tong Mu's hand, but he confidently said, this is where it ends. Wei Chen's muscles suddenly swelled, his shirt tearing apart, Spartan strength. Tong Mu panicked, what? How can this be? Wei Chen easily brought his arm down, coldly saying, game over. Tong Mu raised his right arm, trembling, shouting loudly, ah. His face turned pale, yet he still tried to shout, brother. Wei Chen, holding a huge bag of crystals, said, if you dare to play, you must be prepared to bear the consequences. I won't be polite with these crystals. He happily waved his hand in farewell, always welcoming any challenge. System notification, congratulations, host, for successfully seeking death. You have received 40 death-seeking points. Tong Mu crossed his arms and walked away, not forgetting to say, you wait for me, light of the end of the world won't let you off. She pointed at Wei Chen, so you could actually make your body this big, is this your new skill? Wei Chen returned to his usual form, and in fact, the parts that were bigger weren't just those. He smirked, would you like to have a taste tonight? She angrily punched him away. Wei Chen screamed, I was just joking. System notification, congratulations, host, for successfully seeking death, you have received 60 death-seeking points. She clenched her fists, her eyes bloodshot, serves you right. Wei Chen still tried to crawl back to the crystals. After thinking it over, he happily thought, with this capital, we can go shopping with all our heart. She looked at him as he threw the crystal bags over his shoulder, don't waste money like that. Wei Chen didn't even listen. He was throwing money around like water, buying whatever he laid his eyes on. Invisibility potion for just 30 crystals, buy it. Buy the forgiveness hat, although its effectiveness is relatively low, but 10 cores are basically free, just buy it. Excited, he grabbed the whip in his hand, and there's also the master's whip, which can force those being whipped to complete their orders. His eyes turned into hearts as he looked at Ouyangshi. Teacher, how about we find a chance for you to try it and see how effective it is? She quickly snatched the whip from his hand, smiling, but her hands were already ready to strike. Ouyangshi said lightly, why don't you try it now? Wei Chen's system notified him, congratulations, host, for successfully seeking death. You have earned 50 death-seeking points. She continued to whip him, and Wei Chen, in pain, begged for mercy. Master, I'm sorry. A man with his face completely covered stood in a dark corner, watching. He grinned wickedly. Ha, looks like a fat sheep. The scene shifted to night at a hotel. The receptionist's voice rang out, welcome, how many rooms would you like to rent? Wei Chen took out a large bag of crystals and placed it on the front desk, then arrogantly replied, do you even know how to assess a person? Of course, I want a room, the most luxurious big bed. The receptionist was at a loss for words, only able to suppress her frown and accept the payment. Wei Chen, without a hint of embarrassment, cheerfully added, it'd be best to get me the teacher-student themed room, and also throw in 10 cans of Bull energy drink. The crowd behind them started whispering about Wei Chen and the receptionist. Is this the younger generation? TSK, playing the teacher-student game, huh? These young people sure know how to have fun. At that moment, the system notification popped up. Congratulations to the host for successfully seeking death, you have earned 50 points for seeking death. Ouyangshi, standing behind Wei Chen, was growing more and more murderous. She placed her hand on his shoulder and scolded him softly, idiot. Wei Chen jumped, raising both hands in a surrendering gesture. He nervously said, Master, I'm sorry. However, Ouyangshi still slapped Wei Chen several times, leaving him gasping on the ground, with swollen lumps on his head. Afterward, she turned and said to the receptionist, 2 rooms, thank you. After checking in, Ouyangshi sat down on the bed and began taking off her socks. Exhausted, she pushed her hand away and casually sighed, Haze, such a tiring day. I'll take a shower and rest early. After that, Ouyangshi began to soak in the bathtub. She muttered gloomily, I wonder what Wei Chen is doing now. Maybe renting a room wouldn't be a bad idea. Interrupting her improper thoughts, Ouyangshi pressed both her hands firmly against her cheeks to calm herself. Ouyangshi, you are a teacher, he is a student, don't think nonsense. Suddenly, a whispering voice came from outside the bathroom door, just take a bath, clean yourself up, don't forget the precious spring water. The figure pushed open Ouyangshi's bathroom door and continued rambling, drop by drop, drop by drop. It was Wei Chen. He had a delighted expression on his face, one hand holding back his nosebleed after seeing his teacher in the bath, while the other hand was waving. Oh, what a coincidence, teacher. Just when Ouyangshi was wondering what her student was doing, he suddenly appeared, peeking at her while she was bathing. She clenched her fists, her anger rising, and shouted loudly, you pervert. Then, she grabbed a towel and threw it straight at Wei Chen, go to hell. Wei Chen didn't have time to dodge and took the full hit of the towel right to his head. He cried out in pain, ouch. The system displayed a message, congratulations to the host for successfully finding death, receiving 50 death-seeking points. Countless strange objects in the bathroom were thrown out, causing Wei Chen to lose his patience and rush outside, shouting, wait, I'm innocent. The system displayed another message, experience has been increased for heavenly crippled earthly deficient sutra. Returning to his room, Wei Chen lay on the bed and began to think about what had just happened, the 2 bathrooms somehow connected together. Maybe I should consider a late-night raid? Yawn. As he spoke, the wave of drowsiness hit him. He yawned several times and then closed his eyes, turning over and drifting off to sleep. Suddenly, a dark figure appeared at the window, infiltrating Wei Chen's room. Upon closer inspection, it was a girl with blonde hair, wearing a black hooded cloak, and a mask covering half her face. She sneered to herself, seems like you're all brawn and no brains. With so many crystals on you, yet you have no defense at all. The girl then smiled, removed her hood, and quietly approached Wei Chen's bed, whispering, "Let Sister Lang Yan teach you a lesson." Lang Yan looked around the room, trying to guess where he would hide the crystals. When her gaze landed on Wei Chen, who was soundly asleep, she noticed something beneath his pillow. Turns out, there was something under the pillow, nothing particularly new or innovative though. Seizing the opportunity, Lang Yan quickly reached for the bag of crystals in front of her. "Little brother, your crystals, I'm not being polite anymore, I'm taking them." Suddenly, a hand grabbed her wrist. It was Wei Chen. He hadn't been asleep after all, turning towards her with a smug look in his eyes. "So, you said you didn't want to share a room with me, huh? But your body seems to be much more honest, changing clothes and all. Is this some new game you're playing?" It became clear to her that the other person was mistaken, thinking she was someone else. She secretly sighed in relief. It seems he's confused me with that woman, I'll just have to go along with it and find a way to escape. Lang Yan followed the situation and cried out a few words, "So annoying, so annoying." Wei Chen suddenly shoved her down onto the bed with force, causing her to cry out in surprise. "Ugh." He continued, "If that's the case, then you're the one offering yourself to me, don't blame me." Wei Chen smirked wickedly, enjoying the moment as he added, "I just had a few cans of Red Bull earlier, now I'm full of energy." Lang Yan's hands were tightly held down, pressed firmly under Wei Chen's strong body. She kept pleading, wait, don't rush like this." After a while, Lang Yan's eyes became dreamy, her face flushed as she lay still on the bed. The two were still entwined. "Oh, it hurts, but it feels so good, it's such a strange sensation." Wei Chen seemed to realize something. "Strange, why does this feel a little off? It seems like her chest is a bit smaller." But he quickly pushed those thoughts aside. "Forget it, let's focus on the main thing first." They continued all through the night until the morning. By then, Lang Yan's body was completely flushed, her body twisted on the bed as she let out a few weak sounds, ugh. Ugh. Wei Chen, at this moment, was satisfied. He stepped forward to remove the mask of the girl, cheerfully saying, I guess your face right now must be absolutely." Before he could finish his sentence, the mask was taken off, revealing the face of the blonde girl. He was stunned to realize that he had mistaken the person. "Then who are you?" But the awkward situation didn't stop there. Ouyangshi unexpectedly opened the door and walked into the room, still groggy. "Wei Chen, I'm so hungry. Let's eat breakfast." What she saw immediately was Wei Chen with a strange girl on the bed, leaving her speechless. Ouyangshi, panicking, looked toward Wei Chen sitting on the bed, pointing and stammering, "Why are the two of you?" The system once again recorded the current situation, continuously announcing, "Congratulations to the host for successfully taking a risky action, earning 80 risk points." Wei Chen, flustered, stepped forward to explain, "If I tell you she came onto me on her own, would you believe me?" She suddenly shifted to a serious attitude. She looked at Wei Chen, placing her right hand on his shoulder. "Wei Chen, I believe you." Wei Chen felt deeply moved, as his teacher truly sympathized with him. He was almost in tears as he said, "Teacher." In the next moment, she suddenly threw him with force, sending him crashing into the wall, furiously continuing, "Are you out of your mind?" Saying that, her face darkened as she walked over to where Wei Chen was lying on the ground. Slowly cracking her knuckles, she said, "I hate the kind of students who lie." At this moment, Wei Chen could only raise his hand in panic and shout, "Let me explain." With tears welling up in his eyes, he curled up in a corner by the wall and said, "Teacher, I'm telling the truth, really." Amid the slapping sounds from the two of them, Lang Yan, who had been sitting on the bed, took advantage of their distraction and secretly stole the crystal pouch from under Wei Chen's pillow. "This little bit of crystal is compensation. You're lucky you're getting it." After saying that, she jumped onto the window frame, intending to escape. Wei Chen noticed immediately and shouted loudly, "Follow my crystals." Ignoring Wei Chen's cries, Lang Yan still jumped out the window and landed safely on the ground. Turning around, she stuck out her tongue and teased him. If you want to catch me, you should have dressed properly. By the time you're ready, I'll have already reached my destination. At this, Wei Chen could only stand by the window and yell, "Don't run away." Wei Chen regained his composure. He muttered to himself, "As for running around naked on the street, just don't pay attention to it." Saying that, he decisively jumped out the window and chased after Lang Yan. "Even if I'm only wearing my underwear, I can still do it." The system immediately displayed a notification, "Congratulations to the daring master for successfully earning 100 points for bravery." The two of them chased each other out onto the main road, where more people were starting to pass by. Lang Yan saw Wei Chen behind her, and she truly didn't expect him to dare chase her naked. She turned around and, panicked, shouted loudly, "You pervert, there's no need to risk your life like this." Wei Chen, still determined to chase after her, shouted back just as fiercely, "You tricked me into bed and now you want to steal my crystals? Stop right there." Passers-by were all drawn to the shouting and chasing, gossiping among themselves. Some scolded, "This is just like a marketplace." Others praised, "So full of energy." Wei Chen gritted his teeth and continued chasing. He thought to himself, wasting time putting on gear would definitely let her get away. But if I run naked on the street like this, how can I survive here in the future? Suddenly, his eyes caught sight of a mask. The system displayed a description, Tengu mask, rank E. A bizarre mask that can be worn anywhere on the user's body. Without hesitation, he grabbed the mask and prepared to put it on. Lang Yan, still ahead, glanced back. She silently assessed the situation, thinking, is he trying to use that mask to cover up the disgusting parts of his body? Wei Chen put the mask on his face and then sped up again. He silently exclaimed, "Indeed, putting this on my face makes me run even harder." The system continued to add points, "Congratulations, the brave owner has succeeded, earning 80 bravery points." Wei Chen, in high spirits, shouted loudly, "Anyway, as long as I cover my face, no one will recognize who I am." As he spoke, he accelerated, running even faster, causing a cloud of dust to swirl everywhere he passed. Pedestrians who inhaled the smoke coughed, barely able to see what had just rushed past. Suddenly, a person stepped out from the side of the road and shouted at Wei Chen, "Stop!" Lang Yan, noticing the change, happily exclaimed, "Lucky." It turned out the ones blocking Wei Chen were two police officers, one male and one female. They extended their hands to block his path and said in a stern voice, "You have violated public order and engaged in inappropriate behavior in public. Your actions will be used as evidence against you in court." Wei Chen, unable to move forward, had no choice but to stop and shouted loudly at Lang Yan, who was running farther and farther away, "Don't run." Lang Yan, with a playful wink, sent him a heart emoji. "You two go ahead and argue. I'll be going first. Goodbye. You creepy pervert." Wei Chen could only shout helplessly at the two police officers, "Are you guys mistaken? The person in front of me is the criminal. I'm clearly the victim here." He ran a little further. Lang Yan arrived in front of a tall building. She gathered her strength and leapt up, landing firmly on a window of the upper floor. Entering the room, she tightly gripped the bag of crystals she had just stolen from Wei Chen. She thought to herself, "This amount of crystals should be enough to pay off the money my little brother owes for his medication, right?" The place resembled a bar. She walked up to the counter, threw the bag of crystals onto the table, and yelled, "Hey, are you done with your cold, indifferent act yet?" The purple-haired man sitting there immediately grabbed the bag of crystals, opened it, and revealed that it was filled with sparkling yellow crystals. He turned to Lang Yan, giving her a thumbs up with a tone of admiration, "Lang Yan, you're really something. You managed to steal this much." Suddenly, his expression changed, and with a sly glint in his eyes, he added, "It's a pity, though. This amount of crystals is only enough to cover the interest." Upon hearing this, Lang Yan's anger flared. She slammed both hands onto the table and shouted, "What are you talking about? Clearly, this amount of crystals is enough to pay off the medication debt my brother owes you." The purple-haired man wore a helpless expression and explained, "It was enough before, but recently, your little brother has been using quite a lot of my stuff." With that, he glanced over at Lung Yan's brother, who was sitting not far away, staring at her. Come here. He reached out and lightly slapped his younger brother Lung Yan's face. How should I settle this debt? Lung Yan, the younger brother, could only endure the humiliation at this point. He tried to force a smile and looked at Lung Yan. Sister, is that you? The one with the purple hair continued. Your little brother Lang Lai, while your sister was out in the world hustling to make money, you live like a god here with me. At this moment, Lang Yan was on the verge of breaking down. She shouted loudly, Didn't I tell you not to touch that stuff anymore? Lang Lai could only kneel and scream, I'm sorry, sister. I really couldn't hold back. Lang Yan, her eyes vacant, looked at her brother. I'm out of money, and I don't want to keep being a thief. You can save me, but not just me, it's for myself. Upon hearing this, Lang Lai became even more terrified, and his screams grew louder. Save me. I don't want to die. You can't abandon me. You're my sister. Not wanting to continue stealing, seeing her brother become more and more frantic, Lung Yan felt trapped. She could only turn her gaze away and mutter her brother's name softly. But she never expected that the brother she had tried so hard to save could become even more unreasonable. Lang Lai, his face devoid of humanity, grabbed tightly onto Lang Yan's shoulders and screamed repeatedly, Then go sell your body. You're so beautiful, there will definitely be plenty of men willing to pay. Then he continued to buy medicine for me. Not only that, still dazed by the words of his younger brother, out of nowhere, a hand swung through and punched Lang Lai straight in the face. Lang Lai was knocked off his feet, crashing to the floor. The one who landed the punch was none other than Wei Chen. He raised his voice angrily, as a man, to say such things is truly disgusting. Lang Yan was startled, not yet understanding what had just happened. Seeing her younger brother knocked away, she worriedly cried out, A lie! The man with the purple hair also stood up from behind and stormed towards Wei Chen. He yelled, Who are you? Why are you here in our headquarters? Wei Chen slowly removed his Tengu mask and coldly replied, As you can see, I'm just a passerby. Before he could finish, the thugs behind him quickly began to voice their objections. You're a freak, why else would you not be wearing pants? Freak, huh? And on top of that, wearing such a disgusting mask. Wei Chen angrily raised his voice to explain, I'm not a freak. With that, he turned to look at the man with purple hair and expressed his feelings, I was just busy chasing a thief, so I didn't have time to put on clothes. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared, leaving the man with purple hair stunned. He could only watch the afterimage of Wei Chen fade away in bewilderment before disappearing himself. The next day, he appeared before him again, holding the bag of crystals that had been stolen earlier. The purple-haired man was startled, instinctively taking a step back and muttering, That was fast. He thought to himself, It seems this pervert has some skills after all. At this moment, Wei Chen was dressed neatly again. With a serious tone, he said, Stealing is wrong, but since I benefited from it, I won't hold it against you this time. There won't be a next time. Lang Yan yelled from behind, Wait. Seeing that Wei Chen ignored her and was heading toward the door, the purple-haired man angrily shouted, Stop right there. You pervert. His voice was so loud it nearly made his lackey's hair stand on end. At that moment, Lang Yan looked at Wei Chen, who was standing at the door, and softly asked, Are you just going to leave? Didn't you come here to be the hero saving the damsel in distress? Wei Chen smirked and responded, Not really, not really. You really think I came to save you? I only came to get my crystals. Whether you live or die doesn't concern me at all. The familiar system notification popped up, Congratulations, host, for successfully taking a risk and earning 50 risk points. Lang Yan, now frustrated, angrily yelled, You're going too far. Yes, I took your crystals, but didn't you already do that thing with me yesterday? The suppressed frustration that had built up from the morning finally erupted, and Wei Chen started arguing loudly. Clearly, I'm the one at a disadvantage. Moreover, do you know how many crystals are here? Is there diamonds over there at your place? The two continued arguing, making the group of thugs behind them feel ignored and furious. Hey, do you two look down on us? Meanwhile, the system kept sending notifications. Congratulations to the master for successfully taking a life-risking action, earning 50 life-risking points. After talking for a while, Wei Chen decided to ignore it. He turned and walked away, waving his hand to Lang Yan as a farewell. I'm leaving. Take care of yourself. At this point, the man with purple hair finally calmed down. He stepped forward and shouted to block his path. You want to leave? It's not that easy. Finishing his sentence, he quickly threw an iron nail, aiming straight at Wei Chen, loudly chanting the name of his technique. Iron nail. Lang Yan, who was nearby, hurriedly warned Wei Chen, that creepy bastard, be careful. Despite this, Wei Chen remained calm, letting out a slight sigh. Then, he casually raised two fingers, preparing to catch the projectile that was heading toward him. I can catch a small trick like this with just two fingers. Before he could finish his sentence, the iron nail suddenly changed its trajectory, bypassing Wei Chen's hand and impaling his forehead, leaving him stunned and spitting out blood. At that moment, the system swiftly issued another notification. Congratulations to the master for successfully dying, earning 70 life-risking points. The man with the purple hair slowly stepped forward and began to introduce himself. I am the leader of the winged thieves, the one who excels in using nails. Because I have the ability to control metal, my nickname is Iron Nail. He continued, raising his voice, these nails are like bullets that can turn back, making it impossible for you to escape. With that, he pointed toward Wei Chen. Countless iron nails shot toward him from Wei Chen's direction. At this moment, Wei Chen's expression remained calm as he crossed his arms, channeling his energy to enhance himself. He shouted, if I can't avoid it, then there's no need to try. Then, Wei Chen swung his arms to block the nails. As the sharp nails struck his skin, they immediately bent out of shape. The henchmen around him were in a state of panic. We can't pierce through the enemy's shield. Each of them turned pale. The boss's nails got bent, and yet they did no damage at all. Wei Chen remained calm and looked at the purple-haired man, saying, please, even the diamond indestructible pure yang body can block bullets, let alone these trashy iron nails. Unable to believe his ears, the purple-haired man staggered back, trembling, and shouted loudly, what? Suddenly, a nail shot past Wei Chen's back, aiming directly for his buttocks as it rushed toward him. Wei Chen displayed an expression that was hard to decipher, whether it was pain or pleasure, and shouted loudly, the butt is the most tender part of a person. Oh, my brown flower. And as usual, the familiar notification appeared, congratulating the daring owner for successfully earning 70 points for their boldness. The purple-haired man seized this opportunity and shouted to his subordinates, I hit his shield, now while he's sick, let's take him down. Everyone, go. Wei Chen, in pain, clutched his rear with one hand and raised his sword with the other, shouting as he got into a defensive stance, I swear to destroy brown flower, never to bow to the heavens. He charged forward like a bullet, swinging his sword and knocking all three of the subordinates into the air. They screamed in pain, AAA. The remaining ones, seeing this, began to feel afraid. They raised their swords to defend themselves and shouted, no, don't come here. Wei Chen's gaze remained cold, and though he was in pain, he still muttered, how many floors must one carry a bag of rice? Then, Wei Chen yelled the name of his technique, blooming around machete tactics. He charged directly toward them. After a loud explosion, the image of the subordinates crying out in agony echoed, it hurt so much. Oh, my brown flower. One of them even had the sword impaled in his rear, lying on the ground groaning, I want another round. After a moment, Wei Chen stopped. He pulled the iron nail out of his forehead, saying, this time, I'll spare you. Then, Wei Chen slung his sword over his shoulder, looking incredibly heroic. He pointed towards the group and loudly warned, if you dare to do anything bad again, it won't just be as simple as the brown flower being destroyed. As Wei Chen turned to leave, Lang Yan ran after him from behind, calling out loudly, hey! Wait up! He turned his head and calmly replied, don't tell me you're in love with me now? Sorry, but I've never been the type to tease girls. He ran a hand through his own hair and couldn't help but smile. Haha, the system also sent a notification, congratulations, the master successfully took a reckless risk, earning 50 reckless points. Lang Yan was at a loss for words. She pointed at his backside and said, I was going to ask if you're sure you're alright, because you're still bleeding from there. It was at this moment that Wei Chen remembered. He panicked and shouted, the brown flower is still bleeding. Oh my god, I forgot. At this, his face turned pale, and he started feeling dizzy. He placed a hand on his forehead and complained, I feel dizzy, I think I'm losing blood. Seeing this sudden change in his attitude, Lang Yan also panicked. Ha! Suddenly, Wei Chen's expression became serious. If that's the case, there's no other choice. Without hesitation, he didn't say another word. He stripped off the pants he was wearing, revealing the familiar perverted underwear from earlier, with the back stained with blood from the wound caused by an iron nail. Lang Yan, embarrassed, quickly covered her eyes with her hands. What are you doing? Wei Chen suddenly stepped forward, pleading with the girl in front of him, please, help me stop the bleeding. Lang Yan shouted in panic, warning him, don't come any closer. Wei Chen, shameless as ever, pouted and begged Lang Yan, come on, please, I'm begging you. The system displayed a notification, congratulations, master, for successfully taking a risk and earning 50 risk points. A moment later, Wei Chen gritted his teeth, his face covered in cold sweat, but his mouth still spouting cheeky nonsense, don't be shy, be brave. Don't pity me just because I'm a delicate flower. Lang Yan lowered her face, stammering in response, TCH, less nonsense. This is my first time doing something like this, you know. At that moment, Ouyang approached the door and happened to hear Wei Chen's pained cries, AAA. She immediately recognized his voice, Wei Chen. Then, Ouyang flung the door open, anxiously asking, are you okay? But contrary to her concern, the scene before her was Wei Chen lying comfortably across Lang Yan's lap, his backside raised as Lang Yan tended to his wound. Seeing the teacher's sudden appearance, Wei Chen quickly jumped up, while Lang Yan behind him stared in surprise. He immediately explained, teacher, a lot happened earlier, I can explain. Before he could finish his sentence, Ouyang, filled with murderous intent, rushed toward Wei Chen and decisively kicked him in the head, saying, I'm struggling to fight monsters, and you're over here playing this game. Wei Chen, wronged, sat on the ground holding his cheek, let me explain first. But when one is angry, who would listen to an explanation? Ouyang was no exception. She ignored Wei Chen's pleas and continued to punch and kick him relentlessly, saying, die already. Wei Chen could only endure and scream, his wound split open further. Lang Yan could only watch in fear. An hour later, everything had been explained from start to finish. Ouyang calmed down and gently picked up a glass of water from the table, raising it to her lips. So that's what happened? She gave Wei Chen a fake smile, really, why didn't you explain it clearly? Wei Chen, covered in injuries, protested bitterly, did you even give me a chance to explain? Suddenly noticing that Lang Yan was sitting there, somewhat lost in thought, Ouyang turned to ask, what's wrong? At this point, Lang Yan kept his head lowered. After a moment of hesitation, he finally began to explain the situation clearly. The Winged Thieves organization used black medicine to control my younger brother and forced me to steal. Then she lifted her face to look at the ceiling and said, but now the cult of the Black Sparrow has been destroyed, and finally, I am free. Upon hearing this, Ouyang, curious, immediately asked, black medicine, what is that? Lang Yan continued to explain, it's a kind of drug made from crystals. Although it can heal wounds and relieve pain, it's highly addictive. Now understanding the story, Wei Chen finally spoke up, if your brother wants to quit the drug, it won't be an easy task. Lang Yan could only cover her face and continue speaking, there's no other choice. Even though he's useless, he's still my brother, and I can't abandon him. Wei Chen reached out towards Lang Yan, his gaze full of sincerity. He said to her, how about joining my guild? I have my own territory and I can help your brother quit the addiction. However, Lang Yan stood up and immediately rejected his offer. You're just like those scoundrels, wanting to take advantage of my thieving skills. I've already told you, I don't want to do that anymore. This is my principle. With that, she turned and walked towards the door. Wei Chen remained calm, his hand resting on his chin with a smug look. That's really a shame. My guild has 2 days off every week. When Lang Yan heard this, she was indeed a little shaken. Not stopping there, Wei Chen continued, the offer includes accommodation, 17 paid vacation days per year, double year-end bonuses, and even equity distribution. Each of his words felt like an invisible hand holding her back. In the blink of an eye, Lang Yan had already turned back to the table. She awkwardly spoke up, let me think for a moment, joining your guild temporarily might not be a bad option after all. Oh, Yangshi, sitting next to her, was also confused by her sudden change of attitude. Didn't you say you wanted to stick to your principles? Lang Yan shyly stirred her cup of water, explaining, I originally wanted to stick to my principles, but he really offered too many benefits. To break the awkward atmosphere, she eagerly asked, by the way, what's the name of your guild? What level is it? Wei Chen happily responded, I haven't established the guild yet. At this, Lang Yan looked at him with disdain and shouted, you don't even have a guild, what am I supposed to join? Are you teasing me? Wei Chen, flustered, explained, I'm going to establish it now. At this point, the system continued to record and displayed a notification, congratulations to the owner for successfully taking a risk, earning 60 risk points. At the Players Association, this is where players gather to form teams and conquer challenging dungeons together, in groups of 3. Wei Chen, Ouyang Shi, and Lang Yan had just entered when they immediately heard calls from other players around them inviting others to form groups. Is anyone interested in doing a dungeon run? We're short 1 player, I'm level 12, does anyone have a team that wants to add me? Ouyang Shi, walking behind, asked with confusion, aren't we supposed to be forming a guild? Why are we here? Wei Chen then explained, forming a guild isn't easy. First, you need to acquire a guild token, which is a reward given for completing missions of rank C or above. As he said this, his mind began to drift to thoughts of the future. Once the guild was successfully established, he would enjoy a blissful life surrounded by countless girls. The girls in his imagination continuously said, Guild leader, take me to level up. Guild leader, I want new equipment. Guild leader, I heard your immortal bloodline is very powerful. Just thinking about it made him drool. Once the guild was established, there would definitely be many women coming over, admiring him, And, of course, as usual, when the perverted teacher's disciple, Ouyang Shi, saw this, she immediately took action. She fumed with anger, grabbed him by the neck until Wei Chen could barely breathe, and yelled loudly, so this is your real intention for wanting to form a guild? Are you looking to die? Are you looking to die? The system then displayed a message, we congratulate the brave master for successfully earning 60 points of bravery. Breaking the chaotic situation was a voice coming from afar, I didn't expect to meet you guys here. The one with blue hair approached their group. It was Chang Feng. Chang Feng asked, so, what's up? Did you come to take on a mission too? Seeing the young man with blue hair step forward, Lang Yan's eyes sparkled. She thought to herself, he's so handsome. Lang Yan stared at Chang Feng with admiration before turning to Wei Chen, asking, hey, Wei Chen, is this handsome guy your friend? Wei Chen made an awkward expression and pointed at the other person. I guess you could say that, and actually, this person is a girl. Upon hearing this, Lang Yan awkwardly smiled. She blushed and said, sorry, I didn't realize that just now. When Chang Feng heard Lang Yan compliment her on being handsome, she was speechless. In an instant, her entire body froze, and she hugged her chest, feeling hurt to the point of tears. Chang Feng cursed inwardly, how annoying, does having a flat chest mean I'm considered a guy? Wei Chen, not noticing Chang Feng's change, continued the conversation, President Chang, I want to take on a mission to earn the guild token. Are there any missions you could assign? Chang Feng's eyes suddenly brightened, and she quickly regained her composure. Our zombie hunter guild has just received a major mission to wipe out a zombie nest. The reward includes guild tokens. If you agree to help, I'll let you have them. Wei Chen responded cautiously, President Chang, are you being so polite? The value of the guild tokens isn't low. Chang Feng continued to explain, this mission is lacking an experienced team leader, so that token is essentially a payment for you to take the job. Finding her request reasonable, Wei Chen extended his hand to confirm the cooperation. I agree. Chang Feng smiled and said, great, there's no time to waste, let's head out now. After hearing the entire conversation, She was excited. She took off her glasses and said, I also want to help. Wei Chen immediately tried to stop her. You should stay in central cities and rest. He thought to himself, if the teacher turns into a half-zombie during a fight, it would be a huge problem. He pulled out a gold card and shoved it into Xi's chest. This is a VIP card for a spa. You and Lang Yan should relax in central cities for a while. Immediately, the system displayed a message, congratulations, the master has successfully completed a life-risking action and received 50 life-risking points. Xi's expression changed, and she pointed at Wei Chen, questioning, so how did you get a VIP spa card? He reluctantly explained, a friend of mine did it. Ha ha. Taking advantage of the moment, Lang Yan quickly ran over and threw his arm around Xi's shoulder. This suggestion isn't bad. Let them handle this brutal fighting business. Shi agreed upon hearing this, all right. An hour later, at an abandoned school, Wei Chen stood in front of a group of players and sternly said, I am Wei Chen, your temporary team leader. I'm here to guide you through the mission. As your team leader, I'll be the best boss you'll have. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me. I'll be friendly and tell you now, everyone, introduce your abilities and positions. He then pointed to someone nearby, starting with you. A shaved-head man, directly pointed at by Wei Chen, stood arrogantly, but still began to introduce himself. Shirku, 3rd Zombie Hunting Squad, my ability is Strength Enhancement, I'm in charge of direct combat. Wei Chen adopted a cocky attitude, fiddling with his ear and shouting, speak louder, I didn't catch that. The system promptly announced, congratulations to the host for successfully earning 50 points for risking their life. Shirku, annoyed, flipped Wei Chen the middle finger. Why are you yelling like that? You clearly just want to start a fight. Wei Chen wasn't backing down either and continued to argue, if the team leader says he didn't hear you, that means he didn't hear you. Talking like that and you want to go fight zombies? The remaining players, upon seeing this, began to chatter excitedly, he dares to show off in front of Shirku, he must be tired of living. That's right, that's right. Shirku could no longer contain his anger. He rushed forward, throwing a punch at Wei Chen, let me see how strong you really are, who do you think you are to be my captain? Wei Chen smoothly sidestepped the incoming punch. He nonchalantly replied, of course, I am. Shirku was taken aback, so fast. Wei Chen took the opportunity to trip him, I'm stronger than you now. This caused Shirku to tumble forward, crashing hard onto the ground with a loud thud, shouting, ah. Ignoring Shirku lying there, Wei Chen turned to the other players, raising his voice to warn them, if the guild leader lets me lead you on missions, then you must follow my orders. The players were all startled, having been knocked down in one move. Wei Chen placed a foot on Shirku, still lying on the ground, and shouted, the most important thing in combat is momentum. If you don't have this much momentum, then you might as well go back and do logistics. Do you hear me? Everyone responded in unison, yes, yes, we understand. Wei Chen clapped his hands in satisfaction, good, now let's form groups of 3 and assign areas to clear the zombies. We must finish before nightfall. Turning to Shi and Lang Yan, the two had arrived at the spa recommended by Wei Chen to relax. In the sauna room of the spa in central cities, Lang Yan spoke up, it's been ages since I felt this relaxed. I didn't expect this kind of design. This must be inspired by that game, right? Shi glanced at Lang Yan from head to toe, sighing, your figure is really stunning. Unlike me, all plump and curvy. Lang Yan sat down, swinging her legs, and added, no choice, my job requires me to be a bit agile. Then she moved behind Shi, her hands slipping around to lightly squeeze her chest. With a playful grin, she continued, "But I'm actually jealous of a figure like yours." "Oh Yang," she blushed, flustered, "Stop, don't squeeze like that, my towel's about to fall." Ignoring Oh Yangxi's plea, Lang Yen boldly yanked the towel off, causing the teacher to scream, "A." Lang Yen chuckled, "This way, the sauna works even better." Oh Yangxi, red-faced, hurriedly covered her sensitive parts. Taking advantage of the moment, Lang Yen teased mischievously, "No need to be shy, let me taste you." She leaned in, licked, and with a flushed face, praised, "So sweet." Oh Yangxi, caught off guard, could only let out soft moans, At this moment, a few girls outside also heard the strange sounds and whispered among themselves, "What's going on inside? Let's wait a bit and then go in." At this time, Wei Chen's group had already entered the dungeon. They were standing on the fourth floor of the teaching building. Following Wei Chen were Shirku and a young boy with green hair named Chris. Wei Chen led the way, but Shirku, who was behind, kept complaining. "This shabby place smells awful." Chris, on the other hand, was trembling, his hands and legs shaking. "I'm so scared." After walking for a while, Wei Chen turned to ask his teammates, "What combat methods are you good at? How many zombies can you handle at once?" Chris spoke up first, "I specialize in close combat. I can handle up to 3 at most, is that okay?" At that moment, Wei Chen took a closer look at Chris' small figure. Not distinguishing between genders, he couldn't help but wear a greedy expression and inwardly thought, "This kid is a boy? So cute." As he thought this, Wei Chen felt like he was about to fly out of his chest. Shirku interjected, "As for me, I rely on my fists to smash zombies. I can handle up to 5 at once." Hearing this, Wei Chen sighed. "Are you stupid or something?" Shirku, being rebutted, got upset. He cracked his knuckles and said loudly, "What did you say?" At that moment, the system notification appeared, "Congratulations, the owner has successfully earned 30 risk-taking points." Wei Chen sighed and explained further, "The way the zombie virus spreads isn't just through saliva." With that, his tone grew more serious. "If your hand gets injured and comes into contact with a zombie's body, there's a high chance you'll get infected as well." Shirko, upon hearing this, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. "No, it can't be, right?" Wei Chen took out a pair of gloves and handed them to Shirku. "These boosting gloves are for you." Then he enthusiastically began explaining their functionality. "They can increase your attack power and also block toxins. Consider this a gift for our first meeting." Shirku tried on the gloves and punched, and sure enough, his fist was filled with strength. "You're giving me something this good? Are you sure you're okay with that?" Hearing this, Wei Chen grew uneasy and quickly responded, "It's fine, I bought these in the city yesterday. The attributes aren't bad, but there are a few minor side effects." When Shirku heard the last 3 words, he stammered, side effects?" Suddenly, he felt something strange in his chest. He groaned, "Ah, my chest feels so tight." Then, he leaned back and shouted, "AAA." Wei Chen quickly covered Chris's eyes and said, "Don't look." At that moment, Shirku's chest began to grow, taking on a shape similar to that of a woman's. Enraged, he shouted, "What the hell is this? Why do I suddenly have boobs?" Wei Chen happily explained, "Didn't I already say? These are boobs boosting gloves. I heard that these gloves accumulate the resentment of female boxers who have flat chests from training, so after wearing them, sometimes their breasts will swell up." Shirko, annoyed, chased Wei Chen down the hallway, shouting loudly towards him, "Is this what you call a small side effect? This is a size D." As Wei Chen ran, he didn't forget to turn around and tease Shirku. "Stay away from me, you jerk." The system then displayed a notification. "Congratulations to the owner for successfully earning 40 desperation points." Disappointed with his own image, Shirku hung his head low. At that moment, Wei Chen turned to Chris and said, "Oh right, Chris, you also have a reward." Chris widened his eyes in surprise and replied, "Me, I have one too?" Chris's reward was a pink sailor-style schoolgirl uniform. Confused, he asked, why is it girls' clothing? Wei Chen explained seriously, don't underestimate this girl's outfit. After wearing it, you'll become. Chris interrupted, stronger or faster? Wei Chen grinned, gave Chris a thumbs up, and continued, you'll become even cuter. Chris was speechless at the valuable information he had just received when suddenly, from behind, the bloodshot eyes of a zombie appeared. Annoyed, Chris swung a bat to knock the zombie far away and shouted, that's too much. The system continued to record, congratulations to the Reckless Master for successfully scoring 60 points for recklessness. At this point, Shirku had regained his composure and spoke up to remind them, hey, stop showing off, you two. Immediately after, a group of zombies appeared from nowhere, flooding in from all directions, some even climbing through the windows. Shirku quickly punched a nearby zombie, sending it crashing to the ground, then turned to Wei Chen and asked, hey, didn't you ask me how many zombies I could handle at most earlier? What about you? Wei Chen drew his sword, striking a heroic pose as he replied, me? With that, he took a powerful leap, moving as fast as lightning, slicing the heads off two zombies in front of him with swift sword strikes. He shouted, the more, the better. Then, taking advantage of the momentum, he spun around and took down another nearby zombie. It was only then that Shirku realized the true strength of Wei Chen. He was so fast that Shirku could hardly see his movements. Suddenly, a scream rang out through the hallway, AAA. Both Wei Chen and Shirku immediately thought of one person, Chris. Meanwhile, Chris was facing off against a huge zombie, one that seemed to be twice her size. The zombie spoke in a terrifying voice, sweet girl, marry me. Chris, terrified, could only raise her baseball bat in defense, saying, no, don't come any closer. You're disgusting, filthy. Wei Chen anxiously looked towards Chris. Shirku, right behind him, spoke to reassure him, don't worry, this guy is tougher than what he's letting on. Suddenly, the zombie reached out towards Chris, who trembled and begged, no, don't come over here. In that instant, as the zombie's arm made contact with Chris's shoulder, the atmosphere around him shifted abruptly. Chris lowered his voice, his expression filled with disgust, and said to the zombie, didn't I tell you not to touch me with your filthy hands? At that moment, the zombie began to tremble in fear. Chris swiftly swung his baseball bat at the zombie's head, sending it flying. He shouted loudly, ugh, what a filthy bunch. In the distance, Wei Chen stood, his mouth agape in surprise at what he had just witnessed. Shirku stepped forward to reassure him, I told you he'd be fine. The zombie was sent crashing out the window, and the group of players below, watching in shock, seemed strangely accustomed to such scenes. One player spoke up, wow, he's really something. Another agreed, it must have been that kid Chris who did it. Upstairs, the battle raged on. Chris continued to curse and swing his bat, knocking the heads off every zombie he encountered. His voice rang out repeatedly, so dirty, so disgusting, this is sickening. Even though the zombie lay motionless on the ground, Chris relentlessly swung several more blows to its head, crushing its skull and sending blood splattering everywhere. Wei Chen stood beside, his face turning pale with shock as he asked, what is going on? As Chris's longtime teammate, Shirku began patting Wei Chen's shoulder to reassure him and explained, Chris's strength only emerges when he's provoked, and besides, he's a germaphobe. In the midst of the chaos, Chris suddenly regained his composure. The scene before him left him stunned and terrified, AAA. With tears welling up, he trembled and said again, zombies, it's too horrible. After witnessing everything from the start, Wei Chen couldn't sympathize anymore. His face turned ashen as he covered his mouth with his hand, thinking to himself, clearly, you're the one who's more terrifying. Once the last zombie fell, the group let out a collective sigh of relief. Shirku spoke up, humph, I guess that's taken care of? Too bad they were all just little monsters. Was the fight even worth it? Suddenly, a desperate cry for help came from a classroom behind Shirku, help me. Shirku, hearing the sound from behind, turned around and asked, did you guys hear that? Chris clearly heard the cry. Without hesitation, he rushed toward the sound, ignoring Shirku's attempts to stop him, hey, don't act on your own. After running a short distance to the door of the classroom where the cry came from, Chris scanned the room quickly and called out loudly, "Where are you? I'm coming to save you." The girl, hearing a voice calling for help, immediately cried out, "I'm here, help me." From the corner of the room, another girl weakly responded, trembling, help me." Chris, upon seeing the girl, breathed a sigh of relief. He had found her. He then grabbed his staff and ran towards her, shouting to reassure her, "Don't be scared, I'm coming right now." The girl was clutching the wound caused by a zombie. One of her arms had been severed. Chris quickly took out a syringe and injected her with medicine. He continued to reassure her, "Hang on a little longer, I'll save you right away." The girl, saved, was overjoyed and softly whispered her thank you. Suddenly, the floor cracked open, and a zombie's head emerged, its neck long and twisted. It extended its strange, twisting neck and lunged quickly to attack Chris and the girl. Chris immediately embraced the girl to shield her, swinging his staff and striking the zombie's head with all his strength. He shouted, "Don't even think about it." This zombie, however, was stronger than the others. It twisted its long, strange neck violently, knocking the metal staff out of Chris's hand. Panicked, he yelled, "AAA!" The zombie turned its head back, its mouth wide open, revealing a set of terrifyingly jagged teeth. It growled and lunged at Chris's shoulder, sinking its teeth into him. Chris screamed in agony, "AAA!" At this moment, Wei Chen had also arrived. He anxiously called out, "Chris!" Wei Chen drew his sword, focused, and then made a swift strike, neatly severing the zombie's neck, cutting it in half. He then quickly ran toward Chris to assess the situation. Shirko, who was running behind, arrived at the scene and, puzzled, asked, "What kind of zombie is this that can emerge from the wall?" Wei Chen replied seriously, "This is an underground zombie. The system's interface has displayed information about the zombie we just encountered. The C-rank underground zombie is a type that can hide within volcanic mud and its specialty is surprise attacks." Wei Chen picked up its corpse to examine it. Chris, at this point, was sweating profusely from the pain. Wei Chen quickly turned to check his wound, his face turning pale as he said seriously, "The wound is severe. It's likely infected." In agony, Chris placed his hand on Wei Chen's body and called his name, Wei Chen. Then, his eyes welled with tears as he pleaded, I don't want to become that filthy monster." Shirko, coldly, pointed his knife at Chris and said, "The zombie poison is incurable. When we joined the guild, us zombie hunters swore an oath to ensure that, even if we die, we won't turn into zombies." He said, "Chris, I'll help you be free." With that, he drove the blade straight toward Chris without a hint of mercy. Wei Chen immediately shouted, "Wait!" Then he quickly grabbed the knife that was rushing towards him, and the blade cut into his hand, causing it to bleed profusely. He then raised his bloody hand to Chris' mouth and comforted him, "Be good, drink my blood. Who knows, there might still be a glimmer of hope." Shirko angrily shouted, "What are you doing? Let me free Chris." Wei Chen frowned and interrupted, "Stop talking so much. I don't want to see anyone die in front of me." While the two were arguing, the sound of breaking water echoed from the walls all around, and a group of underground zombies crawled out from there. "Damn it, why are there so many zombies? It seems this building is their lair." The two momentarily ceased their quarrel to deal with the newly emerged zombies. Wei Chen stepped forward and slashed the head of a zombie rushing towards him. He shouted loudly, signaling, "You all run, I'll cover you." Chris turned and saw that Shirko had already picked up the injured girl and was running. He hurriedly shouted, "Wait!" Shirko, impatient, said, "Hurry up." But just as Chris took a few steps, the floor suddenly cracked open. He thought in fear, "The ground is breaking." Before he could react, Chris fell straight into the crack, and Shirko reached out but couldn't grab him in time. All he could do was scream, "Chris!" Shirko pushed the injured girl aside and shouted loudly, "Chris!" Wei Chen hurried over to catch the girl, worried that Shirko might do something reckless. He yelled loudly as a warning, "Don't come here, it's dangerous." Shirko looked down at the deep hole and reached out, calling, "Chris!" Wei Chen ran up from behind, holding Shirko's shoulders and trying to persuade him, "Wake up, we've done everything we could. Shirku, his gaze vacant, stubbornly stretched his hand toward the hole and shouted loudly, I have to go save him. Wei Chen, though heartbroken, had to remain decisive as the team leader. He's dead, but we still need to survive. With that, he stepped forward and pulled Shirku, who was kneeling on the ground. Suddenly, the whole building shook violently. Wei Chen glanced around, raised his hand to shield himself from the falling debris, and shouted, this building must have been hollowed out by those underground zombies. It's going to collapse soon. Shirku snapped back to his senses and looked up, asking, so what should we do? Wei Chen walked to the window, looked down, and thought for a moment before saying, there's no other way, we'll have to jump. Shirku panicked upon hearing this, are you kidding? This is the 4th floor. Without hesitation, Wei Chen turned and tightly held both Shirku and the girl in his arms. The two were confused by Wei Chen's actions and stammered, what? What are you doing? In the midst of the chaos, Wei Chen remained calm. He spoke loudly to reassure them, stop asking questions, just trust me. Finishing his words, he tightly hugged the two of them and rushed toward the window, then all three jumped to the ground. Shirku and the girl screamed in fear, AAA, we're definitely going to die now. At this moment, Wei Chen was extremely tense, turning his back toward the ground so his body would directly collide with it. He shouted loudly, diamond indestructible pure yang body. With a loud bang, the ground cracked open, and dust filled the air. The system immediately displayed a notification, congratulations, Master, for successfully seeking death and receiving 70 points for seeking death. Shirku and the girl, who were lying on top of Wei Chen, were unharmed. Despite having the diamond indestructible pure yang body, Wei Chen's body was still injured due to the shock from such a high fall. He coughed up blood and felt soreness throughout his body. Slowly, he sat up, still feeling a sharp pain in his back. Falling from such a height is no joke. He touched his back to check, wincing in pain, and involuntarily yelled, it hurts so much. Hoo-hoo. At this point, Shirku looked at Wei Chen with a completely different gaze, filled with admiration. He hurriedly said, thank you for saving my life. Then he began to bow in gratitude. From today onward, Shirku owes you a life. Wei Chen, usually thick-skinned, couldn't help but feel embarrassed seeing him like this. He shouted, I know, stand up already. Then, he became serious, I told you I would take responsibility for everyone. At that point, Wei Chen suddenly fell silent. He looked at his hands, but then clenched them tightly. I couldn't save Chris. Seeing this, Shirku stood up and patted Wei Chen's shoulder in encouragement. He's a qualified walker hunter. I will explain everything clearly to him. When Feng returned to the central cities and heard the whole story, Chang Feng spoke up, so that's what happened. Chris. Is he dead? She quickly drank a glass of water to calm herself. She fell into deep thought for a long time. Seeing this, Wei Chen added, this is all my fault. He hesitated before continuing, as punishment for my mistake, please revoke the guild token that you had previously agreed to give me. By now, Chang Feng had regained about 70% of her composure. She held the glass tightly in her hand and spoke, do you know? Chris is actually the younger brother of my boyfriend. Wei Chen was taken aback, his eyes widening in shock. What? At that moment, Chang Feng's mind drifted to the past. She still had her long, silver hair, looking every bit the gentle young woman she once was. She knelt on the ground, clutching the arm of her dying boyfriend. Beside her was the familiar figure of Chris. The two of them anxiously shouted in unison, Ajia, you'll be fine, don't die, please don't die. Ajia, at this moment, used the last of his strength, trying to say his final words to the two people in front of him, Xiaofeng, I'm afraid I can't hang on any longer. Please take care of my brother, and then find another man who can look after you. After saying this, he let out his final breath, leaving Chang Feng in a state of shock. She screamed, Ajia, Ajia. She continued, from that day on, I made up my mind to kill as many zombies as I could, to avenge Ajia. She sat in front of a mirror, holding a pair of scissors, decisively cutting off her long, feminine hair. Remembering this, she spoke again, because of that, I even willingly gave up my identity as a woman. And then came the image of Changfeng with short platinum blonde hair like a man, wielding a large axe, smoking a cigarette, just like we see her now. She continued, I founded the Walker Hunters and trained Chris, the weakling, into a warrior capable of protecting himself. At this point, she suddenly became emotional, covering her face and sobbing uncontrollably. Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't protect Chris well enough. Wei Chen, standing behind her, patted her shoulder to comfort her. Your life belongs to you alone. You don't owe anyone anything. He softly added, I'm sorry for not being able to protect Chris. I'll try my best to make it up to you. Upon hearing this, Changfeng suddenly turned around, handing Wei Chen a glass of liquor. If that's the case, consider it compensation. Let's drink to that. Wei Chen also casually extended his hand to receive it. Don't mention just 1 cup, even 10 cups wouldn't be a problem. Returning to the situation at the school instance, it had collapsed after being hollowed out by the underground zombies. The area was covered by swarming zombies moving back and forth. From within the rubble, suddenly, a hand reached up, and the sound of stones breaking alerted the nearby zombies. It was Chris. He was still alive. But his whole body ached, and he slowly staggered out of the wreckage, silently wondering, what exactly is going on? He scanned his surroundings, his eyes bloodshot. He was puzzled about the current situation. Moreover, clearly I was heavily injured, so why does it not hurt at all? Suddenly, he felt something strange in his body. Holding his chest, Chris cried out, oh, this strange sensation is spreading throughout my body. Chris screamed in pain, my body is burning up. It was then that he noticed his hands. His fingernails had not only grown longer, but were also unnaturally sharp. His face turned pale with confusion and fear. What is this? The zombies, drawn by the strange noise, began to surround Chris. Each one had bloodshot eyes, baring their teeth. It was disgusting. Chris stepped back in fear, crying and whining pitifully, stammering, no, don't come here. Contrary to his expectations, the zombies approaching Chris suddenly knelt down. Chris, seeing this, was confused and said, huh? But he still remained cautious and shouted, you all, get out of the way. Unconsciously, he continued to step back, only to trip over something. Turning his head to look, he suddenly realized the object he had just stepped on, glass. Without thinking, Chris picked up the broken shard to examine it. Suddenly, he was startled by his own reflection in the mirror, letting out an involuntary scream, AAA. Meanwhile, in Chang Feng's room, she and Wei Chen were both drunk, their faces flushed, and they had no memory of what had happened. The two of them, holding glasses of wine, kept shouting, drink up, drink up. Chang Feng draped her arm over his shoulder, and at this moment, Wei Chen couldn't help but marvel, saying, Brother Feng, you're amazing, I've never seen anyone drink like that before. Chang Feng, now 3 parts drunk, 7 parts tipsy, pointed at herself and declared, look at me properly, I'm also a girl. Wei Chen, looking at her in doubt, asked, oh, really? Where do you look like a girl? In her drunken state, Chang Feng could no longer control herself. She boldly tore away the bandages that had been wrapped around her body for so long. She shouted, this here, looks. At the same moment, the system announced, congratulations, the owner has successfully sought death, and has received 50 points for seeking death. The bandages she had been wrapped in concealed her voluptuous body and large breasts. Wei Chen, seeing this, was momentarily stunned, before suddenly being yanked toward her. With both her hands pressing his head firmly into her chest, she screamed, look closely, do men with big chests look like this? Enough already, it's getting hard to breathe. Wei Chen shouted in panic. He also casually patted her lightly, sighing, you really are quite reserved. Feeling where Wei Chen's hand had touched, Chang Feng couldn't help but blush, letting out a few soft sounds, Wei Chen comforted her by pulling her into his arms. Let me help you recall a bit of the sensation of being a woman, as a way to make it up to you. With that, he gently laid her down on the bed. Chang Feng began to breathe heavily, her voice trembling a little, but. Suddenly, Wei Chen adopted a serious expression, raised his right hand in salute, and loudly declared, "Wei Chen number 2, prepare to complete the task." Then his face turned shameless, his mouth watering as he stretched out both hands, shouting again, "Wei Chen number 2, assistance." The two of them entwined. Chang Feng let out a sensitive moan, "Ah. Ah." Wei Chen eagerly said, "Okay, we're almost to the main part now." At that moment, Wei Chen felt as though he was stepping into a beautiful, fresh cherry blossom forest. He reached out his hand to catch each falling cherry blossom. Wei Chen stood quietly, gazing at the blooming cherry trees in the distance, feeling completely satisfied. He spoke, "Is this the cherry blossom forest?" Chang Feng also enjoyed the moment deeply, her face flushed. She covered her mouth with her hand, her voice trembling, slow down a bit." The next morning, the two finally woke up. Wei Chen quickly stood up and adjusted his clothes. Chang Feng had also regained her composure. Lying on the bed, she held the blanket and questioned herself, "Is it really good for me to do this?" Wei Chen came back to encourage her, "You don't owe anyone anything. From today, just return to yourself and live well." Hearing Wei Chen's comforting words, Chang Feng's eyes welled up with tears. In her heart, she felt as though an invisible burden that had weighed on her for years had been lifted. She gently nodded. Mm. After a moment, she took out a golden token and tossed it to Wei Chen. "Catch." Wei Chen caught it, looked at the token in his hand, and asked curiously, "Guild token?" Chang Feng answered happily, "Consider it a reward for you, you did well last night." Wei Chen stepped out of the room, standing by the door, giving a thumbs up with a cheerful smile. "Thanks, I'll serve you even better next time." The system notification appeared, "Congratulations, Master, for successfully seeking death. You have earned 50 points for seeking death." Chang Feng blushed in embarrassment and raised her voice to shoo him away. "Hurry up and leave." She looked down at her body, clenched her fists, and asked herself, "Is returning to myself and living well really the right choice?" At that moment, at the Players' Association, Wei Chen reunited with Ouyang Shi and Lang Yan. The three of them walked up to the registration desk. Wei Chen raised the token high in his hand and said loudly, "I want to establish a guild." The receptionist gently took the guild token from his hand and announced, "Registration is complete, now confirming the guild criteria." Wei Chen, with a proud expression on his face, said, "I came up with my guild name a long time ago, it's called Ouroboros." Lang Yan, who was beside him, asked in confusion, "Ouroboros? What kind of strange name is that?" Ouyang Shi quickly demonstrated her expertise. She pushed up her glasses and explained, "Ouroboros is the large serpent Ouroboros from ancient Greek mythology, and it symbolizes immortality. It's actually a very fitting name for you." Wei Chen, upon hearing this, couldn't help but turn to her in admiration. "As expected of a teacher, your knowledge is truly vast." Wei Chen then opened the registration scroll and excitedly read aloud the information on it. "The Ouroboros Guild has been established, Guild Leader Wei Chen." At that moment, in the school bathroom, a green teleportation portal suddenly appeared on the floor. None other than Wei Chen himself. As he stepped out of the portal, he enthusiastically said, "Teleportation formation, set up." Before he could finish his sentence, he realized that the place he had teleported to was the women's changing room, and the person in front of him, who was undressing, was none other than Chen Xingshi. He was so stunned by the scene that he almost had a nosebleed. Wei Chen looked innocently at Chen Xingshi, who by now had also noticed his presence. She turned her face away, angrily grinding out each word, "Wei Chen." A slap resounded. Along with it came Wei Chen's shrill scream, "Ah!" Sometime later, Wei Chen appeared before the guild hall, with a piece of tissue stuffed into his nose to staunch the bleeding. There was a large bruise under his eye, and his face looked extremely displeased. He cleared his throat a few times and then began speaking, "Ahem, starting today." Wei Chen raised his voice, speaking clearly and loudly, "The Ouroboros Guild is officially established to facilitate welfare between the central cities and the safe zones where teleportation points have been set up. Everyone is free to enter and leave the central cities." As soon as he finished speaking, the members standing below the stage, who had been listening intently, immediately began chanting enthusiastically, Ouroboros, Ouroboros. Who. After stepping down from the stage, a young man enthusiastically shouted toward him, "Well done, Brother Wei." Another person, hearing this, immediately corrected his teammate's form of address. "What do you mean, Brother Wei? Clearly, he's the guild leader." Hearing them say that, Wei Chen murmured with satisfaction, a smug smile curling on his lips. The young man then walked over and, with a fawning tone, asked, "Wei Chen, are there any other benefits?" In the distance, Chen Zhu was leaning against the wall nearby, observing with a grim expression on his face. Look at the smug, petty attitude. A guild, huh? It's nothing but a way for him to play the boss." Hearing those harsh words, Wei Chen slowly pushed the young man aside. He said to Chen Zhu, "Of course, I won't force anyone to join the guild." With that, Wei Chen's expression turned sharp, like the edge of a blade, and he addressed Chen Zhu directly. "Chen Zhu, if you want to leave, I won't stop you." Chen Zhu quickly adjusted his attitude, scratching his head and smiling as he replied, "How could that be? Guild leader Wei is my savior. I, Chen Zhu, will definitely follow guild leader Wei and do my best to work." Turning toward the other guild members, they each tried the teleportation portals, queuing up to be teleported to the central cities. Once they arrived, they were all excited, shouting, "Is this the central cities? I wonder if my family is still here. I hope they're still alive." They ran around joyfully, playing together. Xiao Ling joined in, happily saying, "It's been a long time since I've seen so many people." Xiao Wan, as usual, stayed close, always worried about her little daughter. "Xiao Ling, don't run off like that." Wei Chen stood behind, observing everyone, when he suddenly noticed that Chen Xingshi beside him seemed unhappy. He turned to her and asked, "Miss Chen, where are your family members?" At that moment, Chen Xingshi indeed looked displeased. When she heard his question, she turned to reply, "My parents are abroad, so they won't be showing up here." "What about you, have you found your family?" Wei Chen, usually strong, suddenly felt a pang of sorrow. He lowered his head to hide his eyes and quietly said, "My mother passed away early, and as for my father, he passed away a year ago." Upon hearing this, Chen Xingshi felt somewhat awkward. She quickly apologized, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked about that." It seemed that Wei Chen was waiting for this moment. He changed his attitude, putting on a sincere expression, and tightly held both of Chen Xingshi's hands. "If you feel guilty, maybe you can comfort me well tonight." She disdainfully replied, "How despicable," taking advantage of this moment to make such a request. Before she could finish her sentence, Wei Chen turned to speak thoughtfully, "My father went out of town for business, but someone like him might be living a much better life than me." Chen Xingshi widened her eyes in shock. She grabbed the collar of his shirt and shook him forcefully, scolding loudly, "So, your father isn't dead after all?" Wei Chen, feeling wronged, explained, "It's because you didn't let me finish speaking, right?" The system then displayed a few familiar lines. "Congratulations to the master for successfully seeking death, receiving 80 points for seeking death." At this point, Jinzhu had also teleported to the central cities. He scratched his head and struck up a conversation with a girl, who seemed to be a member of the guild. Huan, "We've finally made it to the central cities, would you like to go for a drink?" Xin Huan didn't even bother to pay attention to him. She glanced at him and bluntly refused, "I've told you already, stop bothering me. Just the sight of you makes me nauseous." Chen Zhu, embarrassed and angry, raised his voice and questioned her, "Don't tell me you're in love with Wei Chen now? He has so many girls around him, how could he possibly notice you?" Hearing this, Xin Huan became even more irritated. She scratched her head and retorted, "Even if I liked a pig or a dog, I would never like a coward like you." That night, at a bar, Chen Zhu slammed his beer glass down onto the table in anger, shouting, "Damn it, he's always cursing Qin Huan. And that bastard Wei Chen, sooner or later, I'll make both of you kneel before me." Suddenly, a voice interrupted from behind Chen Zhu, "Brother Chen, if you just sit here sulking and drinking, I'm afraid you won't be able to win the woman you desire." Turning around, Chen Zhu saw a stranger. He immediately asked, "Who are you? How do you know me?" The man stepped closer. At this moment, Chen Zhu could clearly see him, a young man with shoulder-length platinum hair, dressed in formal attire. He smiled and introduced himself. I am the president of the Light of the End of the World, Zhang Dongyang. As for the intelligence network of the Light of the End of the World, investigating a player's identity is not a difficult task. Chen Zhu was so shocked that his face turned pale. Light of the End of the World, one of the largest guilds in the city of Agate. Why would someone like you be interested in a small character like me? Zhang Dongyang then softly continued, you're not just some small character. Your ability is merely a chance to prove yourself. Are you interested in cooperating with me? The Light of the End of the World can offer you many opportunities. Chen Zhu, still confused, asked, you want me to join your guild? At this moment, Zhang Dongyang's drink was also being served. Have you been waiting long? He glanced at it briefly before continuing, no, I hope you stay with Ouroboros, by Wei Chen's side. You will be more effective there. Understanding the situation immediately, Chen Zhu angrily stood up, slammed his hands on the table, and shouted, you want me to be an undercover agent? Although I, Lu Zhu, am not clever, I'm not the kind of person who would betray my friends. Ignoring his words, Zhang Dongyang placed a suitcase he had prepared earlier on the table. Here are 1,000 crystals, a small token of my sincerity. Then he smiled and added, after you deal with Wei Chen, I will make you the president of Ouroboros. Don't just think about a small Qin Huan, the other girls will all be at your mercy. At this point, Chen Zhu was starting to waver, but he still spoke up, you want to bribe me with money? This is an insult to me. However, contrary to his words, he shamelessly shook hands with Zhang Dongyang and said, I originally wanted to scold you loudly. Glancing at the suitcase full of crystals, Chen Zhu continued, but honestly, you're offering me too much. I agree to cooperate with you. Returning to Wei Chen and Chen Xingshi, both were still strolling down the street. She turned to him and asked, do you have any plans next? Wei Chen didn't think too much about it. He casually responded, for now, Ouroboros is still just a low-level guild. We need to figure out how to take on some high-level quests to level up the guild. In the distance, a figure appeared, silhouetted against the sunlight. The figure spoke, Guild Leader Wei. Chang Feng smiled gently and said, I wonder if you're interested in taking on my quest? At this moment, Chang Feng had changed into a lovely white dress. Wei Chen widened his eyes in surprise, pointing at Chang Feng and stammering, You are Chang Feng? How did you change like this? Chen Xingshi, standing next to Wei Chen, couldn't help but exclaim, beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Chang Feng had followed Wei Chen's earlier advice. She had abandoned her rough exterior and returned to her true, gentle feminine nature, no longer wearing the men's clothing she had once favored. Seeing Wei Chen's surprised reaction, Chang Feng explained, I thought about what you said, and I decided to drop the disguise and just be myself. Wei Chen quickly regained his composure and gestured towards Chen Xingshi as he spoke, let me introduce you. This is Chang Feng, the president of the Walker Hunters Guild. And this is our guild sniper, Chen Xingshi. Chen Xingshi felt very shy after such an introduction. Her face turned bright red, and she immediately greeted them, hello. Chang Feng suddenly covered his mouth and laughed slyly. Seeing the two of them so close, could they be a couple? Chen Xingshi immediately shouted, her face flushed with embarrassment, what couple? The atmosphere around her seemed to turn pink as well. She lowered her head, shyly saying, that's not the case. On the other hand, Wei Chen couldn't help but grin widely. He raised two fingers and said, having a girlfriend only affects the speed at which I draw my sword, and besides, Miss Chen is not my girlfriend. Upon hearing this answer directly from Wei Chen's mouth, Chen Xingshi felt as if she had been slapped. Her eyes widened, and with tears welling up, she said, is that so? However, immediately after, crying and being weak was not Chen Xingshi's style. She exploded with anger, jumping forward to grab Wei Chen by the collar and shaking him violently, while shouting loudly, determined to get to the bottom of it, so what am I to you, a backup? Wei Chen was shaken so violently that he felt dizzy, constantly pleading, stop shaking, my brain is about to fall out. The system immediately sent Wei Chen a notification: "Congratulations, the owner has successfully taken a risky action and received 60 risk points." Nearby, someone waved their finger and called out, "Wei Chen, come over here for a moment." Wei Chen looked over and responded with a grunt, Chang Feng squinted and smiled, moving closer to Wei Chen, speaking in a somewhat suggestive tone, "Don't worry, what happened last time is our little secret. I won't tell anyone." Chen Xingshi, who had been listening to the two whispering, felt irritated. She cleared her throat and asked, "What are you two whispering about?" Wei Chen scratched his head and ears and said, "Of course, it's something related to the mission." Chang Feng then said, "We were talking about Chris. According to intelligence, someone has found a trace of him outside the city." Hearing this startling news, Wei Chen's eyes widened in shock as he asked, "How is that possible?" "I saw him fall into the crack with my own eyes." After a brief pause, he added, "Even if he didn't die." In Wei Chen's eyes, there was a glimmer of sadness. To be injured so severely like this, it's impossible that they are still alive outside the safety zone. In contrast to Wei Chen's pessimism, Chang Feng spoke gently but firmly, "As long as there is a glimmer of hope, I will not give up." Chang Feng continued, "Due to the vast search area, it requires a lot of manpower, which is why I took the liberty of issuing this mission under my personal name, hoping to receive help from Ouroboros. Rest assured, no matter the outcome, the reward will not be small." The two of them shook hands, symbolizing their determination for this new mission. Wei Chen said, "I accept, as a way to repay the guild token's favor. My friends also need some opportunities to practice." Suddenly, Lu Zhu spoke loudly from the crowd with a determined expression, "President Wei, don't worry. I will do my best to complete this mission." Wei Chen was taken aback when he heard this, staring at Lu Zhu in surprise and saying, "I didn't expect that you, Lu Zhu, would take on a mission with no compensation." With a resolute look, Lu Zhu clenched his fist and raised it, saying, "We really had some conflicts in the past, and I just want to prove myself through my actions. I hope we can put all past grudges behind us." Wei Chen placed a hand on his shoulder and said, "I look forward to your performance." After that, Lu Zhu left. Wei Chen, walking behind him, was suddenly tapped on the shoulder and called, "Wei Chen." Wei Chen turned to look, and it was Chang Feng. She glanced at Lu Zhu and said, "I just feel like there's something off about that guy. You should be more cautious." Wei Chen looked at her with a firm gaze and said, "If you doubt someone, don't use them. If you use someone, don't doubt them. Without this little bit of trust, how could I be the president of Ouroboros?" 2 hours later, on a narrow street, a corpse was being gnawed at by stray dogs. Chen Xingshi observed the situation and said, "We've been searching for so long, but there isn't a single clue." The two behind, Wei Chen and Chang Feng, were also intensely focused on their surroundings. Wei Chen said, "The situation seems a bit off." Chang Feng turned to him and asked, "What's wrong?" Wei Chen replied, "Normally, in a dangerous area like this, there should be a lot of monsters. But here we are, standing in the middle of a big road, and there's not a soul in sight." Wei Chen continued, "We've searched through so many places, yet not even a single ordinary zombie has shown up." Chang Feng still didn't understand what Wei Chen was getting at. She asked, "What do you mean?" Wei Chen rubbed his chin, deep in thought, and explained, "Could it be that these monsters have learned to hide?" Chang Feng immediately rebutted, "That's impossible. Zombies don't have intelligence. When they encounter players, they'll attack on sight. There's no way they could hide." From a distance, a mysterious figure aimed a long gun at the three of them, his finger poised to pull the trigger. With a loud bang, a shot rang out, the bullet speeding toward them, but fortunately, it missed. Wei Chen immediately raised his guard and shouted, "Be careful." Immediately after, another bullet was shot towards them, and Wei Chen drew his sword, slicing it away. From the alley across the street, a voice shouted, "Kill the intruders, this is our territory." Wei Chen focused on observing them, his sword still at the ready, preparing for a fight. He said, "They are not ordinary zombies, they are half-zombies. They have the physical abilities of zombies but the cognitive functions of humans." Chang Feng was extremely surprised, this was completely beyond her imagination. She asked again, can zombies use ranged weapons? And can they talk? Wei Chen turned around. The two girls reminded him, be careful, both of you. Immediately, from behind him, a bullet flew past and struck the skull of a zombie opposite them. It was Chen Xingshi. She held a handgun in her hand and said fiercely, what's there to be afraid of? A zombie is a zombie, and a half zombie is still a zombie. The only true zombie is one that's already dead. The half zombie's eyes blazed with vengeful fire. They spoke among themselves, kill them, avenge our kind. From afar, a zombie with sharp teeth, but with its entire body and face wrapped in medical bandages, moved forward and said, don't make a move. The moment Wei Chen saw this person, he was shaken. His eyes widened, sweat pouring down his face, and he muttered, no, it can't be. Chang Feng was even more panicked than him. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she covered her mouth in shock, exclaiming, You are. The bandaged person stared at them and said in unison, Chris. The half-zombies, upon seeing this figure, immediately bowed their heads in deep reverence and said, Lord of the Undead, Lord of the Undead. The bandaged person then glanced at Wei Chen and the others and said, I'm not Chris. You all should leave. We are neither human nor zombie. With that, he shouted emotionally, we just want to survive, please don't disturb us anymore. As he was about to leave, Wei Chen rushed forward and asked, wait, explain clearly, what exactly happened? Immediately, Wei Chen's system popped up a notification, congratulations, host, for taking a desperate risk. You have successfully earned 60 desperation points. The person wrapped in medical tape coldly said, stop him. Immediately, a swarm of zombies rushed forward, blocking the way for the three of them. They were armed, weapons ready to strike, and shouted, don't let them get close, protect Lord of the Undead. One zombie, with only a few strands of hair left, looking rather ridiculous, stepped forward and said, don't even think about harming Lord of the Undead. Wei Chen didn't hesitate. He kept walking forward and spoke in a threatening tone, I'll give you all one piece of advice. Wei Chen blared and shouted loudly, his aura overwhelming, don't stand in my way. With a sudden strike, the zombies behind Wei Chen leapt forward, strength of Sailor Popeye. Wei Chen reached out his hand towards the person wrapped in medical tape and said, are you just going to walk away like this? The person wrapped in tape suddenly stopped when he heard Wei Chen mention a name, Chang Feng. She. Wei Chen paused, his gaze expectant, and his voice filled with urgency as he said to him, she's been looking for news about you. Chang Feng had also caught up and urged him, hurry up, everyone's waiting for you. The other person suddenly became agitated, he was indeed Chris. Upon hearing this, he couldn't suppress the pain in his heart. He stamped his foot and said, I can never go back. Then, Chris erupted with the power within his body and shouted the words, frozen blood. Wei Chen squinted and watched as Chris unleashed a strange source of power, something even he couldn't understand. He thought to himself, what kind of power is this? Immediately, he heard Chris's enraged cry. It's my blood. It gave me this power, turning me into a half-human, half-zombie monster. Chris bared his sharp, distorted teeth, now resembling a creature, and bitterly said, Why? His heart was filled with immense pain and despair as he screamed. Why couldn't you just let me become a mindless zombie? At least then, I wouldn't be in this much pain. Chris erupted with an extraordinary strength, a red, blood-like glow surrounding him. He continued. Under the influence of my blood, the other zombies also transformed into half-zombies, and I, as a result, became their king. Wei Chen tried to convince him strongly. Being a half-zombie is not so bad, there are many ways to hide your identity. A very positive thought flashed through his mind, perhaps there was even a way to help him transform back into a human. While Wei Chen was desperately trying to persuade Chris to return, he suddenly heard Chang Feng say, Forget it, it's up to him. Wei Chen was startled upon hearing this and shouted, What? Chang Feng calmly looked at Chris and gently said, I respect your decision. No matter what happens, you will always be a part of the zombie hunters and will forever be my family. I will request a piece of land from the guild in your name, so that you can survive. Upon hearing there was a chance for survival, Chris couldn't help but show his joy. He said, "Thank you, and I also hope you can forget about my brother and live for yourself." From afar, behind a wall, Lu Zhu was hiding and watching them. He called Zhang Dongyang and said, "Hello, President Zhang, I have some important intelligence." With a smug look on his face, he quickly passed on the news like a hound. A person has been discovered here who can control zombies with blood, and the half-zombie seems to be someone familiar with Wei Chen. However, it seems they've reconciled and have no intention of fighting anymore. On the other end of the line, Zhang Dongyang, holding a cup of tea with a graceful posture, spoke in a voice dripping with disdain. "If this ends peacefully, it will be rather dull." He leaned back in his armchair, holding his teacup, and said, "Lu Zhu, consider this your first mission. Go and stir things up a bit." Lu Zhu immediately accepted the task. Holding 2 pistols in both hands, he said, "I'm the type to add fuel to the fire. Let's use these newly bought guns to start a war." Immediately, he fired a shot. The bullet struck Chris, and an immense surge of power hit him, sending him flying. "Chris!" Wei Chen shouted anxiously. "What?" Chang Feng also rushed forward, yelling, "Chris!" Wei Chen thought the shot had been fired by Chen Xingshi, so he shot her a glare and asked, "Miss Chen, what did you do?" Chen Xingshi immediately raised both hands to the sky, looking at Wei Chen straightforwardly. "It wasn't me, I didn't do anything." Chris stood still, a few drops of blood dripping from between his legs. He said, "You people really?" Chris was extremely agitated, his eyes bloodshot, and he screamed, "You want to kill me?" He then unleashed his power in a frenzy, causing the ice wrapped around his body to crack. As the ice tore apart, it revealed his body with burning red skin and sharp spikes protruding from it. His claws were long and sharp, his teeth jagged, embodying the appearance of a monster. He yelled loudly, "Kill them for me!" Wei Chen's system then delivered a notification. Blood Corpse King, Level A, is a rare mutated zombie with a special ability to control blood. It is brutal, merciless, devoid of blood, and devoid of joy. Wei Chen saw that he had completely lost control, so he switched to combat mode. He gripped the sword tightly in his hand, his gaze sharp and cold as he looked at Chris, who had now turned into a monster. "A level monster, huh? You all better leave now. This guy is really dangerous." Immediately, Chris struck out with a fist, the dark power surging like a slash of a blade. He shouted, "Blood Blade!" Right after that, his body turned a blood-red color, his sharp, white teeth bared as he charged forward. Wei Chen stepped back, crouching down to gain momentum, still mocking him with words. "That's a lot of blood you're using, huh? Do you want me to buy you 2 bags of wings to go with it?" Wei Chen's system immediately sent him a notification. "Congratulations, host. You successfully took a reckless risk and earned 70 reckless points." Wei Chen yelled at the monster. With the last bit of hope, "Chris, wake up." But it was too late. Chris continued charging at him with an extremely powerful attack. Helpless, Wei Chen had no choice but to pour all his strength into a single, full-force slash. The clash of 2 inner forces caused a huge shockwave. From a distance, Chen Xingshi aimed a gun at Chris and shouted loudly, "Wei Chen, tilt your head to the right." Wei Chen tilted his head back and shouted, "Wait, don't shoot." Ignoring his attempts to stop her, Chen Xingshi fired a shot and shouted, "A headshot." The bullet whizzed past Wei Chen's head. He widened his eyes in panic and quickly dodged. Chen Xingshi looked at the result of her shot and sighed, "The bullets I just bought are indeed very powerful." Ahead of them, Chris took a bullet from her that had blasted through half of his head, yet he didn't die. Instead, he bared his teeth and screamed loudly. After that shot, Chen Xingshi had successfully enraged the monster. It furiously shot out a cluster of bloody tentacles, aiming directly at her. Wei Chen panicked and shouted, "Miss Chen!" Chen Xingshi barely had time to stare in shock as the tentacles rushed toward her at lightning speed. A thought flashed in her mind. "I'm doomed, I'm done for. When a person is overwhelmed by fear, their limbs seem to fail to respond in time. She couldn't dodge, she could only stand still, close her eyes, and brace herself for the tentacles to impale her. However, this moment lasted only a fraction of a second. With the speed of light, Wei Chen leaped up and charged forward. The inner energy within his body collided with the monster's dark power, causing a tremendous shockwave. Wei Chen used his own body to shield Chen Xingshi from the attack. The tentacles pierced his chest, but at the same time, Wei Chen activated his protective technique. He shouted loudly, "Diamond indestructible pure yang body!" Seeing Wei Chen risk his life to take a direct stab for him, Chen Xingshi widened her eyes in panic and asked, "Are you alright?" At this moment, the tentacles were slowly crawling into his chest, but Wei Chen's expression showed no signs of pain. He smiled faintly and said, "I stopped it. It's fine now." The system then sent a notification, "Congratulations to the host for successfully risking their life, earning 80 risk points." But suddenly, Wei Chen's eyes widened as the tentacles that had just entered his chest began to swell, continuing to grow larger. He looked at it in horror and said, "Bloody tentacles." In his mind, he was incredibly shocked and thought, "This thing can suck blood?" Wei Chen grimaced in intense pain, the tentacles embedded in his chest swelled up like red intestines, looking horrifying. Chen Xingshi stood right behind him, screaming in terror, "Eh!" She hurriedly supported Wei Chen. By this point, he had been drained of all his blood, leaving only a shell of dried-up bones, a pitiful sight. Despite this, Wei Chen still mocked himself. The real-life zombie version is quite novel. Chen Xingshi, however, wasn't in the mood for jokes. She stared wide-eyed, sweating profusely, her mind filled with worry. What's happening to him? The next moment was even more terrifying. Wei Chen, lying in Chen Xingshi's arms, directly disintegrated. Chen Xingshi screamed, "Ah!" He turned into blood. Then, she stood still, staring in shock at the ground, where not a trace of Wei Chen remained. In her mind, she screamed, "Ah, not even a trace is left." At that moment, from the far corner of the wall, Lu Zhu was peering out, observing their every move. Seeing this scene, his face lit up with joy, and he thought to himself, "He's dead, that bastard is dead." Ha ha! Chang Feng was also astonished, her eyes wide open. Tears welled up in her eyes as she covered her mouth and choked out, "Wei Chen." Chen Xingshi remained still, gazing at the small pool of blood that was all that remained of Wei Chen. She stroked her chin, thinking, "How should I bring him back to life this time?" Suddenly, from the remaining blood of Wei Chen, a stream of light, shimmering with countless bright and vibrant souls, rose up right in front of Chen Xingshi. Wei Chen's system immediately sent a notification, 800 risk points deducted, successful reincarnation, reward received. The reincarnated master has gained the special boiling blood function. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Zhu's eyes widened like two glass marbles. In his mind, shock surged as he silently wondered, what? And Wei Chen had truly reincarnated, his appearance radiant, no longer resembling the skeletal, lifeless form from before. He took off his shirt, revealing a muscular body with a firm chest and 8-pack abs. The system continued to send notifications, the master has gained the special boiling blood ability. Boiling blood can enhance the body's physical capabilities by burning the blood within. The blood is boiling. Wei Chen's entire body emitted a thin mist. He smiled and said, "This feels great." Chris, upon witnessing this, frantically unleashed all of his bloody tentacles, shouting, "Blood spiral!" He then sent all the tentacles straight toward Wei Chen. With lightning speed, Wei Chen leapt into the air, and Chris's remaining eye widened in shock. He bared his teeth and snarled, while Wei Chen, already prepared, threw a punch. He yelled, "Too slow." He then gathered all his strength and landed a punch squarely on Chris's face, causing his head to twist around. One side of his face swelled up, and Wei Chen shouted, "Friendly disfiguring blow." The punch sent Chris flying, crashing into a wall with such force that it caused a burst of flames. Stimulated, Chris glared at Wei Chen, still showing a trace of astonishment in his eyes. He let out a roar and unleashed all his tentacles toward Wei Chen once again. Wei Chen remained calm, standing still and watching the approaching tentacles, his body still emitting smoke. He murmured to himself, "Bloody tentacles?" After that, Wei Chen stood still, letting the bloody tentacles pierce straight into his body. Chen Xingshi, who was beside him, anxiously exclaimed, "Damn, Wei Chen's blood is being sucked again." Wei Chen grabbed one of the bloody tentacles with his hand and smiled defiantly. The moment Chris began to suck his blood, he suddenly widened his eyes and let out a roar, his face contorted in immense pain. He withdrew all the tentacles from Wei Chen's body. Wei Chen looked at him and said nonchalantly, "How is it?" "My blood is really hot, isn't it?" His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he added, "With fresh blood bubbling like this, I wonder if your body can handle it." Immediately after, from within his system, Wei Chen summoned his precious sword and shouted loudly, "Triple play." Chen Xingshi reminded him, "Go easy." Wei Chen didn't turn around and calmly replied, "Got it." A violent fury surged in Wei Chen's eyes as he commanded his body to ignite. The blood within him began to boil again, and the heat radiated out in all directions. He swung his precious sword, ready for battle. Wei Chen channeled his internal firepower into the blade, causing the aura around the sword to explode, and the air seemed to ignite in a blazing fire. Chang Feng, witnessing this, shouted in worry, "Chris, wake up!" But in contrast to Chang Feng's screaming, Chris seemed even more agitated. His mouth, filled with sharp white teeth, opened wide, and he let out a chilling roar. At this moment, Wei Chen had already moved toward Chris, swinging his sword imbued with earth-shattering power. He yelled, "Bloody slash!" The first slash swept across Chris's body, and he howled in pain. Triple A! Flames of magic engulfed him, and he screamed in madness, but that very slash also helped him regain his senses. He reverted to his human form, clutching his head in despair and shouting, "Kill me!" Chris kneeled on one leg before Wei Chen, desperately pleading, "I can never come back. Please, kill me." Wei Chen, feeling that there was no hope left for him, said, "If you truly feel that way." In Wei Chen's eyes, it was clear that he had made up his mind. He whispered, "Chang Feng, I'm sorry. I'm only doing this out of necessity." Then, Wei Chen brought his sword down toward Chris's head. He said, "Chris, you were once my friend, but if you've truly changed, perhaps this will give you more dignity in your release." But from the front, a hand reached out and blocked the strike, stopping just in front of Chris. The person shouted, "Stop!" And no one else but Chang Feng. She put her own life on the line to shield Chris. Choking back tears, she said, "Chris, why do you disregard your own life like this?" Chris gazed at her muttering, "Chang, brother Chang." Chang Feng looked at Wei Chen with a pleading, resolute expression, "Wei Chen, please, let him go this time." Wei Chen still did not lower his sword. On the contrary, he tried to reason with her. This was not the time to show mercy, she had seen how crazed he had become earlier. Chang Feng continued to plead for Chris, explaining that his actions were the result of being provoked. Chang Feng turned to Chris and said, "Chris, take your comrades and go as far as you can. Only when you're far away from the players can you survive." She turned back to him with the gentlest and most tender gaze she could muster, urging him, "Hurry up, next time we meet, we will be enemies." Chris still couldn't believe it. A zombie underling helped him to his feet, and he muttered, but. Seeing his hesitation, Chang Feng encouraged him to keep living, "Don't let your brother die in vain." Wei Chen looked at her and called out, "Chang Feng." Even Chris's zombie underling was stunned, unable to believe it. He eagerly asked, "Are you really letting us go?" Wei Chen looked at him and said, "Chang Feng has already said enough, and the mission's objective is simply to drive the zombies away. As long as you all obediently leave, everything can be negotiated." Chang Feng and Wei Chen stood in silence, watching the figures of the zombies escorting Chris as they slowly disappeared down the road. Wei Chen asked, "Is it really okay to just let Chris go like that?" Chang Feng smiled and replied, "There's nothing wrong with it." She gently brushed her hair back, looked at him, and said, "Whether human or zombie, as long as you survive, there is hope." In the shadows, everything was overheard by Lu Zhu. He grinned slyly and thought, "Perfect. With that thought, he immediately took out his phone, thinking, this is some excellent intelligence. On the other end of the line, Zhang Dongyang continued sipping his tea. He picked up the phone and said, "You're telling me you encountered a mutated half-zombie, and it seems like it can even control other zombies?" He focused on the image Lu Zhu had sent and thought, if I can get that person, my grand plan could be completed ahead of schedule. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Zhang Dongyang said, "Come in." The person who entered said, "President, the mission from before has been completed. I'm here to report the situation." As soon as he saw him, Zhang Dongyang immediately said, "Captain Lu, after returning from the previous instance mission, your strength has increased quite a bit, hasn't it? Just in time, I have a new task to assign to you." Lu Ba happily pushed his glasses up, his eyes shining, and immediately agreed, "It is an honor for me, Lu Ba, to contribute to the guild. Whatever the task is, please leave it to me." Zhang Dongyang looked at Lu Ba and gave instructions. The guild's intelligence personnel have discovered a group of zombies. Take some people and eliminate their nest. By the way, no matter what, you must capture their leader alive. Lu Ba looked at him curiously. Capture alive? Why not just eliminate them directly? Zhang Dongyang, not wanting to reveal any secrets, casually dodged the question. If I did that, of course, I would have a purpose. You just need to focus on completing the task, go quickly, I don't like to wait. 2 days later, in a desolate street, a zombie subordinate approached Chris and anxiously asked, "Lord of the Undead, has your body recovered?" Chris replied, "For now, I can only manage to walk, barely." Chris and his companions were hurrying along the street, when the zombie subordinate cautiously spoke, "But we need to move away from here quickly." Suddenly, the same zombie subordinate shoved Chris with all his strength and shouted, "Be careful!" And immediately after that, a thunderous explosion rang out. Chris was blasted away by the force, falling onto the street. He turned around and looked at the zombie subordinate who had been blown to pieces, with no remains left. His eyes widened in fear as he shouted, "Hey! How can this force be possible?" In the distance, a group of people was advancing. Lu Ba gave the order, "Begin capturing the target, eliminate all the other zombies." At this moment, on a street in the city of Agate, Wei Chen and Chen Xingshi were walking side by side. Wei Chen sighed. "After there were no more dungeons, I've been feeling so idle. I wonder how Andalai and Lu Ba are doing now." Chen Xingshi replied, "The players in the dungeons must have been randomly assigned. With so many people around, it's probably going to be hard to meet them again." Suddenly, someone walked towards them from ahead and bumped into Wei Chen's shoulder. Two of his subordinates behind him immediately yelled threateningly, "Kid, are you blind? You dare bump into our team leader Lu Ba? Do you want me to break your arm?" Lu Ba then laughed and said, "Richuan gang, you guys step back, they're my friends." Both Wei Chen and Chen Xingshi simultaneously turned around, their eyes wide in surprise. That sound. Lu Ba stepped forward, waving his hand and smiling brightly, "Hello, you two." Lu Ba met Wei Chen, and they exchanged a warm handshake. Wei Chen cheerfully said, "Just as we were talking about him, here he is." Lu Ba replied, "I won't stay, but it's good to see you again, Mr. Wei, Ms. Chen." Then they embraced and patted each other on the back in a very friendly manner. Lu Ba looked at Wei Chen and joyfully said, "Long time no see." The subordinates behind them immediately bowed deeply, placing their hands on their chests, displaying the appropriate etiquette of subordinates to superiors. They said, "Hello, Mr. Wei, hello, Ms. Chen." Wei Chen praised, "Not bad, kid, now you have a little brother, huh?" Lu Ba humbly replied, "It's just about finding a group to make a living, that's all." A moment later, Lu Ba pointed at the large wooden crate being pulled up by the plane and instructed his subordinates, "You guys take that to the president first. I need to catch up with an old friend." The two subordinates immediately shouted in unison, "Understood." Wei Chen looked up at the wooden crate and remarked, "What's in that huge box?" Lu Ba laughed and said, "Just a small task arranged by the higher-ups. It's not every day we get to meet again. Today, I'll treat you." A moment later, the three of them arrived at the pub, each holding a glass of golden beer, and they toasted together. Wei Chen took a sip of his beer and said, "So now you're working at the Light of the End of the World Association?" Lu Ba replied, "Yes, originally I was just a small figure in the guild, but after the last dungeon, my strength has increased quite a bit, so now I've gained a bit of recognition." Wei Chen furrowed his brow, his tone slightly displeased as he said, "But I'm sure you know that there's some conflict between me and your guild, right?" Lu Ba answered, "The guild leader mentioned this before. He also said that it was forced fighting in the game, not your fault." Wei Chen leaned back in his chair, sitting comfortably as he said, "Well, you can tell your guild leader that I never thought it was my fault." His defiant posture was immediately noted by the system. "Congratulations, the host has successfully completed a reckless challenge and earned 50 reckless points." Lu Ba patiently explained, "The Light of the End of the World Guild was founded by guild leader Zhang Dongyang. It's the largest guild in city of Agate. The guild leader's aspiration is to create a new world, one without strife." Lu Ba eagerly invited, "Wei, join us." Wei Chen stared at him as he spoke, "With your strength, you could definitely become the guild leader's right hand. Together, we could build something great." After hearing his words, Wei Chen's anger flared up, and gritting his teeth, he shouted, "When the principles are different, one cannot share the same aspirations. Besides, your president is probably not a good person either. I advise you to be careful." The system immediately rewarded him with points. "Congratulations, the host's reckless action was successful, earning 60 reckless points." As he spoke, Wei Chen stood up and slammed the table with a loud bang. Lu Ba, provoked and furious, stood up and grabbed Wei Chen by the collar, shouting, "Even if we're good brothers, I won't allow you to insult our president." Chen Xingshi, sensing the tension between the two, stepped in and tried to mediate. "Both of you, calm down." Lu Ba, extremely restrained, stood up and walked away, saying, "If that's the case, I hope this won't affect our friendship. I'll leave now." Wei Chen, still angry, slammed his beer mug on the table and cursed loudly, "That annoying brat." Seeing him like this, Chen Xingshi gently asked, "Are you really going to fall out with Lu Ba over this?" Wei Chen, seething with anger, kept his eyes fixed on the direction Lu Ba had left, and said, "It's not about this. That brat said he was treating me, but then he ran off first." Chen Xingshi, utterly speechless, could only mutter, "This guy." That night, at the headquarters of the guild, Light of the End of the World, the bright lights from the towering buildings still shone blindingly. Zhang Dongyang stood closely around the table in the laboratory. Chris had been captured and shackled, both his arms and legs unconscious and immobilized. Zhang Dongyang said, "Very good, Lu Ba, as expected, you didn't disappoint me. Keep it up, the vice president position will be yours in the future." Lu Ba looked at him and recounted, "Today I met Wei Chen. I originally wanted to invite him to join the guild, but he refused." Zhang Dongyang walked over, smiled at Lu Ba, placed a hand on his shoulder, and said, "It's all right, the higher you rise, the harder it is for others to understand you. I forgive his ignorance. You've worked hard, go back and rest well." Lu Ba, seeing how much he cared for him, happily responded, "Understood." He then walked towards the door, turning back to say, "I'll be going now." As soon as Lu Ba left, the subordinate in charge of the laboratory stepped forward and said to Zhang Dongyang, "President." Zhang Dongyang spoke in a dark tone, "This experiment cannot afford any mistakes. Go find some experts to crush that worm Wei Chen for me. Everything is ready, the experiment to extract the toxic substance can proceed at any time." The subordinate replied, "Rest assured, I'll arrange it immediately." Zhang Dongyang clenched his fists and laughed, Soon enough, this world will belong to Zhang Dongyang." At that moment, the city of Agate was still bathed in lights at night. Wei Chen was drunk, and Chen Xingshi was helping him walk. As they walked, Wei Chen cried and cursed, "That kid dared to sell his life for Zhang Dongyang, I wasted my time thinking of him as a brother." Chen Xingshi struggled to support Wei Chen, silently thinking, "He says he doesn't care, but deep down, he really does." Then, Wei Chen suddenly turned and buried his face in Chen Xingshi's chest, which had deep cleavage like a valley, crying, "In this cold world, this little bit of warmth is the only thing that can comfort me." His system sent a notification, "Congratulations, the host has successfully risked their life, gaining 50 life risk points." In his drunken stupor, he lost his composure and said, "Nonsense, this piece of tofu was too big, no, this piece of tofu was too round." Chen Xingshi angrily cursed, "Damn it, don't think that just because you're drunk, you can eat someone else's tofu." From a distance, another person appeared, not a group, but a single figure. This person had a rough look, and was holding a weapon in hand, immediately saying, "You are Wei Chen, right? Sorry, we have to interrupt your two's good time." However, he finished speaking and immediately threw the knife. Wei Chen, holding Chen Xingshi, quickly dodged and heard them continue, "Someone wants to take your life." Wei Chen instantly regained his composure. Faced with danger, he no longer resembled a drunkard, immediately drawing his sword and saying, "Miss Chen, step aside. I'll deal with them." Chen Xingshi held his hand and said, "You're drunk. Are you really okay?" Wei Chen stood still, holding his sword facing them, ready to take on 100, "Did you forget? I have a sword technique. The drunker I am, the stronger I get." One of them aimed a crossbow and shot an arrow. He said, "An opening." Wei Chen immediately caught the arrow with his bare hands and said, "You're out of luck." The others stared in shock, surprised as Wei Chen continued, "Now I, Wei Chen, will break this arrow." He placed the sword over his shoulder, his expression fierce with murderous intent, and said, "Just in time, I need to vent my anger." As soon as the assassin saw Wei Chen tightly gripping the arrow, he rejoiced, saying, "Lucky, the plan worked. There's explosive powder on the tip of the arrow." Wei Chen looked at the arrow he had just broken, tossed it to the ground, and noticed something unusual at the tail of the arrow. He exclaimed, "Oh!" Immediately, a deafening explosion rang out, and flames lit up the entire area. At the same time, a system notification was sent, "Congratulations to the player for successfully taking a risk, receiving 80 risk points." The assassins, seeing Wei Chen being blown up by the bomb, burst into hearty laughter. "Ha, is this the master the president talked about? Truly." One of the assassins laughed loudly. Just as he uttered those words, unable to withstand a blow, Wei Chen, with a sword in hand, charged forward fiercely. There was no hesitation in his eyes. Wei Chen tore through the wind like an expert archer. He raised the tip of his sword, smiled lightly, and repeated, "Is that all?" With a single slash, a powerful surge of internal force shot through, sending one assassin's head flying off. The companion standing next to him watched in complete astonishment, only to hear Wei Chen continue, "Who taught you idiots that putting a firecracker on the tip of the arrow means it's an eagle's eye, huh?" The remaining assassin glared at Wei Chen with anger in his eyes, his face twisting into a mocking sneer as he shouted, "Your skills are pretty solid, huh?" Then, he grinned wickedly, suddenly waved his hand, and shouted, "Everyone, come out." From behind him, his comrades began to emerge one after another. Wei Chen, having added a few items from the system, smiled casually as if nothing extraordinary had happened, and said, "With so many of you, a single knife will take too long to kill." From within the system, Wei Chen slowly pulled out a jet-black weapon, radiating a deep red aura around it. He unsheathed the entire weapon, an enormous, sharp-edged broadsword. Holding one in each hand, he said, "I've accumulated points for so long, it's time to get something new." The system sent all the details about the large sword that Wei Chen had chosen. It was a blood blade of S rank, with 3,000 points. The introduction revealed that the blade had an unclear origin, its hilt was black, but it turned red when it drank blood. Its function was to absorb the enemy's blood, continuously increasing its power. Wei Chen glared and shouted towards the group, "All of you, come at me." The assassins, seeing his imposing aura, felt a bit intimidated. They stared at each other, none of them daring to step forward. Suddenly, one of them spoke, "The opponent is just one person." Wei Chen gripped two swords, one blue and one red, with a fierce expression as though he were a demon opening a slaughterhouse. He laughed loudly and said, "Ha, the time for killing has begun." A surge of inner power erupted within him, as strong as thunder cracking through the sky. Wei Chen cut through the enemy ranks, leaving destruction in his wake. He shouted, staggering slashes, drunken blows. His sword continued to slash, cutting off the arm of an assassin as easily as chopping a weak branch. Wei Chen's gaze turned to another target. He slammed the tip of his sword into the ground, sparks flying from the impact. Leaning on his sword, Wei Chen panted heavily, huff. Huff. Wei Chen knelt on one knee on the ground, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of the assassins. The system sent him a notification: "Congratulations, Master, for successfully risking your life. You have earned 120 risk points." A remaining assassin crawled on the ground, looking at Wei Chen with a terrified expression. He muttered, "Disgusting, how can you be so strong?" Suddenly, a sword plunged from above, striking his arm. A stream of blood spurted out, and he screamed in pain, "AAA." Wei Chen stood with the remaining sword resting on his shoulder, one foot pressing down on the back of the assassin, shouting, "Who gave the order to send you to kill me?" The assassin tilted his head to look at him, his eyes wide with fear as he whispered, I can't say. If I do, I'll definitely die." Wei Chen continued ruthlessly, driving the sword further into his arm and threatening, "If you don't speak, you're going to die right now." He pressed the sword down firmly, his eyes cold as he added, "And it will be a very painful death." The assassin, terrified, immediately spoke up, I'll tell you. Just as he was about to reveal something, he managed to utter a single word before vomiting out an object that glowed with a bright golden light. "It's ugh." Wei Chen quickly grabbed the back of his jacket with both hands, using all his strength to throw him up and toss him away as if he were playing shot put. Instantly, he shouted, "Get lost!" At that moment, the assassin exploded like a bomb. Wei Chen covered his face with his hand, and in an instant, Chen Xingshi immediately asked, "What is going on here?" Wei Chen stared ahead and explained, "There are bombs planted in the bodies of these people. If the mission fails, we have to eliminate them to keep everything secret." Chen Xingshi was horrified, covering her mouth and exclaiming, "That's too cruel." Looking at the corpses he had just killed, Wei Chen suddenly realized that there were explosives inside them. He shouted loudly, "Wait, explosives!" He rushed toward Chen Xingshi and shouted, "Lie down quickly!" As soon as he finished shouting, he used his body to shield Chen Xingshi. A deafening explosion erupted, and the force of the blast sent both of them flying. Wei Chen fell directly on top of Chen Xingshi, just in time to protect her from the blast's pressure and to shield her from debris flying around. He took most of the damage, absorbing it on her behalf. When Ouyangxi arrived, all she saw was a pile of rubble. She looked at the debris in front of her and thought, Wei Chen's phone signal disappeared here. Where did he go? She placed her hand on a large stone, and a thought suddenly crossed her mind: could it be underneath? With all her strength, she pushed the stone aside. Ah! Her eyes widened in surprise as she looked beneath the stone. The sight before her was of Wei Chen lying on top of Chen Xingshi, their posture somewhat intimate. The system immediately sent a notification: "Congratulations to the Brave Master for succeeding and earning 150 bravery points." Wei Chen blinked at her, his face marked with several scratches, and smiled, saying, "I knew the teacher would come." Then he frowned and groaned, "Help me." Ouyangxi's eyes widened in shock as she shouted, "Wei Chen!" Dawn broke at the headquarters of Light of the End of the World. Lu Bao walked over to knock on the door. He had barely spoken when the meeting inside suddenly fell silent upon hearing someone say, "Mr. President." Lu Ba pressed his ear to the door to eavesdrop. Inside, a voice was heard saying, "Although our suicide squad was completely wiped out." Lu Ba's mind exploded with a loud bang, his eyes wide as he listened to them continue. But the explosives inside the body successfully killed Wei Chen. Zhang Dongyang scratched his chin thoughtfully and said, "Although the losses are somewhat severe, getting rid of that Wei Chen once and for all isn't necessarily a bad thing." A subordinate next to him then spoke, "However, according to the intelligence from our spy, Wei Chen is not dead." He continued, "He was rescued by his comrades, and it seems like he is still in a coma for now." Zhang Dongyang immediately shouted in disbelief, "What?" He angrily pointed one finger at his subordinate and said, "If you can't even handle this, send another one. You take care of Wei Chen completely, and at the same time, eliminate his guild." The subordinate immediately responded, understood. At that moment, Lu Ba suddenly opened the door, stormed in, and shouted loudly, President. Then, disregarding the hierarchy, he shouted even louder, why did you send someone to assassinate Wei Chun? Lu Ba expressed his disappointment and continuously questioned Zhang Dongyang, aren't we supposed to be an organization of justice? Zhang Dongyang, however, remained extremely calm as he looked at him and said, this is a necessary evil. If we want to maintain stability in the city of Agate, we must have unified order. As the president of Light of the End of the World, I cannot allow unstable elements like Wei Chen to exist, especially since sooner or later, he will become our enemy. Wei Chen threw away his medal, the medal he had once held in high regard now tossed carelessly onto the ground. Zhang Dongyang, angry, said, this is your captain's medal, Lu Ba. What does this mean? Lu Ba, unafraid, immediately responded loudly with a resolute expression, it means I want to withdraw from Light of the End of the World. Then he turned around and was about to leave, saying, I'm done with this. Suddenly, Zhang Dongyang raised two fingers, and an electric current shot towards Lu Ba. Lu Ba was struck in the back by the powerful electric charge and screamed in pain, AAA. He then fell to the ground, lying motionless. Zhang Dongyang stepped forward and stood right in front of him. Lu Ba struggled to speak, Zhang Dongyang, you. Zhang Dongyang stepped on his head and ordered his subordinates, lock this traitor up. His eyes revealed a cruel expression as he continued, after we deal with this, Wei Chen, take care of him in front of everyone so they can see the consequences of betrayal. Soon after, Lu Ba was stripped of his clothes and forced into a prisoner's striped uniform, then roughly thrown into the cell. One of the subordinates shouted, get in. But another man, who seemed to have been Lu Ba's subordinate before, looked at him with pity and said, Captain Lu, why did you have to go against the president? The other man gave Lu Ba a disgusted look and loudly insulted him, Captain? He's nothing but an imposter. Then, the two of them left, with one final remark, just stay here and wait to die. Lu Ba thought to himself, no. I must inform Wei Chen about this. Looking at his robot leg, Lu Ba silently pondered, but what should I do now? Then he sat down, took the robot leg off, and a brilliant idea popped into his head. He happily thought, that's right, there's another way. Lu Ba's eyes were filled with determination. Meanwhile, in the hospital courtyard, the daytime sunlight spread over the stadium and the lush trees around, creating a peaceful scene. Wei Chen was still unconscious, lying on the hospital bed. Chen Xingshi sat beside him, anxious and worried, and asked, is Wei Chen going to be okay? Yangshi also looked at him with concern and asked, why is he still unconscious after such a long time? Why hasn't he woken up? The nurse, holding a giant syringe, came over and said, he's seriously injured. I can use my abilities to revive him, but it will take at least 12 hours. Just then, something from outside crashed through the window and flew in, its shape incredibly bizarre. By chance, it struck directly into the deep valley between Yangshi's two round, full breasts. Her face turned red, and she stared at the strange object that was proudly displayed right in the middle of her mountainous area, stammering, what? What is this thing? Chen Xingshi picked up the odd object and said, this is the Just Go robot of Lu Ba. She held the robot up, tugging at it, and remarked, but the color looks kind of strange. Immediately after, Chen Xingshi heard the robot's voice, this is Lu Ba, the one who ambushed Wei Chen from the guild light of the end of the world. They have sent people to carry out the second round of actions. Please prepare yourself mentally. After a brief pause, it continued, also, there are spies among you. Beeping. Chen Xingshi widened her eyes, too shocked to respond. She mumbled, could it be that all of this is true? Lu Ba sat, staring at the prosthetic leg that had been removed, revealing all the wires and components inside. He lowered his head, his gaze blank as he held on to this last glimmer of hope. He muttered, just go, you must deliver the message there, okay? As the dawn broke, inside the medical room at the safe zone, a voice sounded, did the Light of the End of the World Guild really send people to kill Wei Chen? Yangshi replied, could it be the enemy's sound? But Chen Xingshi looked at her with unwavering eyes and said, I believe Lu Ba would never deceive me. She sat down on the bed next to Wei Chen, holding the Just Go robot in her hands and said, "After all, he's been through life and death with us." The nurse was extremely panicked, saying, "What should we do now? Wei Chen's injuries are severe, he can't be moved carelessly, we need to treat him immediately." Chen Xingshi's gaze was sharp and filled with determination. She looked back and said, "He has always protected us until now, it's time for us to protect him for once." A moment later, Chen Xingshi stood up with a loudspeaker and declared, "The situation is that the Ouroboros Guild has been targeted by light of the end of the world." At the training field in the safety zone, she had gathered everyone, and now she stood up to chair this impromptu meeting. Holding the loudspeaker, she announced, "Wei Chen is currently in a coma and will need 12 hours to recover." Below, everyone was buzzing in discussion. What? Light of the end of the world is about to attack here? Then they heard Chen Xingshi's clear, strong voice, "I will be the temporary guild leader and will continue to lead everyone in combat." The crowd below was filled with confusion and fear, and someone said, "Wei Chen is unconscious again, what are we going to do?" Others added, saying, "That's the largest guild in the city of Agate." Chen Xingshi continued, "I can't guarantee victory in this defense battle. If anyone doesn't want to participate, they are free to withdraw from the guild at any time." Lu Shu sneered coldly, thinking to himself, It looks like this group of cowards will fall apart even without me initiating the attack." From the crowd, a hand slowly rose, accompanied by a voice saying, "I." It was the beautiful girl with green hair, Ban Qin Huan. She hesitated before speaking, "I have something to say." Lu Ba immediately thought when he saw her step forward, "This girl really goes with the wind, looks like she's the first to betray us." Yang she looked at Ban Qin Huan without showing any anger or criticism. She spoke gently, "Ban Qin Huan, we respect your decision if you want to leave." Ban Qin Huan walked up the steps, each one sounding as she moved in her high heels. She said, "Who said I want to leave?" Standing on the elevated platform, Ban Qin Huan looked down at everyone. Holding a microphone in her hand, her figure, with its captivating curves, was alluring. She softly said, "Although Wei Chen is my ex-boyfriend, and I hate him the most, if he's to die, he must die at my hands. So, I've decided to stay if anyone else is willing to stay." Ban Qin Huan lightly adjusted the padding in her chest, and her already full and plump breasts became even more pronounced, exuding irresistible charm. She said, "I will agree to go on a date with them once." Immediately after that, in order to increase the seductive effect, Ban Qin Huan immediately used the charming eyes technique. Instantly, everyone below seemed to be hypnotized, obediently following as they all said in unison, "I want to stay. I'm not someone who clings to life and fears death. Now is the time to repay the favor." Chen Xingshi was truly taken aback, her eyes wide, and with a face full of regret, she said, This." Yangshi, observing from a distance, saw Ban Qin Huan standing alone in front. One could say she had an incredibly strong influence, and Yang she silently thought that Ban Qin Huan was actually a good girl. Lu Shu gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath, "Damn it, this girl is playing that trick again." Suddenly, the sound of a gunshot rang out, startling everyone. But it wasn't an assassination attempt, it was Chen Xingshi. She fired a warning shot and said, "If that's the case, then let's get ready for a fight." Inside the room, the nurse was still actively using all of her magical energy to treat Wei Chen. She encouraged him, "Hang in there a little longer, I will heal you." While she was treating him to the best of her ability, she became flustered upon hearing unusual sounds coming from outside. Outside, a group of well-equipped assassins, clad in armor and armed with firearms, stood in formation as they listened to the deputy commander's orders. "Team 1, listen up, the target has been identified." Before he could finish the rest of his sentence, he was immediately shot in the head. The team members had just heard a command, preparing to carry out the operation. At this moment, Chen Xingshi also began issuing orders to all the members of Ouroboros. The intruder had entered the hunting range. With a rifle in hand, she spoke with excitement, "Action." Her teammates were ready, a flame technique in hand, and responded, "Understood." Immediately, she unleashed her full power, shouting loudly, "Magic flame." A large fire erupted, blazing fiercely, ready to burn anything in its path. All the assassins sent to the area were attacked. They screamed, "It's too hot, too hot, where did this fire come from?" The captain of the next team, answering the phone, was stunned and shouted loudly, "What? Teams A and B have been completely wiped out?" Only two of them were left standing in a hallway, leaning against each other. As he was still on the phone, cursing out a useless remark, he suddenly heard his teammate stammer, Who? Who is it?" From a distance, a figure approached. In her hand, she held a strange weapon, with sharp spikes resembling an extremely long and sharp set of claws. They looked carefully and said, "Looks like a girl." It was none other than Ouyangshi. She dashed forward, holding two sets of sharp claw weapons in both hands. She swung her arm, and a powerful surge of energy was released. Immediately, one assassin fell face first to the ground. The other one shouted, "Young girl, you have no morals, daring to sneak attack our 29-year-old elder." Elsewhere, a member of Ouroboros had just been knocked down by a punch from one assassin. The assassin said, "The battle is over." Some of Ouroboros' teammates had also fallen, while others charged forward. With determination, they spoke. "I volunteer to go first, come on, let's move forward." The female nurse focused intently on Wei Chen, who was lying on the bed, receiving her inner strength. She thought to herself, "No, it's too late." Her eyes suddenly flashed with resolve, it seemed there was no other choice. Without hesitation, she removed her outer coat, revealing the orange-colored lingerie tightly hugging her firm, snow-white breasts. Outside, Ouyangshi and Chen Xingshi were back-to-back, fighting. Chen Xingshi said, "The enemies are getting more and more." Ouyangshi encouraged her, "Hang in there a little longer." The leader of the assassins stepped forward and said, "I admit, you are indeed very resilient, but unfortunately." He smiled triumphantly, as the number of enemies had finally surpassed the odds. Suddenly, a faint laugh was heard, followed by a voice saying, "Who said quality can't make up for quantity?" It was Wei Chen, shirtless, his toned body exposed, brimming with strength. Holding his blood-red blade, he charged forward and said, "Everyone's worked hard, now it's my turn to perform." Wei Chen stood proudly on the top floor of the hospital, the scorching sunlight shining down on his muscular body, his posture extremely imposing and domineering. Chen Xingshi looked up, a hint of uncontainable joy flickering in her eyes. She exclaimed, "This guy really is impossible to kill." From afar, the group of assassins sent to capture him began communicating through their radios, reporting the target's appearance. The leader, Black, pointed toward Wei Chen and shouted, "Focus all firepower, spare no expense to eliminate the target." Wei Chen heard their fierce battle cries as they prepared to fire. A momentary unease flashed through him, and he shouted, "Ha!" At that instant, his system also notified him, "Congratulations, host, you have successfully risked your life. You have earned 100 risk points." Seeing this, Chen Xingshi scolded him, "Idiot, they came to catch you, and you deliberately went out to be a target?" The leader of the assassins shouted, "Fire now!" 6 arrows simultaneously flew toward Wei Chen. Wei Chen focused intently, watching as all 6 arrows charged toward him. Both hands, 2 swords, faster than the speed of light. Wei Chen swiftly deflected the arrows, channeling all his inner strength. His hands, light as air, controlled the 2 swords effortlessly, and he shouted loudly, "Rock you like a hurricane." The leader of the assassin group widened his eyes in surprise. He stammered, "What?" From above, Wei Chen, with both swords in hand, leaped down in perfect coordination. He shouted, "Let me teach you a lesson." And with that, Wei Chen, like a superhero, dove from the rooftop. He swung his swords toward the assassin and said, "What does it really mean to kill someone?" The assassin, barely able to react, stared wide-eyed in terror and screamed, "Ah!" The 2 sword strikes crossed in midair, and naturally, the assassin couldn't survive. He screamed once more before collapsing. The remaining assassins scattered like headless chickens, scrambling to escape. They said, "This guy is a monster. It's safe up here, but the boss was killed with a single strike, we need to run." From behind, Chen Xingshi, with her pistol cocked and ready, stood poised to shoot through their skulls. She calmly said, "Sorry, this road is one way. You can come, but you won't leave." Lu Zhu, hidden behind a wall, witnessed the scene and thought to himself, "I need to report this to the guild leader quickly." As soon as he took out his phone, intending to call Zhang Dongyang, the next moment he felt a sharp blade pressed against his neck. Lu Zhu was extremely panicked. He knew he had been discovered, so he immediately raised his hands in surrender. Wei Chen said, "Next, repeat after me, or your brain will have to move homes." On the other end of the line, Zhang Dongyang, of course, couldn't know what was happening. He answered the phone and said, "Lu Zhu, what's going on? Has the person I sent out killed that guy yet?" Lu Zhu replied, "Yes, including the leader Wei Chen, all of them have been eliminated." Over here, Wei Chen, carrying a large blade on his shoulder, wore a grin full of killing intent, making Lu Zhu tremble in fear. He continued to follow Wei Chen's instructions. "Everyone is sorting out the spoils, burning the evidence, and will return tomorrow." Lu Zhu hung up the phone. On the other side, Zhang Dongyang kept making promises. "Very good, this mission is finished. Wait for your promotion." Wei Chen turned back to look at him, mocking, "Not bad, looks like classmate Lu is about to get promoted, get a raise, marry a beautiful wife, become wealthy, and reach the peak of his life." From afar, Chen Xingshi, who had been watching the whole time, spoke up, "So, you had already discovered he was planning a rebellion?" She angrily asked, "Why did you hide it from us?" Wei Chen gave a wry smile and said, "Sometimes, being a traitor can actually be quite effective. The stupidest thing Zhang Dongyang did was send you to be an undercover agent." Lu Zhu immediately knelt down and bowed his head to the ground, begging Lu Wan for mercy. He said, "It's all my fault, please spare my life." Wei Chen waved his hand, and the Qingchang sword immediately rested threateningly against Lu Zhu's neck. He said, "You should be saying that to the brothers you've killed." Without giving him a chance to continue pleading, Wei Chen immediately exerted force, and Lu Zhu's blood splattered, his skin reddened in a patch. Lu Zhu officially met his end. Wei Chen said, "If you don't touch me, I won't touch you. But if anyone dares to touch me..." He coldly gazed at Lu Zhu's lifeless body on the floor and coldly said, "No mercy if you do." At the headquarters of Light of the End of the World, the sun was high in the sky. 2 guards were standing vigilantly at the gate, while Wei Chen's group stealthily observed from a distance. Wei Chen said, "This is the headquarters of Light of the End of the World. You need a password to get in. If you try to break in directly, it will definitely cause chaos." Wei Chen turned to Chen Xingshi with a smirk and said, "Or you could use your beauty to charm them." Chen Xingshi opened her eyes wide and stared at him. Wei Chen's system immediately sent a notification, "Congratulations to the host for successfully risking it all, earning 70 risk points." Chen Xingshi, upon hearing his words, immediately lost her temper. She yelled, "Why should I do that?" At once, Chen Xingshi transformed into a lioness. She gritted her teeth, one hand gripping Wei Chen's ear and twisting it, while the other was ready to throw a punch. Wei Chen immediately cried out, begging for mercy. After speaking, they heard Chen Xingshi angrily say, "Why do you always expect me to use my charms?" Ban Qinhuan, seeing the two of them pushing each other, sighed in exasperation. Indeed, she immediately adjusted the neckline of her dress. The dress she was wearing was a strapless, sleeveless number, with her full, white, rounded breasts and deep cleavage. She pulled it down a bit more, making it even more revealing and utterly seductive. Ban Qinhuan said, "It's just 2 men." She forgot that there was another man here as well. Wei Chen, having glanced at her, immediately had a nosebleed on the spot. Ban Qinhuan swayed her hips and puffed her chest, her face radiating confidence and charm, saying, "Leave this small matter to me." The 2 board guards began chatting with each other. "Have you noticed that the president has been acting really strange recently?" The other one, wary of eavesdropping, reminded him, "Keep it down. I heard it's because Captain Lu offended the president, and now he's been locked up." Ban Qinhuan approached from a distance, speaking in a sweet, drawling voice, "Oh, may I ask?" She opened her round eyes, her face like a doll, beautiful yet seductive, with a body that attracted attention due to its curves. She gently asked, "Do you happen to know if there is a restroom nearby?" One of the two guards, upon seeing her, was immediately smitten and said, "The small tree over there is unoccupied. Let me take you there to take care of it." The other guard was more cautious. He said, "Wait a minute, there's something off about this person." He looked at Ban Chin Huan with suspicion and said, "She came to our headquarters, maybe she has other motives." Seeing that her physical allure couldn't sway him, Ban Chin Huan immediately activated her technique, charming eyes. When a man looked into her eyes while she used this technique, he was completely captivated, acting without any reasoning. This guard was no exception. The moment he looked into her eyes, he became enchanted and said, "Miss, please allow me to take you there." The other guard, who had wanted to take Ban Chin Huan earlier, saw his partner stop him only to volunteer to escort her instead. His face flushed with anger as he said, "Hold on, are you trying to steal my chance?" Hearing them bicker, Ban Chin Huan knew she had succeeded, and she playfully cupped the guard's chin with her hand, carelessly saying, "All right then." She turned and began to walk away, throwing a seductive glance back at him, "You come with me too." Both of them, along with Ban Chin Huan, entered the forest. They continued chatting excitedly. "How about a threesome?" "I like that idea." The guard pushed Ban Chin Huan against a tree, leaning in close and placing his hands on either side of her as he said, "I turned off the camera for 10 minutes, let's finish quickly." Ban Chin Huan looked at him provocatively and said, "That fast won't satisfy me." From behind, Wei Chen struck the back of the guard's neck with a palm, knocking him unconscious. Wei Chen stood with his hands on his hips, glancing at the guard, who was lying exhausted in the corner, and sneered, "With only 5 minutes, don't even bother going out. It's embarrassing." Wei Chen pointed at himself proudly and said, "I could go for 5 hours, let alone 5 minutes. Ban Chin Huan crossed her arms and watched him, smiling as she said, "Really? I'd like to see that." Wei Chen scratched his head sheepishly, next time. Chen Xingshi, from behind, taunted, "Oh, so there's a next time?" Wei Chen gave a wry smile, looking for a way to back out. His system sent him a notification, "Congratulations, the host successfully took a risk, earning 60 risk points." Chen Xingshi then grabbed him and slapped him. Wei Chen cried out, "I was just joking." Meanwhile, Ban Chin Huan continued to use her enchanting charm to control the unconscious guard. She asked, "Tell me the entrance code." Without hesitation, he replied, 114,514. Immediately, she urged everyone, "Stop wasting time, quickly change into their clothes. We have to get in before the cameras reset." Chen Xingshi suddenly thought about changing clothes and shyly said, "Wait, should we change here?" But seeing her hesitation, Ban Chin Huan smiled meaningfully and said, "Could it be that Officer Chen has a secret she can't share with others?" Mocked, Chen Xingshi pushed aside her embarrassment and shouted, "Damn it, I'll change already." Oh, it turned out to be a pink lingerie set, extremely girly. Wei Chen's eyes fixated on her full, round chest, and he stroked his chin, saying, "This lingerie is nice, were you planning this for me?" Chen Xingshi shyly replied, "I just wanted to try a different style." Seizing the opportunity to promote his brand, Ban Chin Huan added, "I have many styles available: nurse, flight attendant, and of course, female police officer." Wei Chen immediately gave a thumbs up and said, "I like the bunny costume." Chen Xingshi immediately grabbed his ear and said, "Stop showing off your experience." The system immediately sent a message, "Congratulations, Master, for successfully finding the material, you have earned 60 points for risk-taking." Chen Xingshi said seriously, "We still have the main task to complete." Watching the figures of Wei Chen and Cha Xingshi walking ahead, Ban Chin Huan silently reminded, "Miss Chen, you need to keep this man well, or else he'll be snatched away." At that moment, in the prison, Lu Ba was tied up, a whip from the front struck and lashed against his body. The henchman standing before him aggressively interrogated, "Where did your mechanical leg go?" Lu Ba was in so much pain that he was sweating, but still stubbornly retorted, "If it's a leg, it might have run off on its own." The man then shouted angrily, "Even if you are a mechanical genius." He then laughed loudly and said, "Using that mechanical leg to turn into a robot and ask for help is meaningless." The president has already sent people to wipe him and his group out. However, Lu Ba remained unshaken, having absolute faith in Wei Chen. No, that person will definitely not die so easily. The henchman of Zhang Dongyang looked at Lu Ba with a threatening gaze and said, "He might not die, but you will. The light of the end of the world does not need traitors." He pulled out a sharp knife. "I will transform you into the most obedient weapon." At that moment, someone brought over a small tray, with a metal cloche tightly covering a dish, and said, "Sorry to trouble you." No one else but Wei Chen. He stepped forward and said, "You've worked hard, let's have some late-night snacks." The subordinate was quickly served and praised him. "You're good at this," one of those from some department. When Wei Chen opened the food container, inside was a pistol. The subordinate coughed in shock and said, "This is..." Before he could even close his mouth in surprise, Wei Chen shoved the barrel of the gun into his mouth. He smiled dangerously and said, "Remember to rate 5 stars." The subordinate, with the gun in his mouth, raised his hands in surrender and begged, "Please don't kill me." But it was all in vain. A deafening gunshot rang out, and blood and brain matter splattered out in a stream. The subordinate collapsed to the ground. Wei Chen said, "This is the price for laying a hand on my brothers." When Lu Ba saw Wei Chen approaching, he happily said, "I knew you wouldn't die." Wei Chen looked at Lu Ba with gratitude and replied, "Good thing you reminded me, or else Zhang Dongyang's plot might have succeeded." He raised his hand to call Blood Blade over. Wei Chen said, "Now, I will save you." Behind him, a shadow suddenly appeared. Lu Ba screamed, "Watch out behind you." Wei Chen turned around, seeing the panic in his eyes, and shouted, "What?" The subordinate he had just killed turned into a zombie, screaming, "You can't kill me." Under the guidance of the president, we have completed the glorious evolution. It raised its muscular arm and said, "Crushing you is as easy as crushing an ant." Wei Chen laughed and said, "So, this so-called evolution of yours is just turning into a zombie?" The subordinate, with bloodshot eyes and a powerful body, moved closer to Wei Chen and said, "No pain, no sickness, never dying. Extending life zombies are the ultimate form of human evolution." The system then provided an analysis: zombie transformation, level B, utilizing the zombie virus to transform humans into half-zombies, possessing the strength of a zombie and the intellect of a human. Wei Chen continued the sentence himself, "and also decaying flesh and limbs, crippled, hideous, and smelly all over." He smirked and added, "The most important thing is..." After a brief pause, Wei Chen shouted, "Zombies can't just create new life." The system immediately sent a notification: "Congratulations to the daring master for succeeding, earning 80 daring points." The monster, struck at its weak point by Wei Chen, became enraged and charged forward. Its steps were so powerful that the floor trembled underfoot, exuding immense strength. It yelled, "Do not insult me, evolution is glorious." Wei Chen mocked it with a sneer, saying, "Everything you've trained for is useless." The muscular monster, with a long tail like that of an animal, lunged and swung its tail, striking Wei Chen. It roared, "Don't underestimate me." The system reminded Wei Chen, "Congratulations to the daring master for succeeding. Earned 60 daring points." Wei Chen was knocked back and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Watching the two clash, relentlessly attacking each other, Lu Ba anxiously asked, "Wei Chen, are you okay?" Wei Chen sat on the floor, dust and debris swirling around him. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "I was careless, I should have dodged." Then Wei Chen raised his middle finger and shouted loudly, "You zombie bastard, don't talk about morals. Is it still human to sneak attack a kid just over 20 years old?" The system of Wei Chen continued to send notifications: "Congratulations to the player for successfully risking their life, gaining 50 points for risking their life." The zombie growled in anger, gritting its teeth. It charged forward with a powerful punch, yelling, "I'm going to kill that brat for the guild leader." At this moment, Wei Chen began to swing his sword, the blood-red blade slashing through the air, creating a strong red aura. The blade pierced through the zombie's arm, and thick black smoke surrounded the wound. The zombie widened its eyes, thinking that the sword was draining its blood and flesh. Immediately, Wei Chen continued to draw his sword and delivered another fierce slash. He then summoned the blue triple play sword, handling 2 blood blades at once. Wei Chen called this move dual wielding. Wei Chen made 2 crossing slashes, which was the cross slash technique. After this strike, the zombie's heart fell to the ground. Wei Chen ruthlessly stomped on it with the heel of his boot. With one slash, the rope was severed and fell to the ground. Wei Chen supported Lu Ba as they walked, asking, "You've been through a lot, my friend. What exactly happened with Dawn at the end of the world?" Lu Ba answered honestly, "Zhang Dongyan caught an experimental subject that can control zombies. He wants to use the power of this experiment to turn City of Agate into a zombie city, and then become the leader of all the zombies." Wei Chen helped Lu Ba walk down the long, dark corridor. Upon hearing Lu Ba's words, he immediately exclaimed, "What? This guy's gone crazy." From a distance, Chen Xingshi rushed over, panicked, and said, "This is bad, Wei Chen, the building has started releasing toxic gas." Wei Chen, upon hearing this news, was also alarmed and repeated, "Toxic gas?" As the toxic gas erupted, many people were transformed into zombies, all of them going wild, their growls echoing everywhere. Grr. Inside the building, those who had just been transformed into zombies by the gas began to wildly roam about. Wei Chen saw a closed room ahead and asked, "Lu Ba, did the toxic gas seep into this room?" Lu Ba immediately replied, "In about half an hour, the toxic gas in this room will be enough to turn us into zombies." To his surprise, Wei Chen smiled at him and said, "Very good, you guys stay here and wait. I'll figure out how to get rid of this toxic gas." But a hand stretched out, stopping Wei Chen. "No." Chen Xingshi spread her arms and stood in front of Wei Chen, resolutely blocking him. "If you go outside, you'll become a zombie too." Wei Chen gently patted her head and said, "If I really turn into a zombie, I'll immediately commit suicide. After all, I won't really die." Chen Xingshi choked up and scolded softly, "Idiot." Her eyes filled with tears as she looked up at Wei Chen, choking on her words. "No matter how many times you can come back to life, I don't want you to die even once." Hearing her say that, Wei Chen immediately blushed, and the atmosphere around them became romantic and sweet. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'll be fine." Chen Xingshi hesitated and said, "If you can come back safely this time." She placed her hand over her heart, pausing for a moment before quietly saying, "I." She leaned closer, whispering in Wei Chen's ear, "I will." Before she could finish her sentence, Wei Chen instantly understood what she meant. With a burst of energy, he said, "Wait for me, I will definitely survive and come back, and then I'll make you." He hadn't finished his sentence yet when the system sent a notification, "Congratulations to the master for successfully taking the risk, earning 50 risk points." Chen Xingshi gently placed her hand over Wei Chen's mouth and said, "Don't say it out loud." Wei Chen covered his mouth, only able to hum in response. Then, Wei Chen opened the door and stepped out, shouting fiercely, "You damn zombies, don't even think about blocking my path to happiness." He then walked out and slammed the door shut. Inside the room, Lu Ba watched this and curiously asked, "So, what did you say just now?" Chen Xingshi, caught off guard by the question, flinched and said, "Huh?" She turned to Lu Ba, offering an awkward smile and said, "No, nothing at all." At this moment, Wei Chen was walking down the hallway, which was completely filled with toxic gas, turning a deep shade of purple. He thought to himself, "Even if I become a pure yang body, I probably won't be able to control this toxic gas." After thinking for a moment, Wei Chen decided to pull up the system and search for something. He excitedly said loudly, "Then it's decided, you're going." From a distance, other zombies curiously moved toward Wei Chen. Wei Chen put on a gas mask, leaving only his eyes exposed. He silently thought, not only can it emit toxic gas, but it can also block vision. This is really a great piece of equipment. The system notified him of the technical specifications of the mask. The strange gas mask, rated 200, is crafted from a special fiber capable of neutralizing all toxic gases when used in public. Please pay attention to safety. The zombies, upon seeing a living person, were immediately drawn to him, growling as they charged forward. Wei Chen drew the blood blade, the blade gleaming with a fiery red aura, emitting a dazzling light. As Wei Chen donned the mask and swung his blade, it cut through the zombies effortlessly, the sharp edge slicing through them as easily as if cutting through mud. One slash after another, the zombies had no way to resist. Wei Chen slung the blade over his shoulder, thinking to himself, looks like there aren't many newly transformed zombies. At this rate, I can just keep killing them until I reach the gas chamber. Just as he finished his thought, a pair of monstrous legs with torn pants appeared in front of him. Then came a horde of zombie creatures, some old, some young, some male, some female. Their red eyes locked onto him, and Wei Chen inwardly sighed, I really shouldn't have spoken too soon. The monsters bared their teeth and claws, charging toward Wei Chen, aiming to tear him apart. A blonde zombie, its yellow eyes almost upon him, opened its enormous mouth. Its teeth, freshly transformed, weren't yet fully sharp, but it was filled with murderous intent, wanting to rip Wei Chen to shreds. But his speed was still far inferior to Wei Chen's. In an instant, Wei Chen circled behind the monster, delivering a powerful blow to its head. In a deep voice, Wei Chen threatened, "Get out of my way." Immediately, he unleashed his internal energy, gripping his machete with both hands. A brilliant aura formed behind him, radiating in all directions. Wei Chen shouted, "Master Win's machete tactics." Then, he swung the blood blade, and a surge of powerful energy rushed out, cutting down the monsters. A cold glint appeared in Wei Chan's emerald eyes. The floor was littered with monster corpses, but the remaining ones kept coming, and he killed as many as came. On his own, Wei Chen stood like a general on the battlefield, surrounded by the glowing bodies of zombies felled in droves. After finishing a round of slaughter, his eyes were filled with killing intent. He gripped the machete tightly and silently thought, "Next, it's your turn, Zhang Dongyang." Wei Chen still wore his mask, carrying the blood blade on his shoulder, his posture defiant, fearless of heaven or earth, yet he remained on high alert. As he walked down the corridor filled with toxic gas, a voice suddenly rang out, "I didn't expect a stubborn little ant like you to make it this far." From above, a television screen was hanging, broadcasting live footage of Zhang Dongyang. He laughed mockingly and said, "I can hardly resist applauding for you now." Through the mask, Wei Chen spoke in a low, grim tone, "It seems you're not planning to continue your performance anymore." Zhang Dongyang suddenly shifted to a sincere tone, his face softening. He said, "Wei Chen, why do you need to oppose me? As long as you want, I'm willing to let you become my most loyal subordinate, and together, we can control this world." Without letting him say another word, Wei Chen swung his sword with a powerful force, releasing a blood blade. The blade cut across the fake face of Zhang Dongyang displayed on the screen. The television screen was severed, falling to the ground. Wei Chen stepped forward, carefully observing his surroundings and thinking, "It seems he's probably at the top of the building now. But before I go find him, I need to deal with the toxic air in the building first." He found a wooden door that was firmly closed and kicked it open with one powerful strike. The door, clearly unable to withstand the force of the kick, immediately crumbled and collapsed. Inside the room, there were various jars and containers of different sizes, some as large as gas cylinders with skull and crossbones symbols on them. Wei Chen observed and thought to himself, "It looks like this place is a poisonous gas room." He found a mechanism and pulled the lever down with his hand. All the gas dispensing systems were locked. The purple poisonous gas spread through the corridors and rooms. After Wei Chen closed the gas system, these poisonous gases immediately disappeared. The space became clean and the air freshened up. Wei Chen pulled down his protective mask and sighed in relief. "Finally, I can take this thing off. I don't want to be seen as a freak." Suddenly, from behind Wei Chen, a chain shot out with a sharp hook at its end. Before it could reach him, Wei Chen drew his sword and shouted, "Who's there?" When Wei Chen's sword faced the chain with the hook, it was ready to cut it in half. But the chain swiftly coiled around, twisting tightly around his sword and then jerked it violently. His sword flew out of his hand and landed far away. Wei Chen was slightly panicked, his sword had been knocked away. The door suddenly opened, and a dark figure stood outside. Wei Chen yelled, "Wait!" He stared at the dark figure outside the door for a moment before saying, "You are." When that person appeared, Wei Chen excitedly shouted, "Xiao Tu Zai!" Meeting an old friend, Wei Chen was extremely happy. He jumped up, raised both hands, and said, "It's me, do you still remember me? How about a hug?" Then, Wei Chen blew a kiss, and immediately, two large hands slammed against his cheeks, causing him to spit out a big mouthful of saliva. In an instant, Wei Chen was completely stunned. The system then sent a notification: "Congratulations to the owner for successfully risking their life, receiving 100 life risking points." Wei Chen stood up, covered his mouth with his hand amidst the thick smoke, and exclaimed, "Oh my god." Pointing at the person, Wei Chen seriously asked, "Could it be that you've also been controlled by that Zhang Dongyang guy?" As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Chen saw Xiao Tuzai open his large mouth, revealing sharp, white teeth, clearly transformed into a zombie. Its eyes were bloodshot, and it bared its teeth while growling, aiming a knife directly at Wei Chen. Although Wei Chen felt sorrowful, he was resolute. He coldly said, "If it's like this, then I'm sorry." Without hesitation, Wei Chen summoned his inner strength and swung his black blade towards Xiao Tuzai, delivering a powerful, merciless strike. One of Xiao Tuzai's arms was severed. Wei Chen looked at him and said, "Now you can calm down a bit, right?" But Xiao Tuzai not only didn't calm down, he gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. He immediately made a move, growing a new arm. Inside, Wei Chen screamed in his mind, "Oh my god, when did you learn such a brutal skill?" Xiao Tuzai's enormous, bumpy hand, resembling toad skin, lunged forward and squeezed Wei Chen's throat. Wei Chen stared at him, and the system immediately sent a notification: "Congratulations, the host successfully took a life-risking action, earning 80 points for the life-risking effort." After being choked by Xiao Tuzai, Wei Chen was completely under his control, unable to counterattack or escape. He struggled to think of a solution. Right, using corpse control might just make Xiao Tuzai snap out of it. Without hesitation, he placed both his hands on Xiao Tuzai's huge arm and activated his ability, corpse control. However, just as he was gathering strength to use the skill, he was suddenly flung backward. Wei Chen was stunned. Even corpse control doesn't work? At that moment, just as he was lost in thought, Xiao Tuzai's weak, slurred voice unexpectedly reached his ears: "Kill me." It immediately caught his attention, leaving him stunned and unable to believe his ears. He asked again, "What?" Xiao Tuzai, crying, said, "Kill me." After Wei Chen had clearly heard every word Xiao Tuzai said, his face darkened. He understood well that there was no other choice but this. Helpless, he responded to Xiao Tuzai, "I understand." Xiao Tuzai, once again losing his reason, pulled out a knife and stabbed at Wei Chen, shouting, "Kill." Wei Chen quickly activated his diamond indestructible pure yang body skill. As with previous times, the power of this skill caused his clothes to disintegrate, but it granted him extraordinary strength. As Xiao Tuzai's knife drew closer, Wei Chen remained calm, without the slightest hesitation, and said, "I understand your intent, let me do it." With that, he suddenly summoned his sword, grasping it firmly in his hand, and decisively added, "Let's end the suffering." With that, he leaped into the air, pointing the tip of the sword forward, ready to give Xiao Tuzai a swift death. With a swift motion, the sword slashed across Xiao Tuzai's abdomen and smoothly passed through. The sharp blade sliced into Xiao Tuzai's stomach, and before long, he was severed in two, lying lifeless on the ground. Wei Chen continued to raise the saber high, then decisively thrust it down into Xiao Tuzai's chest. "It ends here, devour it." Blood blade. A surge of power immediately flowed into the saber, then into Xiao Tuzai's body. His body gradually changed, growing thinner, and slowly returned to the appearance of a normal person. Before he completely turned to dust, he managed to say his thanks to Wei Chen. Thank you." Wei Chen closed his eyes, lowered his head, and sorrowfully sent his friend off to meet his ancestors. "Rest in peace, my friend." After mourning Xiao Tuzai, Wei Chen suddenly opened his eyes wide, his gaze burning with murderous intent and anger. He spoke fiercely, "Zhang Dongyang, the debt is now on your head." With that, he bent down, picked up the dagger Xiao Tuzai had used earlier, and put it away. Scene change. The blazing sunlight shone down on everything. Amidst the bustling, hurried city streets, on some rooftop, a strange machine had been installed there at some point. Zhang Dongyang stood there, happily gazing at the city, unable to contain his admiration. What a beautiful city! Soon enough, he said, then shook the wineglass in his hand, watching the dark red liquid swirl, before slyly adding, "It will belong to me." At that very moment, the door leading to the rooftop suddenly swung open. He was caught off guard and quickly turned to see who it was. The blurry, indistinct figure of Wei Chen slowly came into his sight, and he said, "Sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint you." With that, he gripped his two daggers tightly and rushed toward the man, ready to strike, "Because I'm going to kill you right here, right now." The man, unfazed, calmly adjusted his glasses and smugly said, "I didn't expect you to make it this far. I'm starting to admire you more and more." Wei Chen didn't care in the slightest. He asked, "What? Is this your last words?" The system notified, "Congratulations to the master for successfully risking his life and earning 100 life risking points." Zhang Dongyang didn't show any signs of anger. Instead, he slowly extended his hand towards Wei Chen and made one final offer. "I'm giving you one last chance. You'll get everything you want." Without hesitation, after Zhang Dongyang made his offer to recruit Wei Chen to his side, Wei Chen didn't even think for a moment before summoning his two red and blue daggers and decisively rejecting his offer. "My answer remains the same." With that, he suddenly lunged forward, stabbing his dagger toward the man. "One strike, and you're dead." He showed no fear, calmly adjusting his glasses before saying, "You don't know good from bad." Before he could finish his sentence, Wei Chen's saber was already dangerously close to him. However, the blade did not strike Zhang Dongyang as usual but was suddenly blocked by the arm of a monstrous creature that appeared out of nowhere. Wei Chen was caught off guard, uncertain of what this thing actually was. "This is." The creature's eyes suddenly lit up, and its enormous body was many times larger than that of a normal human. Its arms, with sharp claws, made it intimidating and not to be underestimated. Seeing Wei Chen struggling like this, Zhang Dongyang couldn't help but proudly laugh and boast about his creation. "This is the latest experimental product of mine, called Chaotic State." No sooner had he finished speaking than the monster immediately retaliated and attacked Wei Chen. The creature's strength was so great that Wei Chen was sent flying backward by the sheer force, only able to plunge his two sabers into the ground to slow his momentum. Sparks flew as he struggled to come to a halt. Wei Chen had a hard time holding his ground against the monster. Gasping for breath, he quickly looked up and asked Zhang Dongyang, "What exactly are you using to control this monster?" Zhang Dongyang immediately replied, "You have to thank yourself for that." Wei Chen was confused and asked in return, "Thank me?" He didn't answer directly but mysteriously snapped his fingers, activating the mechanism. A part of the structure below suddenly detached, revealing an empty space inside. Wei Chen, upon seeing what was inside, gasped and exclaimed, "Chris!" When the mechanism had finished running, the object inside was fully lifted. Only then could we see that it was a distorted, incomplete human body wrapped in bandages. The man was currently bound tightly to the bed by Zhang Dongyang. Numerous small tubes were pierced into Chris's body, and he was unconscious, completely still. At this point, Zhang Dongyang finally responded to Wei Chen's earlier question. "This half-zombie has the potential to control zombies. Thanks to you injuring him, I was able to send people to capture him and turn him into my experimental subject." Hearing the shameless words from that man, Wei Chen couldn't help but curse, "You bastard." Zhang Dongyang suddenly interrupted him, "I'm afraid next, the one who'll end up as trash is you." Provoked, Wei Chen instantly seethed with rage, grinding his teeth, wishing he could pounce on that man and tear him apart. However, the man didn't care at all, smugly ordering the monstrous zombie, Chaotic State, crush him. Upon receiving the order, the monster immediately obeyed. It charged toward Wei Chen at its fastest speed. Seeing this, Wei Chen activated his skill, Diamond Indestructible Pure Yang Body. His body radiated a faint golden light, while the two blades in his hands emitted a soft blue glow, with his strength surging several times as a result. He used both swords to block a punch from the monster, and Wei Chen thought to himself, "This guy is way too strong." Indeed, it was true. Even though he had unleashed his power, Wei Chen still struggled to withstand the immense strength of the creature. He even spat out blood due to exerting so much force. Cough. Spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, he still gathered all his strength to shove the monster back. It was sent flying backwards, forced to stagger a few steps before it could stabilize its enormous body. Gritting his teeth, Wei Chen activated all his power again, quickly seizing the opportunity to launch an attack when the giant zombie was caught off guard, strength of Sailor Popeye. Firmly gripping both swords, he thrust them forward with all his might, piercing through the monster's chest on both sides. He used all his strength to try to split the creature's body in two. Your toy is nothing more than this. Wei Chen stood there, his cold and serious gaze fixed on Zhang Dongyang. Yet, the latter still smirked and confidently replied, "Oh, really?" No sooner had he spoken than the zombie, which Wei Chen had just split in half, suddenly stomped its foot on the ground. It slowly split into multiple forms, and in the blink of an eye, the single monster had now divided into four. All four massive zombies stood surrounding Wei Chen, ready to pounce and attack him at any moment upon command. The system suddenly popped up a notification, as if mocking him, "Congratulations to the player for successfully risking their life, earning 100 risk points." Wei Chen couldn't help but change his expression upon seeing this scene. He felt extremely unfair and muttered, "This is too much. Didn't we agree on a one-on-one fight?" The chaotic state monsters charged at him all at once. Wei Chen raised his twin blades, trying to block the incoming blows. The weight of the attacks was too much for him to withstand, causing his feet to sink deeper into the ground. Wei Chen gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "I don't have much stamina left. Am I really going to have to rely on dying and resurrecting to create an opening?" One of the chaotic state monsters seized the opportunity and launched a sneak attack from behind. Wei Chen found himself in a critical situation. The monster swung its fist downward with tremendous force, causing the earth and stones around them to shatter into pieces. Wei Chen took the full brunt of the punch and was sent tumbling down to the lower floor. He crashed hard onto the ground, with several large debris pieces landing on his stomach. The pain was excruciating. He tightly shut his eyes, trying to steady his mind, and muttered, "Cough, cough. Thankfully, I managed to activate pure yang body in time." Suddenly, a drop of water fell from the ceiling onto his face. Wei Chen licked his lips, and he unexpectedly realized what the liquid was. "This is industrial alcohol." Wei Chen grinned, "The game is just starting." Zhang Dongyang clasped his hands behind his back and stood proudly on the upper floor, looking down. "You didn't listen to advice and chose to bring trouble upon yourself." It seemed that Dong Yang's disdain for him wasn't as strong as he had imagined. From below, Wei Chen confidently charged forward, as no one had ever dared to speak to him like that. He shouted loudly and unleashed a blast of whirlwind towards the chaotic state monster. "Should I deal with it thoroughly?" One of the chaotic states was cleaved in half by him, and the second was burned to ashes by the flames surrounding Wei Chen. Wei Chen continued, "Let me show you the power of the whiny mortal of pure yang." His eyes, filled with challenge, were fixed directly on Dong Yang. Realizing this, Dong Yang furiously shouted, "Undying soul, kill him!" Another chaotic state lunged forward, clenching its fists towards Wei Chen. Wei Chen easily dodged, then immediately slashed at it. The monster couldn't react in time and was split in two. Wei Chen yelled, "Immortal chokehold slash!" From behind, another chaotic state threw a large stone at Wei Chen. This time, he jumped up quickly, pointing his sword toward the monster, the sharp blade slashing across its neck. Wei Chen gently landed on the ground, and the head of the chaotic state monster rolled uncontrollably at his feet. He threatened, "Hey, you, weren't you just talking about the morals of sneaking up on me?" Chaotic state trembled and took a few steps back, grunting as a sword slash flew through the air. Terrified, it jumped off the building to commit suicide. Wei Chen smugly said, "Choosing suicide again? How pathetic." He dragged his sword across the ground, creating a painful screeching noise. Wei Chen fixed a stern gaze on Dongyang. "It's your turn now." Without hesitation, he moved straight toward Dongyang, his two swords creating dazzling golden streaks on either side. Dongyang remained calm, raising his hand to grab his glasses. "Ha ha." He grinned, then tossed the glasses aside. His face darkened, and he said, you've chosen your own path to death. Wei Chen thrust his red sword into the ground, and sharp ice shards immediately shot out. Overwhelming buzzed slashes. Dong Yang leaped into the air and snorted. Wei Chen pressed his attack relentlessly, swinging his two swords forward. Double flying blade. Dong Yang smirked, showing no sign of hesitation as he charged directly into the incoming strike. He swung his leg and landed a light kick, roundhouse kick. Wei Chen was caught off guard, thinking, he blocked my double flying blade with just his leg. Dong Yang swiftly closed the distance between them, raising his right leg high. You're still. With a swift motion, he brought his leg down with force, sneering, too weak. Wei Chen struggled to block, and an explosion rang out as dust and debris flew into the air. The two exchanged blows fiercely, neither willing to give an inch. Dong Yang delivered a powerful kick directly to Wei Chen's face. Wei Chen couldn't dodge in time, taking the full force of the strike. He spat out blood, his brow furrowing as he thought, how has this guy gotten so strong? Dong Yang followed up with a barrage of kicks. Wei Chen barely managed to evade each one. Dong Yang seemed pleased, shouting, hard-whacking hammer. Wei Chen gritted his teeth, raising his twin blades to block. The force of the kick was so immense that it shattered the red blades into pieces. Wei Chen was struck painfully, letting out a groan, Taking advantage of Wei Chen's momentary lapse in defense, Dong Yang delivered another kick. As Wei Chen took the blow, he fell heavily to the ground, coughing up blood, cough, cough. Dong Yang sneered, asking, is that really all you've got? You've really let me down. He raised his hand to his forehead and slowly peeled off the outer layer. He continued, you have truly disappointed me. It seems that, after all, humans have their limits. Do Yang's monstrous face twisted. Only zombification was a higher evolutionary stage. He stomped his foot on Wei Chen's body. A dead insect is a well-behaved insect. Wei Chen groaned, ugh. Suddenly, a bullet shot through the air from a distance at high speed, surrounded by a powerful golden light. The bullet aimed at Dong Yang's hair, knocking off the top portion of it. His shiny scalp was immediately exposed. Chen Xingshi appeared, holding a gun. The light reflecting off her brain was shockingly sharp. She smiled confidently and said, it's very easy to become a target. Dong Yang cursed angrily, you damn bitch. Wei Chen shouted in concern, you fool, run. What are you doing here? Xingshi pouted and replied, you're so heartless, if it weren't for me, you'd be. Before she could finish, Dong Yang had already flown in front of her. She froze, thinking, what the? His nails were sharp and closing in on her. He grabbed her throat tightly, seething with anger, you can mock everything about me. Dong Yang gritted his teeth, but he did not mock my hair. He lifted her up and turned towards Wei Chen, look, now I'll let you witness the person you love most die right before your eyes. Wei Chen angrily punched the machine next to him. Dong Yang flinched, what do you want to do? Wei Chen shouted loudly, I have to break through the limits of humanity. He placed a small amount of poison sprouts in his hand. Dad used to say, to defeat magic with magic. Without hesitation, Wei Chen consumed the poison sprouts, thinking to himself, today, I will use zombies to defeat zombies. The system announced, congratulations, Master, you have successfully risked your life and received 1,000 risk points. Dong Yang, caught off guard, let Xingshi go. His face stiffened. This guy actually drank the poison directly. Xingshi coughed and held his neck, while Wei Chen began to transform. He held his head and screamed, ah! Xingshi anxiously called his name, Wei Chen. Wei Chen struggled to push himself up, his face pale, vomiting everything out, tui, tui, tui. Dong Yang gloated and shouted, ha, stupid. Did you think it would be so easy to turn into a zombie? Suddenly, a dangerous red light radiated around Wei Chen, and he fixed a deathly glare on Dong Yang. Wei Chen had completely transformed, and he smirked provocatively, ha, Dong Yang, surprised? How could this be? Before Dong Yang could say another word, Wei Chen leapt into the air, gathering momentum, and charged, I'm not human anymore, Zhang Dong Yang. In an instant, Wei Chen was in front of him, his mouth shouting loudly, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" He raked his claws forward. Dong Yang nimbly dodged, catching Wei Chen's arm. Dong Yang sneered, "It's just a little extra power, but worthless is still worthless." Wei Chen calmly severed his own arm. Dong Yang was stunned, and then, he too, severed his own hand. Wei Chen continued his assault, clawing fiercely at Dong Yang's body. Dong Yang screamed in pain, "Ah!" Unable to withstand the onslaught, he fell. Wei Chen laughed maliciously, "Gotcha." Suddenly, from the severed arm, small fingers began to sprout. They quickly regenerated, returning to their original form. Wei Chen pinned Dong Yang down, relentlessly clawing at him, "Die, die, be torn apart." Dong Yang lacked the strength to resist, and he screamed in pain, "Ah!" Blood sprayed from his mouth, ugh. Suddenly, Dong Yang's muscles were enhanced, bulging out. Realizing this, Wei Chen hesitated for a moment. Taking advantage of Wei Chen's brief lapse in focus, Dong Yang struck him with one hand, sending him flying far away. Realizing he could not defeat Wei Chen, Dong Yang transformed. Two horns sprouted from his head, and wings appeared on his back. "So, you actually managed to force me into my second form. I'll admit, you do have some skill." He conjured a green orb in his hand, but then said, "Let's end this here." With that, he hurled the orb towards Wei Chen. The orb grew larger as it approached, ready to swallow Wei Chen whole. Overpowered once again, Wei Chen couldn't dodge in time and cried out, "Ah!" But Dong Yang didn't stop there, he continued to throw more orbs. "Even though we're both zombies, there's still a difference between you and me." Now surrounded by Dong Yang's fire orbs, Wei Chen had no way of escaping. He was completely helpless. Wei Chen screamed in agony continuously, as Dong Yang watched his opponent slowly disintegrate. "Taste despair, Wei Chen," he said. Wei Chen's cries grew louder, "AAA." He was gradually being consumed by the sphere, and everything around him was bathed in green. "AAA." Xingshi panicked and called out to him, Wei Chen." Dong Yang mocked him incessantly, "What a deep love, huh? You're making me feel all moved." He conjured another sphere. "Now go with it." Immediately, the sphere was thrown towards Xingshi. She stood frozen, staring at it. "This is..." As the sphere neared, Wei Chen rushed forward to embrace her. The two of them were engulfed in a sea of green fire. Dong Yang proudly declared, "As expected, my fire blaze will never go out." Suddenly, his eyes widened. Poof! A pair of black wings appeared around Wei Chen and Xingshi. The system announced, 1,000 rebirth points successfully consumed. Wei Chen continued to change, now achieving the status of Angel of Death. Dong Yang stared, stunned, at the scene before him. Impossible. At this moment, Xingshi had stopped breathing. Wei Chen carefully embraced her. Dong Yang was somewhat surprised, but immediately smirked and said, "So this is your trump card? It's a pity, though. My fire blaze can even devour souls, so that girl is beyond saving." Wei Chen gently laid Xingshi down on the ground. He raised his hand and shouted, "Blade." Immediately, a red sword appeared in his hand. A green sword also materialized in the other hand. Wei Chen spread his wings, and feathers of black flew into the air. He solemnly charged forward. The two of them soared higher, preparing for a fierce battle. Dong Yang summoned a green liquid in his hand and declared, "Demon Flame." He controlled it and shot it towards Wei Chen. Wei Chen lightly swung his sword, slicing through the attack. He quickly moved forward, swinging again, this time aiming directly at Dong Yang. His face grew serious, and his eyes burned with fury. He continued to strike at Dong Yang. Dong Yang struggled to counterattack, his voice filled with anger as he shouted, "A mere mortal dares to try and kill me." Wei Chen didn't bother to respond. After using his sword, he slashed down. Dong Yang couldn't dodge in time and took both blades head-on. Wei Chen continued to kick fiercely, raising his weapon high, and the power surged to its maximum. Dong Yang finally experienced what it felt like to be afraid. Panicked, he shouted, "No, please don't." Dong Yang barely managed to utter the word "I" before Wei Chen struck again, bringing him near collapse. He screamed, "I won't accept this." Immediately after, his face twisted in pain. The blow created a massive explosion, with smoke rising in thick clouds, making it impossible to see what was happening. The force of the blast spread out, shaking the entire building. Wei Chen calmly stepped over the wreckage. He gently picked up Xingshi. Ouyangxi and Xiaoling rushed over quickly. "Xiao Chen, what happened? Is Sister Xingshi okay?" Wei Chen held Xingshi tightly, crying out loudly, "Even if I were to turn back, I couldn't change the outcome." He placed his hand on her cheek. "What must I do to end all of this?" The penguin immediately appeared, its face stern as it said, "Only by continuing the cycle of reincarnation can all of this be brought to an end." Wei Chen furrowed his brows and asked, "It's you? What exactly do you mean by what you're saying?" The penguin continued, "Wei Chen, in fact, this isn't the first time you've started over. You've already been reborn 27,439 times. It asserted, this is the closest you've come to dying near the end of the game. If you let go of her, this world will return to peace." Wei Chen tightly embraced Xingshi, and without hesitation, he shouted, "No, I refuse. A world without her is not the world I want." At this moment, Wei Chen was resolute, nothing could shake him. The penguin lowered its head, saying, "I knew it would be like this." It conjured a space vortex. "Go in. The game is about to start." Once again, the world begins. The sky was clear, and sunlight poured down across the world. Xingshi was wearing a police uniform and hurriedly looked around, exclaiming in confusion. Xingshi anxiously wondered, "What is going on here? Where is Wei Chen?" In her classroom, Ouyangxi began the lesson. "All right, everyone, please settle down." She continued, "Now, please open your books too." Before she could finish her sentence, Xingshi stormed into the classroom. Upon seeing her, Ouyangxi immediately asked, "Xingshi, what's going on?" Xingshi hurriedly asked, "Where is Wei Chen? Where is he?" Ouyangxi pushed her glasses up with her hand and calmly replied, "Miss Officer, I don't have anyone named Wei Chen in my class." Xingshi was taken aback. Why? Why is this happening?" She blankly walked out and sat down on a nearby chair. Xingshi then saw Xiaoling and her mother happily together. "Xiaoling, what do you want to eat tonight?" "Whatever your mother cooks, I'll eat." Not far from them, Lu Ba was holding a gaming console, muttering, "Damn it, this boss is too hard." He angrily shouted, "You've made me spend money again." "No way, I'll just hack your system." As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed into a utility pole, and the gaming console flew out of his hands. Xingshi, with tears in her eyes, sobbed, "Why doesn't anyone remember Wei Chen? Is the apocalyptic world like this too? Is Wei Chen the same? Was it all just my imagination?" Time flies so quickly, and 3 years have passed. Xingshi had just finished her mission and was waving goodbye to her colleagues. One of them said, "Officer Chen, we're leaving now, goodbye." Xingshi happily replied, "Today's mission was tough. You all should head home and get some rest." 2 male officers were chatting. "Right, Officer Chen is so beautiful, I wonder if she has a boyfriend?" "Don't even dream about it, she's turned down so many people over the past 3 years." Meanwhile, Xingshi took out a cigarette and gently lit it. Holding it in her mouth, her expression turned a bit melancholic. Has it really been 3 years? Suddenly, a stranger came up and took the cigarette from her, gently reminding her, "Smoking too much will make you age quickly." Xingshi angrily shouted, "Who dares to challenge me like this?" She turned around and saw the person she had been longing for these past 3 years. Her eyes welled up with tears. "You." The cigarette fell to the ground, and Wei Chen looked at her lovingly. "I'm back." The two embraced, and Xingshi happily kissed him passionately. "Welcome back, Wei Chen."